When the likes of Omega Beast, Alpha Beast, and the 13 Royal Knights, along with a mighty Vidra Beast, made their grand appearance, the Azure Dragon was utterly astonished. Qin Yuan's soul traversed into a world besieged by otherworldly beasts, where he acquired the Deep Blue system. Upon successfully summoning his first digital monster, he realized that everything had irrevocably changed. Chapter 1. The Spirit Contract Master. Deep Hua No. 2 Middle School. In the teacher's office, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Chow, donned in black-rimmed glasses, earnestly counseled his students. Opposite him stood our protagonist, Qin Yuan, a rather handsome young man. Qin Yuan, do not blame the teacher for being verbose. You are well aware of the perils associated with the Gaokao. Without any self-preservation abilities, an ordinary person would typically opt to forego the Gaokao. It is crucial to understand that this is not an act of folly. On the contrary, it is the decision of the astute. And you, my dear, are. As a mere Derank-Wood element summoner, I do not recommend participating in the Gaokao, for doing so could perilously endanger your life. Qin Yuan's refined visage bore a faint smile as he interjected. Mr. Chow paused in surprise before helplessly remarking, "You little rascal have taken to answering questions out of turn." Qin Yuan felt a tinge of helplessness within. Typically, as the Gaokao approached, the school would counsel certain students to withdraw. This marked the third time he had been advised to withdraw. One could only blame himself for having awakened a mere D-level ability, a rather lackluster summoning skill. The summoning ability is indeed quite inferior in the realm of supernatural powers. Under normal circumstances, one can summon only a single creature throughout their lifetime, and should that creature perish, a substantial amount of resources must be expended to cultivate a successor. It was a grave miscalculation. This was precisely why the summoning ability was rated as D-level. Such an ineffectual power, coupled with Qin Yuan's peculiar yet resolute demeanor, led the school to recommend his withdrawal for the third time. Mr. Chow was exceedingly exasperated. Upon exiting the office, Qin Yuan glanced toward the distant location and muttered, "That should suffice for today." With that, Qin Yuan dashed towards the school exit, skipping his classes entirely. 15 minutes later, he arrived at a slaughterhouse, an establishment characterized by chaos and filth, where the air was thick with an unpleasant stench. However, Qin Yuan appeared to be quite accustomed to it, strolling into the slaughterhouse with ease. Soon, he observed several burly men laboring with great effort, their butchering knives nearly smoking from the exertion. Each man wielded their knife with remarkable skill. "Old Lin, I'm here." Qin Yuan greeted one of the nearest hulks, then adeptly donned an apron and picked up a butcher's knife. Old Lin, taken aback by the greeting, looked at Qin Yuan and exclaimed, "What brings you here so early today?" Without lifting his head, Qin Yuan casually replied, "The Gaokao is approaching, and there's not much left to learn. I might as well come early to earn some extra money." With that, he swiftly swung the butcher's knife, severing a pig's head with a single stroke, his proficiency rivaling that of the seasoned veterans. Not far away, another burly man, Old Fong, chuckled at the sight, saying, "I must admit, Xiao Yuan, you indeed possess a talent for this. Your skill is on par with that of our seasoned professionals. If Xiao Yuan fails the Gaokao, he can always continue working here. Surpassing us is but a matter of time." "I share that sentiment. Xiao Yuan, you ought to give this serious consideration." "Ha ha." The seasoned workers all began to jest. Qin Yuan took no offense, knowing that these men bore no ill intentions. They were simply garrulous and enjoyed light-hearted banter. Get lost, stop spouting nonsense. Xiao Yuan is destined for a supernatural university. What does working in our slaughterhouse matter? Are you all so idle that you have time for such chatter?" Before Qin Yuan could utter a word, Old Lin came to his defense. The seasoned craftsmen, unfazed by the reprimand, simply chuckled and resumed their work. Old Lin then addressed Qin Yuan, saying, "Do not take it to heart. These rough fellows know nothing of substance." Qin Yuan swiftly dispatched a pig and, raising his head, smiled at Old Lin, assuring him, "Rest assured, Old Lin, I am well aware." Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, Old Lin chose to say no more, recognizing that excessive conversation might irk others. Thus, he turned and returned to his tasks. Qin Yuan, meanwhile, continued to focus on slaughtering pigs, his expression calm, while his heart was already brimming with joy. Unbeknownst to others, with each pig he slaughtered, a voice echoed in his mind, proclaiming, "You have slain an ordinary beast," earning 1 experience point. The more pigs Qin Yuan killed, the more exhilarated he became, silently contemplating, "It has yet to manifest, but it should be forthcoming, onward." In the evening, Qin Yuan returned home from the slaughterhouse, finding his parents still at work. He quickly washed away the scent of blood and retreated to his room. Sitting on his bed, he inwardly murmured, "Open the attribute panel. Name, Qin Yuan. Level, first tier beginner. Ability, D-class with summoner. Vitality, 110. Spirit, 25. Skill, pig slaughtering technique proficient. Experience points, 500. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuan allocated points to his ability, instantly resetting his experience to 0. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, startling many. Why did it suddenly thunder? Goodness, that frightened me. Look, oh my, there's light. Such blinding light. A phenomenon had emerged. In the sky above Deep Hua City, a colossal summoning array formed of light appeared, instantly captivating countless onlookers. Zhang Ying, too, the president of the ability organization in Deep Hua City, gazed solemnly at the celestial spectacle and murmured, "If memory serves correctly, the last occurrence of such an anomaly heralded the birth of an S-class ability user in the province." Zhang Ying too inhaled deeply and swiftly retrieved his phone to issue commands. "A suspected S-class ability user has awakened in the city. Conduct a thorough investigation of all newly awakened ability users in schools and ensure they are identified within a day." With the issuance of this directive, a flurry of activity ensued among the majority of ability users. Not only that, but other prominent families also commenced their search for this suspected S-class ability user. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, the cause of this commotion, remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in the pivotal moment of his awakening. Inside Qin Yuan's room, radiant light surged forth, and beneath his feet, a summoning array identical to that in the sky materialized. With his eyes tightly shut, he seemed to be immersed in a profound understanding. The summoning array of light began to contract, its brilliance being drawn into Qin Yuan's mind. Simultaneously, the luminous array in the sky dissipated, restoring tranquility in its wake. Qin Yuan emerged from his contemplation and immediately accessed his attribute panel. Name, Qin Yuan. Level, first tier beginner. Ability, S-class spirit contract master. Vitality, 110. Spirit, 150. Skill, pig slaughtering technique proficient. Experience points, 0. D-class evolved to S-class? How astonishing. The wood summoner has transformed into a spirit contract master. Qin Yuan's eyes widened, and he could no longer contain himself, covering his face as he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Goodness, having traversed here for so long, I can finally cast aside my reservations." Chapter 2. The First Contract Beast, Argument. A cacophony of bizarre and frenzied laughter erupted within Qin Yuan's home. Upon returning from a late shift, his parents exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the unsettling sounds. After a brief silence, his mother inquired, "Could it be that little Yuan has awakened his D-grade abilities and is overwhelmed by the excitement?" His father shook his head, responding, "No. This kid is even more optimistic than I am. He never eats less than 2 bowls during meals. He must have struck gold in a game." "Struck gold? What does that mean?" his mother asked, somewhat puzzled. His father brandished his belt with a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Ah, so now you're striking gold without including me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." His mother, taken aback by his grotesque smile, could only sigh, realizing that like father, like son. With a wicked chuckle, his father strode into the room. "Yagami! Yagami!" Moments later, the room was filled with mortifying screams. Half an hour later, Qin Yuan lay on his bed with his hands over his rear, muttering, "This old man is truly insufferable." After a brief pause, he found it difficult to suppress his excitement. Indeed, Qin Yuan was not originally from this planet. He had traversed from the Blue Star. Initially, he was thrilled by the prospect of his new life, but upon discovering that this world was under siege by formidable beasts, his heart sank. To make matters worse, he awakened a rather lackluster D-grade ability, which extinguished any lingering hope. Unexpectedly, however, fate took a turn, granting Qin Yuan a system known as Deep Blue Point Evolution. By vanquishing foes, he could earn experience points, which could be allocated to enhance his attributes. Yet, as a defenseless individual, how could he venture out to slay enemies? Clever Qin Yuan devised a brilliant plan and took a job at a slaughterhouse, embarking on a career of pig slaughtering and honing his skills with the knife. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Time was of the essence. He was eager to summon. Qin Yuan rubbed his hands together in excitement. He had been holding on to this anticipation for far too long. Previously, due to his underwhelming D-grade summoning ability, he had hesitated to perform any summoning for fear of conjuring a useless creature. But now, things were different. An S-grade spirit contract master. The very name exuded power. Surely, the being he would summon would be extraordinary. With great zeal, Qin Yuan recited the summoning incantation, the power of his ability surging forth. Soon, a pentagram summoning circle materialized in his room, and a creature with yellow skin, reminiscent of a dinosaur, appeared before him. Qin Yuan blinked in astonishment at this summoned beast. Why does this seem so familiar? Its entire body was covered in yellow skin, resembling a dinosaur, with arms ending in sharp claws. It was neither particularly cute nor fearsome. Suddenly, recognition dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Agumen. Agumen tilted its head in confusion, asking, "Master, how do you know my name is Agumen?" Observing the puzzled expression on Agumen's face, Qin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "You were summoned by me, of course I know." Agumen then appeared to comprehend, beginning to survey its new surroundings. Qin Yuan opened Agumen's attribute panel. Agumen in training. C-grade beast, evolvable. Level 1, beginner. Health, 160. Spirit, 108. Skills, small flame, small explosion. Attributes have been integrated with the current world, altering its original description as a digital monster. He had actually summoned a digital monster. Qin Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. Being a spirit contract master was indeed remarkable. To summon even a digital monster. It was then that he remembered he had yet to review the main introduction to the Spirit Contract Master. Spirit Contract Master, a powerful beast contract master capable of summoning all manner of beings from the vast world. Due to the host's strong desire for digital monsters, the system prioritizes summoning digital monster contract beasts. Skill 1, unlimited number of contracts, which increases as the host's strength rises. Skill 2, the host receives a permanent increase of 10 in strength from the contract beast. Skill 3, the host is immortal. Contract beasts do not die, and can be reborn within a certain time frame after being killed, with no degradation of strength. Skill 4.1 opens a spirit beast space where contract beasts can enter to rapidly recover stamina. 2. Contract beasts can be reborn in this space. 3. The spirit beast space is the most suitable environment for contract beasts, allowing for rapid growth. How powerful! After reading the introduction of the Spirit Contract Master, Qin Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Was this truly the power of an S-grade ability? Indeed, it was formidable. No wonder S-grade ability users were so rare. Among his peers, the highest grade awakened was only A-grade. Not only in their school, but even in the city, there had been no reports of an S-grade ability user being born. It had been 5 years since the last one, underscoring the rarity and strength of S-grade abilities. Qin Yuan felt incredibly accomplished, exhilarated to the point of insomnia that night. The following day, he awoke with dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing Agumen sprawled comfortably on the floor, Qin Yuan smacked his forehead. He had forgotten to return it to the spirit beast space. He needed to cultivate that habit. Reciting the incantation, Agumen returned to the spirit beast space. Groggily, Qin Yuan consumed his breakfast. His mother, noticing his disheveled appearance, was filled with concern. His father, however, boisterously asked, "Did you sneak off to open boxes again last night without me?" Qin Yuan rolled his eyes in silence. His father was about to protest further when his mother pulled him away, threatening, "If you bother my son again, just wait and see. Finish your meal and get some sleep, dear," she urged. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement, grateful for the peace. Now alert, he contemplated how to proceed with his development. Undoubtedly, the core of his abilities lay within the deep blue point evolution system, which was centered around slaying enemies to gain experience. Traditional training methods were no longer an option. It seemed he had a natural affinity for the wilderness. Sighing, he decided it was time to venture outdoors. After breakfast, Qin Yuan chose not to return to sleep, but instead hurried to the slaughterhouse. Chapter 3. Dream, Learning Basic Knife Techniques. As soon as Qin Yuan arrived at the slaughterhouse, Old Lin spotted him and exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you here so early today? Skipping class?" Qin Yuan casually replied, "A big star, Shi Yuan, invited me to lunch. So I took the day off." "Sure, I believe you," Old Lin said, rolling his eyes at the boy's tall tales. Without further ado, Qin Yuan directly asked Old Lin, "Do we have any better pig slaughtering knives?" "A slaughtering knife?" Old Lin paused for a moment, then pulled out a knife from his waist, saying, "Isn't this one? You've been using it every day?" "Not that one. I need one of a higher grade," Qin Yuan clarified. "A higher grade?" Old Lin's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yuan, asking, "What are you planning to do?" Qin Yuan, in a state of helplessness, straightforwardly addressed the matter at hand. It was meant for slaying aberrant beasts. "You must be out of your mind." Although Old Lin had some inkling, he was still taken aback. "Are we even capable of slaying aberrant beasts?" "Don't be reckless. Even a single aberrant beast in the wild could claim your life. Even the weakest first-tier aberrant beast could annihilate you in an instant. Killing aberrant beasts is the domain of those with extraordinary abilities. As a D-rank wood element summoner, You ought to refrain from such folly. Qin Yuan sighed internally, realizing that the biases harbored in one's heart could indeed be as heavy as a mountain. He discreetly confided in old Lin, "You are the one I trust the most. I'm revealing the truth to you, but please, do not disclose it to anyone else." Old Lin paused momentarily, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face as he quietly inquired, "What truth?" Qin Yuan pretended to glance around cautiously, ensuring no one was within earshot. Before whispering, "In truth, I have been taken on as a disciple by a master of exceptional prowess. My master intends to take me into the wild for training while also seeking opportunities to elevate my ability level." This flimsy excuse left Old Lin momentarily dumbfounded. Ultimately, Old Lin's experiences were limited. "Your ability level can actually be improved?" he asked, bewildered. Observing Old Lin's gullibility, Qin Yuan nearly burst into laughter and quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Of course. Otherwise, how could one call such a person a master? I'm merely preparing to acquire a fitting weapon for my training. Are you certain you're not deceiving me?" Old Lin replied, his expression a mix of skepticism and hope. Qin Yuan earnestly assured him, "What kind of talk is that? What is our relationship? Could I possibly deceive you? To do so would be akin to a small dog. Woof, woof. All right. This is monumental news. Just wait. I shall retrieve our slaughterhouse's prized possession for you." Old Lin exclaimed excitedly as he dashed into the slaughterhouse. Watching Old Lin's enthusiastic retreat, Qin Yuan felt a pang of guilt for his earlier deception, though they shared no blood ties. Old Lin had been genuinely kind to him. Perhaps this was due to Old Lin's lack of descendants. With a sigh, Qin Yuan murmured an apology to Old Lin, recognizing that it was merely a well-intentioned lie. After a brief while, Old Lin returned, breathlessly carrying a box. "Here, take this. It's our slaughterhouse's treasured artifact." He gasped, handing the box to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan accepted the box, noting its exquisite and pristine condition, a testament to regular maintenance. Upon opening it, he discovered a butcher's knife that was twice the size of an ordinary one, engraved with incomprehensible patterns, its blade gleaming with a chilling radiance. "This," Qin Yuan exclaimed as he lifted the knife, astonished by its weight, certainly over 30 pounds, more than double that of a standard butcher's knife. "This is a genuine extraordinary weapon. Although it is only first tier, it cost me a significant amount of time and resources to acquire. Now it is yours. Treat it with care." Old Lin's face was solemn, as if he was entrusting Qin Yuan with something of utmost significance. Old Lin. Qin Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing how much this knife meant to Old Lin. "Let it be," Old Lin sighed nostalgically. "Once upon a time, I too had dreams of extraordinary abilities." He became lost in reminiscence, unable to extricate himself from the past. Initially moved by Old Lin's sentimentality, Qin Yuan realized Old Lin seemed poised to recount tales from when he was 18. The thought made Qin Yuan's lips twitch. Old Lin. My master is calling for me regarding something. I'll take the knife now, and once I achieve success, I promise to repay you." Qin Yuan waved his hand and hurried away. "Hey, I haven't finished yet. Kid, its name is Dream, don't forget." Old Lin shouted in exasperation, frustrated that his moment of sentiment was so rudely interrupted. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Qin Yuan made his way directly to the school, not for classes, but for the library. He hurried to the library and encountered a few classmates along the way. "Isn't that Qin Yuan? Where is he headed? Who knows? He hasn't been to class for 2 days. Perhaps he has given up on himself," one commented. "It's possible. A D-rank wood element ability is nearly indistinguishable from not having awakened at all. However, I heard he seems to be preparing for the college entrance examination. Literary examination? Or martial examination? Come on, that is tantamount to courting disaster." Speculations floated through the air, and although Qin Yuan overheard them, he remained unfazed, continuing his stride towards the library. Upon reaching the library, he ascended to the second floor, where the resources for the martial examination resided. He swiftly located the section for basic knife techniques, which was rather easy to find, given its fundamental nature. After acquiring the books, Qin Yuan settled at an unoccupied table and began to study intently. Time passed quickly as he immersed himself in his studies, and before long, 3 hours had slipped by. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he opened his attribute panel to check his status. Name, Qin Yuan. Level, first tier beginner. Ability, S-rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality, 110. Mentality, 150. Skills, Butcher Knife Technique, Proficient, Basic Knife Technique, Novice. Contract Beast, Ancient Beast. Success. Qin Yuan exhaled in relief, confirming that his hypothesis was correct. Skills could indeed be leveled up, provided one reached a novice level. The next step was to prepare supplies. Once ready, he could venture forth into the wild. Chapter 4. First encounter with the wild that evening. Qin Yuan packed a substantial backpack filled with provisions, leaving his parents, who were engrossed in watching television, utterly astonished. Xiao Yuan, what on earth are you doing? His mother inquired, unable to conceal her concern. Are you planning to run away because you've been scolded? His father added, somewhat bemused. Qin Yuan set down his backpack and looked at his parents, exasperated. What are you two thinking? I've made plans with my classmates to take a short trip to clear my mind in preparation for the upcoming entrance examination. His mother sighed in relief. That's quite an excessive amount of preparation, isn't it? Upon realizing it wasn't a runaway attempt, his father resumed watching television, seemingly unfazed. It's not excessive. I eat a lot, Qin Yuan insisted, successfully convincing his parents. He retreated to his room, forcing himself to sleep. Knowing he had to depart at 4 in the morning to maintain his energy. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the clock struck 4. While his parents remained blissfully asleep, Qin Yuan stealthily exited the house. Navigating the quiet streets, he felt a sense of relief as he approached the entrance to the wild. The passage was a 10-kilometer run from his home, but with his current physique as an extraordinary ability user, the distance merely left him slightly perspiring. The entrance to the wild was not merely a gate, it resembled a grand castle, fully equipped with various amenities. At 4 in the morning, it was bustling with people, leaving Qin Yuan wide-eyed in astonishment. His senses were overwhelmed by the potent auras of formidable extraordinary ability users surrounding him, each one curiously observing Qin Yuan, causing him to tread with a hint of trepidation. It wasn't fear, rather, it was a sense of awkwardness. After all this time, he had never experienced such a high rate of attention. Passing through the castle, I finally arrived at the true gateway. Once I crossed this threshold, I would step into the genuine wilderness, where my fate would lie solely in my own hands. The gateway was heavily guarded, manned by a cadre of 6. Each a formidable individual, at least a second-tier ability user. As Qin Yuan approached the entrance, he was promptly intercepted. One of the guardians, furrowing his brow, inquired, "You must still be in high school, right?" Qin Yuan, unflustered and with a steady heart, shook his head, asserting, "No, I've long since graduated from university. I merely appear younger than my years." The guardian, taken aback, burst into laughter. "You cheeky lad. You're clearly a newly awakened novice, yet you claim to have graduated." Embarrassed, Qin Yuan scratched his head and sheepishly replied, "What can I say? My aptitude is rather lacking. I graduated still at the first-tier novice level." This provoked a collective shake of heads from the onlookers. The guardian, now exasperated, turned serious, asking, "Since you are indeed an ability user, let me confirm once more. Are you certain you wish to venture alone into the wilderness?" Qin Yuan, suppressing his mirth, nodded with earnest seriousness. Without further ado, the guardian opened the gateway. "Thank you," Qin Yuan exclaimed, hastily darting through. The guardian promptly secured the door, shaking his head and sighing, pondering whether he would ever see the young man return. Why concern oneself with such thoughts? This was his own choice. Success or failure lay solely in his hands. Having successfully entered the wilderness, Qin Yuan inhaled the air, feeling its ferocity. He silently marveled. No wonder the wilderness is renowned. Even the atmosphere is so wild. It seemed the beasts of the wild were indeed formidable. He quickly recited an incantation, summoning the Yaga beast. "Master, you've finally freed me," the Yaga beast exclaimed with enthusiasm. This peculiar sound attracted considerable attention. Realizing the potential trouble, Qin Yuan swiftly covered the Yaga beast's mouth. The surrounding individuals exchanged curious glances. "Hey, did you just hear a strange noise?" one asked, pointing towards Qin Yuan. Sensing the odd stares, Qin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Breaking into a sweat, thinking quickly, he tightened his voice, mimicking a voice from a deadlock. "Master, you've finally freed me." "Ugh, what the hell? Run, there's a freak." The populace, unaccustomed to the horrors of such a sound, scattered in a panic. Once the crowd had dispersed, Qin Yuan let out a relieved sigh, his face flushing with embarrassment as he scolded the Yaga beast. "You must not speak when others are around. Understood?" "Oh, I understand, big brother," the Yaga beast replied. Looking dejected, satisfied, Qin Yuan then opened his attribute panel. Name, Qin Yuan. Level, first-tier novice. Ability, S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality, 126, 10 permanent enhancement from the summoned beast strength. Spirit, 1608, as above. Skills, Butchery Blade Technique, Proficient, Basic Blade Technique, Beginner. Experience, 0, Yaga Beast, Growing. Classification, C-Class Beast, can evolve. Level, first-tier novice. Vitality, 160. Spirit, 108. Skills, Small Flame, Small Explosion. Let us go. Onward. With a single master and his beast, they embarked on their journey into the wilderness. Chapter 5, Encounter with the Blood Wolf. Upon entering the wilderness, Qin Yuan exhibited extraordinary excitement. the duo of man and beast frolicking about. Yet, this was a grave violation of the cardinal rule of survival in the wild. Any seasoned survivor would tread with utmost caution. In the wilderness, the danger of beast attacks was not the only threat. One must also remain vigilant against human adversaries. In many respects, humans could pose an even greater peril than the beasts themselves, as the human heart is notoriously unpredictable. Besides the beasts, numerous traps lay set by cunning humans. Other ability users who encountered the unsuspecting Qin Yuan were well aware he was a novice, particularly one without a mentor. Such naivete in the wild would surely lead to a swift demise. As Qin Yuan ambled through the terrain with the Yaga beast, akin to a leisurely stroll, both bore expressions of delight. Unbeknownst to him, his fortunate survival thus far was already a stroke of luck. Perhaps it was the so-called novice protection period. Suddenly, the Yaga beast halted, twitching its nose, its demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Master, I smell blood." Indeed, something felt amiss. Qin Yuan quickly wiped the smile from his face, adopting a vigilant expression. He noticed that while he had occasionally encountered other ability users along the way, here, not a soul was in sight. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Those familiar with the wilderness understood that such a silence indicated one of two possibilities. Either a powerful beast claimed dominion over this area, or all nearby ability users had perished. Realization dawned upon Qin Yuan, and he acknowledged a grave error. As a top student in academic subjects, he possessed a wealth of knowledge on survival in the wild. However, the thrill of the moment had led him to forget the cardinal rules of wilderness survival. Indeed, as they say, teaching is often less effective than experience. It appeared that this initial encounter was merely a gentle warning. Should the situation escalate, it could become dire. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuan steeled himself for battle. The Yaga beast also bared its teeth, exuding an aura of ferocity. Soon, from the thickets emerged a massive beast. Wolves. Qin Yuan cursed internally. Wolves are pack animals, and their battles are typically a flurry of coordinated assaults, which is precisely why many ability users dread encountering a pack. As the wolves emerged, each measuring around 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height, their eyes glinted with a chilling light, fangs dripping with saliva. Fixated intently on Qin Yuan and the Yaga beast, they had clearly marked the pair as their breakfast for the day. Qin Yuan's mind raced, desperately recalling the knowledge he had gleaned from books. What should one do when faced with a wolf pack? 1. If numbers are roughly equal and levels comparable, fight. 2. If numbers are roughly equal but levels vastly different, flee. 3. If numbers are vastly different and levels overwhelming, fight back. 4. If numbers are vastly different but levels are equal, run for your life. The fourth scenario precisely matched Qin Yuan's current plight. "Run," he shouted, yanking the Yaga beast as they fled. The Yaga beast, initially prepared to fight, was bewildered as it was dragged into a frantic escape. A wolf howl echoed through the air, seemingly issuing a command. As the sound faded, the pack surged towards Qin Yuan's fleeing figure. Hearing the ground tremble beneath the oncoming stampede, Qin Yuan's face drained of color. Indeed, the books had not lied. There was no time for heroics. There was barely enough flesh on their bones to satisfy the pack. In this situation, unless one possesses overwhelming strength to crush the pack of wolves, engaging them is futile. Wait, overwhelming strength? An idea suddenly struck Qin Yuan. If Agumon were to evolve into Greymon, then, as he sprinted, his mind raced with thoughts. But how could Agumon evolve? What were the conditions for evolution? Qin Yuan recalled scenes from his childhood, memories of watching Digimon, and soon it dawned on him. Courage. Indeed, it was courage. A fervent will to fight and a strong desire to protect. This meant he would have to face the very wolves that sought to devour him. Qin Yuan's complexion paled slightly, and he felt a twinge of fear. But could he outrun them? Feeling his strength gradually waning, Qin Yuan fell into silence. At that moment, a small flame. Agumon unleashed a fireball that obliterated one of the massive wolves. A small flame. Agumon tirelessly continued to unleash fireballs, dispatching wolf after wolf. Yet, even so, the number of wolves was overwhelming, and Agumon's stamina would not last much longer. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yuan felt a tumult of emotions. Gripping Agumon's hand tightly, "Agumon, do you wish to fight?" Qin Yuan inquired. "Master, I do not wish to flee." Agumon's words left Qin Yuan's expression complex. He realized how cowardly he had been. He halted in his tracks. "Master?" Agumon looked at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan drew his knife, turned, and charged toward the pack of wolves, bellowing, "To hell with it. I brought this upon myself. I shall face it. Agumon, let us do this." "All right, master." Agumon replied enthusiastically. Small explosions. Agumon unleashed his ultimate move, decimating a large section of the wolf pack. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, employing his butchering knife techniques and basic swordsmanship, fought fiercely amidst the wolves. After slaying 4 or 5 wolves, he too was battered and bruised. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Qin Yuan pressed on. Slaying a blood wolf, gained 5 experience points. Slaying a blood wolf, gained 5 experience points. Slaying a blood wolf, gained 5 experience points. However, the wolves showed no fear of death. With the Wolf King's command, they surged forward relentlessly. The Wolf King, lurking at the back, issued orders like a cowardly mastermind. What a revolting sight. Qin Yuan realized this was unsustainable. He needed to prompt Agumon to evolve swiftly. He shouted at Agumon, "Hurry and evolve. Evolve." Agumon flipped a wolf onto its back with a paw, looking confused at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, too preoccupied to turn back, shouted, "Yes. I'm being so brave. Why aren't you evolving yet?" Agumon was nearly at his wit's end. "Master, I can't evolve." "Damn it." Qin Yuan quickly leaped out of the wolf pack, dragging Agumon backward while glancing at the approaching wolves, whispering, "Can't you really evolve?" Agumon scratched his head, appearing embarrassed. "Sorry, master, it seems I can't." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "What a waste of bravery." Qin Yuan gave Agumon an exasperated look. "Master, you didn't ask." Agumon replied with a hint of grievance in his eyes. "What do we do now, master?" Qin Yuan surveyed the remaining dozen wolves, feeling quite troubled. Suddenly, a clever plan struck him. He leaned in closely and whispered to Agumon, "You need to make some noise. Understand?" Qin Yuan asked seriously, as their lives depended on it. Agumon nodded solemnly. "Understood, master." With that, the two of them collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly exhausted. A howl of excitement echoed through the air. Soon, a wolf king, larger than the massive wolves, emerged from the pack. The wolf king was entirely crimson, a blood wolf, classified as a mid-tier beast, while the ordinary wolves were merely low-tier beasts. As the blood wolf king approached, Qin Yuan and Agumon exchanged glances on the ground. The bait had taken. How fortunate. The wolf king was rather foolish. The blood wolf king sauntered toward its prey, unhurried, preparing to deliver the final blow and relish its feast. As the wolf king, it had to execute both the final strike and the first bite itself. The blood wolf king drew within a meter of Qin Yuan. "Kill!" Qin Yuan suddenly roared, and Agumon sprang into action, faster than ever, severing the blood wolf king's legs with a single swipe. "Oh whoa!" The blood wolf king howled in agony. Without granting it a moment's respite, Qin Yuan sprang to his feet and swung his butchering knife, severing the blood wolf king's head in one fluid motion. The sudden turn of events saw the blood wolf king perish in the blink of an eye. The other massive wolves had no time to react. By the time they realized what had transpired, the blood wolf king's head was already on the ground. With their leader slain, the pack of wolves scattered in disarray. Chapter 6. Breakthrough, Mid-Tier Level 1. Once the panicked wolves fled, Qin Yuan and Agumon finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. "It seems we survived." Qin Yuan gasped for breath, his eyes filled with relief. He hadn't anticipated such a significant blunder on his first outing, nearly falling victim to the wolf pack. Thankfully, luck was on his side, and the foolish blood wolf king was oblivious to human cunning. Otherwise, both he and Agumon would have been in grave danger. After catching his breath, Qin Yuan hastily set about butchering the blood wolf king and its subordinates. These were valuable commodities not to be wasted. Once the butchering was complete, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan pulled Agumon away from the scene. Having made a grave mistake once, he would not repeat it. The second cardinal rule in the wild: the scent of blood attracts various beasts. With this lesson learned, Qin Yuan became much more cautious, abandoning his reckless ways. Finding a relatively safe spot, Qin Yuan and Agumon finally rested. After a moment of silence, Qin Yuan apologized. "I'm sorry, Agumon. It's my fault for being overly excited, which led to us being surrounded by wolves." Agumon paused for a moment, grinning widely. "It's all right, master. No matter the circumstances, Agumon will face it alongside you." Agumon's words alleviated much of Qin Yuan's guilt, prompting him to jokingly ask, "So, Agumon, why haven't you evolved yet?" "I've been so brave." Agumon scratched his head, a bit bashfully. "I don't know, master. But I feel like my body hasn't yet reached the conditions for evolution." Agumon's words plunged Qin Yuan into contemplation. After all, they were not in the Digimon world, and there were no Digi eggs to facilitate evolution. One couldn't simply shout evolution and transform. Moreover, the system had warned that the attributes of Digimon would merge into this world. It seemed that mere courage was insufficient. He needed to ensure Agumon grew to the stage capable of evolving. "What do you usually like to eat? Do you eat wolf meat?" Qin Yuan produced a few pieces of butchered wolf meat. "Of course," Agumon nodded. "Master, besides absorbing energy, staying in the spirit beast space also helps me grow. Moreover, the growth rate of the spirit beast space will accelerate." After pondering for a moment, Qin Yuan chuckled. "Why not let you stay in the spirit beast space when there's nothing to do?" "No way, master. I want to come out and play. The Agumen exclaimed anxiously upon hearing this. Haha. By the way, Agumen, from now on, don't call me master. Refer to me as big brother instead. All right, master, came the reply. A few days later, at the wilderness checkpoint, it was time for the guards to change shifts. Ah, finally, you guys are here. Zhao Ran exclaimed dramatically as he spotted 6 individuals approaching. The lead, old John, jokingly scolded, "Scram. I'm not late. Brothers, let us go. We can finally enjoy a nice meal and a drink." Zhao Ran sighed. "Hurry along. We'll handle the rest," old John said. "By the way, nothing unusual happened today, right? Don't worry, with us around, what could possibly go wrong?" Zhao Ran replied nonchalantly. "All right then, let us move." At that moment, a figure emerged from the wilderness checkpoint. Oh, just in time for someone to return, Zhao Ran and old John simultaneously turned to look. The individual bore a youthful face smeared with blood, and his clothing was tattered, clearly the result of several intense battles. Behind him trailed the corpses of several exotic beasts, their massive forms capturing the attention of all present. What is this? A mid-level blood wolf king of the first tier, a mid-level fire lion of the first tier, and a mid-level black panther of the first tier. Such dazzling achievements compelled everyone to gaze at the figure before them. Upon recognizing the individual, old John and his 6 companions gasped in astonishment. "Is it you? What a coincidence. You're on duty too." The newcomer was none other than Qin Yuan. Due to the sheer number of exotic beasts he had slain, his backpack was already overflowing, with several corpses dragged along behind him. He had merely returned to dispose of the beast corpses and replenish his supplies. Over the past few days, Qin Yuan had been exhilarated by the thrill of hunting, largely due to the substantial experience points awarded by the system. Through skill allocation, his strength had markedly improved, elevating his level to mid-tier of the first stage, while his skills, including the butchering blade technique, had also reached mastery. Furthermore, Agumen had grown as well, now just a step away from high tier of the first stage. Had it not been for his inability to carry more, Qin Yuan would have preferred to remain in the wilderness, which truly felt like his treasure trove. Name: Qin Yuan. Level: mid-tier of the first stage. Ability: S-rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 239. Spirit: 2728. Skills: Butchering Blade Technique, Mastery. Basic Blade Technique, Mastery. Experience points: 10. Agumen Growth Stage. Classification: C-rank Exotic Beast, Evolvable. Level: mid-tier of the first stage. Vitality: 290. Spirit: 228. Skills: Small Flame, Small Explosion. Guarantee you that newbie who was only at the initial stage of the first tier last time? Old John suddenly recalled. The others gazed at the exotic beast corpses dragged by Qin Yuan, their eyes brimming with astonishment. "How did you manage this? You were only at the initial stage of the first tier, and these are all mid-tier exotic beasts." Qin Yuan smiled, offering no explanation, and simply stated, "See you later." Before departing, watching Qin Yuan's retreating figure, old John couldn't help but murmur, "It seems this person's talent is extraordinary." As Qin Yuan dragged the corpses of several colossal beasts, he caught the attention of many. He proceeded directly to the administrative hall, seeking out the shop that purchased exotic beasts. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A shop assistant greeted him, her eyes shifting slightly at the sight of the enormous beasts he bore, yet she maintained her composure. Despite the numerous exotic beasts in Qin Yuan's possession, they were all merely mid-tier of the first stage, a trivial matter for a shop specializing in such acquisitions. "Could you please help me process these and evaluate their worth?" Qin Yuan requested. "Certainly, please wait a moment. We have a specialist for appraising exotic beasts," the assistant replied. Soon, the appraiser arrived, and after a swift assessment, the result was delivered. "Hello, the total value is 503,796 Federation coins. If everything is in order, we can settle this for you immediately," the assistant informed Qin Yuan. "No problem," he nodded, then inquired, "Do you have any supply potions?" "Yes, we do," she smiled. "In addition to purchasing exotic beasts, we also sell various potions and equipment. Would you like to take a look?" "Please show me," Qin Yuan replied. "This way, please." Chapter 7. Money doesn't last long. The assistant led Qin Yuan to a display area divided into 2 sections, one for equipment and the other for potions. Qin Yuan perused with keen interest, noting that the equipment section featured an array of weapons and gear for psychics. First tier Cleansing Spirit Sword, 120,000 Federation coins. First tier Madman S Blade, 125,000 Federation coins. First tier Agile Combat Suit, 450,000 Federation coins. First tier Exquisite Combat Suit, 420,000 Federation coins. Upon seeing such exorbitant prices, Qin Yuan couldn't help but inwardly exclaim. He had thought that earning over 500,000 was considerable, only to realize it barely afforded him a single first-tier combat suit. Indeed, while making money as a psychic was relatively easy, spending it was even easier. Funds were woefully insufficient. Shaking his head in resignation, he steadied his thoughts and continued to browse. Before long, he noticed something peculiar and asked the assistant, "Are there only first-tier equipment available in the store?" The assistant, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, smiled. "Of course not, sir. Higher-tier equipment is displayed upstairs. The first floor only contains first-tier items." Enlightened by her explanation, Qin Yuan nodded, initially considering heading upstairs, but then recalled his wallet, deeming it unnecessary. Indeed, poverty limits my horizons. Not dwelling on it further, Qin Yuan turned his attention to the potion section. Much like the equipment area, the potion section was filled exclusively with first-tier potions, primarily red and blue recovery potions, lacking anything particularly remarkable. However, one potion caught Qin Yuan's interest. First-tier Berserk Pill, 50,000 Federation coins. "Could I take a look at that?" Qin Yuan asked, pointing at the Berserk Pill. "Certainly, but please refrain from direct contact," the assistant replied, her demeanor indicating she was unfazed by such requests. Qin Yuan nodded, understanding her caution. The assistant carefully retrieved the Berserk Pill along with its box and handed it to Qin Yuan. As Qin Yuan examined the pill box, something astonishing occurred. A luminous screen appeared before him, detailing the Berserk Pill's information. First-tier Berserk Pill, a defective product of the lowest grade, capable of instantly doubling the user's strength for 30 minutes, though it carries significant side effects. The user will experience complete fatigue for 10 minutes after the effect wears off. Cost, 5,000 Federation coins. Qin Yuan was stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief, unable to regain his composure as he exclaimed in astonishment. "Wow, I had no idea the system had this feature. If everything had such detailed descriptions, it would be perfect. Plus, to know the actual cost of potions is impressive. But this 5,000 cost is quite alarming, selling for 50,000 when it only costs 5,000. What staggering profits! Is being a potion master really that lucrative? Is everything all right, sir?" The young lady, noticing Qin Yuan's astonished demeanor, inquired with a hint of concern. Qin Yuan quickly snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile as he muttered, Sorry. I just remembered that I hadn't fed the pigs back home and got lost in thought." His offhand remark elicited a quiet chuckle from the young lady. "Could you let me have a look at that battlesuit?" Qin Yuan asked, referring to the lightweight battlesuit. "If it fits well, I'd like to purchase it." He was eager to experiment with it again, and secretly hoped to acquire it as well. "Of course," she nodded, promptly retrieving the lightweight battlesuit for him. The moment Qin Yuan touched the suit, a holographic screen appeared before him. First-order lightweight battlesuit, a first-tier advanced battlesuit. It is light and snug against the skin, providing no discomfort while significantly enhancing both defense and speed, capable of withstanding attacks from first-order low-level beasts without breaking defense. Cost, 15,000 Federation coins. Qin Yuan's heart soared with delight. Indeed, it was impressive. "This is truly remarkable," he exclaimed. The young lady continued her explanation, detailing that this first-tier advanced battlesuit felt as light as a feather and could withstand attacks from first-order low-level beasts, offering formidable protection against first-order mid-level beast attacks as well. Qin Yuan mused to himself that the system's description was far more detailed than hers. "Sounds great. I'll take it," he affirmed, then added, "Please pack up this Fury Pill as well, and let me know how much I have left. I'd like to purchase some red and blue potions." Upon hearing this, the young lady's face lit up with a smile. This meant 2 transactions and a substantial commission for her. As Qin Yuan exited the shop, his pockets now considerably lighter, he lamented internally about how quickly money could vanish. After a light meal, he found a hotel, which he found curious. There was a hotel even at the wilderness checkpoint. After a refreshing wash, he collapsed into bed, having not had a proper sleep in 4 days. Though the wilderness was indeed a treasure trove, it kept his nerves on edge day after day. Finally, he could enjoy a good night's rest. A day and night later, Qin Yuan awoke, stretching luxuriously. That feels wonderful. After freshening up, he donned his gear and prepared to venture back into the wilderness. With only 10 days remaining until the college entrance examination, he wondered if he could reach the second tier. As he muttered to himself, Qin Yuan set off into the wild once more. A day later, amidst the wilderness, he roared die. Dressed in his lightweight battle suit, he swiftly beheaded a first-order mid-level beast. Having successfully slain a first-order mid-level mineral pig, he earned 10 experience points. With a smug glance at the dusty Yagushu behind him, he chuckled, "Looks like I'm still faster this time." The Yagushu gazed enviously at Qin Yuan's battle suit and lamented, "Brother, I want to wear one too." Upon hearing this, An image of the Yagushu in a battlesuit flashed in Qin Yuan's mind. No way, the thought is too vivid and slightly disturbing. This is not for beasts like you. The Yagushu, slightly displeased, insisted, but it looks so cool. Observing the large corpses of several beasts at his feet, Qin Yuan felt a twinge of worry. It seemed he needed to acquire a spatial ring soon. Otherwise, it would become quite cumbersome. After tidying up, Qin Yuan reviewed his harvest for the day. Name: Qin Yuan. Level: First Order Mid-Level. Ability: S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Health: 239. Spirit: 2728. Skills: Pig Slaughtering Technique, Mastered. Basic Sword Technique, Mastered. Experience points: 75. Today he had slain 6 First Order Mid-Level beasts and 1 First Order Low-Level beast, accumulating a total of 65 experience points. Both his attributes and basic sword technique were eligible for further enhancement. After some contemplation, he decided to prioritize elevating his tier first. With the examination approaching, his realm was of utmost importance. Chapter 8. First encounter with an S-Class lightning ability user. Are you stealing my kill? Hush. Qin Yuan whispered to the Yagushu beside him, gesturing for silence. But, brother, I'm so itchy, the Yagushu muttered pitifully. Torn between the urge to scratch and the fear of Qin Yuan's reprimand. Just hold on a bit longer. This pig is extremely vigilant. We must strike when it is most relaxed for a decisive blow. Qin Yuan replied softly, careful not to disturb the enormous creature before them. The Yagushu, still feeling wronged, closed its mouth and cast a resentful glance at the lumbering beast ahead. Before them, a colossal black arrow pig ambled along, seemingly oblivious, yet acutely aware of its surroundings. Any hint of unusual activity would send it scuttling away. Frantic arrow pig, First Order Advanced Beast. Health: 389 points. Spirit: 305 points. Skills: Frenzy, Arrow Rain, Barbaric Charge. Traits: High Vigilance, Short Temper, Lazy, Gluttonous. Qin Yuan's mind was flooded with the details of the frantic arrow pig, including its attributes, skills, traits, and weaknesses. What an impressive system. He marveled, his focus unwavering on the pig he had been tracking for 2 days. Regrettably, its vigilance had allowed it to escape once. And this was their second encounter. Determined not to let it flee again, Qin Yuan resolved that this was his moment. As a First Order Advanced Beast, this marked his first encounter since breaking through. Indeed, he had begun to feel invincible against First Order mid-level foes, and a sense of loneliness had begun to creep in. Thus, he sought out a First Order Advanced Beast for a challenge. The frantic arrow pig trotted to the lakeside, drinking greedily while eyeing its surroundings with suspicion, its large ears twitching occasionally. This level of vigilance is absurd. You're still a pig, after all. Just eat and sleep already, Qin Yuan thought, exasperated by the creature's incessant alertness. Perhaps sensing that the area was finally safe, the frantic arrow pig, having satisfied its hunger, seemed ready to sleep. Qin Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Was it finally going to rest? However, at that critical moment, a chilling voice accompanied by the crackle of lightning pierced the air. Lightning Spear. A spear forged from blue lightning soared through the air, hurtling toward the frantic arrow pig. With a startled squeal, the pig sprang into action, easily evading the attack just as the sound of the spear echoed. Dumbfounded, Qin Yuan stood frozen, mouth agape. My pig. At that moment, a cold, strikingly handsome young man burst from the trees, brandishing a sleek long spear, his body crackling with blue lightning and accompanied by a thunderous roar. Racing toward the frantic arrow pig. Die! The cold young man shouted, his spear striking out like a serpent. The spear pierced the pig's hide but failed to penetrate deeply. Feeling the resistance, the young man furrowed his brow and quickly withdrew, retreating over 5 meters. Because the pig was about to explode. A furious detonation. The ferocious arrow boar suddenly doubled in size, its entire body glowing a crimson hue. With eyes that glowed a fiery red, a powerful aura of rage enveloped its being. Qin Yuan, however, paid no heed to such transformations. He was in a state of urgency. Damn it, you dare steal my monster? Brothers, let us take him down. Agaramon responded with a fervent roar, having waited far too long for this moment. The duo, filled with murderous intent, charged forth, yet their target was not the boar, but the cold-hearted figure before them. So you think you can just take my monster? I'll make sure you regret it. Qin Yuan shouted, brandishing his cleaver as he lunged forward, with Agaramon racing ahead of him. Is there anyone else? The cold-hearted figure frowned, raising his gun to block Qin Yuan's strike before swiftly retreating. Qin Yuan chose not to pursue further. He merely sought to assert his dominance without crossing the line. As long as the other party refrained from stealing his prey, they could remain friends. Who are you? Why have you attacked me? The cold-hearted figure inquired, his voice as frigid as his demeanor. Speak clearly about why you've taken my monster. If you fail to explain satisfactorily, I won't let you off easily, Qin Yuan declared with an air of arrogance. He needed to establish his authority, otherwise, that boar would surely be snatched away. The cold-hearted figure's brow furrowed deeper, his tone growing icier still. I discovered this beast first, and why should I owe you an explanation? Oh, so you're still being obstinate? I've had my sights on this boar for 2 days now. Qin Yuan's tone took on a dangerous edge, having realized that this opponent was not one to be trifled with. You think you can intimidate me? I've been eyeing this boar for 3 days. It is mine. The cold-hearted figure retorted, his expression turning equally perilous. The ferocious arrow boar, caught in the middle, was utterly bewildered, its rage dissipating as it pondered the sudden clash between the two humans. It cunningly slipped away from the scene. Qin Yuan's cleaver struck fiercely at the cold-hearted figure, who alternated between defense and offense with his spear, showcasing remarkable skill. The intensity of their battle escalated. Qin Yuan sensed that this cold-hearted figure was no ordinary foe. As the saying goes, an inch in length is an inch in strength, and in this confrontation, the cleaver seemed to serve merely as a shield against the spear. Moreover, the cold-hearted figure appeared to possess a higher realm of power, already reaching the advanced first tier. Fortunately, Agharimon was there to assist, occasionally launching small fireballs that irritated the cold-hearted figure greatly. As the conflict wore on, the battlefield seemed evenly matched between the three. Are you a summoner? The cold-hearted figure suddenly retreated 5 meters, posing the question. What's wrong? Do you look down upon summoners? Qin Yuan scoffed. For the most useless summoner, holding my own against you is quite commendable. But allow me to remind you, the cold-hearted figure's hand crackled with blue lightning. My ability is S-class lightning manipulation. Aurora blue lightning. S-class lightning ability. Qin Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. Are S-class ability users truly so common? And I've encountered one here? Yet, he does seem formidable. As the terrifying force of the lightning surged towards him, Qin Yuan's expression grew grave. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. He whispered to Agharimon. When the time comes, unleash your fury. Agharimon, growing increasingly excited, nodded vigorously. I understand, big brother. The blue lightning in the cold-hearted figure's grasp intensified, threatening to overwhelm him with its might. Prepare to witness the true power of S-class lightning abilities. His frigid voice declared as a colossal blue spear materialized, surrounded by serpentine arcs of lightning that wreaked havoc upon the ground. Lightning spear. The cold-hearted figure roared, hurling the weapon towards Qin Yuan like a deadly arrow. The oppressive weight of the blue lightning could be felt from a distance. Agharimon, unleash. Qin Yuan shouted urgently. Mini explosion. Agharimon, already charged up, unleashed a massive fireball the size of several basketballs, colliding with the blue lightning spear. The impact resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending plumes of thick smoke into the air. In that moment, Qin Yuan stealthily hurled his cleaver at the cold-hearted figure. Though somewhat fatigued, he easily deflected the strike. You think to ambush me? The cold-hearted figure sneered. Qin Yuan grinned, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Cunning? As long as I win, that's all that matters. Before he could finish, Agharimon suddenly appeared behind the cold-hearted figure, its claws forming a gesture that struck terror into the hearts of many. The cold-hearted figure sensed the movement behind him and, upon witnessing the eerie and terrifying gesture, paled in fear, realizing it was too late to evade. No, please, don't, he cried out. Go, my cherished flower, 1,000-year kill. I will not let you off. With a blood-curdling scream that sent shivers down one's spine, the cold-hearted figure fled, clutching his rear as he made a hasty retreat. He had arrived with such bravado, yet he left in utter disgrace. Watching the cold-hearted figure's pitiful escape, Qin Yuan scoffed. That's what you get for not speaking properly. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, this guy actually has some skill. I almost met my downfall. The battle with the cold-hearted figure had drained a significant amount of energy from both Qin Yuan and Agharimon, who now rested by the lakeside to recuperate. Are we done yet? Agharimon gazed longingly at the roasted fish in Qin Yuan's hands, saliva pooling at the corners of its mouth. All right, just a moment, Qin Yuan replied, rolling his eyes as he handed Agharimon 2 fish, while keeping 5 for himself. With its large mouth, Agharimon quickly devoured the 2 fish. Eyeing the 5 remaining fish in Qin Yuan's possession, it looked on with a pitiful expression. Big brother, how can you be so greedy? Unable to withstand Agharimon's pleading gaze, Qin Yuan relented and tossed 2 more fish its way. After satisfying their hunger, the duo settled down to rest. As they relaxed, they engaged in conversation. Agharimon, when will you evolve? I don't know, big brother. When can I summon a second Digimon? I don't know, big brother. Could you perhaps eat 2 fewer fish? No way, big brother. Damn. In the days that followed, Qin Yuan continued his search for the elusive boar within the realm of advanced first-tier beasts. Although he failed to find the boar, He engaged in battles with several advanced first-tier beasts. Days later, mini explosion. A massive fireball sent the ferocious wild boar soaring through the air. Die. Qin Yuan swiftly approached and severed the head of the rampaging wild boar with a single stroke. He successfully vanquished a first-tier advanced beast, the rampaging arrow boar, earning himself 15 experience points. Ah, what a relief. Qin Yuan sighed contentedly, as if plagued by a compulsion. The act of slaying the boar rendered him utterly at ease. Name: Qin Yuan. Level: first-tier intermediate. Ability: S-rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 239. Spirit: 2728. Skills: Butchering Knife Technique, Mastery. Basic Knife Technique, Mastery. Experience: 515. At last, a breakthrough in his realm presented itself, and without hesitation, he allocated his points to ascend. A warm current surged through him, shattering the barriers within his realm. As his formidable vitality and spiritual strength surged, he finally advanced to the first-tier advanced realm. Name: Qin Yuan. Level: first-tier advanced. Ability: S-rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 359. Spirit: 4328. Skills: Butchering Knife Technique, Mastery. Basic Knife Technique, Mastery. Experience: 15. His vitality increased by 120 points, of which 20 were attributed to the Ancient Beast's enhancement. His spiritual power rose by 160 points, with 60 points coming from the Ancient Beast's influence. He turned his attention to assess the growth of the Ancient Beast. Ancient Beast, Growth Stage. Classification: C-rank Beast, capable of evolution. Level: first-tier advanced. Vitality: 410. Spirit: 328. Skills: Minor Flame, Minor Explosion. Pathetic. Qin Yuan scoffed. Even I am stronger. Who, after all, was the true summoner? How could a summoned beast be weaker than its master? Sensing his disdain, the Ancient Beast's face flushed, defiantly retorting, "I will evolve." Qin Yuan derisively replied, "Then hurry up and evolve." The Ancient Beast's face reddened further, seemingly infuriated. Qin Yuan's excitement grew. "Yes, that's right. Be enraged. Evolve, Ancient Beast." He watched with anticipation. The Ancient Beast's face turned a vivid crimson, as if on the verge of an explosion, yet ultimately, it deflated, dejectedly stating, "I don't know when I will be able to evolve." Qin Yuan shook his head in disbelief. With only 3 days remaining until the martial arts examination, he planned to spend the next 2 days honing his skills, reserving the final day for rest and preparation for the test. In those 2 days, Qin Yuan and the Ancient Beast rampaged through the first-tier beast domain with reckless abandon. They left no foe unscathed, sending even the most fearsome creatures fleeing at the sight of them. Their notoriety grew, and they became legendary, earning Qin Yuan the title of first-tier little pervert, a rather ostentatious moniker. As the day of the martial arts examination approached, Qin Yuan ceased his wild antics, awaiting the eagerly anticipated test. Chapter 10. The changed venue of the martial arts examination. On June 7th, the day of the examination, a vibrant assembly of students gathered at the school gate, buzzing with excitement and anticipation. Some were filled with exhilaration, others fidgeted nervously, while a few appeared blissfully indifferent. Qin Yuan leaned lazily against the wall, arms crossed, struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping in exhaustion. He glanced at his watch, 5:30 a.m. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. Why on earth are we meeting so early? The previous night, he had returned home from the wild, collapsing into bed the moment he touched the mattress. Utterly fatigued, he had hoped to sleep in, only to be met with the school's demand for an early gathering. Around him, students murmured about the unusual timing. "Isn't the martial arts examination usually at 9? What is going on this year? I heard there are significant changes this time. I wonder if it's related?" Significant changes? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. However, choosing to remain calm, he leaned back against the wall, attempting to catch a few moments of rest. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a voice pierced through the tranquility, one that made him want to retaliate. "Oh, isn't this the illustrious wood element summoner? Qin Yuan?" Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, opening his eyes in annoyance to see a person whose very presence exuded provocation. He stared at the individual, silent. Students nearby were watching, captivated by the unfolding drama. Both were well-known figures in the school. One, the least esteemed summoner, and the other, a top 10 contender in the school's ability rankings. Their rivalry stemmed from a personal grudge, as Lu Yang's girlfriend had been entangled with Qin Yuan. Technically, it wasn't Qin Yuan's fault. She had pursued him due to his striking looks. Though Qin Yuan had no interest in Lu Yang's girlfriend, he couldn't resist the allure of her advances. Thus, Lu Yang harbored resentment, which only intensified after awakening his powers, leading him to target Qin Yuan. Lu Yang relished the attention, particularly when it involved Qin Yuan. as it allowed him to seek revenge to the fullest extent. You know, Lu Yang began in a sardonic tone, I think our school's ranking system lacks authority. I believe the top position should belong to Qin Yuan, after all. He is the most shameless person here. Ha ha ha. At this, laughter erupted from the surrounding students. Comprehending the underlying mockery, how absurd it was for a D-rank wood element summoner to participate in the examination. Have you finished laughing? Qin Yuan's voice cut through the mirth. And instantly, the laughter ceased. Lu Yang smirked dismissively. What's wrong? Can't handle a little laughter? Or are you embarrassed? Slap. Before Lu Yang could finish his taunt, Qin Yuan's hand sent him flying 3 meters away with incredible speed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Qin Yuan cast a dispassionate glance at the fallen Lu Yang and remarked, Filthy fly, get lost. You dare hit me? Lu Yang's face flushed crimson, a distinct handprint marking his cheek. I will kill you, he shouted, fury radiating from him as his powers flared, clearly still a novice at the first-tier level. As Lu Yang charged at him, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Yuan's normally placid eyes. Stop. At that moment, a third-tier ability teacher intervened, positioning themselves between Lu Yang and Qin Yuan. Students are prohibited from fighting on examination day, the teacher stated flatly. Lu Yang fumed. What about him hitting me? The third-tier teacher, with a scornful gaze, replied, You provoked him first. You got what you deserved. Lu Yang, consumed by rage, was on the verge of hurling invectives at the third-tier teacher. However, before he could utter another word, a resounding slap sent him sprawling to the ground. The third-tier teacher regarded the fallen Lu Yang with a cold, inscrutable expression. The prowess of the third tier was not to be underestimated. Despite the teacher's restraint, Lu Yang was still rendered unconscious. Poor Lu Yang was left wondering if he would still be able to participate in the martial examination. Thus, a minor commotion came to a close. Qin Yuan, however, paid it no mind, continuing to lean against the wall in a feigned slumber. Yet, his classmates were not so indifferent, as Qin Yuan's abrupt display of strength had indeed left them astounded. How had Qin Yuan's capabilities escalated so dramatically? With a single slap, he had sent Lu Yang flying. Lu Yang was one of the top 10 martial experts in the school. Could it be that he had underestimated Qin Yuan? While there was an element of carelessness, it was hardly significant, for the speed at which Qin Yuan struck had caught even them off guard. But was he not merely a D-rank wood element summoner? Indeed, who could fathom the reasons behind such a transformation? The murmurs of the students reached Qin Yuan's ears, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Perhaps this was not so bad after all. At 6 o'clock, the bus finally arrived, and the students began their journey to the site of the martial examination. Initially, the atmosphere felt entirely normal, even to Qin Yuan. However, as time elapsed, an increasing number of students sensed something amiss. Qin Yuan too felt an unsettling discomfort. The bus had been traveling for 2 hours, yet they had yet to arrive. Based on previous year's locations for the martial examination, they typically reached their destination in just over an hour. Yet now, 2 hours had passed, and they still had not arrived. Where could they be headed? Surely, they were not being taken to some clandestine location? Panic began to spread among the students, who stirred restlessly. The third-tier teacher, having emerged to restore order, commanded silence with a single authoritative voice. Instantly, the students ceased their agitation, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as they regarded the teacher. Even Qin Yuan wore a grave expression. The third-tier teacher scanned the crowd, explaining that due to modifications in the martial examination regulations, the location had been changed to Yang City. Thus, they were bound for the secret realm of the Green Interval in Yang City. Upon hearing this announcement, the students erupted in astonished chatter. The Green Interval. The commotion was palpable as students expressed their disbelief, some even displaying visible fear. The Green Interval was all too familiar to them. It was a nationally renowned secret realm, meticulously documented in their academic texts. This realm was among the first discovered during the era of human abilities and boasted one of the highest mortality rates. The reason for this was its unique limitation. Only those with abilities below the second tier could enter. This restriction meant that anyone entering the Green Interval would be fresh recruits of the first or second tier. Coupled with the fact that the number of exotic beasts within the Green Interval far exceeded that of other realms, the mortality rate was consequently elevated. It was evident that the students were well aware of the dangers posed by the Green Interval, prompting some to exhibit sheer terror, while others adopted a more somber demeanor. Even Qin Yuan's countenance darkened, his mind racing with unspoken curses. While the martial examination carried inherent risks, it had never previously exhibited such a high death rate. This was merely an examination, not a life-or-death trial. Simultaneously, Qin Yuan sensed an unusual urgency stemming from the alterations in the examination rules. However, for now, he could discern nothing further and could only await developments. On the bus, some of the more timid female students had already succumbed to tears. The sound of weeping echoing throughout the vehicle, creating a state of disarray. Yet, the teacher's expression remained unyielding, as though he had long prepared himself for this eventuality. The third-tier teacher's stern gaze swept over the sobbing students, his heart devoid of any compassion. It appeared that the teachers were privy to information unknown to the students. Qin Yuan observed silently, his conviction that this martial examination would be anything but ordinary growing stronger. Conditions on other buses mirrored their own, amidst the cries. The group finally arrived at their destination. They stepped onto an enormous square, with the green interval situated at its center. The students, upon disembarking, were immediately struck by the sheer magnitude of the scene before them. The square was teeming with people. It was a sight so overwhelming that it defied numerical description. Most of these students were in similar states of distress, either weeping or wearing grave expressions. The entire scene resembled a chaotic marketplace. As Qin Yuan beheld this spectacle, he was utterly astonished by the sheer number of individuals present. It was a dense crowd. Those with a fear of crowded spaces might very well have succumbed to panic. Was this truly a martial examination? It felt as though they were on the brink of war. What were they planning? Some students were nearing the brink of collapse, frantically shouting in desperation, "I refuse to fight. I am merely a student." The atmosphere of despair was contagious. Those who had initially held their composure now found themselves swept away in the tide of panic. Silence. A thunderous voice, imbued with authority, reverberated in the ears of all present. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the students, instilling immediate silence. All eyes turned in terror towards the source of the voice. Qin Yuan too was taken aback as he gazed towards the podium, where a man clad in black floated effortlessly above the ground, surveying them with an icy gaze. A sixth-tier powerhouse. The ability to levitate was the hallmark of a sixth-tier adept. Surely, they were not on the verge of war. Qin Yuan felt a dryness in his throat. This situation seemed rather extreme. A sixth-tier powerhouse presiding over the martial examination was an unprecedented occurrence. Historically, the highest-ranking examiners had only ever been fourth-tier. What could this possibly signify? Qin Yuan too began to feel a sense of unease. A fog of uncertainty enveloped the hearts of all students, many hiding in corners, stifling their sobs. The sixth-tier powerhouse, Ling Shu, regarded the crowd with indifference, and upon noticing the silence, nodded in satisfaction before addressing them. "Welcome to the 19th Martial Examination Conference of Guangnan Province. I, Ling Shu, shall serve as the chief examiner for this event. Allow me to introduce the panel of examiners." The directors of the admissions offices from the four major academies were introduced. Zhang Tu from Jingwu Academy, Yang Wen from Mowu Academy, Li Hongbin from Beiwu Academy, and Mo Hua from Zhongwu Academy, along with the renowned medical teams from Xiehe and Ruijing, totaling 1,000 personnel. The students listened in awe, their astonishment palpable. What an overwhelming display of authority. The directors of the four major academies were present, alongside prominent medical teams. As the realization sank in, panic surged among the crowd. It felt as though preparations were being made for a deadly endeavor. Ling Shu disregarded the students' trepidation, unleashing an immense pressure that rendered them utterly silent. With an impassive expression akin to that of a stern judge, he declared, "I will now outline the rules for this martial examination. There are no rules. Regardless of life or death, means or realms, the one who achieves the highest score shall be the champion." This year's martial arts examination will differ significantly from those of previous years, with the number of participants reaching a staggering 780,000, all of whom will enter the Green Interval Secret Realm to compete. I have aptly named it, the Great Provincial Martial Arts Battle. A flicker of excitement graced Ling Shu's typically indifferent visage. Upon hearing this proclamation, a tumult of emotions surged through the crowd. Bold students began to voice their discontent vociferously, while the timid succumbed to tears. Many cried out accusations of treachery and contemplated withdrawing from the examination. Qin Yuan observed silently, taking note of their diverse psychological responses, and sighed inwardly. Silence. Ling Shu's smile vanished, replaced by an intensified aura of authority that weighed heavily upon the assembly. This tactic proved effective. Their vitriol was stifled. Ling Shu bellowed, "Do you truly believe you are worthy of becoming extraordinary beings in your current state? Have you forgotten the very essence of becoming an extraordinary being?" The students displayed expressions of confusion. Many had perhaps lost sight of this fundamental truth. Becoming an extraordinary being was not a mere ticket to a life of luxury, but a calling to vanquish the monstrous invaders threatening their homeland. Those who could only weep were the weak, and those too cowardly to face the battlefield, lacking even the courage to confront these beasts, were less than trash. Ling Shu's fierce reprimand elicited guilt among many students, reminding them of the very principles they were taught upon entering the academy. They had become preoccupied with the promise of a better life as extraordinary beings, forgetting the sacrifices made for their future. Having expressed his frustration, Ling Shu regained his stoic demeanor and declared, I have not denied you an opportunity. Those wishing to partake in the examination must now sign a life and death agreement. Those unwilling may depart. Chapter 12. The killing is endless, truly endless. Upon hearing Ling Shu's merciless words, the assembly of 780,000 fell into a profound silence. The square was engulfed in quietude as the majority grappled with their torment. On one hand, was the option to forego the examination. On the other, their very lives were at stake. A palpable sense of dilemma enveloped the students. Ling Shu regarded the silent multitude with an unyielding gaze, unwavering in his resolve. This was, in fact, the first trial of the martial arts examination. Courage. If one lacked the bravery to confront these beasts, it was better to lead a mundane existence under the protection of others. Extraordinary beings require individuals of valor. Qin Yuan surveyed the crowd, contemplating whether anyone would dare to sign. Could it be that no one would? Were they all so cowardly? Just then, a cool and strikingly handsome young man swiftly ascended the platform, signed the life and death agreement, and departed with an air of nonchalance. This bold act elicited gasps from the students. Ling Shu and the chief examiners from various academies regarded the young man with interest. Qin Yuan, however, was taken aback. This was none other than the cool guy from earlier. He hadn't anticipated he would be in the same cohort as him. I wonder if he still feels any pain? Qin Yuan mused while reminiscing about the cool guy's hasty retreat, clutching his behind in distress. The juxtaposition of his suave demeanor with his earlier predicament was simply too amusing. Unable to contain himself, Qin Yuan burst into laughter. Nevertheless, the cool guy's prowess should not be underestimated. He could very well be a formidable opponent in the trials to come. With the cool guy setting the precedent, many previously hesitant students began to follow suit, signing their agreements in quick succession. Qin Yuan joined the throng, signing discreetly. The process of signing alone consumed a considerable amount of time, and by the end, 2 hours had elapsed. Naturally, a significant number of students chose to withdraw from the examination, roughly 1/10 of the total. These individuals lacked the psychological fortitude to endure the pressure, and even if they had stayed, they likely would have been among the first to be eliminated. As he surveyed those who remained, a rare smile broke through Ling Shu's cold exterior. Congratulations on passing the first trial, he announced. You are now eligible to enter the true martial arts competition. His words ignited a wave of chatter among the students who had persisted, astonished that this was merely the preliminary test. Clearly, Ling Shu was quite the strategist. The high mortality rate was likely a tactic to instill fear. Indeed, Ling Shu promptly disclosed, before you enter the secret realm, there is one more matter to address. Although the mortality rate within the green interval is alarmingly high, rest assured, we will not send you to your doom without provisions. In addition to an exceptional medical team, we have prepared guardian bracelets for your protection. Ling Shu produced an unremarkable blue bracelet. Continuing, the guardian bracelet can withstand 3 energy attacks of rank 3 or lower. Once activated, it will immediately notify us, and a designated team will come to your aid. Therefore, your sole responsibility is to survive until assistance arrives. To ensure the safety of this unprecedented martial arts examination, we have assembled a rescue team of 5,000 peak second rank extraordinary beings. As long as you are not killed instantly, a professional medical team will be on standby to assist you. We will do everything in our power to protect your safety. Upon hearing Ling Shu's assurances, the students collectively exhaled. While they possessed the courage to face the beasts, the prospect of entering the perilous green interval still elicited anxiety. Indeed, the nation would not gamble with the lives of its students. After all, they were its future. Soon, the students received their bracelets and began to enter the green interval in succession. As the last student crossed the threshold, Ling Shu's impassive expression shifted, revealing a hint of concern. Zhang Tu, the director of the admissions office at Jingwu Academy, approached Ling Shu and inquired, My lord, do you foresee any issues arising? With such a large number of participants, what if there aren't enough beasts? Ling Shu waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with the number of beasts. I have already dispatched scouts. The green interval has seen over a decade of recuperation, and the population of beasts has reached an astonishing level. This is precisely why the higher-ups have orchestrated this grand provincial martial arts battle. There exists another objective, a glint of determination shown in Ling Shu's eyes. To completely conquer the green interval. Completely conquer? How could that be possible? Zhang Tu's expression shifted, and he gasped in disbelief. Ling Shu gestured for him to be at ease. That is not your concern. We shall each perform our respective duties. As for the dangers, Ling Shu sighed, his eyes betraying a flicker of worry. Despite our preparations for rescue and medical assistance, the mortality rate, he left the sentence hanging, the implication unmistakable. Zhang Tu also sighed, refraining from pressing further. Within the green interval, white light flickered. Qin Yuan felt as though he had traversed dimensions, and when his vision cleared, he found himself ensconced within a forest. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the sparse presence of others nearby. It appears that the students have been randomly dispersed into various regions. Qin Yuan remained vigilant. In the most perilous batch of secret realms, a single misstep could mean the end of any opportunity. Come forth, Agumon. Qin Yuan summoned Agumon, who, upon emergence, seemed eager to make a raucous noise. Fortunately, Qin Yuan swiftly covered its mouth. Otherwise, it would have surely erupted into a cacophony. Noticing that Agumon had noticeably grown over the past few days in the spirit beast space, he decided to check its attributes. Agumon, growth stage. Classification, C-grade mutant beast, evolvable. Level, first tier advanced. Health, 440. Spirit, 350. Skills, small flame, small explosion. Excellent. Both health and spirit have increased by a significant margin, indicating that the spirit beast space indeed facilitates rapid growth. Brother, where are we headed next? Agumon inquired telepathically. Qin Yuan felt a bit lost. Perhaps they should just wander and see where fate leads them. He was at a loss for direction. Without a map, he had no idea where to go. As if sensing his inner turmoil, the guardian ring on his wrist projected a map, specifically, the map of the Green Interval Secret Realm. Oh, this ring possesses such functionality? Quite impressive, he mused. What are all those densely packed red dots? Qin Yuan wondered curiously. He observed that his position was encircled by several red dots, indicating that the solitary blue dot representing him was surrounded. Agumon excitedly exclaimed, Brother, we are surrounded. What the? Qin Yuan finally grasped the situation. No way. Have we been encircled so soon? Are there truly so many mutant beasts in the Green Interval Secret Realm? Or have I simply drawn the short straw in this random allocation? Wait, we are surrounded. Yet why are you so thrilled, Agumon? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 13. Madness and Breakthrough. Outside the Green Interval Secret Realm, Ling Shu and the examining officials had gathered in the observation room. Ling Shu occupied the main seat, facing a gargantuan screen that was divided into numerous smaller displays, each showcasing the candidates. With over 600,000 students, the cost of capturing footage of each individual was nothing short of astronomical. It is evident that the higher-ups were resolute in their ambition to enhance this unprecedented martial examination. Ling Shu gazed at the screen, and despite being a sixth-tier powerhouse, the multitude of images left him momentarily dazed. Which of the candidates do you believe to be the top contenders this year? He inquired. Given the sheer number of participants, it was impossible to focus on each one, so they could only select a few promising candidates for closer observation. Zhang Tu was the first to respond. I know one, Lin Jun from Yanqing First High, an S-grade lightning ability user at the first-tier advanced realm. He is the most likely to seize the top spot. S-grade lightning ability? Ling Shu nodded appreciatively. S-grade abilities are exceedingly rare. He must be the only one among this year's students from Yanqing. Quite impressive. Ling Shu quickly located Lin Jun's image and magnified it. A cold, strikingly handsome young man appeared on the screen. If Qin Yuan were to see this image, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Isn't this the cool guy I encountered earlier? In the footage, Lin Jun wore a stern expression, skillfully piercing the skull of a first-tier intermediate mutant beast with his spear. Very good, Ling Shu remarked with satisfaction. Before asking, are there any others? The director of the enrollment office at the Magic Martial Academy pondered for a moment before responding. I know of another, Shun Lang from Shunhua First High, an A-grade fire ability user at the first-tier advanced realm. Anyone else? Continue. Ling Shu pressed on. I also know of one, Liao Ming from Shunhua Second High, an A-grade. Before long, Ling Shu had selected 20 promising candidates to display on the large screen. Can we activate the real-time leaderboard now? He asked once more. Yes, Lord Ling, came the reply, activating it immediately. Soon, a vertical screen appeared beside the large display, showcasing the real-time rankings of all students. First place, Qin Yuan, D-grade Wood Summoner, 105 points. Second place, Lin Jun, S-grade Lightning Ability User, 35 points. Third place, Liao Ming, A-grade Earth Ability User, 15 points. Fourth place, Shun Lang, A-grade Fire Ability User, 14 points. Which school does this Qin Yuan belong to? Ling Shu asked, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the crowd. Zhang Tu and his companions awkwardly shuffled, hesitant to speak. What the? Where did this Qin Yuan come from? Why has he never appeared in our intel? Oh, it turns out he is a D-grade Wood Summoner. No wonder there was no information. But how can a D-grade Wood Summoner be this formidable? A D-grade Wood Summoner? How intriguing, Ling Shu mused, his interest piqued. He quickly found Qin Yuan's image and enlarged it. There, Qin Yuan was seen swiftly decapitating a first-tier intermediate mutant beast with a blade, while Agumon simultaneously obliterated another with a fireball. Is this truly a summoner? Ling Shu asked again. Is this a Wood Summoner? Zhang Tu and his colleagues, amidst their embarrassment, were astonished. for Qin Yuan's performance was nothing like that of a typical wood summoner. Our intelligence work certainly needs improvement, Ling Shu muttered to himself. Turning his attention back to the screen, ignoring the others, the group was left feeling a mix of embarrassment and astonishment, none daring to speak as they silently cursed their intelligence personnel. Meanwhile, within the Green Interval secret realm, Qin Yuan and Agumon had descended into a frenzy. As mutant beasts seemed to arrive in an unending stream, the sheer number was overwhelming. Only Qin Yuan and Agumon, one human and one beast, could barely hold their ground. Any ordinary person would have long since fled in a panic. Goodness, this is relentless. How many mutant beasts are there? Qin Yuan gasped, his hand gripping the slaughtering knife, nearly cramping from exhaustion. We're nearly out of steam. Let's retreat for a moment. With one swift stroke, Qin Yuan cleaved a first-tier intermediate mutant beast in half and signaled to Agumon. Together, they began to withdraw. After running for a while, Qin Yuan finally found a clearing devoid of mutant beasts. Finally, we can rest, he sighed, collapsing onto the ground alongside Agumon, both panting heavily. This martial examination is utterly insane. Who can withstand this? I wonder which fool came up with this idea. Unbeknownst to Qin Yuan, his unfiltered words echoed into the observation room. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of amusement and restraint. Ling Shu paused momentarily, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Qin Yuan, is it? Quite remarkable. The fool you speak of is none other than me. As the crowd beheld Ling Shu's unsettling smile, a chill ran down their spines. This Qin Yuan is finished. In the capital, who did not know of Ling Shu's notorious reputation? Back in the secret realm, Qin Yuan suddenly sneezed several times, muttering about who was cursing him. He began to reflect on his recent performance, realizing that he could not afford to confront the situation head-on. Engaging directly would lead to encirclement and certain doom. Moreover, such an approach consumed stamina far too quickly. Thus, he resolved to adopt a hit-and-run strategy. After a brief respite, Qin Yuan felt rejuvenated and first opened his attribute panel for a glance. Name: Qin Yuan. Level: First Tier Advanced. Ability: S-Rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 359. Spirit: 4328. Skills: Mastery in Butchering Knife Technique. Mastery in Basic Knife Technique. Experience points: 815. Following the recent frenzied slaughter, his experience points had surged to 815, allowing him to allocate points to his skills. However, there was still no plus sign appearing in the realm section, indicating that he was still a tad short. Qin Yuan sensed that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, and an inkling told him that this impending transformation would bring about remarkable changes. Thus, he pressed on. With that, Qin Yuan urged the Agumon to continue their fierce battle. This time, he and the Agumon did not engage directly as they had before. Instead, they employed guerrilla tactics, swiftly striking down foes and retreating quickly, only to seek further opportunities for attack. This strategy not only mitigated the risk of being besieged, but also conserved considerable stamina, as every ounce of energy was utilized judiciously. An hour later, Qin Yuan and the Agumon successfully felled a first-tier advanced beast. Upon defeating the first-tier advanced flame lion, they garnered 15 experience points. After the kill, they swiftly retreated to a safe location, where Qin Yuan promptly opened his attribute panel once more. Name: Qin Yuan. Level: First Tier Advanced. Ability: S-Rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 359. Spirit: 4328. Skills: Mastery in Butchering Knife Technique. Mastery in Basic Knife Technique. Experience points: 1800. It was done. At long last, he was ready to break through. Chapter 14. The Second Summoned Beast, Gabumon. Allocate points. As he clicked the plus sign in the realm section, a surge of potent energy cascaded forth, swiftly melding into Qin Yuan's being, facilitating his rapid advancement. The breakthrough was completed in no time. Qin Yuan had now ascended to a second-tier beginner ability user. Is this the state of being in the second tier? Qin Yuan felt an unparalleled strength coursing through him. Distinctly superior to that of the first tier, this newfound power was at least twice as formidable. He immediately checked his attributes again. Name: Qin Yuan. Realm: Second Tier Beginner. Ability: S-Rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 710. Spirit: 1050. Skills: Mastery in Butchering Knife Technique. Mastery in Basic Knife Technique. Summoned Beasts: 1, 2 Agumon. Experience points: 300. His vitality had increased by nearly 300 points, and his spirit had escalated dramatically, surpassing 1,000 points by over 500. Additionally, Qin Yuan noted a new entry on the attribute panel: Summoned Beasts: 1, 2. Could this mean he could contract a second summoned beast? Overjoyed, he had long awaited this moment. Without hesitation, he began to chant the incantation, and in an instant, a beautiful 5-pointed star manifested beneath his feet. Soon, A creature adorned in blue and white fur, with a golden horn atop its head, a blue abdomen marked with mysterious pink symbols, a robust tail tipped with spikes, and diminutive limbs with three-clawed, spiky paws, appeared before him and the Agumen. Qin Yuan immediately halted the summoning, gazing at this new summoned beast. How familiar it looked. Wasn't he this Gabumen? No wonder it seemed a bit bashful. Qin Yuan promptly examined its attributes. Gabumen, growth stage. Classification, C-rank, beast, evolvable. Level, first tier beginner. Vitality, 160. Spirit, 108. Special move, fireball, unleashing small blue flames from its mouth to scorch enemies. Regular move, crushing claw, possessing a chance to trigger a cooperative attack. Just as Qin Yuan was about to close the attribute panel, his keen eyes caught sight of a change in Gabumen's attributes. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized once more. Gabumen, growth stage. Classification, C-rank, beast, evolvable. Level, first tier advanced. Vitality, 410. Spirit, 320. Special move, fireball, unleashing small blue flames from its mouth to scorch enemies. Regular move, crushing claw, possessing a chance to trigger a cooperative attack. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why had Gabumen's realm suddenly elevated to first tier advanced? Was it not just a first tier beginner? Qin Yuan felt he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. He delved into contemplation, employing the process of elimination to swiftly identify the source of the change. Aside from the Spirit Contract Master's rank ability, there was nothing else. Spirit Contract Master, a formidable spirit beast contract master capable of summoning myriad entities from the vast universe. Due to the host's intense longing for Digimon, the system prioritizes contracting Digimon as summoned beasts. Infinite contract, unlimited number of contracts, increasing with the host's strength. Spirit Contract Companion, grants the host a permanent increase of 10 in the contracted beast's strength. Immortal, the host cannot die, and the contracted beast will never perish, if slain. It can be reborn within a certain time frame without degradation in strength. Spirit Beast Space 1. Opens a Spirit Beast space where contracted beasts can enter for rapid stamina recovery. 2. A deceased contracted beast can be reborn in the Spirit Beast space. 3. The Spirit Beast space is the ideal habitat for contracted beasts, promoting rapid growth. Assimilation. A powerful Spirit Contract Master can enable a newly contracted beast to attain the same realm as the most formidable contracted beast. Indeed, the skills panel of the Spirit Contract Master now boasted an additional assimilation skill. It could instantly elevate the newly summoned contracted beast to the realm of the most powerful contracted beast. This skill was utterly overpowered. Is this the might of an S-rank ability? On another note, Qin Yuan pondered why the Spirit Contract Master experienced such growth. Could it be that this profession enhances with the host's abilities? If so, then Qin Yuan had significantly underestimated the power of the Spirit Contract Master. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the observation room, Ling Shu observed with surprise as Qin Yuan summoned a second beast. A flicker of astonishment crossed her otherwise serious countenance. Behind her, Zhang Tu stood up abruptly, bewildered. How could he summon a second beast? Others were equally taken aback. It is well known that a summoner can only summon one beast throughout their life. Even if the summoned beast perishes, it cannot be replaced and must await its degradation and rebirth. Qin Yuan's actions completely upended their understanding. Unless, a mysterious smile crept onto Ling Shu's face as she stated, "It's quite simple. This child is certainly not a wood-type summoner and cannot possibly be D-rank. But, Ling Darren." Qin Yuan awakened at school, and so many witnessed it. Zhang Tu frowned, feeling Ling Shu's assertion was unfounded. Ling Shu raised an eyebrow, her expression impassive. Could it not be a mutation of abilities? In a situation where no one was aware, Zhang Tu and the others furrowed their brows in contemplation, unable to find a better explanation with their current knowledge. Thus, they could only temporarily accept Ling Shu's theory. So what rank is Qin Yuan's ability? Someone inquired. The group furrowed their brows in deep thought. Ling Shu opened his mouth, asserting that he believed Qin Yuan was at least an A level or above. The crowd found this hard to believe, and Zhang Tu interjected, expressing his personal opinion that this was unlikely, as A-level abilities were not commonplace. Do you doubt it? Ling Shu chuckled, gesturing towards the screen. Just take a look for yourselves. The onlookers lifted their gazes to the display, where they beheld Qin Yuan, accompanied by two summoned beasts, engaging in combat against the alien creatures. The Gabumen unleashed a colossal explosive fireball, incinerating a high-ranking first-tier alien beast into ashes. This spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. Wasn't it just summoned? How could it possibly annihilate a high-ranking first-tier alien beast in an instant? Observe closely, Ling Shu advised. As the crowd scrutinized the scene, they soon realized that this newly summoned creature was, in fact, of high-ranking first-tier status. How could this be? Zhang Tu and the others were left dumbfounded. Ling Shu, equally astonished, felt a surge of joy within, as if he had uncovered a hidden gem. This ability was remarkably powerful and formidable. It could not possibly be classified below A level. At the very least, it warranted an A-level classification. Yet I believe there is a significant possibility that Qin Yuan is an S-level ability user. Ling Shu's assertion left the crowd in utter shock. However, the reality of the situation compelled them to accept the truth. Chapter 15. The Evolution Method of Digital Beasts. Butchering Blade Technique. Qin Yuan bellowed, effortlessly slicing through a high-ranking first-tier alien beast with his butcher's knife, cleaving it in two. Big Brother is incredible. Big Brother is amazing. The two little cheerleaders, Agumon and Gabuman, clapped joyfully from the sidelines. Keep it low-key. Maintain humility. Qin Yuan felt no surprise. Given his current prowess, he could easily dispatch high-ranking first-tier alien beasts. With his butchering blade technique having reached a level of profound mastery, his strength had ascended to new heights. He estimated that he could now contend with intermediate second-tier alien beasts solely on his own, with the assistance of Agumon and Gabuman. Eliminating an intermediate second-tier alien beast would pose no challenge. Outside the secret realm, Ling Shu glanced at the leaderboard, noting that Qin Yuan had amassed 1120 points, far ahead of the second-place Lin Jun, who only had 650 points. It seems Qin Yuan is the biggest dark horse in this martial examination. I wonder if he can maintain this momentum, Zhang Tu remarked, somewhat astonished. Ling Shu shook his head, stating, if Lin Jun lacks any other means, he will not be able to catch up to Qin Yuan. Zhang Tu frowned slightly, skeptical of Ling Shu's assertion. That can't be true. Lin Jun is an S-level lightning ability user, and with the Thunder's primary focus on killing, he could likely gain ground on Qin Yuan. Zhang Tu remained optimistic about Lin Jun, holding him as the top candidate for recruitment. Ling Shu smiled, a hint of derision in his expression. Yet he chose not to elaborate further. Within the secret realm, points were awarded as follows. 2 points for a low-ranking first-tier alien beast. 4 points for a mid-ranking first-tier alien beast. 6 points for a high-ranking first-tier alien beast. And the points for a low-ranking second-tier alien beast remained unknown. Likely around 8 points. Qin Yuan calculated his score, having accumulated only 1120 points, which put him 520 points ahead of the cold and aloof competitor. This figure was unsatisfactory to him, and he felt his progress was too slow. He had lost interest in slaying first-tier alien beasts and resolved to seek out second-tier ones instead. Consulting the map on his wristband, he noted that he was still in the peripheral area. Thus, he decided to venture towards the central region of the secret realm, accompanied by Agumon and Gabuman. On the other side of the secret realm, Lin Jun had just slain a high-ranking first-tier alien beast and wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the fatigue settle within him. With a stoic expression, he sat down to rest, glancing at his score of only 656 points, placing him in second position. Above him was a person named Qin Yuan, whose score was nearly double his own. This reality was difficult for the proud Lin Jun to accept. He had always lived in the limelight. Never had he struggled beneath another's shadow. Who exactly is this Qin Yuan? Lin Jun's demeanor grew increasingly frosty. He had never heard of such a figure. I will not be defeated by you. He bit down on a red potion to replenish his strength and immediately resumed the battle. As Qin Yuan sprinted towards the central area of the secret realm, he encountered numerous individuals and alien beasts along the way, yet he paid them no heed. He was determined to find a second-tier alien beast without delay. He was resolute in claiming the title of champion. Suddenly, Qin Yuan halted, sensing an aura distinct from that of first-tier alien beasts. It was a second-tier alien beast. Elated, he prepared to approach, yet he refrained from charging in recklessly, for the second-tier alien beast appeared to be engaged in combat. He decided it prudent to observe first. Upon reaching the battlefield, Qin Yuan quickly identified the second-tier alien beast, a low-ranking carnivorous flower beast, fighting against a 5-member team, whose current state seemed dire. Qin Yuan refrained from immediate action, opting to continue his observation. At that moment, Shunlang felt a sense of despair and guilt. Had it not been for his arrogance in insisting on heading towards the central region, they would not have encountered the second-tier alien beast. Nor would his team have faced the threat of elimination. Shunlang resolved to press the rescue button, sacrificing his own martial examination journey to save his comrades. He understood that the consequences of his mistakes were his alone to bear. Just as Shunlang was about to press the rescue button, he realized he had been ensnared by the carnivorous flower beast unbeknownst to him. This is bad. Shunlang's complexion turned ashen. The disparity in strength between his group and the second-tier alien beast was too great. He couldn't even perceive the creature's movements. Facing imminent danger, the Guardian wristband automatically activated its protective shield, but it could only withstand 3 attacks. However, it was too late. Shunlang and his team were already bound and immobilized. Brothers, I'm sorry. I've put you in danger, Shen Lang wept in anguish. Captain, lamenting is futile. We must find a way to break free, or we are truly doomed. One team member shouted anxiously. The others began to struggle desperately. Shen Lang felt utterly hopeless, unable to free himself from the bindings. Now, all he could do was await death. With despair, he closed his eyes. Yet, after a long while, he did not meet his demise. Instead, he regained his freedom. Bewildered, Shen Lang gazed at the carnivorous flower beast, only to witness a man wielding a butcher's knife systematically dismembering it. He saved us. Shen Lang finally came to his senses. After securing the carnivorous flower's vital core, Qin Yuan turned to Shen Lang and his team, offering a nonchalant smile. Apologies, brothers. I seem to have stolen your kill. Shen Lang quickly regained his composure, expressing gratitude. What are you saying? We owe our lives to you. Qin Yuan merely smiled, waved goodbye, and turned to leave. Shen Lang hurriedly inquired, what do we call you, brother? Yet, Qin Yuan waved him off without speaking and soon vanished from sight. Shen Lang stared at the departing figure of Qin Yuan, lost in thought for a long while, feeling a mixture of shock and awe. Who is this person capable of effortlessly slaying a low-ranking second-tier alien beast? Is there such a formidable student among us this year? To Qin Yuan, this was merely a brief interlude in his life, and he paid it no mind. With an unwavering focus on locating the second-tier aberrations, Qin Yuan embarked on a fervent quest. However, his endeavors yielded only first-tier primary aberrations, and although he did encounter a second-tier advanced aberration, he had not engaged it in combat. Consequently, Qin Yuan and his companions made a hasty retreat, their faces smeared with dirt and disappointment. Nightfall soon enveloped the land. And as Qin Yuan, Agumon, and Gabuman savored their barbecue, Agumon suddenly sensed something amiss and inquired, Brother, it seems I have reached my bottleneck. Taken aback, Qin Yuan quickly regained his composure and examined Agumon's attributes. Agumon, in training, tier, C-level aberration, evolvable, level, first tier advanced vitality, 499 spirit, 499 skills, small flame. Small explosion, what is this? Qin Yuan pondered, astonished to see a plus sign appear beside Agumon's realm. Could it be that Agumon could evolve through point allocation as well? For a moment, he was bewildered. Chapter 16, Agumon's evolution into Tyrannomon. Was Agumon's evolution mechanism indeed point allocation? No. Qin Yuan swiftly identified the core issue upon glancing at the system's experience points, 1,750 points. This measly amount of 1,750 was far less than the 1,800 points he had amassed during his previous breakthrough to the second tier, a time when Agumon's attributes bore no signs of point allocation. Could it be that experience points were merely one facet of the requirements, with additional conditions in play? Upon scrutinizing Agumon's attribute panel, a revelation dawned upon him. Indeed, other factors were at play. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization as he comprehended the conditions for Agumon's evolution. He noticed that both the vitality and spirit attributes had plateaued at 499 points, as if they were encountering a bottleneck. Thus, the prerequisites for evolution extended beyond mere experience points. Both vitality and spirit needed to reach the ceiling of 500 points, indicative of physical thresholds being met. Furthermore, he speculated that the experience point requirement was 1,500 points. Without delay, Qin Yuan promptly allocated points to Agumon's realm, resulting in a transformation of Agumon's attribute panel. Agumon, in training, tier, C-level aberration, evolvable, level, second tier primary vitality, 910 spirit, 650 skills, small flame, small explosion. Why hasn't it evolved? Qin Yuan mused, perplexed. Just then, Agumon exclaimed jubilantly, Oh, this feels amazing, brother. I feel like I can evolve at any moment. A glimmer of hope ignited within Qin Yuan, and he eagerly asked, Agumon, do you mean you can evolve at any time? Agumon scratched his head, replying, I think so, brother, but I haven't tested it, so I can't be certain. Elated, Qin Yuan seized Agumon's hand and sprinted towards the direction of their next target, sensing the opportunity for vengeance. As for Gabuman, he decided to store it within the spirit beast space. With Agumon in tow, Qin Yuan dashed swiftly into a valley, where a massive green serpentine creature lay coiled in slumber. Light serpent, second tier advanced aberration. There it is, he muttered, recalling the creature that had forced him into a hasty retreat earlier in the day. Anger surged within him as he thought of how he had been compelled to flee like a villain, leaving behind a bitter remark. With vengeance on his mind, he resolved to strike back. Agumon, unleash an attack on that snake, he commanded. Agumon complied, launching a fireball towards the light serpent. You little worm, dare to sleep while I'm here? Wake up, for Qin is here. Qin Yuan boasted, reveling in his bravado, emboldened by his companion's potential. The light serpent awoke with a start, its elongated body rising as it let out an agitated hiss. its triangular head angled menacingly. Its vertical pupils fixated on Qin Yuan and Agumon. It recognized this bipedal creature, after having driven it away not long ago. It was audacious enough to disturb the great serpent's slumber, practically courting death. In a furious rage, the light serpent lunged towards Qin Yuan at blinding speed, showcasing the prowess of a second-tier advanced creature. Agumon, evolve now, Qin Yuan shouted, panic seeping into his voice. He knew he could not withstand this serpent's might. His earlier bravado hinged solely on Agumon's impending evolution. With a fierce roar, Agumon summoned forth its energy, enveloped in a radiant white light. Qin Yuan stood transfixed, his mouth agape as memories of his childhood flooded back, days spent in front of the television, watching Digimon adventure. The thrill of witnessing a Digimon's evolution had him leaping in excitement. Now, he found himself witnessing it firsthand. The light serpent halted, its serpentine eyes narrowing suspiciously at the blinding light, sensing the impending danger. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended, forcing the light serpent to the ground. As the white light dissipated, a colossal dinosaur emerged, towering at 6 meters tall, its sturdy hind limbs supporting its upright form. Its forelimbs were short yet muscular, and a long, powerful tail trailed behind. The head was encased in a hard, shell-like skin, adorned with a large gray horn atop, and its red eyes glinted menacingly, revealing sharp fangs that emphasized its ferocity. Wow, how magnificent! Qin Yuan exclaimed, his gaze transfixed on Tyrannomon, awe evident in his expression. Tyrannomon, mature, tier, B-level aberration, evolvable, level, second-tier primary vitality, 2500 spirit, 1700 ultimate skill, super flame, emits an intensely high-temperature flame from its mouth, inflicting devastating burning damage on a single target, renowned as the breath of fire that incinerates all. Signature move, Giant Horn Charge, utilizes its massive horn to charge at a single enemy, possessing the ability to bypass a portion of the target's defenses. Impressive. Qin Yuan marveled at Tyrannomon's attributes, momentarily awestruck. Although its level remained at second-tier primary, its attributes were nearly triple that of Agumon. From what Qin Yuan understood, Tyrannomon was on the cusp of reaching the third-tier threshold. Moreover, the Spirit Contract Master's permanent companion ability provided a 10% permanent increase to the contracted beast's strength. This sudden boon granted Qin Yuan an additional 250 vitality and 170 spirit attributes. The Spirit Contract Master is truly extraordinary, he mused. His attention returned to the battlefield, where the light serpent struggled under Tyrannomon's oppressive presence, its speed significantly hampered. Tyrannomon effortlessly pinned the light serpent down with a mighty foot. The serpent attempted to ensnare Tyrannomon with its elongated body, hoping to use its constricting strength to overcome its foe. Tyrannomon seized the serpent's tail, Qin Yuan shouted, quickly discerning the light serpent's intentions. Tyrannomon swiftly grasped the serpent's tail with its enormous claws, and with a surge of force, it flung the light serpent into the air as if it were a mere noodle. Ultimately, Tyrannomon slammed the light serpent down onto the ground with tremendous impact, rendering it unconscious in an instant. In a climactic moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex unleashed a devastating super flame, reducing the agile serpent to mere ashes. With this triumphant feat, it successfully vanquished a second-tier advanced beast, earning an impressive 45 experience points. How astonishing! Qin Yuan was both astonished and exhilarated. The emergence of the Tyrannosaurus Rex granted him unprecedented dominance within the Green Interval Secret Realm. Chapter 17, Ling Shu's Astonishment. While Qin Yuan reveled in his celebration, he remained oblivious to the fact that every action he took had been meticulously observed by Ling Shu and her companions. The sight of Agumon evolving into a Tyrannosaurus Rex left Examiner Zhang Tu and his colleagues utterly astounded, while Ama stood frozen in disbelief. How could his summoned beast evolve? What level of extraordinary ability was this? A mere second-tier novice effortlessly annihilated a second-tier advanced beast, transcending 2 minor realms in the process. Not only was Zhang Tu and his cohort taken aback, but even the usually stoic Ling Shu could not conceal her astonishment. To summon 2 beasts. Witnessing the immediate rise in the new summoned beast's rank, and the ability of summoned beasts to evolve while engaging in combat across 2 minor realms. All these secrets unraveled before her, rendering Ling Shu unable to maintain her composure, her mind reeling from the shock. This was undoubtedly an S-class ability. As for whether it exceeded S-class, Ling Shu could not ascertain, having never witnessed an SS-class ability herself, only hearing whispers of its existence. How had this child transformed from a D-class ability into an S-class? Ling Shu found herself perplexed. This mystery could likely only be resolved by directly questioning the individual involved. Amid her astonishment, she felt a burgeoning appreciation for talent. resolutely deciding that even if Qin Yuan did not emerge as the top scholar of this cohort, she would recruit him into her academy. Moreover, given Qin Yuan's currently insurmountable lead in points, it seemed increasingly unlikely that anyone could contest his position as the top scholar. As for the other S-class lightning ability user, Lin Jun, while undeniably talented, for reasons unknown, she felt he paled in comparison to Qin Yuan. This inexplicable sentiment was not unique to Ling Shu. It resonated among the examiners from various academies, each harboring their own ulterior motives while remaining silent. Oblivious to the outside sentiments, Qin Yuan was too excited to sleep. He had anticipated strength through evolution, but never expected to attain such overwhelming power. It exceeded his wildest expectations. Thus, he drifted into slumber amidst his fervent musings. On the second day of the martial examination, Qin Yuan, sporting a pair of panda eyes, began his tasks with fervor. Seated atop the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. Who would have thought he would experience a day riding on the head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex? It was simply exhilarating. As he rode, he charged forth into the central region of the secret realm, annihilating every creature in his path, be it fish, shrimp, or serpents, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. Even dogs scurried away from him, as if they had encountered a specter. Before long, the title of Beast Slayer began to echo throughout the secret realm. Beasts fled at the mere sight of Qin Yuan, as if they had seen a ghost, escaping faster than students rushing to the cafeteria after class. Not only did the beasts fear him, but the other students participating in the martial examination cast peculiar glances at Qin Yuan, leaving him feeling quite vexed. How could he continue hunting beasts under such circumstances? Reluctantly, he decided to revert the Tyrannosaurus Rex back to Agumon. However, this decision came with a significant drawback. He could no longer hunt second-tier advanced beasts. Yet, with his clever mind, Qin Yuan concocted a crafty plan, invoking an 8-character mantra: provoke, feign weakness, evolve, and eliminate. Thus, the pitiable second-tier advanced beasts met their demise in a bewildering manner. With the aid of this mantra, Qin Yuan continued to rampage through the secret realm, leading the rankings by a wide margin. First place, Qin Yuan, 13, 598 points. Second place, Lin Jun, 1, 125 points. Lin Jun, bewildered, frantically sought out Qin Yuan. Outside the secret realm, Zhang Tu and his companions gazed at the rankings in silence, acutely aware that the outcome was no longer in doubt. Regardless of Lin Jun's subsequent efforts, surpassing Qin Yuan was an impossibility, for Qin Yuan was simply too formidable, dispatching second-tier advanced beasts with alarming ease. As Ling Shu observed Qin Yuan's performance, a delighted smile broke through her typically serious demeanor. Perhaps this time, the higher-ups' goals truly stood a chance of being realized. Ling, how do we conquer the Green Interval Secret Realm? Zhang Tu posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. They had long known that the Green Interval Secret Realm had never been conquered but had been left in the dark as to why. Ling Shu, no longer concealing the truth, explained, "Are you aware of the 10 kings of the Green Interval?" The mention of the 10 kings left Zhang Tu and his companions exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions revealing their ignorance. Ling Shu continued, "These so-called kings are not beasts of the king realm, but rather the 10 most powerful beasts that dominate the Green Interval Secret Realm, collectively known as the 10 Kings." Only then did the realization dawn upon them. It is precisely the existence of these 10 kings that has prevented our country from conquering the Green Interval Secret Realm for over a decade, Ling Shu elaborated. Zhang Tu, puzzled, inquired, "But, Ling, given that our country has produced countless talented individuals and second-tier powerhouses over the years, even if there are disparities in individual strength, we should be able to overpower them with sheer numbers." "You make a valid point, yet the reality is far more complex," Ling Shu replied, shaking her head before revealing a shocking secret. Among the 10 kings, there exists an anomaly, a being that not only reaches the pinnacle of second-tier advanced, but possesses the terrifying ability to command other beasts. "You mean a beast that can dominate the entire Green Interval Secret Realm?" Zhang Tu asked, his voice filled with astonishment. "While it may not be quite that exaggerated, it can indeed exert control over other beasts," Ling Shu sighed. "This alone renders conventional tactics ineffective. Our country has made numerous attempts to conquer the Green Interval Secret Realm, all of which have ended in failure, leading the higher-ups to gradually abandon the endeavor. However, for reasons unknown, this year they have suddenly resumed their efforts to conquer the Green Interval Secret Realm, prompting me to propose the province-wide martial examination battle." Understanding dawned upon them as Ling Shu unveiled the mysteries surrounding the Green Interval Secret Realm over the years. Within the Secret Realm, Qin Yuan, employing his stratagems, advanced into the central region, reveling in the thrill of battle as he left a trail of beast carcasses in his wake. Yet, he lamented the loss of these corpses. Recognizing their monetary value, he resolved to acquire something akin to a spatial ring upon exiting. Otherwise, the loss would be too painful to bear. At last, upon reaching the central region, Qin Yuan encountered an unexpected predicament. He gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. 5 or 6 second-tier advanced beasts were gathered around another of their kind, their movements and vocalizations exhibiting a profound respect for this particular beast. The sight left Qin Yuan momentarily speechless. Chapter 18. The Journey of Continued Breakthroughs. This scene resembled ancient concubines serving an emperor, utterly captivating Qin Yuan. What manner of beast was this? How formidable could it possibly be? Qin Yuan longed to steal another glance, yet was swiftly detected by one of the formidable second-tier advanced beasts. A piercing cry resonated, as if to declare that a voyeur was present. 5 second-tier advanced beasts glared furiously at Qin Yuan, then charged at him in a fit of rage. My goodness! The spectacle sent a shiver down Qin Yuan's spine. He could almost envision several hefty matriarchs, each weighing thousands of pounds, barreling toward him in wrath. The sense of intimidation was nothing short of astonishing. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan turned and fled. There was no recourse. The sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Even though the Tyrannosaurus beast could contend with 2, or even 3, the remaining 2 were beyond Qin Yuan's current capabilities. Primarily, his cultivation level was still too low to match the second-tier advanced beasts. Having narrowly escaped after a lengthy chase with the 5 second-tier advanced beasts, Qin Yuan was unable to suppress his indignation. He found a cave and examined his attribute panel. Name: Qin Yuan. Cultivation level: second-tier beginner. Ability: S-rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 960. Spirit: 1220. Skills: Butcher S Blade Technique, comprehensively integrated. Basic Blade Technique, mastered. Summoned Beasts: 2. Agumen, Gabumen. Experience points: 3,800. His relentless slaughter had significantly boosted his experience points, now soaring to an impressive 3,800. Except for the ability attribute, which still could not be augmented, all others were eligible for enhancement. This revelation prompted a smile from Qin Yuan, for he was eager to exact revenge. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. However, he was no gentleman. If he had the power to retaliate, he would have dashed back for vengeance without a second thought, for he held a grudge. Outside the secret realm, Ling Shu observed as Qin Yuan encountered one of the 10 rulers of the Green Realm, the tentacle beast, and felt a flicker of anticipation. Would Qin Yuan be able to vanquish the tentacle beast? The outcome was pivotal to the conquest of the Green Realm's secret domain. However, as he witnessed Qin Yuan fleeing in disarray, disappointment washed over him. It seemed there was no hope. Yet, not long after, Ling Shu saw Qin Yuan once again charging toward the tentacle beast, his aura now radiating with newfound vigor. Had he broken through? Emerging from the cave, Qin Yuan's aura had undergone a complete transformation. He had indeed succeeded in his breakthrough. Name: Qin Yuan. Cultivation level: second-tier intermediate. Ability: S-rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 1460. Spirit: 1820. Skills: Butcher S Blade Technique, comprehensively integrated. Basic Blade Technique, comprehensively integrated. Summoned Beasts: 2. Agumen, Gabumen. Experience points: 1,000. Having spent 2,500 experience points to successfully ascend to the second-tier intermediate level, he utilized an additional 300 points to enhance his basic blade technique to a comprehensive level. Qin Yuan's strength had dramatically escalated, with vitality and spirit increasing by 500 and 600 points, respectively. At this moment, he no longer feared the second-tier advanced beasts. Although defeating them was still a daunting task, stalling them for 2 to 3 minutes seemed feasible. As long as he could hold out until the Tyrannosaurus beast dealt with the 3 second-tier advanced beasts, victory remained within reach. The only uncertainty lay with the tentacled creature. Determined to test his newfound prowess, Qin Yuan returned to the very spot from which he had fled, having previously evolved Agumen into the Tyrannosaurus beast. From a distance, he spotted the 5 second-tier advanced beasts once more entwined with the tentacle beast. The multitude of tentacles elicited a cacophony of beastly roars from the 5 advanced creatures. The audacity, in broad daylight, no less. Unable to endure the sight, Qin Yuan commanded the Tyrannosaurus beast to unleash a torrent of super flames upon them. The searing blaze inflicted considerable harm on the 5 second-tier advanced beasts. Upon realizing that it was that detestable bipedal creature spying on their intimate moments, they erupted in fury, vowing to dismember this loathsome intruder. As the 5 advanced beasts charged toward him in wrath, Qin Yuan hastily instructed the Tyrannosaurus beast, "You take on 3, while I'll hold off the other 2. But make it quick. I cannot sustain this for long." "Understood, big brother," roared the Tyrannosaurus beast. swiftly engaging with 3 of the second-tier advanced beasts. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan grappled with the other 2. However, it became increasingly evident that he had overestimated his own capabilities in facing 2 of the second-tier advanced beasts simultaneously. Nevertheless, he pressed on with unwavering determination, striving to buy time for the Tyrannosaurus beast. If it could eliminate the 3 beasts, victory would be theirs. The Tyrannosaurus beast, sensing its brother's urgency, became agitated, unleashing its full strength. Soon, it seized an opening, grasped the head of one second-tier advanced beast, and unleashed a torrent of super flames from its maw. The beast was instantaneously reduced to cinders. With one second-tier advanced beast dispatched, the pressure on the Tyrannosaurus beast diminished, leaving the remaining 2 struggling to cope. Victory was merely a matter of time. Witnessing this turn of events, Qin Yuan felt a surge of elation, thinking that as long as they could endure, they would prevail. However, at that moment, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The formerly languid tentacle beast erupted in rage, emitting a furious shriek, as countless tentacles coiled around the Tyrannosaurus beast like serpents. This sudden shift caused Qin Yuan's expression to darken. What had provoked this creature? Had it truly lost a mate? Once ensnared, the Tyrannosaurus beast found itself immobilized, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The once advantageous position was now turned on its head, as the Tyrannosaurus beast could do nothing but endure the relentless onslaught from the remaining 2 second-tier advanced beasts. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus beast wounded, Qin Yuan's countenance grew grave as he swiftly made a decision. He tore away from the 2 second-tier advanced beasts and dashed toward the Tyrannosaurus beast, swiftly severing the tentacles with his butcher's blade technique. After freeing the Tyrannosaurus beast, Qin Yuan immediately summoned it into his spirit beast space and fled without a moment's hesitation. Enough of this. The 4 remaining second-tier advanced beasts pursued him furiously. And once again, Qin Yuan found himself in a hasty retreat. Chapter 19. Encountering Lin Zhun, a fierce beating. Qin Yuan was now quite disgruntled. Since awakening, this was the first time he felt so utterly defeated. He had intended to orchestrate a satisfying revenge, but instead found himself fleeing in disarray once more. There was no recourse. His power paled in comparison, especially with the abundance of mates on the opposing side. He could only stifle his frustration and contemplate further strategies. Currently, 2 options lay before him. First, he could strive to break through to the second-tier advanced realm, thereby effortlessly dispatching the tentacle beast's mates. Secondly, he could evolve Gabuman into Garuramon, which would also facilitate an easy resolution. However, the first option required a considerable amount of time. After all, he had only just broken through, and another ascension would likely not come swiftly. As for the second option, with a spark of inspiration, Qin Yuan opened Gabuman's attribute panel. Gabuman, growth stage. Class C exotic beast, evolvable. Level, advanced tier 1. Vitality, 470. Spirit, 360. Ultimate skill, explosive flame orb, which emits a small blue flame from its mouth to scorch enemies. Regular skill, crushing claw, possessing a probability of triggering a synergistic attack. After the Agumen evolves into Tyrannoman, Gabuman, who is yet to evolve, finds it difficult to keep pace. Thus, during this period, Gabuman has remained in the spirit beast space, which allows for its automatic growth. Regrettably, despite a modest increase in attributes, it still falls short of the evolution requirements, particularly in terms of spirit. Contemplating this, Qin Yuan sighed in frustration, realizing that immediate vengeance was unattainable. This discontent gnawed at him, as his character demanded swift retribution. After all, suppressing such feelings could easily lead to becoming a reclusive ninja turtle. With a frown, Qin Yuan pondered various strategies to break the stalemate, even considering a devious plan to have Tyrannoman entice the tentacled beast's wives. As his malevolent gaze swept over Agumen, the creature shuddered. Just as Qin Yuan's troubled expression deepened, a cool and handsome young man wielding a spear appeared nearby. This was Lin Zhun, who had ventured into the central area in pursuit of Qin Yuan, unaware that he was indeed the one he sought. However, Lin Zhun distinctly remembered Qin Yuan, as the painful memory of their prior encounter lingered like a withered flower. "Is it you?" Lin Zhun exclaimed in fury upon seeing Qin Yuan. The humiliation of their past encounter seared into his mind. "Oh, it's you, cool guy?" Qin Yuan replied, acknowledging the familiar face before returning to his vengeful thoughts, his mind solely occupied with the notion of retribution, leaving little room for engagement with Lin Zhun. "What did you call me?" The cool guy, astonished, regarded Qin Yuan with disbelief. "Did you just call me cool guy?" "Indeed. Now step aside and cease your annoyances." Qin Yuan retorted with impatience, waving his hand dismissively. You'll pay for this." Unable to contain his rage any longer, Lin Zhun roared, launching his thunder spear towards Qin Yuan, the weapon crackling with a deafening roar as it sliced through the air. Boom! The thunder spear detonated upon impact, creating a large crater. But Qin Yuan had already evaded to a distance of 4 meters. Are you seeking a fight? Qin Yuan regarded Lin Jun coldly, his irritation now boiling into anger. Last time, I didn't unleash my full strength, allowing you to ambush me. This time, you shall experience my true power. With that declaration, Lin Jun became enveloped in blue lightning, his hair slightly standing on end, the electric arcs enhancing his striking visage with an alluring menace. Qin Yuan remained expressionless, unimpressed. In truth, he had little interest in clashing with Lin Jun. Previously, as a mid-tier first-level fighter, he had bested Lin Jun, who was an advanced tier first level. Now, having ascended to the initial stage of the second tier, Qin Yuan regarded Lin Jun as far beneath him. Nonetheless, Lin Jun's persistent provocations compelled Qin Yuan to teach him a lesson. With the grace of a lightning bolt, Lin Jun charged at Qin Yuan, spear in hand. Moving with remarkable speed, in the blink of an eye, he arrived before Qin Yuan, thrusting his spear with ferocity. Clang! Qin Yuan effortlessly deflected the spear with his butcher's knife. How is this possible? Lin Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, his incredulity palpable. Qin Yuan's nonchalance left him reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuan swiftly closed the distance, landing a devastating punch to Lin Jun's abdomen. Ugh! Lin Jun's body arched in agony, a pained cry escaping his lips as he nearly retched. Qin Yuan, resolute in his intent to deliver a painful memory, continued his assault. Knee, elbow, fist, relentlessly striking Lin Jun. The latter's pained cries transformed from rage to numbness as his spirit waned. Observing Lin Jun, now sprawled on the ground with vacant eyes, Qin Yuan stroked his chin, pondering whether he had gone too far. Would this experience dampen the spirit of a once promising talent? However, Lin Jun appeared to possess considerable mental fortitude. As he soon regained his composure, gazing up at Qin Yuan, he posed a seemingly unrelated question. Are you Qin Yuan? This boy knows my name. Qin Yuan was taken aback, quickly recovering and acknowledging Lin Jun's perceptiveness. He nodded. Lin Jun offered a bittersweet and reluctant smile, inquiring once more. Could you tell me your ability level? Qin Yuan shook his head. Why should I tell you? We are hardly acquainted. Lin Jun fell silent, not uttering another word. After a moment, he strained to rise, turning his back to Qin Yuan, stating, I will not give up. I will surely catch up to you in the future. With that, he limped away. Qin Yuan opened his mouth, suppressing the urge to pummel Lin Jun once more. Who the hell cares about the future? He thought, incredulous. After Lin Jun departed, Qin Yuan's thoughts returned to vengeance. Outside the secret realm, Ling Shu and others had witnessed the entirety of the confrontation between Qin Yuan and Lin Jun. Zhang Tu sighed in disappointment. The disparity between Lin Jun and Qin Yuan was too great, making it evident that the top student would undoubtedly be Qin Yuan. He felt a sense of loss, as Lin Jun had initially been someone he had high hopes for. The others nodded in agreement, as it was clear to any discerning observer that Qin Yuan had surpassed the students by a considerable margin. Ling Shu, however, paid little heed to these musings. He had already discerned the outcome of the top student's position, which held little significance in the grand scheme. What truly mattered was whether they could accomplish the forthcoming high-level mission. Yet, given the current circumstances, the prospects appeared bleak. The mere presence of a tentacled beast had left Qin Yuan at a loss, let alone the 9 formidable rulers that awaited. Chapter 20. Fully cultivating Gabuman. According to Ling Shu's understanding, although the 10 rulers of the Green Interval Secret Realm were all at the advanced tier of the second level, each possessed unique abilities. For instance, the tentacled beast could infinitely extend its appendages and recover swiftly. Unless its core was entirely destroyed, it would regenerate indefinitely. In contrast, the mightiest of them, the winged tiger beast, was said to possess the ability to command other exotic beasts, along with other formidable powers, though details on these remained undisclosed. Among the 10 rulers, the tentacled beast ranked merely in the middle tier. If Qin Yuan could not even defeat the tentacled beast, there was little hope against the winged tiger beast. Ling Shu's thoughts grew heavier with each passing moment. Was it truly impossible to fulfill the high-level mission? Alas, it was all due to these 10 rulers, emerging from who knows where. Otherwise, the Green Interval Secret Realm would have long been conquered. Ling Shu felt a profound sense of helplessness. Within the secret realm, Qin Yuan remained oblivious to the expectations Ling Shu had placed upon him, nor did he realize the significant responsibilities he bore. Had he known, he would likely have shrugged off the burden, deeming it too arduous without proper compensation. However, at present, Qin Yuan's sole focus lay in seeking vengeance, aligning fortuitously with Ling Shu's mission. Yet, despite his contemplations, he still could not devise an immediate strategy to vanquish the tentacled beast. The sole and swiftest method to achieve victory is to wholeheartedly nurture the Gabuman. Once Gabuman evolves into Garurumon, Qin Yuan is confident he can effortlessly vanquish the tentacle beast. No matter how many wives it possesses, it will be of no consequence. With a plan firmly established, he proceeded to execute it. Qin Yuan no longer fixated on exterminating the tentacle beast. Instead, he roamed the areas inhabited by primary and intermediate second-tier beasts, even encountering solitary advanced second-tier beasts. In an instant, the beasts began to flee in a frenzy, for the god of death had returned. On the martial examination leaderboard, Qin Yuan's points surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing 25,000 in just 2 days. Such terror! Even the second-place contender, Lin Jun, only amassed 500 points, a staggering tenfold disparity. The students still participating in the martial examination were left in utter astonishment upon viewing the leaderboard. Who exactly is this Qin Yuan? How extraordinary! Which institution does he hail from? Not only were the students investigating Qin Yuan's background, but the schools involved in the martial examination were also inquiring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, classmates who knew Qin Yuan were equally baffled. Is this the Qin Yuan they are familiar with? Surely not. Isn't he merely a D-grade wood element summoner? Upon closer inspection, they realized, indeed, it is truly the D-grade wood element summoner they know. In a moment, Qin Yuan's classmates were left dumbfounded. The school leaders of Shanhua No. 2 were equally perplexed. Initially unaware of the situation, they were caught off guard when representatives from other schools came to congratulate them. Once it was confirmed that the top scorer on the leaderboard, Qin Yuan, was indeed a student from their institution, the leadership was left even more bewildered. Did their school truly possess such an exceptional student? On the other side, Zhang Tu and the other examiners were equally astonished as they observed Qin Yuan relentlessly slaying the beasts. Surely, he must harbor a vendetta against them? Fortunately, with only 3 days remaining in the martial examination, had they extended the time, the beasts within the secret realm might not have sufficed for his rampage. Within the secret realm, Qin Yuan fervently fed Gabuman, providing it with the flesh of advanced second-tier beasts. Brother, I truly cannot eat another bite, Gabuman lamented, clutching its now bulging belly, too stuffed to even open its mouth. Initially, it felt elated, believing its brother had finally recognized its potential. Little did it know that its brother had become frenzied, obsessively feeding it as if fearing it might starve. Sighing, Gabuman pondered how long it would take to meet the conditions for evolution, given its minuscule appetite. Qin Yuan scrutinized Gabuman's attribute panel. Gabuman, growth stage. Grade, sea-level beast, evolvable. Level, advanced first tier. Vitality, 499. Spirit, 410. Ultimate skill, explosive flame bullet. Emits a small blue flame from its mouth to scorch enemies. Common skill, crushing claw. Possesses a probability of triggering a cooperative attack. Although its vitality had met the standard, its spirit was still only at 410 points, lacking 89 points to reach the required threshold. However, feeding appeared not to enhance its spirit. Instead, remaining in the spirit beast space seemed to bolster its mental fortitude. With another sigh, Gabuman was sent back to the spirit beast space. Now, let us summon the next unfortunate victim. Agument, growth stage. Grade, sea-level beast, evolvable. Level, primary second tier. Vitality, 1010. Spirit, 750. Skills, small flame, small explosion. Under Qin Yuan's relentless feeding, Agument also found itself as a victim. During this time, its vitality and spirit saw some improvement, yet it remained a small distance from reaching intermediate second-tier status. As for himself, after the recent spate of killings, his experience points surged to 3,500. However, this time, the realm upgrade bonus did not manifest. Qin Yuan estimated that this elevation would require at least 4,500 points. In light of this, Qin Yuan could only remain silent and continue hunting beasts. Continuing on his path of extermination, Qin Yuan soon discovered another advanced second-tier beast. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, a sense of familiarity washed over him. 2 advanced second-tier beasts were fervently attending to a single advanced second-tier beast. Did this not mirror the scenario with the tentacle beast? The only difference was in the number of wives. This one had 3 less. Fixating on the indulgent 2-headed wolf before him, Qin Yuan's mind raced with the notion that this creature surely shared an extraordinary connection with the tentacle beast. Whatever the case, let us confront it, brothers. Summoning Agument, he evolved it into Greymon, unleashing a roar as he charged forward. Outside the secret realm, Ling Shu, who had been monitoring Qin Yuan's actions, felt invigorated upon witnessing this scene. This was one of the 10 kings, the 2-headed wolf beast, ranked second to last in strength. Would Qin Yuan be able to defeat it? Ling Shu was filled with anticipation. If he couldn't even vanquish the weakest, the higher-up's mission would be deemed a failure. 10 minutes later, he successfully killed the peak second-tier beast, earning 65 experience points. He also defeated the advanced second-tier beast, gaining 45 points, and another advanced second-tier beast. acquiring another 45 points. A peak second-tier beast? Could this be referring to the two-headed wolf? Qin Yuan was taken aback. Observing the carcass of the two-headed wolf, he muttered, "With so few wives, if you don't perish, who will?" Chapter 21, Stirring the Nest of the 10 Kings. Upon witnessing Qin Yuan easily slay the two-headed wolf, Ling Shu's spirit soared. At last, there was hope for the high-level mission. However, after the excitement subsided, Ling Shu quickly realized that Qin Yuan's strength had now surpassed that of the 10 Kings. The only hindrance was the number of advanced second-tier beasts accompanying them. Given Qin Yuan's current prowess, facing a combination of 5 advanced second-tier beasts alongside a peak second-tier beast, he stood no chance of victory. If even one advanced second-tier beast were absent, there would still be a chance of triumph. Thus, the quantity remained the sole determinant of success or failure. If only this factor could be resolved. Yet, it seemed insurmountable. Therefore, one must rely on quality to overwhelm quantity. In truth, Qin Yuan had already contemplated this thoroughly. With this thought, Ling Shu felt a sense of relief. At least there remained a glimmer of hope. However, time was evidently running short. Having collected the remains of the two-headed wolf, Qin Yuan pressed forward toward the innermost region of the secret realm. Yet, what transpired next left him momentarily bewildered. Surely, these beasts of the secret realm must be playing some sort of game? Or had he inadvertently disturbed their lairs? First, he encountered the two-headed wolf with 2 wives, followed by a silver leopard beast that seemed to possess the ability to steal its body, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, it ultimately fell to Qin Yuan's might. After dispatching the silver leopard beast, Qin Yuan encountered a flying lion beast, cradling 3 wives in its embrace. The sight left Qin Yuan, the solitary dog, utterly green with envy. Fuming with indignation, Qin Yuan swiftly dispatched the flying lion beast. Truly, being a single dog has its limits. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce it. The flying lion beast possesses a pair of large, fleshy wings, as its name suggests, enabling it to soar through the skies at remarkable speed. However, this creature appeared to be lost in a state of bliss, as it was captured mid-air by the Tyrannosaurus beast, leaving it with no chance to escape. 1, 2, 3. The tentacle beast made 5. There was still one more to go. Damn it. I hope I don't encounter the 4th one. Qin Yuan muttered to himself as he ventured deeper into the territory. Good grief. If a 4th one truly appears, it would be quite troublesome. The Tyrannosaurus beast managing to hold 3 second-tier high-level beasts was already impressive enough. That left 1 peak second-tier beast. Oh, brother, this is going to be tough. Qin Yuan's heart sank, but he knew he had no choice but to press onward. He quickly checked his attributes panel. Gubuman, growth stage. Class C beast, evolvable. Level, 1st tier high. Vitality, 499. Spirit, 450. Ultimate move, explosive flame ball, unleashes a small blue flame from its mouth to scorch enemies. Regular move, crushing claw, has a chance to trigger a cooperative attack. Gubuman needed 49 more points of spirit to meet the requirements, which seemed hopeless. He glanced at his experience points. 3,965 points. Oh no. Qin Yuan felt a chill in his heart. It appeared that a breakthrough was out of reach. He wondered if 4,000 points would yield a bonus. He speculated that perhaps it would be at 4,500 points, but that was mere conjecture. He couldn't be sure. Should he retreat for now, waiting for Gubuman to evolve, or for himself to break through? Qin Yuan hesitated. But soon, he regained his resolve. Damn it. What am I afraid of? Worst case, I'll just have to hold off 3 second-tier high-level beasts. Qin Yuan strode forward, his character not one to cower in fear. After a while, the number of beasts in the central area dwindled. After walking about a kilometer without encountering a single beast, the scarcity served to indicate that this was indeed the territory of a powerful creature. Sure enough, after traversing a few hundred meters, Qin Yuan quickly beheld a scene he had long yearned for. Gazing at the enormous black elephant surrounded by 4 second-tier high-level beasts, he smacked his forehead in disbelief. Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. What in the world are these creatures with multiple mates? Aren't they making it impossible for a single dog to live? Qin Yuan seethed with anger. In his fury, he resolved to seize the moment and launch a surprise attack. He first summoned Agumen, stealthily approaching within about 500 meters of the colossal elephant. Once he saw the giant elephant completely enraptured in its gentle bliss, Qin Yuan gave the command. Agumen instantly evolved into the Tyrannosaurus beast and, without hesitation, unleashed a super flame attack. This struck the giant elephant and its 4 beast wives, inflicting significant injuries and eliciting anguished cries. The giant elephant roared in fury. Damn it, Qin Yuan bellowed. Tyrannosaurus beast, take down the giant elephant swiftly. I'll hold the rest off. He was resolute in his determination to fight to the bitter end. The Tyrannosaurus beast roared in response, taking action. Qin Yuan charged toward the 4 second-tier high-level beasts, his singular objective being to stall them as long as possible. If he could delay them until the Tyrannosaurus beast defeated the giant elephant, victory would be his. However, upon witnessing their mate being attacked, the elephant's wives were filled with urgency, intent on protecting their partner. Damn it, Qin Yuan thought, feeling the pressure mount as he rushed forward with a slash that struck one of the second-tier high-level beasts, causing it to bleed profusely and wail in pain. In that moment, they momentarily forgot about protecting their husband and charged recklessly toward Qin Yuan. Perfect. A glimmer of hope flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes as he swiftly retreated, continuing the onslaught against the other 3 second-tier high-level beasts. The enraged beasts, desperate to save their mate, failed to notice Qin Yuan's attacks, each one sustaining injuries and then furiously pursuing him. Seeing his plan succeed, Qin Yuan rejoiced, skillfully evading direct confrontation. He needed only to draw their attention. However, it soon became evident that he had overestimated his own capabilities. The combined assault from the 4 second-tier high-level beasts was no trivial matter. Before long, Qin Yuan found himself injured. Damn, that hurts. He gritted his teeth against the pain, resolutely continuing to attract their ire. He could not allow these 4 second-tier high-level beasts to reach the giant elephant. That was his only path to victory. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus beast continued its relentless assault on the giant elephant. The giant elephant's ability to enlarge itself resulted in reduced speed, but significantly enhanced defense. Although the Tyrannosaurus beast could still penetrate its defenses, it was proving difficult to deliver a decisive blow. Sensing the precarious situation of its ally, the Tyrannosaurus beast became increasingly anxious and began fighting with reckless abandon. The giant elephant bore more and more wounds. Hurry up, Tyrannosaurus beast. I can't hold on much longer. Qin Yuan's voice echoed from a distance, his body covered in injuries, appearing on the verge of collapse. With a furious roar, the Tyrannosaurus beast leapt onto the massive form of the giant elephant, prying open its great maw to deliver a powerful blast of flame. In an instant, the giant elephant was engulfed in flames, crying out in agony as its form rapidly diminished, ultimately turning to ash. Chapter 22. The martial examination concludes. Provincial champion. The giant elephant lay dead. Only a charred carcass remained. Its 4 wives, witnessing the scene, erupted into frantic screams, resembling mournful wails. They then charged toward the Tyrannosaurus beast, seeking vengeance for their fallen mate. Yet, the disparity in strength rendered them progressively battered and bruised, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Qin Yuan watched in astonishment. Love. Is it truly this profound? As a single dog, he remained oblivious. This, my friends, is what they call love. Soon, the 4 second-tier high-level beasts succumbed to their fate, each one defeated by the Tyrannosaurus beast. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yuan finally succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. 2 days swiftly passed, marking the conclusion of the martial examination. Students gradually returned to the square. Back in familiar surroundings, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, many collapsing onto the ground, indifferent to the gazes of others. The days spent in the secret realm had been unbearably torturous. The abundance of beasts within the green interval realm left them constantly on guard against surprise attacks, their minds perpetually tense. Most had not enjoyed a single restful night during this period. Now that it was finally over, some students fell asleep right there in the square. As if allowing the students a moment to recuperate, an hour passed before the examiners, including Ling Shu, emerged before the weary students. Ling Shu surveyed the disheveled group, and at last, a rare smile broke through her stern demeanor. The students were left in awe, having believed that the chief examiner was incapable of such a display of warmth. Congratulations to all of you. You have successfully navigated this unprecedented martial examination. This is not merely an examination. It is a significant chapter in your lives, and I trust you have gleaned invaluable lessons from the experience. The students, upon hearing this, beamed with smiles, for they indeed learned much. It was their first encounter with exotic beasts, their first kill of such creatures, and they emerged with newfound courage and experience. Some even achieved personal breakthroughs. These invaluable lessons are beyond what a conventional martial examination could provide. Despite the inherent dangers, the rewards are equally great. The students felt a deep sense of gratitude within. Suddenly, Ling Shu's smile faded, and a trace of sorrow crossed his face. Gazing at the vibrant group of students, he sighed, acknowledging that high rewards come with high risks. Even with meticulous preparations, casualties still occurred. Upon hearing this, the students' smiles vanished one by one. As they seemed to ponder the gravity of the situation, their expressions growing somber. A few could not contain their sorrow and burst into tears, mourning the loss of classmates who would never return. Although Ling Shu had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a pang of guilt, for the casualties were indeed substantial. Were it not for the support from higher authorities, he would likely face severe repercussions. Ling Shu sighed and announced the casualty figures, 85, 653 severely injured, and he paused, seemingly reluctant to confront the grim statistics. Yet, he gritted his teeth and continued, 6, 531 fatalities. Upon uttering this number, he felt as though all strength had drained from his body, his complexion growing pale. In truth, for someone with Ling Shu's experience, such losses might seem manageable. However, these were students. Look at their youthful faces. They were merely 18 years old. And now, 531 of them were gone. Even a battle-hardened individual like him found it difficult to accept. The examiners behind him wore expressions of sorrow. This figure was truly horrifying, especially considering the logistical support of 5,000 rescue personnel and 2,000 medical staff. Without such support, the numbers would likely have doubled. A wave of grief washed over the assembly, as over 6,000 lives lost. Many were their classmates. The absence of these once vibrant individuals was a harsh reality for the newly graduated students. Ling Shu composed himself and resolutely stated, "Dear students, I will take full responsibility for this incident. However, you can rest assured that the nation will provide a thorough explanation for the unfortunate loss of our fellow students." The audience continued to weep, the sorrow persisting for over an hour before emotions began to settle. Ling Shu's own feelings calmed as well. What had happened was irreversible, and he intended to address the aftermath once the martial examination was concluded. There was both sorrow and joy to discuss. Now, let us turn our attention to the joyous news. Congratulations to everyone. The higher authorities have promised that all students who pass this martial examination, regardless of their scores, will be admitted to the Martial University. Admissions will proceed in order of scores across the national institutions. Ling Shu's announcement sent the students into a frenzy of excitement. Under previous martial examination rules, not all students could gain entry to the Martial University, which prioritized those with greater talent, followed by academic performance. Now, all present would be admitted, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the students. This was the Martial University. Attending even the least prestigious among them was a matter of great pride. Graduates from the Martial University invariably found good employment. The least they could aspire to was becoming a martial arts instructor. Next, the rankings for the top 100 were announced. These students would be accepted by the top 10 martial universities. Ling Shu continued with his announcements. The students erupted into astonished murmurs, their eyes gleaming with envy. Graduates from the top 10 institutions never fell below the third tier in rank, with many receiving job offers upon graduation. Indeed, it was the job that sought them. The 100th place went to Zhao Li with a score of 1,253. The 99th, Li Hao, scored 1,258. The 98th, Jiang Shenghui, scored 1,265. The 10th place, Wu Jia, scored 2,156. The 9th, Lin Ji, scored 2,233. The 8th, Su Wenlang, scored 2,365. The 7th, Tong Zhan, scored 2,436. Next, the top 5 were announced, all of whom would gain priority admission to the 4 major martial universities and possess the privilege of choice. This revelation further heightened the students' excitement. The 4 major martial universities were the nation's elite, comparable to Tsinghua and Peking University. Students fortunate enough to enter the 4 would be regarded as the crème de la crème of the nation. As long as they graduated successfully, they would be in high demand. Moreover, they would have the luxury of choice. What did that imply? They could select from the 4 universities at their discretion. The 5th place went to Xiao Meilin with a score of 2,678. The 4th, Zhang Dong, scored 2,856. The 3rd, Shen Lang, scored 3,012. The 2nd, Lin Zhun, scored 3,523. And the 1st place, Qin Yuan, also known as the provincial champion, achieved an astounding score of 26,548. When Ling Shu announced Qin Yuan's score, the audience gasped in awe. This figure was extraordinary, marking a clear and overwhelming lead. Additionally, the Education Bureau promised generous rewards for the top 100. Chapter 23. The evolution has finally arrived. First place would receive a set of second-tier battle attire and 5 million federal coins. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply when the reward for the first place was revealed. All were taken aback by the lavish prize. Envy sparkled in the students' eyes as they realized that the second-tier battle attire alone was worth 3 million federal coins, along with 5 million in cash. This windfall was life-changing. Ling Shu did not linger and announced the second-place reward, a set of first-tier battle attire and 2 million federal coins. The audience erupted in another round of gasps. Though not as lavish as the first prize, it was still substantial, enough to sustain an ordinary ability user for quite some time. The 3rd place would receive a set of first-tier battle attire and 1 million federal coins. Now, I invite Shen Lang and Lin Zhun to the stage to receive their awards. Amidst the crowd's astonished reactions, Ling Shu directly invited the second and third place winners to the stage for their awards. However, this announcement sparked curiosity among the students. Why were only the second and third place winners invited? What about the provincial champion, Qin Yuan? Whispers of confusion rippled through the crowd. Is it possible that Qin Yuan has not yet emerged from the secret realm? Could he have been overwhelmed by the beasts? The students speculated, their murmurs causing Lin Zhun's brow to furrow with concern. He boldly approached Ling Shu and inquired why Qin Yuan had not taken the stage. Is he truly still in the secret realm? I find it hard to believe. Given his strength, he should have had no trouble escaping. After all, if even Lin Zhun could emerge unscathed, surely Qin Yuan could as well. Ling Shu maintained his composure and publicly clarified that there was no need for further discussion. Classmate Qin Yuan was still engaged in other tasks within the secret realm, and he was currently safe. His rewards would be bestowed upon his emergence. Upon hearing this explanation, the students ceased their discussions, except for Lin Zhun, who silently lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, revealing a complex array of emotions within his gaze. There was a hint of dissatisfaction, mingled with a trace of excitement. Within the secret realm, Qin Yuan gradually awakened, the pain coursing through his body slowly bringing him to full consciousness. Big brother, you are finally awake. The excited voice of the ancient beast echoed. Qin Yuan stretched his sore neck and inquired, how long have I been asleep? 2 days and 2 nights, big brother. You really can sleep, the ancient beast replied, exasperated, fearing for his companion's well-being. 2 days? What? 2 days and 2 nights. Qin Yuan initially dismissed it, but soon realized the gravity of the situation and sprang to his feet. It's been 2 days and nights. Hasn't the martial arts examination concluded? Can we still get out? Panic washed over him. The ancient beast, however, was indifferent. Being a creature of the wild, the environment within the green realm was quite pleasant for it. Despite his initial panic, Qin Yuan quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation internally. Given his top-ranking performance, the examiners could not possibly overlook him. After all, he was the provincial champion. How could they neglect him? Therefore, they were likely devising a plan to rescue him. But why had no one come to his aid yet? Was it possible that they had abandoned him? Shaking his head, Qin Yuan dismissed that possibility. He had not been overlooked, nor had anyone come to rescue him. Thus, he soon deduced the most plausible scenario. The examiners had intentionally left him within the secret realm. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. What was their purpose in keeping him there? Did they want him to accomplish something? With this thought, Qin Yuan glanced up at the drones overhead. In the observation room, Ling Shu noticed that Qin Yuan had spotted him and smiled, thinking, this kid is quite sharp. He seems to have figured something out. Zhang Tu suddenly looked at the screen in confusion. What does Qin Yuan intend to do? Ling Shu focused intently. Qin Yuan was quickly writing on the ground, and soon, several large characters appeared. What do you want me to do? Ling Shu chuckled. Indeed, he has discovered something. Someone. Operate the drone. Within the secret realm, Qin Yuan continued to gaze at the sky, awaiting a response. He knew the examiners were certainly observing him, and a reply would surely come. Before long, dozens of drones buzzed over, forming several large characters in the sky. Eliminate the 10 kings. Seeing these 6 words, Qin Yuan was momentarily perplexed. What are the 10 kings? Observing Qin Yuan's bewilderment, the drones quickly rearranged to form another message, similar to the tentacle beasts. At that moment, Qin Yuan finally understood. The tentacle beasts were indeed what constituted the so-called 10 kings. He calculated, having already defeated 1, 2, and 4, leaving 6 more to confront. Furthermore, since the tentacle beasts had 5 wives, and there were 5 even more formidable than them, that made 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0, 4, 5. Oh no. Qin Yuan's expression darkened as he shook his head vigorously. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. I can't even deal with 1 tentacle beast. And there are 5 stronger ones behind it. Whoever wants to tackle this can do so. Unless there's extra pay? In the observation room, Ling Shu's face darkened as he asked, what does this little brat mean? Zhang Tu awkwardly replied, Qin Yuan means that he is willing to take on the task, but he requires additional compensation. Ling Shu sneered, this little brat is so materialistic at such a young age. Fine, fine, agree to his demands. If it can't be done, let me see how I deal with him. Seeing the agreement, Qin Yuan nodded contentedly, feeling no guilt whatsoever. After all, this task was exceedingly difficult. Without extra pay, it would be a task no one would undertake. However, with the mention of additional pay, if the dogs won't do it, I will. Having endured the rigors of survival in the wild, Qin Yuan had come to deeply understand the importance of money. This commodity could vanish in an instant. A mere set of equipment could cost millions. Thus, he realized a fundamental truth. Without money, rapid growth was nearly impossible. Wealth was essential. Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a call emanating from the spirit beast space, as if Gabuman was urgently summoning him. He promptly released it. Gabuman emerged, excitedly exclaiming, "Big brother. I feel like I can evolve." Qin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, but then rejoiced. "That's fantastic, Gabuman." His excitement was palpable. If Gabuman could evolve, it would mean an additional combat force surpassing the pinnacle of the second tier. With such strength, defeating the tentacle beasts would be a breeze. Qin Yuan was still harboring thoughts of revenge. Chapter 24. Defeating the tentacle beast, mutation, and the arrival of Garuramon. Qin Yuan was impatient to level up Gabuman. And after a surge of immense energy, Gabuman successfully broke through. He opened Gabuman's attribute panel. Gabuman, growth stage. Class, sea-level beast, evolvable. Level, beginner second tier. Health, 980. Spirit, 800. Ultimate skill, explosive flame bullet. Emits small blue flames from its mouth to scorch enemies. Regular skill, crushing claw. Possesses a chance to trigger cooperative attacks. Seeing Gabuman's attributes at the beginner second tier, they were nearly on par with the ancient beast, albeit with slight differences. However, these nuances were inconsequential. What mattered next was the evolution. Gabuman, hurry and evolve. Qin Yuan urged eagerly. Gabuman, evolve. A brilliant white light flashed. A wolf-like creature standing over 3 meters tall appeared before Qin Yuan. It possessed a lithe and powerful physique, covered in azure silver fur, which boasted a hardness comparable to the legendary rare metal, mithril. Sharp, blade-like structures extended from its shoulders, capable of crushing any object it touched. Retaining the wild features of a wolf, its sharp eyes and slightly open mouth revealed menacing fangs, while its long, bushy tail exuded the agility and intimidation characteristic of a carnivore. This was Garuramon. How magnificent! Witnessing the evolution of a Digimon once more, Qin Yuan remained profoundly impressed. The experience was vastly different from watching it on television as a child. The immediacy of the moment was utterly incomparable. Garuramon, mature stage. Class, B-level beast, evolvable. Level, beginner second tier. Health, 2400. Spirit, 1800. Foxfire. Garuramon's ultimate skill unleashes intensely hot blue flames from its mouth, causing significant fire damage to enemies. Sharp Claw. Utilizes its razor-sharp claws for physical attacks, inflicting base damage while possibly applying a tearing effect for sustained damage. Iron Body. Converts defensive power into offensive strength, enhancing its survival and output capabilities in combat, particularly effective against high-defense foes. How powerful! Qin Yuan marveled, noting that Garuramon's attributes were akin to those of Tyrannomon, albeit with slightly higher health for Tyrannomon and greater spirit for Garuramon. In terms of skills, Garuramon is undoubtedly superior, boasting one more skill than Tyrannomon, primarily due to a passive ability. It can be said that Garuramon is undeniably stronger than Tyrannomon. Of course, both have their own merits. Tyrannomon excels in close combat capabilities. With Garuramon at his side, Qin Yuan felt a surge of confidence, finally ready to seek vengeance. The ever-vexed Qin Yuan harbored a persistent desire for retribution against Tennomon, the creature that had caused him to retreat in disgrace not once, but twice. With a coarse mane, Qin Yuan mounted Garuramon, riding with Agumon by his side. What an advancement this was, as they now had their own steeds. Qin Yuan had a clear mental map of Tentomon's location and directed Garuramon to hasten forward. Garuramon raced with astonishing speed, outpacing even the most agile of vehicles. With the wind at their backs, Qin Yuan and his two companions swiftly arrived at Tennomon's lair. Upon returning to this place, a wave of familiarity washed over him. The sight of those 5 colossal beasts entwined together, one of which had already met a grim fate, ignited a torrent of rage within Qin Yuan, who couldn't help but scoff at the affectionate display. "Charge!" he commanded, waving his hand as Agumon swiftly evolved into Tyrannomon, and alongside Garuramon, they surged into battle. With Garuramon at his side, Qin Yuan no longer felt trepidation towards Tentomon and its consorts. It was time to be bold, to charge forth without hesitation. However, sensing that his injuries were not entirely healed and still ached subtly, Qin Yuan refrained from immediately joining the fray and opted to observe the unfolding situation. If necessary, he would intervene later. Yet, he held steadfast confidence in Garuramon and Tyrannomon. Their prowess stood at the pinnacle of the second tier, capable of vanquishing even the mightiest of second-tier beasts. The 4 second-tier high-level beasts posed no challenge whatsoever. Garuramon and Tyrannomon each engaged 2 of the second-tier high-level beasts, swiftly asserting dominance. This development eased Qin Yuan's mind. Meanwhile, Tentomon, ever the slothful creature, allowed its mates to bear the brunt of the battle while it reclined idly on the ground. Truly a detestable beast. However, it soon became apparent that Tentomon realized the dire situation. Its mates were on the verge of defeat, prompting it to spring into action, extending its errant tentacles to join the fray. Garurumon, quick on its feet, deftly evaded the tentacles and employed its sharp claw to sever them. Yet, more tentacles surged forth in relentless succession. Garurumon, with its remarkable speed, continued to evade capture, but Tyrannosaurus, being larger and slower, was more easily ensnared by the tentacles. This enraged Tyrannosaurus, who retaliated by unleashing flames to incinerate the tentacles. Yet, the tentacles persisted in their attempts to bind Tyrannosaurus. Observing this, Qin Yuan furrowed his brow. These seemingly endless tentacles were indeed a nuisance. Just as he contemplated joining the battle, a cry of anguish reached his ears from Garurumon's side. One of the second-tier high-level beasts had been dispatched by Garurumon, while another was close to meeting the same fate. "Well done, Garurumon," Qin Yuan exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. Garurumon, being a creature of this particular type, was the perfect counter to Tentomon, high agility and high attack. The tentacles posed no threat whatsoever. Soon, Tentomon's second mate fell to Garurumon's onslaught. With the vanguard of mates eliminated, Garurumon charged directly at Tentomon. The latter roared in fury, compelled to confront Garurumon's assault with all its might. Freed from the tentacle's grasp, Tyrannosaurus unleashed its wrath, swiftly dispatching two second-tier high-level beasts in mere moments before rushing to support Garurumon. "It's over," Qin Yuan declared, confident that without its vanguard of mates, Tentomon stood no chance against either Garurumon or Tyrannosaurus. Neither could possibly prevail. Indeed, it wasn't long before Tentomon fell to Garurumon's fiery onslaught, meeting its demise at the hands of a second-tier peak beast, yielding 65 experience points. Elated, Qin Yuan approached to conclude the matter. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A colossal shadow loomed in the sky. Looking up, Qin Yuan beheld a pair of enormous wings, accompanied by 11 second-tier high-level beasts. "What is this? A bird?" he pondered, uncertainty gripping him. But as he noticed the following beasts, his expression turned grave. The winged beast swooped down, its 11 companions trailing closely behind. At last, Qin Yuan beheld the true form of this creature. Good heavens! A winged tiger! He gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, Ling Shu, who had been observing from outside the secret realm, felt her expression shift dramatically. Could it be the winged tiger beast? Why has it come here? Chapter 25, Desperation. The sudden appearance of the winged tiger beast caught Ling Shu off guard. Could it be that the deaths of the 10 great kings have caught its attention? This was dire. Given Qin Yuan's current strength, defeating the winged tiger beast seemed nearly impossible. Zhang Tu, standing nearby, observed Ling Shu's fluctuating expression with curiosity. "My lady, what is the origin of this beast?" he inquired. Ling Shu, furrowing her brow, explained, "That is the winged tiger beast, the most formidable of the 10 great kings. Our knowledge of it is scant. We only know that it mysteriously appeared in the Green Realm, leading to the emergence of these so-called 10 great kings. Aside from its dominion over other beasts, we know little else. However, after years of probing and investigation, we suspect it belongs to a royal lineage among beasts, which is why it can command them." Royal lineage. Zhang Tu's expression sobered, as if he had heard this term before. Ling Shu took a deep breath and continued. "The so-called royal lineage refers to a noble bloodline among beasts, one that transcends countless others, effortlessly commanding those of lesser blood ranks. Royal beasts possess intelligence comparable to humans and grow at an astonishing rate. The higher-ups suspect that this winged tiger beast is a royal powerhouse placed in the Green Realm for training. That is all I currently know." Ling Shu ceased her explanation. Zhang Tu, perplexed, asked, "My lady, I don't quite understand. Can't we dispatch a multitude of second-tier ability users into the secret realm to besiege the winged tiger beast?" Ling Shu let out a derisive laugh. "You think of what you can conceive. Do you imagine the higher-ups haven't considered this?" Indeed, Zhang Tu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had asked a redundant question. Nevertheless, Ling Shu elaborated, "As previously mentioned, we have attempted a swarm tactic, which not only proved ineffective but also resulted in significant losses. The winged tiger beast's dominion is beyond imagination. It can command a majority of the beasts in the Green Realm, though it has yet to employ this ability. Then why doesn't it use it? Wouldn't that make it easy to defeat Qin Yuan?" Zhang Tu asked, still bewildered. Ling Shu shot him a disdainful glance. "Have you ever seen someone use a cannon to swat a fly? Furthermore, do you think the burden of commanding so many beasts at once is light for the winged tiger beast? Enough with your inquiries. Your questions are well-intentioned, but for now, refrain from further questioning." Ling Shu's unrelenting retort left Zhang Tu blushing as he retreated, feeling too embarrassed to ask anything further. Meanwhile, Ling Shu's expression fluctuated as she contemplated a solution. Within the secret realm, the winged tiger beast paid no heed to the Tyrannosaurus beast and the Garurumon, heading straight for Qin Yuan, seemingly fixated on him. However, It halted at a short distance, its golden pupils fixed intently upon Qin Yuan. The Tyrannosaurus beast and Garurumon quickly rushed to stand before him. Qin Yuan's expression shifted as he beheld the 11 second-tier advanced beasts behind the winged tiger beast. Goodness, could they all possibly be its mates? Truly outrageous. 11 beasts can hold their ground. Remarkable. Wait a moment, 11? A sudden realization struck Qin Yuan, causing his complexion to darken. The tentacle beast had 5 partners, and there were still 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Wasn't there supposed to be only 10 rulers? Why was there an 11? The gravity of the situation dawned on him, sending shivers down his spine. It seemed he had encountered a significant dilemma. The winged tiger beast. Its golden eyes locked onto Qin Yuan, suddenly spoke, revealing that a prodigious human had emerged, and according to its clan's rules, any human possessing such talent must be eliminated. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Aside from Agumon and Gabuman, this was his first encounter with a speaking beast. Yet Agumon and Gabuman were digital monsters, inherently capable of speech. What exactly was this creature? An unsettling feeling washed over him. Something about this beast felt amiss. Humph. Do not compare me with those inferior bloodlines, scoffed the winged tiger beast, adopting a haughty demeanor. Suddenly, it let out a thunderous roar. In no time, over 40 beasts surged towards Qin Yuan, all aligning against him. These beasts divided into 5 small teams, numbered 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Surely, this could not be the final 5 rulers? The pressure was palpable. Sweat trickled down Qin Yuan's forehead. What to do next? The answer was clear: retreat. The opposing side was devoid of honor, and vengeance could wait for another day. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan stored the Tyrannosaurus beast back into the spirit beast space, mounted Garurumon, and turned to flee. Garurumon, swift as the wind, covered a considerable distance in mere seconds. The winged tiger beast chuckled disdainfully, finding the situation amusing, yet it declared, "You cannot escape." With that, it flapped its wings and, like lightning, closed the gap to catch up with Qin Yuan. Its massive form landed before him and Garurumon. Qin Yuan, ever perceptive, noted that the winged tiger beast had come alone. His eyes brightened with a sudden epiphany. He summoned the Tyrannosaurus beast once more, recognizing this as an opportunity to eliminate it. Both the Tyrannosaurus beast and Garurumon charged forward. The winged tiger beast, momentarily taken aback by Qin Yuan's quick thinking, found itself in a perplexing position. Just a second ago, it was the hunter, now it was the hunted. However, with its sharp intellect, the winged tiger beast swiftly ascended into the sky. Superfire, Fox Demon Flame. 2 torrents of fierce flames soared towards the winged tiger beast, which effortlessly evaded the onslaught. What audacity! Qin Yuan was left speechless. He attempted to flee again, but was soon intercepted by the winged tiger beast, which cunningly refrained from engaging him directly, biding its time for its subordinates to arrive. Humans are indeed crafty, it mused, but I shall not engage you. Your true adversaries are those beasts. The winged tiger beast gestured towards the approaching horde of over 40 beasts. Realizing escape was futile, Qin Yuan composed himself and began to assess his situation. The winged tiger beast appeared disinclined to join the fray, treating the encounter as a game. Its focus remained solely on the 40-plus beasts. Yet, these were all second-tier advanced beasts. The thought sent a wave of anxiety through Qin Yuan. There was no escaping. It seemed he had no choice but to fight desperately. His determination solidified. Meanwhile, Ling Shu found himself in turmoil, contemplating whether to rescue Qin Yuan. However, intervening would spell disaster for their higher-ups' mission. Yet, the thought of leaving Qin Yuan to face peril alone weighed heavily on him. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and resolutely commanded, "Send someone to rescue Qin Yuan immediately." He valued Qin Yuan highly and could not bear to witness his demise, especially considering his own role in bringing about this situation. Within the secret realm, Qin Yuan addressed the Tyrannosaurus beast and Garurumon. "It seems we must truly fight for our lives now. Are you afraid?" Chapter 26. Kill, kill, kill. Fear. Neither of them, as digital monsters, harbored any fear of death. The Tyrannosaurus beast replied in a low voice, "Big brother, we are not afraid. As long as you are safe, we can resurrect in the spirit beast space." Garurumon remained silent, but its resolute gaze conveyed its unwavering determination. "Excellent. We shall face this challenge together." Qin Yuan laughed heartily, feeling fortunate to have such remarkable summoned beasts. He glanced at his attributes. Name: Qin Yuan. Rank: second tier intermediate ability. S-Class Spirit Contract Master Vitality, 1950-250240. Mentality, 2170, 170180. Skills: Slaughtering Blade Technique, Mastered. Basic Blade Technique, Mastered. Summoned Beasts, 2, 2. Agumon, Gabuman Experience Points, 3400. With the enhancements from the Tyrannosaurus Beast and Garurumon, Qin Yuan's vitality surged to 1950 points. While his mental power breached the 2,000-point threshold, this surpassed the barrier of the second-tier advanced realm. In essence, although his rank had yet to reach the second-tier advanced level, his strength was comparable to that of one. Moreover, his experience points reset to 3,400, leaving him only 1,100 points shy of the anticipated 4,500 points. He needed to slay just 24 more second-tier advanced beasts to achieve another breakthrough. At that point, he estimated his power could rival that of the peak second-tier realm. With this thought, Qin Yuan let go of all hesitation, gripping the slaughtering blade Dream tightly, his aura peaking. He was ready to fight. With a fierce roar, Qin Yuan charged toward one of the second-tier advanced beasts. Superfire, Fox Demon Flame. Two colossal flames blazed a path, injuring several second-tier advanced beasts, and even eliminating the weakest among them. Die! Qin Yuan shouted as he leaped high and cleaved a wounded second-tier advanced beast in half with his blade. He successfully defeated a second-tier advanced beast, earning 45 experience points. Ignoring the system's notifications, he continued his assault. The beasts retaliated, including the remaining 5 peak second-tier beasts. Most charged towards the Tyrannosaurus Beast and Garurumon, while the 10 remaining second-tier advanced beasts surrounded Qin Yuan. The Tyrannosaurus Beast and Garurumon found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. The numbers were overwhelming. Garurumon, with its agility, deftly maneuvered through the throng, avoiding the onslaught. However, the Tyrannosaurus Beast was not as fortunate, suffering increasingly from the relentless attacks. Though Qin Yuan felt an urgent need to assist, he dared not lose focus for a moment. He darted swiftly amongst the horde of exotic beasts, evading any opportunity for them to encircle him. Being surrounded would spell danger. Fortunately, the 10 beasts pursuing him lacked any high agility traits. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a perilous situation. Qin Yuan remained remarkably composed, his body in constant motion, his gaze keenly searching for opportunities. Ready to strike with a single blade at the slightest opening. Before long, he dispatched a second-tier advanced beast. Nearby, the winged tiger beast hovered in the air, observing with great interest. Its golden eyes sparkled with mockery, showing no signs of sorrow even as one of its subordinates perished. To it, this was merely a whimsical game. Little did it expect a thrilling spectacle before the end of this trial. It merely needed to eliminate this human to achieve a perfect conclusion. The winged tiger beast commanded 5 second-tier advanced beasts to encircle Qin Yuan. Consequently, the pressure on the Tyrannosaurus Beast and the Garuru Beast significantly lessened, while Qin Yuan's burden escalated drastically. Damn it! How treacherous! Qin Yuan cursed inwardly, astonished at the winged tiger beast's cunning tactical maneuvering. The addition of 5 second-tier advanced beasts left him no time to speak, prompting him to accelerate his movements. The Tyrannosaurus Beast and Garuru Beast sensed their leader's peril and grew increasingly agitated. The Tyrannosaurus Beast found itself under relentless assault, while the Garuru Beast, in a fit of fury, unleashed a torrent of foxfire and razor claws, swiftly slaying 2 second-tier advanced beasts before retreating with alacrity. At this juncture, the Garuru Beast was in the best condition, whereas the Tyrannosaurus Beast was battered and weary, limping under the weight of countless wounds. Yet it had still managed to fight off 2 second-tier advanced beasts. As for Qin Yuan, his stamina was dwindling rapidly, resulting in several hits. Fortunately, he had avoided being cornered, or it would have been the end for him. After a desperate struggle that saw him slay 2 second-tier advanced beasts, Qin Yuan found himself in a dire state, nearly exhausted. Checking his experience points, he discovered he had amassed 300, with only 200 remaining. In other words, just 5 more. Feeling the state of his body, Qin Yuan took a deep breath and called out to the Garuru Beast. A slender blue figure came rushing in, landing directly before him. Garuru Beast, just 5 left. Let us give it our all. Qin Yuan, drained, leaned heavily on the Garuru Beast's back, one hand clutching his butcher's knife, his weary eyes still radiating fierce intent. Hold on tight, I'm taking off. The Garuru Beast roared, launching itself into a powerful leap. In an instant, the Garuru Beast appeared before one of the second-tier advanced beasts. Gazing at the bewildered creature, the Garuru Beast unleashed a blast of foxfire directly at its head. Simultaneously, Qin Yuan delivered a lethal strike to its neck, ensuring its demise. With one beast down, the Garuru Beast charged again, its speed akin to that of a warhorse galloping across an ancient battlefield. As they advanced, Qin Yuan kept his focus razor-sharp, striking down another passing second-tier advanced beast with a decisive blow. In that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into the legendary warrior Lu Bu, unstoppable in his wrath. Thus, Qin Yuan successfully eliminated 5 second-tier advanced beasts once more, raising his experience points to 525. Upon examining his status panel, he noted, Name, Qin Yuan Realm. Intermediate second tier ability. S-Class Spirit Contract Master Vitality. 1, 950, 250, 240. Mental Power. 2, 170, 170, 180. Skills. Butcher's Knife Technique. Mastered. Basic Knife Technique. Mastered. Summoned Beasts. 2-2. Yaga Beast. Guru Beast Experience Points. 4, 525 at last. A plus sign appeared next to the realm section. Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly clicked the plus sign. In an instant, an immense power surged through his body, enabling a breakthrough. Feeling the overwhelming strength within, Qin Yuan checked his status panel once more. Name: Qin Yuan Realm. Advanced second tier ability. S-Class Spirit Contract Master Vitality. 2, 540, 250, 240. Mental Power. 2, 730, 170, 180. Skills. Butcher's Knife Technique. Mastered. Basic Knife Technique. Mastered. Summoned Beasts. 2-2. Yaga Beast. Gururu Beast Experience Points. 25. Chapter 27. Slaying the Winged Tiger Beast. With his advanced second-tier attributes now surpassing both the Tyrannosaurus Beast and the Gururu Beast, it was evident that such power was achievable only with their support. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the newly empowered Qin Yuan had become the mightiest force present, even outstripping the Winged Tiger Beast. He could sense that the Winged Tiger Beast's strength was only marginally superior to that of an average peak second-tier beast. Still far from the threshold of the third tier, which required attributes exceeding 3,000 points. Qin Yuan's mental power had already surged past 2,700 points, nearing the threshold of the third tier. Filled with confidence from the immense power coursing through him, Qin Yuan had not anticipated such a significant enhancement. Truly, Spirit Contract Masters were formidable. He leapt off the Gururu Beast, empowered enough to no longer require its assistance. Recognizing that the Gururu Beast was showing signs of fatigue, he instructed it to aid the Tyrannosaurus Beast, helping it escape encirclement before returning to assist him. With roughly 20 beasts remaining, none of the 5 kings had been vanquished. Qin Yuan assessed the situation and realized that challenging 20 beasts alone would be a daunting task. The help of the Gururu Beast and Tyrannosaurus Beast was imperative. The Gururu Beast acknowledged his command and swiftly darted toward the Tyrannosaurus Beast, which was in a precarious position, besieged by 8 beasts, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Yet, it remained silent, fully aware of Qin Yuan's dilemma, resolute in its fight to the bitter end. Fortunately, the arrival of the Gururu Beast provided it a moment of respite. The Winged Tiger Beast, sensing the shift in Qin Yuan's power, grew grim and immediately ordered a full-scale assault on the human. The beasts obeyed, rushing toward Qin Yuan en masse. Damn it, how dishonorable! Qin Yuan muttered under his breath, infuriated by the Winged Tiger Beast's treachery, vowing to eliminate it eventually. However, he remained unperturbed. His newfound strength allowed him to face the situation with renewed composure. Before his breakthrough, he could barely manage to slay a single second-tier advanced beast. Now, such feats were trivial. With his overwhelming might, the impact of their numbers had significantly diminished. Yet, at this juncture, the Winged Tiger Beast showed no signs of joining the fray, seemingly intent on observing the spectacle rather than risking participation. In truth, the Winged Tiger Beast cared little for the outcome of this battle, viewing it merely as an extravagant performance, especially as the time for its family's summons approached. The stakes were not worth the risk, but it would be perfect if it could eliminate this human. As Qin Yuan observed the 20 beasts charging toward him, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the foremost beast in the blink of an eye. His speed had transcended the boundaries of second-tier advanced realms. The 2 advanced second-tier beasts at the forefront were utterly unprepared, having been swiftly dispatched by Qin Yuan's blade. Successfully slaying an advanced second-tier beast awarded him 45 experience points. In a single, fluid motion, he eliminated both beasts, causing the Winged Tiger Beast to flinch, and it promptly commanded its 5 kings to encircle this formidable human. It had come to realize that this human's prowess had surpassed the advanced second-tier realm, rendering ordinary advanced second-tier beasts no match for him. Any further efforts would be futile. Only the peak second-tier beasts could hope to subdue him. Simultaneously, a sense of crisis washed over it, urgency gnawing at its mind. With approximately 10 minutes remaining before its family could summon it back, it pondered whether to employ its ultimate move. The Winged Tiger Beast possessed a powerful ability, summoning the majority of beasts from the secret realm to besiege Qin Yuan. While this could indeed defeat, or even kill him, it would leave the Winged Tiger Beast utterly depleted, requiring at least 3 years for complete recovery. It had once invoked this power 3 years ago during a clash with humans, and had only recently recuperated. After a moment's contemplation, the Winged Tiger Beast swiftly dismissed this notion. Being drained of its strength would mean it could not sense its family's recall for 3 years. It had no desire to remain in this cursed place, where it could never hope to break through to the third tier, an unacceptable fate for the winged tiger beast. Resigned, it began to focus intently on sensing its family's summons, disregarding the fate of the beasts here. At that moment, the 5 kings of the winged tiger beast initiated their assault on Qin Yuan. The combined might of 5 peak second-tier beasts could indeed stall him, even granting them a slight advantage. However, one must not forget that Qin Yuan still had the gorilla beast and the Tyrannosaurus beast at his side. The gorilla beast was in fine condition, effortlessly dispatching advanced second-tier beasts, while the Tyrannosaurus beast, though somewhat worse for wear, could still hold its own against 1 or 2 advanced second-tier foes. Observing the unfolding situation, Qin Yuan felt no significant concern. Although he was momentarily engaged by the 5 peak second-tier beasts, the gorilla beast and the Tyrannosaurus beast could eliminate the remaining 13 advanced second-tier beasts, merely a matter of time. As long as those 5 peak second-tier beasts did not venture to assist, he was secure. Indeed, just a few minutes later, the gorilla beast and the Tyrannosaurus beast successfully dispatched the remaining 13 advanced second-tier beasts, netting him 585 experience points. At that moment, the winged tiger beast finally sensed its family's call, a beam of ethereal white light descending upon it. Qin Yuan, who was entangled with the 5 peak second-tier beasts, immediately focused, shouting at the top of his lungs, "The winged tiger beast is attempting to flee." If there was one creature Qin Yuan despised above all, it was the winged tiger beast. How dare it toy with him as if he were merely a spectator? Had he not experienced a sudden breakthrough, he might have been in real peril. There was no way he would allow the winged tiger beast to escape after enjoying the spectacle. With this thought, the gorilla beast and the Tyrannosaurus beast rejoined the fray, each engaging 1 peak second-tier beast. Qin Yuan's pressure drastically diminished. It was now time for him to unleash his fury. He swiftly cleaved through 1 peak second-tier beast, earning 65 experience points. He then effortlessly dispatched the remaining 2 peak second-tier beasts in succession, ultimately claiming all 4. In total, he accrued 325 experience points, complemented by the 675 points from the 15 advanced second-tier beasts, bringing his total to 1,025 experience points. The butchering blade technique reappeared before him. Qin Yuan silently confirmed, upgrading it from butchering blade technique, elementary, to butchering blade technique, advanced. The radiant white light enveloped the winged tiger beast, which glared at Qin Yuan and declared, "Human, I did not foresee you escaping this time. Next time, I shall personally ensure your demise." Gorilla beast. Qin Yuan suddenly bellowed, "I'm here, big brother." The gorilla beast understood immediately and rushed over. Qin Yuan swiftly leaped onto the gorilla beast's back. "Gorilla beast, jump with all your might." The gorilla beast propelled itself skyward, and at the apex of its leap, Qin Yuan vaulted once more, finding himself within mere 2 meters of the winged tiger beast. "You thought you could simply enjoy the show and flee without consulting your master, Qin? Prepare to die?" Qin Yuan roared, unleashing a blade of energy over a meter long toward the winged tiger beast. "What?" The winged tiger beast was taken aback. Never anticipating that this human could achieve such a feat. As the blade of energy approached, it sensed the imminent threat of death. In a desperate bid for survival, the winged tiger beast raised its massive wings as a shield, retreating behind them. However, it soon realized that Qin Yuan's strike was potent enough to sever its wings and cleave its body in two. No. The winged tiger beast's anguished and defiant cry marked its last breath. Chapter 28 concluded. Rewards ensued. The Tyrannosaurus beast caught the plummeting Qin Yuan with ease. "Big brother, are you all right?" The Tyrannosaurus beast's concerned gaze fixed upon Qin Yuan. Though Qin Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed, he replied, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." "If you're tired, rest on my back," the Tyrannosaurus beast offered, placing Qin Yuan atop its head. Qin Yuan felt a wave of despair, wishing to lie on the gorilla beast instead. The Tyrannosaurus beast's head was rigid and uncomfortable, while the gorilla beast's fur was plush and inviting. However, out of consideration for the Tyrannosaurus beast's feelings, he refrained from rejecting its offer. With the demise of the winged tiger beast, the grand spectacle had reached its conclusion, and Qin Yuan succumbed to a brief slumber. Shortly thereafter, over 40 personnel arrived nearby, all evidently at the second-tier realm, clearly sent by Ling Shu to rescue Qin Yuan. The leading staff member's face paled at the sight before him. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts, severed limbs strewn about, and blood saturating the earth, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Upon spotting the winged tiger beast's remains, his expression shifted to one of elation, and he called out, "Lord Ling." "Received, please speak," responded Ling Shu's voice. "Lord Ling, it's gone. All of it," the staff member exclaimed, brimming with excitement. What? What do you mean it's all gone? Please tell me Qin Yuan isn't lost." Ling Shu's voice escalated in urgency. The staff member, rendered speechless, replied, "No, Qin Yuan is perfectly fine. It's the winged tiger beast that has perished. Oh, then what? What do you mean it's gone? The winged tiger beast is dead? Ling Shu suddenly grasped the implications, his tone shifting to heightened excitement. The staff member, weary from the exchange, patiently confirmed, yes. It is confirmed that the winged tiger beast is deceased. Excellent. Bring back the winged tiger beast's remains at once. Ling Shu exclaimed with exhilaration. And what about me? A sudden voice startled the staff member, who looked up to find Qin Yuan's face had unexpectedly drawn near. Why you? When did you arrive? The staff member stammered, taken aback. Qin Yuan rubbed the back of his head, wishing to scold him. Did this fellow lack the awareness that it was he who had disturbed his rest? Truly, there was a distinct absence of compassion for the wounded. You spoke too loudly. I couldn't hear your footsteps, Qin Yuan responded with subtlety. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that you still owe me money, I would have knocked you out already. No, my apologies, the staff member replied awkwardly. Having discerned the situation, is this Qin Yuan? Ling Shu's voice rang out again. Are you the chief examiner? Qin Yuan blinked in surprise. Indeed, I am Ling Shu. Qin Yuan, you have made a significant contribution this time. It has been a tough journey for you. Qin Yuan felt a tinge of annoyance. Is that all? Just a thank you? And what about the money you promised me? Sensing Qin Yuan's dissatisfaction, Ling Shu reassured him, don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. We'll discuss it upon your return. All right then, I will return immediately. Annoyed? Where's that annoyance coming from? Qin Yuan's expression brightened instantly. After exiting the secret realm, Qin Yuan took a deep breath, savoring the familiar scent. That damn industrial odor. He exclaimed, shaking his head. I feel a bit drowsy. Suddenly, Qin Yuan noticed something flashing before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was Ling Shu approaching. Ling Shu's face beamed as he looked at Qin Yuan. Congratulations, Qin Yuan. You have been awarded the provincial champion of this year's martial arts examination. I am here to present you with your reward on behalf of the Education Bureau. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's fatigue vanished. This was the reward for the provincial champion. 5 million federal credits and a second-tier battle suit. Ling Shu handed Qin Yuan a high-tech box, atop which lay a federal card. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. This was quite generous. The second-tier battle suit had been something he desired long before the examination, but he could never afford it. Currently, he was still wearing a tattered first-tier suit. And 5 million federal credits. He could finally upgrade his family's home and perhaps buy a weapon with the remaining funds. Observing Qin Yuan's greedy expression, Ling Shu's lips twitched slightly as he cleared his throat to regain Qin Yuan's attention. This is merely the reward for being provincial champion. There is another reward for you. In light of your completion of the hidden task during this year's martial arts examination, you will receive an additional 20 million federal credits, a luxury apartment in Bay 1 of Shanhua City, and 300 contribution points. Additionally, there was a personal reward of 5 million federal credits from Ling Shu himself, a promise he had made during negotiations. Ling Shu would not back out of this commitment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was utterly stunned. The rewards were far too lavish. He had just mentioned wanting to upgrade his home, but now he wouldn't need to. He was stepping straight into luxury. Bay 1, a pinnacle of Shanhua City, valued at 200 million federal credits. Ling Shu observed Qin Yuan's excited demeanor and internally wondered if the boy truly grasped the significance of this reward. The real treasure was not the 20 million federal credits or the 200 million apartment, but the 300 contribution points. Once the initial excitement faded, Qin Yuan quickly regained his composure and inquired, Ling sir, what do these 300 contribution points signify? I thought you wouldn't figure it out. Ling Shu chuckled. Qin Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Ling Shu continued without teasing, explaining, are you aware of the House of Abilities? Qin Yuan shook his head in confusion. Ling Shu was not surprised. Such matters were typically beyond the reach of ordinary students. The House of Abilities was an independent platform created by the state's ultimate intelligence manufacturing, inaccessible to regular ability users. Only those who had made special contributions could access it. Qin Yuan was astonished by this revelation. Did it mean he had made a special contribution? What is the purpose of this platform? Ling Shu elaborated. Within the House of Abilities, all items are precious, made available by the state for those with special contribution points to exchange. In other words, you can access resources here that are otherwise unattainable in the outside world. It is a rare opportunity. Qin Yuan was taken aback. So, my 300 contribution points are the most valuable part of the reward? Ling Shu nodded. Exactly. What can I exchange for, and how do I go about it? Qin Yuan asked eagerly. I have already applied for a dedicated terminal smart device for you. Once bound, you will be able to exchange for whatever you desire within it. Those 300 contribution points can redeem some impressive items, Ling Shu teased. The terminal smart device will be sent to you within 3 days. Just be on the lookout for it. Qin Yuan nodded expectantly, feeling as though he had officially entered the realm of ability users. Oh, by the way, now that you are the provincial champion, Many prestigious schools will seek you out. However, none of that matters. Just pay attention to a school called the Purple Forbidden Academy, Ling Shu reminded Qin Yuan as he prepared to leave. Why? Qin Yuan felt puzzled. Why are the other prestigious schools irrelevant? Does this Purple Forbidden Academy have something special? It's nothing much. Discussing it further would spoil the excitement. But remember, Qin Yuan, resist temptation. A grand surprise awaits you, Ling Shu cryptically concluded before slipping away. Qin Yuan was left speechless, likening Ling Shu to a fortune teller weaving mysteries. Dismissing these thoughts, he focused on returning home for a good night's sleep. As he turned to face the vast, empty plaza, confusion washed over him, quickly followed by anger. Where the hell is the car to take me back? Meanwhile, Ling Shu, seated in the vehicle, suddenly sneezed, shaking his head in bewilderment. Wait, how can a 6th-tier powerhouse catch a cold? Which bastard is cursing me? Exhausted from a long day's work, Qin Yuan's father walked home as usual. Suddenly, he heard people around him discussing a familiar name. He paused, then chuckled and shook his head. This kid. How could that be? Ignoring it, he continued walking. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. Old Qin. Old Qin. He turned to see a friend approaching. Lao Zhang. What brings you here? Lao Zhang, panting heavily, rushed over, saying, what are you still doing here? Hurry home. Something big has happened. Qin Yuan's father's expression shifted drastically. What happened at home? His mind raced with nightmarish scenarios, and his eyes turned red. Lao Zhang was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. No way, something this huge happened. And you don't even know? Don't you watch the news? Qin Yuan's father, with reddened eyes, replied anxiously. Watch the news? Who has time for that? Let's go, hurry home. He grabbed Lao Zhang and ran, murmuring frantically, my wife, Xiao Yuan, you all must wait for me. I'll be back soon. Lao Zhang, exasperated, pulled away from Qin Yuan's grip, saying, what nonsense. It's a great thing, a tremendous good fortune. Qin Yuan's father halted in his tracks, his expression frozen. What? You're saying it's a great fortune, not a disaster? I can't believe you don't watch the news. The martial arts examination has concluded, and the results are out. Lao Zhang exclaimed, shaking his arm, which Qin Yuan had gripped too tightly. Qin Yuan's father finally calmed down, feeling embarrassed. I was so busy today. I barely had time to catch up on any news. Pray tell, has Xiao Yuan been accepted into Wuhan University? Inquiring with a peculiar gaze, old Zhang scrutinized Qin's father, who found himself increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Take a look for yourself, old Zhang said, as he opened a news article on his phone for Qin's father to peruse. With a sense of urgency, Qin's father seized the device, and the striking headline immediately captured his attention. Congratulations to Qin Yuan from Shenhua No. 2 Middle School for achieving the top score in the provincial martial arts examination. Accompanying this was a youthful photograph of Qin Yuan, grinning with an exuberance that was almost flamboyant. Stunned, Qin's father gaped, his mouth agape as he struggled to regain his composure. Old Qin, this is terrible. The lad won't be overwhelmed by the excitement, will he? Old Zhang expressed his concerns. Yaha. Suddenly, Qin's father let out a jubilant cry, leaping into the air like an exuberant child, before dashing toward home with remarkable speed, repeatedly exclaiming, my Xiao Yuan is the provincial top scorer. My Xiao Yuan is the provincial top scorer. Hey, my phone. Old Zhang shouted while chasing after him. Darling, I have splendid news. Xiao Yuan has become the provincial top scorer. Qin's father exclaimed with uncontainable excitement as he flung open the door, eager to share the good tidings with his wife. However, he was taken aback to find their home bustling with activity, filled to capacity with guests, many of whom had no place to sit. Realizing that everyone's attention was upon him, Qin's father felt an acute sense of embarrassment. What is happening here? You must be the father of student Qin Yuan. A young man with gold-rimmed glasses approached, shaking Qin's father's hand with fervent enthusiasm. Indeed, I can see you are the proud parent of such a remarkable talent. And you are? Qin's father stammered, flustered by the compliment, wondering if such words were common. Oh, I am Li Ran, the mayor's secretary. We have come to express our gratitude for the immense contribution Qin Yuan has made to our city, Shenhua. Taken aback, Qin's father was astonished. A secretary to the mayor was indeed a person of considerable stature. Allow me to introduce, this is the mayor, this is the director of the city's education bureau. Qin's father felt overwhelmed. These were high-ranking officials he usually only glimpsed on television. Who would have thought they would all be seated on his humble, worn-out sofa? Valued at a mere 200 yuan? Their warmth and enthusiasm left him both flattered and astounded. Noticing the peculiar and awkward atmosphere in his home, Qin's father deduced they were awaiting the arrival of his son. He nudged his wife, whose smile had also grown stiff, and whispered, has that rascal not returned yet? With a forced smile, Qin's mother replied, no, that little scamp has no idea where he is off playing. He hasn't returned yet. I've inquired. And all his peers from the exams have returned. Qin's father sighed. That boy hasn't gone back to the internet cafe for a game again, has he? What do we do now? How would I know? Just entertain our guests. Fortunately, the visitors did not linger long. As twilight approached, they took their leave, promising to return for another visit. Qin's father and mother could only smile as they bid farewell. Once the guests departed, Qin's father, gritting his teeth, dialed Qin Yuan's number, only to hear the phone ringing from within the house. His expression stiffened as he recalled that mobile phones were prohibited during the martial arts examination. With a sigh, Qin's mother remarked. Just as Qin's father placed the phone down, it rang again. Upon answering, his face brightened. Second brother. Yes, the provincial top scorer. Oh, it was just luck. As you know, this lad usually has good fortune. Initially, Qin's father reveled in the excitement of boasting, but after receiving numerous calls, his expression grew increasingly numb. Meanwhile, our provincial top scorer, Qin Yuan, trudged homeward, grumbling under his breath. Which fool decreed that mobile phones and money are forbidden during the martial arts examination? Once I gain strength, I shall ensure this rule is abolished. Glancing at the moon above, he felt the chill of the evening breeze and instinctively huddled closer. The nights in Shanhua truly were frigid. Chapter 30, Admissions, Competition. The following morning, Qin Yuan was roused from a deep slumber by the cacophony of voices emanating from the living room, instantly transforming into a tempest of irritation. He recalled returning home at the break of dawn, having ridden swiftly on his Garurumon to avoid the crowds. With an expression of annoyance, he flung open the door and bellowed. Who is making such a racket this early? Is there no sense of decorum? The room fell silent. All eyes fixated on Qin Yuan in surprise. Xiao Yuan, when did you return? Came a gentle voice, gradually awakening. Qin Yuan rubbed his bleary eyes and recognized his family members. His grandmother, grandfather, uncle, 2 uncles, aunt, and various relatives, all gathered together. With a slight twitch of his lips, he awkwardly greeted. Well, everyone seems to have arrived quite early. Please continue your conversation. I'll be on my way back to sleep. However, his mother's thunderous voice pierced through. You come out here, young man. Qin Yuan, now wearing a woeful expression, realized he could not escape the impending judgment from his multitude of relatives. Our Xiao Yuan has truly succeeded. He is the provincial top scorer, exclaimed his grandmother. At last, our Qin family can bask in glory, all thanks to Xiao Yuan. His grandfather added with pride. Xiao Yuan has done remarkably well. You must ensure to guide your cousin in his studies, chimed in his aunt. Brother, could you buy me a lollipop? Piped up his youngest cousin. Get lost. Qin Yuan's face darkened as he found himself cowering before the elders while being directly challenged by his cousin. After enduring an hour of familial scrutiny, he was finally granted reprieve to return to his slumber. Exhausted, Qin Yuan collapsed into bed and fell asleep instantly. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, he was jolted awake again by a knock on the door. What now? He groaned, covering his ears, expecting more antics from his relatives, which was rather tiresome. To his surprise, it was his mother entering. Xiao Yuan, hurry up. We have guests. Rubbing his eyes, he replied disbelievingly. Mom, haven't they left yet? Foolish child. What are you saying? Your grandmother and the others left long ago. It seems the guests that have arrived now are specifically here to see you, his mother explained. Let me see what this is all about. Qin Yuan sighed, conceding to get out of bed. Upon entering the living room, he found several well-dressed guests seated on the sofa, exuding an air of authority. Recognizing them, he realized they were the examiners from the martial arts examination. Student Qin Yuan. The lead figure, Zhang Tu, the director of the admissions office at Jingwu Academy, greeted him. The others included Yang Wen from Mo Wu Academy, Li Hongbin from Bei Wu Academy, and Mo Hua from Zhongwu Academy, with one unfamiliar face among them. Please hold on for a moment, Qin Yuan said, excusing himself to the bathroom to freshen up, fully aware of the purpose of their visit. He could not appear disheveled before such esteemed guests. A quick wash-up was the least he could do to show respect. 5 minutes later, Qin Yuan returned to face his guests, raising his hand and declaring, All right, let us begin. His expression conveyed a sense of command, as if to say, the stage is yours. Zhang Tu and the others exchanged glances, bewildered at how Qin Yuan had immediately seized control of the situation. Shouldn't he have been them in charge? This boy's exuberance was simply too much for them to keep up with. Zhang Tu, feeling helpless, could only say to Qin Yuan, Congratulations, esteemed classmate, on becoming the provincial champion. We at Jingwu Academy formally invite you to join us. As is widely known, Jingwu Academy stands as one of the 4 premier institutions in the nation, boasting an exceptional faculty. Stop. Qin Yuan interjected directly, interrupting Zhang, who promptly replied. I'm no longer an examiner. You may refer to me as Teacher Zhang. All right. Qin Yuan responded, somewhat exasperated, yet he continued straightforwardly. Teacher Zhang. I believe an introduction to your esteemed institution is unnecessary. It is common knowledge that your academy enjoys considerable renown, and all students are well acquainted with it. So there is no need for such detailed exposition. Zhang too felt a tad awkward, pondering whether this was not intended to enhance the competitive advantage. Qin Yuan glanced at the 5 individuals before him and, without courtesy, stated, "Everyone's time is exceedingly precious. To avoid wasting it, let each academy present its benefits directly, and I shall make my decision thereafter." Zhang Tu and the others exchanged glances, finding no objections. Zhang Tu began, "As long as you become a student of Jingwu Academy, we can offer you a 4-year supply of S-grade resources, direct guidance from a 7th-tier expert, free tuition for 4 years, and an independent villa as accommodation." Qin Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Jingwu Academy displayed genuine intent. Quite impressive, he mused. Yang Wen from the Magic Martial School then remarked, "We too can provide a 4-year supply of S-grade resources, direct guidance from a 7th-tier expert, along with free access to training facilities and complimentary tuition, plus an independent villa." Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Isn't the training facility supposed to be free?" Yang Wen shook his head, clarifying, "Not at all. Ordinary students must purchase time in the training facilities using credits." Qin Yuan nodded, realization dawning upon him. The Magic Martial School is indeed quite sincere. Next came the introductions from the Central Martial and Northern Martial Schools, albeit their offerings were somewhat less generous than those of the Magic Martial School, with Northern Martial's benefits being the least appealing. Qin Yuan nodded, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Finally, it was the turn of the last individual, whom he did not recognize. With an unperturbed demeanor, he introduced himself. "First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chun Wei, hailing from the Forbidden Academy." Upon hearing Forbidden Academy, Zhang Tu and the others' expressions changed, as if they had heard of this institution before. At that moment, Qin Yuan recalled what Ling Shu had told him. His interest piqued as he turned to Chun Wei. Chun Wei slowly elaborated, "The Forbidden Academy cannot promise you any benefits." Qin Yuan frowned slightly, but Zhang Tu and the others visibly relaxed. Chun Wei continued, "If you wish for benefits, you must rely on your own efforts." Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean?" "Upon enrollment, there is a standardized aptitude test for new students. Those with varying levels of talent will receive different benefits," Chun Wei explained, further capturing Qin Yuan's interest. "You may not be familiar with the Forbidden Academy, but I assure you, every student here is a top talent from across the nation. Even those recognized as geniuses elsewhere may not be acknowledged here. Furthermore, the faculty is exceptionally robust, with the weakest instructors being of the 6th tier." Qin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chun Wei smiled, gazing at him. "Of course, if your talent is sufficiently remarkable, even the principal, a 9th-tier expert, could become your teacher." At this revelation, Qin Yuan's surprise was palpable. 9th-tier expert. Qin Yuan was utterly taken aback. Such individuals are the pinnacle among extraordinary beings, possessing the capacity to wield immense influence with their mere presence. These powerful figures often serve as bastions of strength against formidable beasts. The prospect of learning under a 9th-tier expert. What kind of institution is this Forbidden Academy? Not only was Qin Yuan astonished, but the other 4 admissions directors from leading schools were equally taken aback. What is going on? They thought. While their institutions were not devoid of 9th-tier experts, they could only count one, and that was the principal himself, an irreplaceable pillar for the academy. How could someone of such caliber teach? Moreover, some institutions lacked any 9th-tier experts altogether. Chun Wei relished their astonishment, grinning. "I must clarify. I refer to direct disciples, not ordinary students." "Direct disciples?" Qin Yuan licked his somewhat parched lips, realizing the Forbidden Academy was indeed extraordinary. No wonder Ling Shu had advised him to focus solely on this institution. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Qin Yuan inquired, "Is it truly possible for someone to become a disciple of a 9th-tier expert?" Chun Wei chuckled and shook his head. "The admission standards of the Forbidden Academy are exceedingly stringent. All students are top talents from across the nation, and the annual intake is limited to only 200 individuals. Nevertheless, each year, 1 or 2 9th-tier direct disciples emerge. Individuals who not only possess exceptional talent, but also harbor an indomitable spirit." Chun Wei regarded Qin Yuan, stating, "Should you enter the Forbidden Academy, you will compete alongside the nation's finest students, experiencing a remarkable acceleration in your growth, something no other academy can rival. To put it plainly, the most modestly accomplished graduates from the Forbidden Academy do not fall below the 4th tier, while the strongest among them has reached the 6th tier and has since risen to become one of the world's foremost experts." At this, Qin Yuan's heart raced, unable to remain calm. Such an institution was a treasure. Only a fool would overlook it. The opportunity to become a disciple of a 9th-tier expert was too enticing. Moreover, The Forbidden Academy did not lack benefits. Rather, they required one to strive for them. Thus, Qin Yuan concluded that the Forbidden Academy was the most suitable place for his studies. With a definitive decision, he proclaimed, "I choose the Forbidden Academy." Chen Wei beamed, "Congratulations. I wish you the utmost success at the Forbidden Academy. Your acceptance letter will be sent to you within 2 days." Having achieved his purpose, Chen Wei disregarded Qin Yuan's mother's attempts to keep him for a meal and departed. Although the admissions directors from the other institutions were disappointed, they still congratulated Qin Yuan before taking their leave. After selecting Wu University, Qin Yuan anticipated a moment of respite, only to realize that this was merely the beginning of the festivities. First came the municipal leaders, causing Qin Yuan's parents to wear strained smiles once more. Finally, after the municipal leaders presented their awards, the gathering dispersed. That evening, a segment aired on television featuring Qin Yuan receiving his award. Shenhua City, Shenhua No. 2 middle schools. Qin Yuan brings glory to the city, bravely seizing the provincial champion title in the martial arts examination, and is thus awarded 500,000 federal coins along with a property in the city center school district. Compared to national rewards, the municipal accolade was somewhat lesser, yet preferable to receiving nothing at all. Following this, county leaders bestowed an additional award upon Qin Yuan, a modest 300,000 in another school district property, albeit located within the county. Qin Yuan appeared on the local television yet again. As he continued with his busy schedule, the town leaders soon arrived to present another reward, leaving Qin Yuan's parents numb to the events. It did not end there. Finally, the leadership from Shanhua No. 2 Middle School, accompanied by a group, arrived, extolling Qin Yuan as the school's most outstanding student, attentive in class, helpful to peers, and respectful to teachers. They lauded him to the heavens, leaving him blushing. Had it not been for the cameras rolling, Qin Yuan might have actually believed it. Of course, this was still not the end. Following the Qin family's newfound fame, a steady stream of relatives arrived, some seeking connections, others requesting loans, and many inquiring for guidance. The most absurd part was when an obscure relative, whom they had never heard of, claimed to have once drunk Xiao Qingyuan's urine as a child. This left Qin Yuan utterly speechless. Ultimately, he had no choice but to suggest to his parents that they host a grand banquet to entertain the more familiar relatives. As for those distant relatives seeking to forge connections or borrow money, he advised they could stay away. His parents found this notion reasonable and proceeded to organize a lavish feast. However, when Qin Yuan saw the number of tables set up, he was astounded. There were no fewer than 100. "Do we truly have that many relatives?" Qin Yuan asked. His father replied, "I invited the ones I know best from the village." His mother added, "My side of the family isn't large, but I invited the entire clan." Qin Yuan was left speechless. That day, the sheer exhaustion from the gathering nearly overwhelmed him, and though he wasn't drinking alcohol, he still ended up feeling quite bloated from the beverages. Once the relatives were taken care of, Qin Yuan thought he could finally rest. But, unexpectedly, his classmates showed up, insisting that he attend a graduation party, mentioning that their former teacher would be present as well. Initially, Qin Yuan was adamantly opposed to attending. But after relentless persuasion from his classmates, compounded by a phone call from the teacher, he reluctantly agreed. Once again, he was bombarded with a flurry of compliments, which he found utterly tedious, and after enduring for over 2 hours, he made his escape. Following the conclusion of the reunion, Qin Yuan thought he could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. Little did he know, an unknown television station sought to invite him for an interview as the provincial top scorer. This infuriated him, and he promptly declined, as he had no desire to be in the spotlight again. Additionally, he had zero interest in appearing on television. At last, things quieted down. That evening, while his parents were engrossed in a discussion, Qin Yuan leaned in to listen. "How many properties do we own now?" his mother inquired. His father replied, "1 in the city, 1 in the county, and 1 in the town, all of which are in good school districts. Shouldn't we consider moving?" his mother suggested. His father pondered for a moment, agreeing that they had outgrown their old, decrepit place. "Which one should we move to?" his mother asked. "Let's go with the one in the city," his father decided. "It's right in the city center, closer to our workplaces." "That sounds good to me," his mother agreed. Qin Yuan then interjected, "There's no need to go for the city property. I have a larger one." "Wow, when did you acquire that? You startled me." His father and mother exclaimed in unison, taken aback. Feeling awkward, Qin Yuan scratched the back of his head. "You have another property? Where is it?" his father inquired. "A large flat at number 1 Bay," Qin Yuan replied. "Number 1 Bay? How did you manage that?" his father gasped, thinking he must have misheard. Qin Yuan nodded. His father hurriedly asked, "That's the prime property. How did you come by it?" "It was a national reward, valued at 200 million, Qin Yuan explained. His parents exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "We must move, and we must do it today." Chapter 32, The Home of the Awakened Ones, Exchange. Without hesitation, Spurred by the allure of the spacious 500 square meter flat at number 1 Bay, Qin Yuan's parents demonstrated remarkable decisiveness and began relocating the same day. By nightfall, they had moved in, ready to settle down, which left Qin Yuan in a state of disbelief. 2 days later, the admission letter from Zijing Academy and the intelligent terminal from the home of the awakened ones arrived without a hitch. True to its reputation, the admission letter from Zijing Academy was both grand and luxurious, with the cover crafted from pure gold. Even Qin Yuan, who seldom updates his social media, couldn't resist posting a status. Zijing Academy, here I come. As soon as he shared his post, dozens of likes and comments flooded in, providing him with a sense of satisfaction. He began to understand why so many people enjoyed flaunting their achievements on social media. However, when he glanced at the comments, his lips twitched in irritation. Congratulations. But what is this Zijing Academy? I've never heard of it. Is it a scam? Why not go to Jingwu Academy instead? The Demon Martial School isn't half bad either. Finding no information online about this academy, they were likely right. He might have been duped. Surely not. The provincial top scorer scammed? Qin Yuan scoffed, thinking, you're the one who's been fooled, and your whole family too. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Yet, he couldn't entirely blame them. Information about Zijing Academy was indeed elusive, shrouded in mystery. Had it not been for Ling Shu's introduction, he might have thought it was a hoax as well. Feeling disenchanted, Qin Yuan turned off his phone and began to examine the intelligent terminal from the home of the awakened ones. It resembled an exquisite watch, aesthetically pleasing. After perusing the manual, he learned he needed to bind his identity first. Following the tutorial, a screen materialized before him, startling him. On the screen stood an adorable little girl, who cheerfully greeted him. Hello Qin Yuan, I am the number 3 intelligent subbody. You can call me Sha. Is this for real? Qin Yuan wondered aloud, poking the screen curiously. Hey, stop poking me, Qin Yuan. I am indeed a real intelligence. Sha huffed, a touch annoyed. Qin Yuan was astonished. She was genuinely intelligent. You can understand what I'm saying? He probed further. Of course. I am the most powerful number 3 intelligence in Huagua. Although I am merely a subbody, I am almost omniscient, Sha proclaimed proudly, displaying a demeanor akin to that of a real person. Qin Yuan, you can ask me questions. After contemplating for a moment, he queried, can you look up Zijing Academy for me? In an instant, Sha replied. Zijing Academy was established in 2070 and is the first university for awakened ones in Huagua, founded by the 9th-tier powerhouse Zhongqing. The admissions criteria are exceedingly rigorous, with only 200 students accepted each year. Sha then composed an 800-word essay, captivating Qin Yuan's attention and providing him with a comprehensive understanding of Zijing Academy. He followed up with another question. What is the enrollment date for Zijing Academy? Without hesitation, Sha responded. The opening date is set for September 1st, but it is advisable to arrive 20 days early for unexpected surprises. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Could it be true? If what Sha said was accurate, he would likely need to prepare for departure in a few days. Transitioning to the main topic, he asked, could you elaborate on the home of the awakened ones? The home of the awakened ones was established under the command of the strongest, Zhongqing, with the purpose of providing a common platform for awakened ones who have made contributions to Huagua. It allows awakened ones to exchange valuable items they require and facilitates discussions and learning about relevant knowledge, which is of great significance. Qin Yuan nodded, finding this consistent with what Ling Shu had mentioned, albeit with less detail. Upon accessing the home of the awakened ones, Sha promptly vanished, and its contents appeared before Qin Yuan. The interface was straightforward, primarily divided into 3 main sections: Store, Forum, and My Profile. First, he clicked on My Profile, where his personal information appeared. It recorded his accumulated 300 contribution points. After reviewing his profile, he navigated to the forum, which showcased a myriad of topics. Qin Yuan noted the forum's vibrant activity, with numerous responses on various subjects. Moreover, it contained a wealth of knowledge on topics such as abilities, mystical beasts, wilderness survival, secret realms, and even beast dens. Qin Yuan was captivated, engrossed in the knowledge contained within the forum, which differed vastly from the information found in textbooks. The forum was replete with chronicles of each ability, user sharing their personal experiences, insights that could not be gleaned from academic study. After perusing for quite some time, Qin Yuan finally opened the marketplace, where he was immediately enthralled by the items displayed. Thunderous Body, SSS Grade Skill, 100, 000 contribution points. Eclipse 3-stage / SSS Grade Skill, 120, 000 contribution points. 9th Order Beast Core, 90, 000 contribution points. Upon seeing the top items, Qin Yuan nearly drooled. But upon noticing the staggering number of zeros associated with the required contribution points, he was rendered speechless. To put it into perspective, He had toiled tirelessly to complete a single task, earning merely 300 contribution points. It was unfathomable how long it would take to accumulate 100,000,000 points. Shaking his head in disbelief, he continued to scroll down, only to find a plethora of high-value items, making his meager 300 points seem like a jest. An idea struck him, and he called out to Sha. "Come here. What do you need, Qin Yuan?" Shasha's cheerful voice chimed in. "Could you help me filter items that cost no more than 300 contribution points?" Qin Yuan requested. Right away, Sha snapped her fingers, and the screen of the ability user's home displayed an array of items around 300 points. Qin Yuan's eyes brightened. This was indeed much more convenient. "Is there anything else, Qin Yuan?" she inquired. "No, that's all. Then call me if you need anything." Sha cheerfully bounded off, seemingly off to indulge in some delightful pastime. Qin Yuan, undistracted, resumed his focused examination. Spirit Cleaver, Tier 3 weapon, 250 contribution points. Infernal Gun, Tier 3 weapon, 260 contribution points. Desolation Slash, C-grade skill, 180 contribution points. Spatial Ring, 1 cubic meter, 100 contribution points. Eureka! Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled as he finally discovered the item he had been yearning for, the spatial ring. It was a treasure he had long desired. Each time he witnessed his backpack overflowing, preventing him from collecting the corpses of fallen beasts, his heart would bleed. After all, that was money. Thus, he resolved to procure a spatial ring, even if it was merely 1 cubic meter in size. Unfortunately, such items were highly sought after, often vanishing the moment they were available. This scarcity was not due to their affordability, but rather the rarity of spatial ability users. Fortunately, the ability user's home had some in stock, and Qin Yuan could afford one. Without further deliberation, he placed his order. With 100 contribution points swiftly deducted, Qin Yuan exhaled in relief, having feared that the item might be snatched away at the last moment. Fortunately, he successfully acquired it. Elated, Qin Yuan felt he had finally resolved his spatial constraints. After purchasing the spatial ring, he set his sights on the Desolation Slash skill. His offensive capabilities were far too limited. He could not rely solely on a single technique to prevail. A broader array of attack methods was imperative. With this in mind, he made an unhesitating purchase of Desolation Slash, further deducting 180 contribution points, leaving him with a paltry 20 contribution points, with little left to purchase. Primarily due to insufficient contribution points, Qin Yuan continued browsing the forum for a while before ultimately logging off out of boredom. The next day, to Qin Yuan's astonishment, the spatial ring and Desolation Slash he had ordered the previous day had already arrived. He could not help but praise the remarkable speed of the ability user's home's delivery service. After receiving his items, Qin Yuan eagerly donned the unassuming spatial ring. "Is this the spatial ring? It looks rather ordinary," he mused, then followed the forum's instructions to place a bottle of water inside the ring. Those familiar with spatial rings would know that it was a simple process. One merely needed to utilize their mental energy to access the ring's space. With a swift motion, the bottle of water vanished, and then, with another flick, it reappeared. "Ah, this little contraption is rather amusing," Qin Yuan remarked, toying with it. He decided to test it with a living creature. Approaching a fish tank housing several ornamental fish, he attempted to place a fish inside the spatial ring. But despite numerous attempts, he was unsuccessful. Rubbing his chin, he concluded that living beings could not be stored within. After experimenting with the spatial ring, Qin Yuan took out the skill book for Desolation Slash. The paper used for the skill book was of a unique, disposable material. Upon successfully mastering the skill, this material would disintegrate instantly. This was a regulatory measure to prevent the widespread dissemination of skills. Qin Yuan focused intently on learning Desolation Slash, dedicating nearly an entire day to it. As dusk approached, he finally grasped the basics of the skill. With a sigh of relief, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Qin Yuan. Realm, High Tier 2nd Stage. Ability, S-Grade Spirit Contract Master. Vitality, 2540, 250,240. Mental Energy, 2730, 170,180. Skills, Cleaver Technique, Proficient. Basic Swordsmanship, Comprehensive, Desolation Slash, Beginner. Summoned Beasts, 2. 2 Agumen, Gabumen. Experience points, 90. Time passed swiftly, and over the next 6 days, Qin Yuan trained in the wilderness, successfully elevating Desolation Slash to a proficient level, while Agumen advanced to the mid-tier 2nd stage. Gabumen, however, did not make a breakthrough. The newly empowered Agumen, having transformed into a powerful Tyrannosaurus, was now on the cusp of surpassing the 3rd stage threshold. Agumen Growth Stage. Rank, C-Grade Beast, Evolvable. Level, Mid-Tier 2nd Stage. Vitality, 1610. Mental Energy, 1230. Skills, Small Flame, Small Explosion. Tyrannosaurus, mature stage. Rank, B-grade beast, evolvable. Level, mid-tier second stage. Vitality, 2960. Mental energy, 2350. Ultimate move, Super Flame, emits an extremely high-temperature flame, inflicting devastating burn damage on a single target, renowned as the breath of flame that incinerates all. Signature move, Giant Horn Charge, utilizes its massive horn to ram a single enemy, possessing the ability to bypass a portion of the target's defense. It was believed that in a matter of days, Tyrannosaurus' strength would rival that of a nascent third-stage entity. Upon returning from the wilderness, Qin Yuan allowed himself a day of rest before preparing to set off for the Zijing Academy to report in. He was eager to discover the surprise that Shasha had mentioned. The following day at the high-speed train station, Qin Yuan's mother watched him with tearful eyes. Feeling a sense of reluctance as her son prepared to depart, Qin Yuan embraced his weeping mother, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Mom. I will come home whenever I have the chance." With a voice choked with emotion, Qin's mother replied, "You promised, you mustn't deceive me." Qin Yuan chuckled, "Rest assured, Mom. When have I ever lied to you? Just yesterday, you tricked me into letting you open a box." His mother retorted. Qin Yuan boarded the high-speed train bound for the Forbidden Academy, feeling a twinge of sadness as he glanced at his mother, who was fussing outside the window. This was, after all, his first journey far from home. A mother's worry for her child knows no bounds. During the entire train ride, silence enveloped them. Qin Yuan, sleeping soundly like a log, was completely oblivious to the beautiful young lady seated beside him. She, in turn, pondered whether her charm had waned. For this handsome young man had not spared her a single glance. After a 10-hour journey, the train finally arrived in Xihua City. Following the directions on his admission notice, Qin Yuan initially enjoyed the scenic views, but soon found himself being driven deep into the mountains. This unsettling turn of events made him suspect that the driver might have sinister intentions. With a wary gaze fixed on the driver, he could see the man sweating profusely as he hastily explained in the local dialect that the navigation led them here. Unfortunately, Qin Yuan could not comprehend the dialect, only intensifying the driver's anxiety, as if he feared for his life. The driver quickly reverted to standard Mandarin, and only then did Qin Yuan alight from the vehicle. Watching as the driver sped away in a panic, leaving him alone in the wilderness. Surrounded by dense forest, Qin Yuan was bewildered. Where was the school? Could it be that the Forbidden Academy was a hoax? Doubts began to gnaw at him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He summoned Shasha. Before him appeared Shasha, clad in a charming sleep robe and rubbing her large eyes. "What's the matter, Qin Yuan? I was sleeping so soundly," she complained. Qin Yuan, attempting to soothe her like a child, replied, "Don't be upset, Shasha. I'll treat you to some candy another day." Shasha pouted, exasperated. "I'm an artificial intelligence. I can't eat candy." Feeling a bit embarrassed by her cleverness, he chuckled awkwardly. Shasha was indeed too smart to deceive. Changing the subject, he inquired, "How can I get into the Forbidden Academy?" Shasha promptly responded, "The Forbidden Academy is protected by a powerful illusion array. Without an admission notice, one cannot enter. Simply present the notice, and the illusion will be dispelled." So it was, Shasha was indeed indispensable. Qin Yuan, feeling elated, produced his admission notice. At the moment he unveiled it, the notice emitted a dazzling light. "What's this?" Qin Yuan marveled. Then, to his astonishment, the towering mountain before him vanished, revealing a grand, imposing gate. "Ah, the gate is open." Shasha was right after all. He sighed in relief. As he stepped through the gate, he found the Forbidden Academy eerily quiet. Before him lay a vast square, with a tall building rising in the background. "Is anyone here?" he tentatively called out. But there was no response. Just as he thought he was alone, a voice startled him. "Hey, what are you doing here, kid?" The voice was husky and tinged with a sense of disillusionment. Following the sound, Qin Yuan spotted an elderly man languidly seated in a rocking chair, a pipe dangling from his lips, lazily puffing away, his demeanor suggesting utter lethargy. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he jogged over, keenly observing the elderly man's details. He was clearly a seasoned smoker, with teeth nearly blackened. Moreover, he appeared exceedingly bored. An idea sparked in Qin Yuan's mind. "Good day, sir. I'm here to report for enrollment." The old man remained unperturbed, his eyes barely opening as he weakly replied, "Enrollment? It's only been a year. Hasn't he it?" Sigh. Qin Yuan broke into a sweat, wondering just how bored this man must be. "Sir, could you please direct me to the enrollment office?" he asked. The elderly man took a drag from his pipe, exhaling the smoke before shaking his head. "I don't know. You'll have to find it yourself. I'm just a security guard." Qin Yuan inhaled the secondhand smoke, nearly coughing from its potency. Hastily, he retrieved a carefully prepared item from his spatial ring, a pack of purple-black cigarettes, which appeared rather premium. He swiftly opened the package and placed the remaining cigarettes on the old man's small table. "Here, sir, please enjoy my offering." The old man's nostrils flared, catching the scent of the tobacco, and for the first time, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight shining within them. What kind of cigarette is this? I haven't seen it before. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Just a new brand on the market, nothing special. He handed a cigarette to the old man, who eagerly accepted it, sniffing it appreciatively, his eyes sparkling with joy. Qin Yuan kindly lit it for him, and the old man took a deep drag, exclaiming, "What a fine smoke. Just not quite strong enough." Qin Yuan chuckled. "Next time, I'll bring you something stronger." "Ah, that would be splendid." The old man's demeanor shifted dramatically from disinterest to enthusiasm. Qin Yuan inwardly laughed, realizing that establishing rapport often required a bit of tobacco. Yet, he felt this was still insufficient. He decided to escalate his efforts. Thus, he engaged the old man in casual conversation. He learned that the old man's name was Li Feng, and he had been at the Forbidden Academy for nearly 90 years. Qin Yuan was taken aback. This man was a veritable relic. However, this was advantageous, as Li Feng likely knew the academy better than anyone else. Furthermore, Qin Yuan gleaned crucial insights about what new students should be aware of and how to maximize their potential, particularly regarding the upcoming talent assessment, an essential factor influencing one's rating and benefits at the academy. Qin Yuan was elated. This cigarette had proven invaluable. After a lengthy discussion, they had nearly smoked through 2 boxes of cigarettes, with a sea of cigarette butts strewn about the ground. Qin Yuan, feeling slightly dazed from the smoke, realized he had no real inclination to continue smoking. Noticing the time, he turned to Li Feng. "Sir, it's almost mealtime. Perhaps we should." "Oh, we've been chatting for quite a while, Qin Xiaozai. Let me take you to the dining hall. We have some great food there." No. Qin Yuan quickly interjected. "That's not what I meant, sir. I intended to share a meal with you right here." With that, he produced 2 large food containers from his spatial ring. Li Feng eyed the enormous containers with curiosity, asking, "What's this?" Qin Yuan smirked, knowing Li Feng had likely never encountered such a thing. "This is called a self-heating hot pot, Beast Edition. No washing, chopping, or frying required. Just add water and wait 10 minutes. And it's ready to eat." Li Feng's interest peaked. "They have such things now?" Qin Yuan nodded with a grin. "But that's not all. I also brought this." He pulled out a bottle encased in aged cardboard, revealing a long-preserved Maotai liquor. "Is this alcohol?" Li Feng's eyes lit up. Qin Yuan chuckled inwardly, his assumptions proving correct. Not only was the old man a seasoned smoker, but also a connoisseur of fine spirits. Li Feng eagerly uncorked the bottle, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. The old man was entranced. The previous air of disinterest had completely evaporated, and he now appeared vibrantly alive. What a marvelous liquor. Old Master Li was brimming with excitement. What a fine lad. I never imagined that, in my old age, I would have the opportunity to savor such exquisite wine. Since that's the case, I shall not hold back. He dashed into his small, private room and soon emerged with a box of tea leaves. Qin Yuan looked on with curiosity. "This is a treasure," Li boasted. "After we finish our drinks, we'll enjoy some tea. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Qin Yuan shook his head. "What are you saying, sir?" Before long, both Qin Yuan and old Li were indulging heartily, draining cup after cup of wine. Just then, a man entered through the door. The gentleman was dressed in fine clothing, handsome in appearance, and carried no luggage, save for a ring adorning his finger. Qin Yuan regarded him with curiosity, realizing that this man was likely another early arrival for enrollment. The man approached them and politely inquired, "Could you please direct me to the enrollment office?" Old Li, somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "I don't know. You'll have to find it yourself." His attitude was reminiscent of how he had initially treated Qin Yuan. The man, undeterred, smiled and nodded politely. "I apologize for the disturbance." After he left, Old Li beckoned Qin Yuan to continue their feast. However, it wasn't long before the door swung open again, this time revealing 2 newcomers, a man and a woman. Qin Yuan turned to look, and the woman stood over 1.7 meters tall, her figure perfectly proportioned, slender and graceful, boasting curves that rivaled the most exquisite S-curve. Her skin was so fair it could be described as resembling fine jade, while her facial features were strikingly beautiful, with delicate brows and bright, captivating eyes. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her face radiated an air of frosty aloofness, exuding an unapproachable chill. Beside her stood a similarly aged young man, who appeared quite bashful. His head involuntarily bowed in shyness. Their eyes met, and Qin Yuan instinctively lowered his gaze, as though confronted with a formidable beast. Chapter 35. Talent Evaluation. Qin Yuan sensed there was something intriguing about this individual. Could he also be a new student reporting for enrollment? The stunning girl spoke, her voice crisp yet cold. "Could you please direct me to the enrollment office?" Despite her use of polite language, her tone conveyed an unmistakable sense of distance. Old Li regarded her with a rare moment of patience and replied softly, "Just proceed straight to the first teaching building. The third office on the right on the third floor." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan cast a surprised glance at Old Li. The icy beauty did not spare them a second glance, simply uttering a thank you before dragging the young man away. Qin Yuan watched the enchanting silhouette of the cold beauty, stroking his chin in contemplation. Old Li, in a rather irritable tone, remarked, "Don't stare, you rascal. That girl is not simple." "In what way is she not simple?" Qin Yuan queried, curiosity piqued. "You'll find out soon enough," Old Li teased. "Come, let us continue drinking." After several rounds, Old Li exclaimed, "Little Qin, we've run out of wine. Fetch some more." His face was flushed. Clearly the effects of the alcohol were taking hold. They had already consumed 3 bottles of Matai. Although Qin Yuan was not drunk, he felt a pleasant buzz. Shaking his head vigorously to regain clarity, he cautioned, "Old Li, we can't drink anymore. I still have to enroll." "Enrollment? What nonsense. I'll take care of that for you," Old Li grumbled, pulling out his elderly smartphone and unsteadily dialing a number. "Xiao Weizi, hurry to the main entrance." "Who is Xiao Weizi? It can't be that Chen Wei from the admissions office, can it?" Qin Yuan blinked in astonishment. Before long, Chen Wei indeed appeared before Qin Yuan, panting heavily. Qin Yuan was taken aback. What kind of standing did Old Li possess that he could summon the director like this? "Old Li, what can I do for you?" Chen Wei gasped, finally catching his breath and respectfully addressing Old Li. "Xiao Weizi, you are to assist little Qin with his enrollment procedures immediately," Old Li commanded, pointing at Qin Yuan. "Yes, yes." Chen Wei suddenly realized it was Qin Yuan and exclaimed, "Qin Yuan?" A storm of thoughts surged within Chen Wei. What was the relationship between him and Old Li that warranted such a direct order? His perception of Qin Yuan was instantly reshaped. "Director Chen," Qin Yuan greeted with a smile. "Enough pleasantries, get to it quickly, and don't disturb us while we drink." Old Li urged impatiently. Of course, of course." Chen Wei, who had displayed an air of arrogance at Qin Yuan's home, now appeared subservient before Old Li, leading Qin Yuan to wonder about Old Li's true identity. He was certainly more than just a security guard. Could he be akin to the humble monks of Shaolin? Qin Yuan stroked his chin, considering this possibility. Otherwise, why would Chen Wei be so deferential? Chen Wei efficiently completed Qin Yuan's enrollment procedures on the spot, accomplishing in mere minutes what typically took half an hour. "Qin Yuan, your enrollment is finalized. Your dormitory is located in Building C of Wanhua Garden. There are 2 matters to discuss. First, the talent evaluation, which you can choose to participate in at your convenience, located at the Forbidden Palace. Second, the practical test, which will be conducted uniformly on September 2nd. Chen Wei handed over the documents to Qin Yuan and outlined the essential details. "Thank you, Director Chen." Qin Yuan expressed his gratitude. "All right, it's all sorted. Hurry along now, don't disrupt our drinking," Old Li interjected, visibly displeased. "Understood, Old Li. I'll take my leave now." Qin Yuan, "See you again when you have time." Chen Wei bid farewell and hurried off. Once Chen Wei departed, Old Li cheerfully resumed. "Come, let us continue drinking. It has been ages since I've enjoyed myself so thoroughly." Qin Yuan chuckled. Initially, he merely intended to build rapport with Old Li for his enrollment. But now it seemed this was a feast worth relishing. "Let us go, Old Li. May we drink until dawn." The following day, the sun had already risen high in the sky when Qin Yuan slowly awoke, shaking off the lingering haze of intoxication. He glanced at Old Li, sprawled on the floor in a deep slumber, and couldn't he help but smile wryly. They had indeed spent the entire night drinking, polishing off 8 bottles of Matai between them. After washing his face in the restroom, Qin Yuan felt a bit more alert. He sighed as he looked at the slumbering Old Li, then hoisted him onto the bed and tucked him in before departing. Before leaving, he left behind a bottle of Matai and a pack of cigarettes. Once Qin Yuan was a distance away, Old Li abruptly opened his eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "This lad seems rather promising." Zijin Academy was vast, and after wandering for quite some time, Qin Yuan struggled to locate his dormitory, ultimately relying on directions to find his way. Observing the small villa before him, he noted it was not particularly large nor a duplex, but ample for 1 occupant. Upon entering the villa, Qin Yuan explored his abode for the next 4 years and nodded in satisfaction. It was quite pleasant. After settling his belongings, he took a shower and promptly fell asleep again. The effects of last night's revelry lingered, leaving his head still spinning. After a restorative nap, it was already afternoon. After a light meal, Qin Yuan resolved to seek out the Forbidden Palace, as he was quite intrigued by the talent evaluation. Through the insights gathered from Old Li, it became evident that this talent evaluation would significantly influence one's genius ranking and personal benefits at the Zijin Academy. Those who gain entry into the academy are exceptional talents hailing from various corners of the nation. Thus, a talent assessment is imperative to categorize these prodigies into tiers. The rankings are divided into 4 distinct levels: ordinary, outstanding, extraordinary, and monstrous. The disparities in benefits among these levels are vast, directly impacting future development. As for the assessment process, Qin Yuan had also grasped its intricacies, which comprised 4 stages. The first stage pertains to the level of one's abilities. This method of evaluation is commonplace and serves as the threshold for the assessment. The second stage is termed endless, which is intriguingly fascinating. The Zijing Academy boasts a tower of illusions, where challengers are set at a primary advanced level, confronting an endless array of bizarre beasts. The higher one climbs, the better the results. The third stage demands a resolute heart. The longer one endures the terrifying illusions, the higher the score achieved. The fourth stage is the pinnacle of Zijing, consisting of 9,999 steps. Again, ascending higher yields superior results. Except for the first stage, the remaining stages primarily assess one's character. Qin Yuan had thoroughly comprehended this, yet understanding does not guarantee success, and he remained vigilant. Chapter 36. The astonishing emergence of SS-level abilities. In contemplation, Qin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Zijing Hall. Upon witnessing the grandiose architecture of the hall, he couldn't help but marvel. It was so vast that he wondered if the Zijing Academy occupied the entire mountain. The hall's exterior was not only magnificent, but also featured a grand entrance towering 3 to 4 meters high, remarkably equipped with intelligent mechanisms that sensed approaching individuals, causing the doors to glide open seamlessly. As Qin Yuan stepped into the Zijing Hall, he discovered that others had already arrived before him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the 3 individuals who had reported the day prior. The most striking among them was the tall, handsome man clad in flamboyant attire, who maintained his charming demeanor and greeted Qin Yuan with a warm smile and a nod. Qin Yuan reciprocated politely. In contrast, the exquisitely beautiful Ice Maiden remained as aloof as ever, exuding an aura that kept others at bay, save for the bashful young man at her side. That timid individual still appeared shy, casting a glance at Qin Yuan before retreating as if startled. Approaching the trio, Qin Yuan offered a brief greeting but refrained from further conversation. His attention was drawn to the massive ability stone before him. Astonished by its size, far larger than the one used during his school's ability test. Just then, an elderly woman approached with deliberate steps, her murky gaze sweeping over the 4 of them. When her eyes fell upon the Ice Maiden, she paused for a brief second, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before vanishing. This did not escape Qin Yuan, who immediately recalled old Li's words from the previous night, silently concluding that the Ice Maiden was indeed extraordinary. The elderly woman clasped her hands behind her back and rasped, "Are you certain you wish to commence the talent evaluation now? I must remind you that there is only one opportunity to be ranked every 4 years, and any subsequent developments cannot alter your classification." The flamboyant young man nodded first, followed by the Ice Maiden and the bashful boy, prompting Qin Yuan to nod in agreement as well. "Very well, your talent evaluation officially begins now. First up, the ability test. Who will go first?" The elderly woman rasped. Qin Yuan had no intention of being the first to step forward. However, the flamboyant young man seemed intent on choosing him, smilingly suggesting, "Classmate, why don't you go first?" Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment, confirming that the young man was indeed addressing him, and then replied with a smile, "I just arrived. I'll observe for now." The flamboyant man maintained his smile, nodding before turning to the Ice Maiden, asking, "Xiaobing, would you like to go first?" The Ice Maiden's expression remained unchanged as she coldly replied, "You go first." "All right, then I shall," the flamboyant young man conceded, stepping towards the ability stone. Observing their interactions, Qin Yuan realized that the 3 were acquainted. The flamboyant young man likely had only a superficial relationship with the Ice Maiden, while the bashful boy and the Ice Maiden seemed to share a much closer bond, evident from the way the boy practically clung to her side. Qin Yuan pondered briefly, speculating that they might be siblings, but he dismissed the thought as irrelevant to him. In his musings, the flamboyant young man commenced his test. A brilliant and potent red light flashed, illuminating the entire hall with its dazzling glow. Qin Yuan was inwardly astounded by the impressive energy fluctuations. It fell on par with his own. Daiyu, primary level 2, S-level fire ability, Crimson Lotus Fire. The information regarding Daiyu materialized on the ability stone, leaving Qin Yuan somewhat taken aback. Indeed, it was an S-level ability. It was no wonder that Zijing Academy was renowned. One could seemingly stumble upon S-level abilities at random. In the martial arts examination, out of over 700,000 candidates, only he and the cold young man had possessed S-level abilities. The odds were strikingly low. However, within the Zijing Academy, it appeared that S-level abilities were no longer a rarity. Daiyu's expression remained unchanged upon seeing his results. Yet Qin Yuan detected a hint of pride in his gaze. The elderly woman cast a glance at Dai, her demeanor unperturbed, as if she regarded it as commonplace. Next, the Ice Maiden turned to the bashful young man, a fleeting warmth gracing her icy visage as she encouraged, "Xiao Mo, you go first." GMO, feeling the weight of the collective gaze upon him, shrank back shyly, but spurred on by his sister's encouragement, he mustered his courage and stepped forward. Placing his hand upon the ability stone, Qin Yuan watched with keen interest, curious about the young man's abilities. In a flash, a violet light filled the hall, the energy emanating from it rivaling that of Dai. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yet another S-level ability. GMO, primary level 2, S-level enhancement ability, possession. An enhancement ability, which was a relatively rare type. The elderly woman regarded GMO with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Seemingly aware of the rarity of such abilities, GMO hurried back to the Ice Maiden's side, continuing to display his shyness as she comforted him with a gentle pat. Qin Yuan sensed that the Ice Maiden had cast a glance in his direction. Noticing his lack of reaction, she said nothing and stepped forward. All eyes were on her. Even the previously indifferent elderly woman was now focused intently on her. As the Ice Maiden placed her hand on the stone, an overwhelmingly powerful wave of energy surged forth, followed by an intense chill. Her hair floated ethereally, and her dark pupils transformed into a mesmerizing ice blue, radiating allure. Soon, frost began to manifest throughout the hall, and the ground started to freeze. Merely testing her abilities had already affected the entire chamber. How terrifying! Qin Yuan shivered involuntarily, thinking to himself, indeed, she is the Ice Maiden. The moniker suits her perfectly. Ji Bing, Advanced Level 2, SS Level Ice Ability, Absolute Cold Ice. In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the elderly woman's murky gaze, her previously placid expression now tinged with excitement. Qin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to conceal his surprise. This was indeed an SS level ability, a legendary grade ability, exceedingly rare. He had never even heard of one before. No wonder Old Li had emphasized that the Ice Maiden was extraordinary. It was evident that he had recognized her potential long ago. Qin Yuan took a deep breath. Indeed, those who could gain admission to the Forbidden Academy were extraordinary, with no weaklings among them. This realization filled Qin Yuan with exhilaration, for since acquiring the system, he had yet to encounter anyone of his age who surpassed him. Finally, such a competitor had emerged, igniting an inexplicable excitement within him. This only heightened his anticipation for the forthcoming academic journey at the Forbidden Academy. The Ice Maiden retracted her powers, her expression returning to its customary frigid demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the astonished gazes of those present, as if she had grown accustomed to such attention. Next, it was Qin Yuan's turn. The elderly matron cast a fleeting glance in his direction, her expression neutral, offering little in the way of interest. Dai maintained his habitual polite smile, yet a trace of disdain flickered in the depths of his gaze. Zhu Bing, after casting a brief glance at Qin Yuan, turned her attention away. The bashful Zhu Mo stole a glance at Qin Yuan, an inexplicable fear causing him to shrink back. Chapter 37. Qin Yuan's first evaluation. Zhu Mo trembled uncontrollably, and Zhu Bing, concerned, gently patted his shoulder, though her icy countenance revealed a hint of perplexity. Is my brother afraid now? Why? Could it be because of him? Zhu Bing cast a penetrating look at Qin Yuan's retreating figure, noting how her brother occasionally stole glances at him, too timid to gaze openly. Few knew that Zhu Bing and Zhu Mo were actually fraternal twins, possessing an extraordinary telepathic bond. Zhu Bing could indeed sense her brother's fear. But the source of his trepidation, could it be him? She looked once more at Qin Yuan. At that moment, Qin Yuan stood before the Power Stone, preparing for the assessment. As his palm made contact with the stone, a formidable suction began to draw his powers from within at an alarming pace. Qin Yuan remained calm. He had experienced this sensation during his awakening at school. This instance was merely more intense. Soon, the Power Stone emitted a powerful wave. A dazzling azure light burst forth from the stone, although the energy fluctuations were comparable to those of Dai and Zhu Mo. The subsequent transformations of light astonished everyone present. The azure glow began to morph, swiftly shifting to blue. This was merely the beginning, as the blue light soon transitioned to purple, followed by yellow, violet, gold, and finally black. The kaleidoscope of colors left the onlookers in utter shock. Even the elderly matron, who had previously appeared unperturbed, now widened her murky eyes in disbelief. Not only them, but even Qin Yuan himself was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a transformation in his powers. This was hardly surprising, as he had not undergone any power assessment since his enhancement and was thus unaware of this eventuality. As the black light gradually faded, Qin Yuan realized that the crowd was regarding him with peculiar expressions. Even the typically stoic Zhu Bing displayed surprise. feeling a surge of bashfulness. Qin Yuan awaited the stone's feedback. Qin Yuan, second tier advanced, S-rank summoner, spirit contract master. The elderly matron was taken aback, unable to suppress her inquiry. You are a summoner? Qin Yuan politely nodded, replying, yes, esteemed elder. She said nothing further, merely scrutinizing him with a profound gaze. Others might not understand, but with her experience, she was acutely aware. For many years in the realm of abilities, summoners had consistently been classified as D-rank, never undergoing any change. Yet today, she had encountered an S-rank summoner, a revelation that left her astounded and mentally noting Qin Yuan's name. Was this a mutation of abilities? The matron dared not speculate. Meanwhile, Dai Yu's facade of a smile remained intact, though his grip on his fists tightened. How could this brat be at the second-tier advanced level? This was incomprehensible. I'm the one at the bottom. It was one thing for Xiao Bing to surpass me, but why him? Could it be that he had taken drugs? Was his foundation shaky? Yes, that must be it. This boy's level surely wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. In actual combat, he must be a mere novice. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Dai Yu's smile grew increasingly malicious. Zhu Mo trembled even more violently, whispering to Zhu Bing, sister, I'm scared. It's all right, Xiao Mo. I'm here, Zhu Bing reassured him, patting his shoulder, though her icy gaze remained fixed on Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan found himself perplexed by Zhu Bing's intense stare, glancing at the man quaking in her embrace, feeling somewhat exasperated. What a pair of odd siblings. Qin Yuan kept his focus straight ahead, awaiting the announcement of the results. After a moment, the Power Stone emitted a voice, and the familiar sensation conjured the image of Xia-Xia's adorable form in Qin Yuan's mind. The first assessment is complete. We shall now announce the results. Qin Yuan and the others eagerly awaited. Dai Yu, rated ordinary. Dai Yu's smile gradually faded, his fists tightening once more. Qin Yuan, however, was somewhat astonished. S-rank abilities? And yet deemed ordinary? Surely not. Is the standard that stringent? In other institutions, S-rank abilities were treasured. The strict rating system left Qin Yuan feeling somewhat apprehensive. The stone continues. Zhu Mo, rated ordinary. Zhu Mo exhibited no special reaction, remaining bashful. Zhu Bing frowned slightly at this. Dai Yu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they were all deemed ordinary, so that means the one named Qin Yuan should also be ordinary. Zhu Bing, rated extraordinary. Zhu Bing's expression showed no change, remaining as frosty as ever. Zhu Mo looked up, elated, exclaiming, sister is amazing. Zhu Bing smiled gently. Xiao Mo is quite remarkable too. Qin Yuan cast a glance at the Ice Maiden, smirking slightly. Wasn't she quite lovely when she smiled? Why insist on being the Ice Maiden? Perhaps noticing Qin Yuan's gaze, the Ice Maiden instantly reverted to her icy demeanor. Dai Yu was more jubilant than anyone else, congratulating her. Congratulations, Xiao Bing, truly well-deserved. The Ice Maiden ignored the flamboyant man, leaving him awkwardly retracting his congratulatory gesture. Qin Yuan observed this spectacle, a smile barely contained on his lips. Finally, it was time for Qin Yuan's results to be revealed. While the three appeared indifferent, their ears were perked up, keenly awaiting his rating. The Power Stone declared, Qin Yuan, rated extraordinary. As the words left the stone, Dai Yu's smile vanished instantaneously, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhu Bing was equally astonished. She had initially believed Qin Yuan would at most receive a talented rating, never expecting an extraordinary one. Unable to resist, Zhu Bing glanced at Qin Yuan, who perceptively responded with a radiant smile, causing her to quickly avert her gaze in shock. Why is he smiling so excessively? A blush crept onto Zhu Bing's frigid visage. Meanwhile, Zhu Mo's trembling intensified, as if Qin Yuan were his nemesis. The elderly matron interjected, all right, the first assessment concludes here. Let us proceed to the second. Just as everyone assumed the matter was settled and prepared to move on to the next stage, an enraged voice interrupted the matron. This is impossible. How could this fellow possibly be rated as extraordinary? Clearly, we are all at the S level of abilities. So why is he deemed extraordinary while I am relegated to an ordinary rating? Dai Yu's face flushed with rage as he pointed a finger at Qin Yuan, shouting vehemently. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the suddenly enraged Dai Yu. Had he not always presented himself as mild-mannered? Was this outburst truly warranted? Zhu Bing cast a disdainful glance at the red-faced Dai Yu, choosing to ignore him entirely. Conversely, Zhu Mo appeared unafraid, casting a curious glance at the furious Dai Yu. Qin Yuan, arms crossed, found amusement in the spectacle before him. How swiftly the veneer of hypocrisy was stripped away. It was, indeed, a lackluster display. The elderly matron furrowed her brow, directing a stern gaze towards the instigator. Her frail form suddenly emanated a formidable aura, sending Dai Yu hurtling backwards. Are you questioning my authority? Chapter 38, The Tower Challenge. Her raspy voice, laced with iciness, betrayed her fury as a powerful force erupted forth, propelling Dai Yu several meters away. Remarkable, to achieve such force merely through her presence. Qin Yuan's pupils constricted, astonished by the old woman's unexpected strength. He was uncertain of her exact realm, yet instinctively felt it surpassed Ling Shu's. After all, Ling Shu had not imposed such pressure upon him merely through her aura. Dai Yu, having been knocked back, spat blood, clearly wounded by the earlier incident, which jolted him out of his fury. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. Setting aside his pride, Dai Yu scrambled to his feet, apologizing profusely. "I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. I was reckless, momentarily blinded by anger, leading to my disgraceful behavior." Seeing Dai Yu's rapid capitulation, Qin Yuan felt a pang of regret. He had not anticipated this person's swift submission. Otherwise he might have relished in giving him a proper thrashing. The elderly matron's anger subsided slightly, yet she coldly huffed, "Since you are a newcomer, I shall grant you this opportunity. Should there be a next time, I will have you expelled from the Purple Forbidden Academy. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." Dai Yu replied, his demeanor now submissive. The matron regarded him with an impassive expression before leading the group forward. Zhu Bing maintained her frosty demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Qin Yuan sighed, shaking his head in disappointment, lamenting the missed opportunity to unleash his pent-up frustrations. Throughout their journey, Dai Yu dared not act out again, speaking far less than before, and the facade of his insincere smile vanished, revealing what appeared to be his true nature. The elderly matron led the four to another grand hall, where a massive luminous circle awaited at its center, large enough to accommodate many individuals. In her gravelly voice, the matron explained, "The second trial is known as the Endless Abyss. It is quite simple. Entering this circle will transport you into the illusionary tower. The tower consists of 99 floors, and within, everyone's abilities will be suppressed to the first-tier advanced level. Your task is equally straightforward: slay the aberrant beasts. The more you kill, the higher you ascend, and the greater your rating will be. Do you all understand?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Yuan, understanding the underlying stakes more deeply, recalled what Oldley had shared with him. This trial primarily assessed not only the combat prowess of the ability users, but also their resilience and courage in the face of an unending onslaught of aberrant beasts. Imagine confronting an enemy that cannot be vanquished nor escaped. Would you not feel the urge to crumble? When faced with such a scenario, would you opt to fight valiantly or succumb to despair? The elderly matron continued, "Once you enter the illusionary tower, typically, there is no exit. The only way out is through death." The mere mention of death shifted the expressions of Dai Yu and the others, while Qin Yuan, already aware of the implications, remained unfazed. Noting the reactions of the crowd, the matron revealed a cryptic smile. As a friendly reminder, within the illusionary tower, you will experience pain, 100 pain sensation. In other words, should you die, you will truly feel the sensation of death. The sensation of death. Under such circumstances, would anyone still possess the courage to end their own life? This feature was implemented by the tower's creators, who had anticipated the propensity for many to choose self-destruction. "Very well, you may now enter," the matron said, unwilling to elaborate further. She had explained enough and intimidated them sufficiently. The outcome was now in their hands. Qin Yuan stepped forward first, followed by Dai Yu, and lastly Zhu Bing, who pulled Zhu Mo along. With a flash of white light, upon reopening his eyes, Qin Yuan found himself enveloped in a dark expanse, though a faint glimmer of light prevented complete blindness. Is this an illusion? How remarkably vivid. Qin Yuan felt his own body, astonished by the tangible sensation. No wonder they spoke of 100 pain transmission. Such incredible creativity. Qin Yuan marveled at the immense power required to conjure such an illusion. Soon, he discovered that his abilities had been suppressed to the first-tier advanced level. Before he could fully acclimate, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. "They are coming." Qin Yuan's expression sharpened, swiftly drawing his weapon, the slaughtering knife, as he peered ahead. 3 towering wolves emerged before him, all of the same first-tier advanced level. 3 on the first floor already? Qin Yuan was taken aback. The difficulty was undeniably high. Yet, there was no time to ponder, as the 3 wolves charged at him. Despite their numbers, Qin Yuan dispatched them within a minute. Gazing at the vanished carcasses, he pondered thoughtfully. While his abilities were suppressed, his martial skills remained intact. Moreover, there was no system notification upon their defeat, indicating that it did not meet the system's criteria for a valid kill. It seemed this was a place for honing his martial skills. With a clear understanding of his situation, Qin Yuan quickly ascended to the second floor. Outside the illusionary tower, the elderly matron observed the screen before her, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. This young man, Qin Yuan, had completed the first floor in just a minute, suggesting he possessed substantial practical experience and formidable combat prowess. As for the others, apart from Zhu Bing, the other two, the matron fell into silence, evidently reluctant to comment further. On the screen, Zhu Bing wielded her SS-level extreme cold ice to transform the three wolves into ice sculptures, swiftly advancing to the second floor. In contrast, although Dai Yu possessed an S-level fire ability, his lack of versatility and singular approach revealed a distinct deficiency in practical experience, resulting in him struggling significantly. Meanwhile, the timid Zhu Mo, despite harnessing his powers, was hindered by his bashful nature, leaving him equally ensnared in a battle for survival. Even if they managed to pass the first floor, their progress beyond that would likely be limited. Upon reaching the second floor, the number of wolves escalated to 4. Qin Yuan felt an intensification of pressure, yet he refrained from summoning his ancient beasts. He intended to seize this opportunity to refine his martial skills and combat abilities, striving to reach new heights. This would be his inaugural attempt to enhance himself without relying on the system's augmentation features. Devastation Slash. Qin Yuan unleashed his newly acquired technique, cleaving through the final wolf with a wave of immense blade energy. Thus far, he had vanquished all 4 wolves. Feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, he decided to rest momentarily. Unforeseen was the realization that the prowess of sea-level martial arts surpassed that of the pig slaughtering blade technique by such a significant margin. Mere proficiency could summon blade energy, while the latter required mastery to merely reach the threshold. It was evident that a comparison between the two was futile. However, Qin Yuan soon reconciled himself to this fact, considering that the pig slaughtering blade technique was merely a mediocre form of martial arts, whereas the destruction slash was a sea-level technique, with a D-level technique standing in between them. After a sufficient respite, Qin Yuan ascended to the 3rd level. Chapter 39, Record. A flash of white light heralded Dai Yu's appearance within the forbidden purple hall. Surveying his surroundings and finding himself utterly alone, his face flushed crimson, fists clenched tightly, revealing a glimmer of resentment in his eyes. I cannot believe I am the first to exit. I didn't even surpass the 2nd level. A wave of intense humiliation surged within him, threatening to ignite his fury. Yet, a single, expressionless gaze from the old crone doused this fire, leaving him devoid of anger. He had already experienced the old woman's wrath. Should he dare to act out again, he would undoubtedly find himself with broken limbs, cast out from the Forbidden Academy. Lowering his head, he seethed in silent rage. Moments later, another figure emerged, Zhu Mo. This sight brought a flicker of solace to the lonely Dai Yu. He approached and inquired, "Little Mo, to which level did you progress?" Though still somewhat bashful, Zhu Mo showed no fear in confronting Dai Yu, lowering his gaze as he admitted, "I could not surpass the 2nd level." Dai Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, reassured that he was not alone in his failure to advance. This revelation lessened his sense of disgrace. With his thick skin, he approached the old crone and respectfully inquired, "Elder, may I know the progress of the other 2? The old crone glanced at him with her impassive expression and replied, "Zhu Bing has surpassed the 3rd level and is currently at the 4th. Progressing through the 4th level should pose no significant challenge, yet the 5th level remains precarious." Dai Yu had long accepted that Zhu Bing's talent surpassed his own, so this news did not deeply trouble him. As for Qin Yuan, the old crone paused, casting a look at Dai Yu. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's name, Dai Yu felt a tightening in his chest, eagerly gazing at the old crone. He begrudgingly acknowledged that Qin Yuan had garnered his focused attention. The old crone, observing Dai Yu's anxious demeanor, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she calmly stated, "Qin Yuan is currently at the 5th level. I believe he will pass without issue." The 5th level. Dai Yu's mind felt as if struck by lightning, his shock rendering him nearly incapable of comprehension. How could this unknown youth, possessing an S-level ability, have advanced to the 5th level while he himself had faltered at the 2nd? Dai Yu found it intolerable and incomprehensible. Muttering in disbelief, "This is impossible, it cannot be." Witnessing Dai Yu's dazed state, the old crone shook her head, branding him with a label, "insufficient inner strength." She could not resist imparting her wisdom, saying, "While the innate talent of an ability user is undoubtedly significant, numerous factors ultimately influence combat effectiveness, such as talent, combat experience, martial skills, perseverance, and inner fortitude, all of which can decisively determine the strength of one's battle prowess. As for you," she glanced pointedly at Dai Yu, "your innate talent is acceptable, yet in terms of experience, martial skills, and inner strength, you fall far short of Qin Yuan." Dai Yu trembled as if struck by a bolt of lightning, feeling utterly dazed. The old crone, indifferent to his plight, turned her gaze back to the screen, where Zhu Bing had successfully traversed the 4th level and entered the 5th, while Qin Yuan had also passed the 5th level, advancing to the 6th. However, Zhu Bing soon found himself overwhelmed by 7 first-tier high-level giant wolves, proving difficult to withstand despite his SS-level ability. ultimately succumbing after a brief struggle. Meanwhile, the 6th level presented Qin Yuan with the daunting challenge of facing 8 giant wolves, plunging him into a fierce battle. Returning to the forbidden purple hall, Zhu Bing appeared slightly dazed, taking a moment to regain her composure. Sister. Zhu Mo rushed to her side. Zhu Bing affectionately patted Zhu Mo's back before approaching the old crone, asking, Elder, how many levels has Qin Yuan surpassed? Zhu Bing noticed Qin Yuan was absent from the hall, indicating he was still within the illusory tower. Her concern for Qin Yuan's progression was palpable. Qin Yuan has reached the 6th level. However, it is likely he will find it challenging to proceed further, the old crone responded, a rare smile illuminating her face. Reflecting her admiration for Zhu Bing's exceptional talent, Zhu Bing furrowed her brow, remaining silent. The old crone offered reassurance. Your performance is commendable. Few students in history have managed to pass the 5th level. Zhu Bing shook her head, replying, Elder, I do not feel disheartened. Rather, I believe I must strive harder. The old crone nodded approvingly. In contrast to Daiyu, Zhu Bing possessed a much stronger inner resolve, a vital trait for becoming a formidable force. Suddenly, Zhu Bing inquired, Elder, may I gain insight into the historical records of past participants in the illusory tower? Of course, the old crone nodded, waving her hand, conjuring a list that materialized before them. Zhu Bing quickly studied it. First place, Zhang Qing, who passed the 21st level. Second place, Sima Liang, who passed the 16th level. Third place, Wu Fan, who passed the 15th level. Fourth place, Zhao Shui, who passed the 14th level. Zhu Bing's eyes widened in shock. It was her first encounter with such a disparity. The first place had reached the 21st level, while she had only managed the 4th, a chasm that felt insurmountable. The old crone chuckled softly. Child, do not despair. Such accomplishments are not achieved overnight. Those on the list have triumphed after countless attempts. Zhu Bing paused, suddenly recalling. But wasn't it said that there is only one opportunity? The old crone clarified. This single opportunity refers to the genius rating. Subsequent attempts at the tower do not factor into the genius assessment. Zhu Bing sighed in relief. Thus, she still had a chance. Elder, how far do you think Qin Yuan can advance? She asked once more. The old crone hesitated before responding, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The 6th level will likely be his limit. However, this achievement is already remarkable. Even the strongest individual in Huagua, Lord Zhangqing, only reached the 8th level on his first attempt. Qin Yuan's performance is commendable. Zhu Bing nodded, choosing not to speak further as her gaze remained fixed on the screen, where Qin Yuan's form appeared rather beleaguered. Within the illusory tower, although Qin Yuan's physical state appeared somewhat disheveled, his countenance bore no trace of panic. This was due to his relentless practice of his movement techniques. Throughout the first 5 levels, Qin Yuan had diligently honed his foundational sword technique to the level of mastery, filling him with excitement and further fueling his dedication to refining his martial skills. After engaging with the 8 giant wolves for a considerable duration, Qin Yuan felt it was time to conclude the skirmish. Destruction Slash. A blade energy, even more formidable than before, surged forth, instantaneously cleaving the 8 giant wolves in twain. In that moment, the Destruction Slash experienced its own breakthrough. Chapter 40. The old crone and Zhu Bing were rendered speechless. The sight of Qin Yuan annihilating the 8 giant wolves was witnessed by the old crone and Zhu Bing outside the tower. Zhu Bing's pupils dilated in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the spectacle. Meanwhile, the old crone exclaimed in astonishment, He has broken through. Zhu Bing quickly inquired, Has he ascended to the 3rd tier? Previously, Zhu Bing was aware that both she and Qin Yuan were at the same tier, both being of the 2nd high rank. Should one of them break through, it would mean ascending to the 3rd tier. However, the old woman shook her head, clarifying that the illusion tower uniformly compresses all ranks to the 1st high tier, and the likelihood of a breakthrough is exceedingly slim. What he has achieved is an advancement in martial skills. Martial skills? Zhu Bing seemed to grasp something and hurriedly inquired of her elder, Are you saying that Qin Yuan has been honing his martial skills this entire time? The old woman displayed a delighted smile, seemingly confirming this notion. What a clever lad. He has managed to conceal his true strength from even me. This young man has not utilized his genuine power to navigate the tower. Rather, he has seized this opportunity to refine his martial prowess. It appears that Qin Yuan's true capabilities may indeed allow him to touch the threshold of the 8th layer. The old woman felt a flicker of anticipation within her. For the 8th layer was the record of Lord Zhangqing, the foremost powerhouse of Huagua, during his initial foray into the tower, a record that remains unbroken to this day. If Qin Yuan could reach the 8th layer, it would be of monumental significance. Meanwhile, Zhu Bing bit her lip, finally comprehending why her brother held such trepidation towards Qin Yuan. It turned out he was indeed formidable, surpassing her in strength to a degree that instilled fear within her. Sensing Zhu Bing's thoughts, the old woman reassured her, "Child, your innate talent exceeds his. It is merely that your experience and martial skills are lacking by comparison. These can be cultivated over time, so there is no need for you to fret unduly." Zhu Bing shook her head, asserting, "Elder, rest assured. I am merely contemplating how I must strive harder in these areas to undoubtedly surpass Qin Yuan." Observing Zhu Bing's driven demeanor, the old woman nodded in approval. Within the illusion tower, Qin Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he transitioned from proficiency to the stage of mastery with his technique, the obliteration slash. This accomplishment was achieved without the aid of the system's enhancements, filling him with a sense of achievement. Furthermore, Qin Yuan discovered an intriguing fact. The higher his proficiency with basic sword techniques, the easier it became to advance in martial skills. He believed further observation was warranted regarding this matter. Given the current circumstances, he decided to continue his ascent through the tower, as a breakthrough was not imminent. Qin Yuan soon arrived at the 7th layer, where the number of giant wolves had increased by 1, now facing 9 simultaneously. The pressure intensified significantly. Qin Yuan's expression grew serious. He could no longer afford to play around. Continuing to do so might lead to his demise. Nevertheless, he refrained from summoning the Yaga Beast and Gab Beast, feeling capable of handling the situation himself. Engaging them would render the encounter rather dull. The 9 giant wolves launched a simultaneous assault upon Qin Yuan, their fierce intimidation capable of shattering the resolve of those with weaker wills. Yet, Qin Yuan remained composed, eschewing direct confrontation as he swiftly dodged their attacks. The onslaught of the wolves came in relentless waves, their coordinated strikes overwhelming him. The old woman observed this scene and shook her head, sensing that Qin Yuan was in peril. This might be his limit. Zhu Bing concurred with the old woman. Acutely aware of the wolf's ferocity, when she had once faced 7, she had been swiftly defeated. This was no mere addition of numbers. The illusion tower's design seemed to orchestrate the wolves' attacks into a synchronized formation, akin to human teamwork, rendering their combined strikes remarkably terrifying. This was starkly different from encounters with wild beasts. The effectiveness of coordination made an immense difference. Had she been in Qin Yuan's position, facing 9 wolves, she would likely have been instantaneously vanquished. That he could endure for so long was already commendable. Zhu Bing's cold gaze flickered with a hint of acknowledgement. At that moment, Qin Yuan was indeed, as the old woman and Zhu Bing had remarked, ensnared in a grueling battle, with injuries adorning his body. However, he remained unflustered, evading with all his might while seizing opportunities for effective counterattacks. Regrettably, the wolves' coordination was impeccable. Even when one was injured, another would swiftly take its place, leaving Qin Yuan no chance to capitalize. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yuan retreated swiftly for 10 meters, pausing as though he had conceded. Witnessing this, the old woman remarked, "Qin Yuan has given up, but it is understandable. He is still lacking in strength." Zhu Bing inexplicably felt a sense of relief. However, Qin Yuan's next action left both women utterly astonished. "Come forth, Yaga Beast, Gab Beast." 2 massive pentagrams appeared, heralding the arrival of the Yaga Beast and Gab Beast. The sight of this left the old woman and Zhu Bing completely astounded. The old woman gasped in disbelief. Hasn't he even exerted his full strength? Good heavens. He is a summoner. We completely overlooked that. Zhu Bing was equally astonished, realizing that this fellow had been fighting without using his abilities. They had forgotten that Qin Yuan was inherently a summoner, an unprecedented S-rank summoner at that. This guy? Zhu Bing bit her lip, her expression a complex mixture of thoughts. It turned out that an S-rank summoner could summon 2 beasts simultaneously, a stark contrast to the conventional understanding of summoners. The old woman continued to be astonished while harboring great expectations. Moreover, this lad was practically a humanoid beast. He was nothing like any summoner she had ever encountered. Yet, it seemed he had a real chance to conquer the 8th layer. Upon their emergence, the Yaga Beast and Gab Beast were exceedingly excited. "Big brother, it's been ages since you summoned us." Qin Yuan had no time for pleasantries, commanding, "Focus on the enemies and eliminate them." Only then did the 2 beasts realize that foes were present, and without hesitation, they charged forth. Though their ranks had also been suppressed to the 1st high tier. Dispatching the giant wolves was a straightforward task given their prowess. They divided the wolves into groups of 3, making the confrontation manageable. Qin Yuan felt as if he had returned to the 1st layer, effortlessly and joyfully dispatching the foes. Without any pause, he pressed onward to the 8th layer. Upon reaching it, the number of adversaries increased again, now totaling 10. However, this additional wolf posed no significant threat, and he dealt with them with ease. When Qin Yuan achieved clearance of the 8th layer, both the old woman and Zhu Bing appeared utterly dazed. "Elder, it seems Qin Yuan has cleared the 8th layer. Does this place him alongside Lord Zhongqing's achievements?" Zhu Bing spoke uncertainly. The old woman fell silent, her gaze fixed on the figure on the screen. Her murky eyes filled with astonishment and anticipation. She seemed to have discovered a prodigious talent. Chapter 41. The Rating of Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan arrived at the 9th layer with apparent ease, yet he felt no elation as one might expect. After all, he had reached this level not solely through his own strength, but with the aid of his 2 summoned beasts. Some may argue that a summoner is an exception, inherently reliant on their summons. However, relying on the Yaga beast and Gab beast did not equate to cheating. Typically, a summoner possesses limited combat prowess and can summon only 1 beast, which starkly contrasts Qin Yuan's situation. Yet, Qin Yuan's case was exceptional. He was not an ordinary summoner but a spirit contract master, which inherently set him apart from typical summoners. Additionally, Qin Yuan possessed a system akin to having a cheat code. However, what truly preoccupied Qin Yuan was not the notion of having an advantage, but rather his realization of the Illusion Tower's true purpose. He discerned that the primary function of the Illusion Tower was to refine martial skills and enhance one's martial abilities. As long as one's martial prowess is sufficiently formidable, within the same realm, combat capability can diverge significantly, reaching the extent of instant annihilation. For instance, the disparity between Dai Yu and Zhu Bing is not merely a matter of innate talent. It is predominantly a difference in martial skill and experience. Conversely, while Zhu Bing may possess superior talent compared to Qin Yuan, the latter's martial technique and experience far surpass hers. This explains why Zhu Bing has only managed to break through to the 4th layer. To return to the matter at hand, the number of colossal wolves on the 9th layer has escalated to 11, a disparity that poses no pressure whatsoever on Qin Yuan. The average distribution stands at 3, 4, 4. With a forceful stride, Qin Yuan advanced into the 10th layer. Outside the Illusion Tower, the elderly matron and Zhu Bing fell into a profound silence. The matron was primarily astonished and elated, having not anticipated the extent of Qin Yuan's strength. He faced no impediment even on the 9th layer, a level that Lord Zhongqing had failed to conquer during his initial foray into the tower. Had Qin Yuan's prowess indeed eclipsed that of the illustrious Zhongqing? The matron was taken aback. This was a significant revelation. She resolved to inform the old-timers. Meanwhile, Zhu Bing found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze a complex tapestry of emotions. She realized Qin Yuan was far superior to her. Yet, she had always believed her talent to be greater. Was her effort insufficient? The icy countenance of Zhu Bing became ensnared in confusion. Upon entering the 10th layer, Qin Yuan immediately discerned a notable difference: the quantity of colossal wolves. Each of the preceding 10 layers had seen an incremental increase of 1 wolf, while the 10th layer boasted 14. This indicated a rise of 3 compared to the 9th layer. Would the subsequent layer witness an increase of 3 as well? Qin Yuan speculated, his body already poised for battle. The intensity had certainly escalated in the 10th layer, with a distribution of 5, 5, 4, compelling Qin Yuan to confront 5 colossal wolves. Although he felt little pressure, a sense of tension began to gnaw at him. If his conjecture was accurate, the next layer would present a distribution of 6, 6, 5, and he would be faced with 6 colossal wolves. The 14 colossal wolves were swiftly vanquished, allowing him to successfully clear the 10th layer. Observing that the Agumen and Gabumen still possessed ample stamina, Qin Yuan resolved against resting and ascended directly to the 11th layer. Upon arrival at the 11th layer, the sight of the colossal wolves rendered Qin Yuan's expression grave. As he had anticipated, there were indeed 17 colossal wolves, necessitating a confrontation with 6. The pressure mounted considerably. Qin Yuan, accompanied by his 2 beasts, found the battle increasingly arduous. While he had cleared the 10th layer in approximately 5 minutes, the 11th layer consumed at least 15 minutes. This was hardly a simple sum. Moreover, with his stamina nearly depleted, Agumen and Gabumen were panting heavily. Qin Yuan refrained from immediately ascending to the 12th layer, opting instead to rest for a full half-hour on the 11th layer. Once he had recuperated somewhat, he stepped onto the 12th layer. Upon entering the 12th layer, he was indeed confronted by 20 colossal wolves. This number was astonishing and unlike those in the wild. These wolves were coordinated by the Illusion Tower's settings, far superior to their mindless counterparts outside. Qin Yuan surveyed the 20 colossal wolves before him and sighed. The distribution was 7, 7, 6, with a total of 7 wolves. Without affording him a moment to catch his breath, the colossal wolves launched their assault, forcing Qin Yuan to engage. This time, he and his beasts faced overwhelming pressure, plunging into a fierce struggle. Only Gabumen, confronting 6 colossal wolves, found the encounter slightly more manageable. As his stamina waned, Qin Yuan began to suffer injuries, his speed diminishing alarmingly. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Yet his limbs felt as though encased in concrete, heavy and unyielding. Ultimately, after nearly an hour of combat, he succeeded in eliminating the 20 colossal wolves. Exhausted, he and his beasts collapsed to the ground, reluctant to move. While gasping for breath, Agumon remarked, "Elder brother, these colossal wolves are not particularly strong. Yet why do they surpass those in the wild by such a margin?" Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, too fatigued to explain. Barely able to muster the energy to speak. After several minutes, the trio finally recovered enough to converse. Agumon inquired, "Elder brother, shall we continue?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yuan shook his head, declaring it unnecessary to ascend the 13th layer, opting instead to abandon the endeavor. "You may return," he instructed Agumon and Agumon, who retreated to their spirit beast space. Without further delay, Qin Yuan resolved to ascend to the 13th layer. Since he had decided to forego the challenge, resting seemed superfluous. Upon entering the 13th layer and witnessing the 23 colossal wolves, Qin Yuan could only manage a bitter smile. This was indeed absurd. Without resistance, he was swiftly dispatched. Having experienced the agony of death, he returned to the exterior of the illusion tower, his expression one of bewilderment, seemingly still ensnared in the throes of death's torment. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure, just as his eyes began to glimmer with life again. He noticed the elderly matron and her companions regarding him with expressions akin to those reserved for monsters. Particularly, Daiyu's eyes were ablaze with fury and jealousy, leaving Qin Yuan feeling inexplicably uneasy. Instinctively, he took a step back, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" The matron cleared her throat and proclaimed, "Congratulations, Qin Yuan. Due to your successful clearance of the 12th layer, you have ascended to the 95th position on the overall leaderboard." Just 95th? What manner of monsters occupy the higher ranks? Qin Yuan was both astonished and incredulous. He was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead, even with an advantage. He had only managed to breach the 12th layer. It was hard to fathom that he ranked merely 95th. The matron continued to elucidate. The overall leaderboard reflects the achievements of all students throughout their 4 years at the academy. It does not represent a singular initial attempt. Any student may participate in the trials of the illusion tower during their time at school, though these attempts are not factored into talent assessments. Only then did Qin Yuan grasp the implications of 4 years' worth of competition. No wonder. Given 4 years, he held confidence in his ability to venture even further. The results of the second trial of the illusion tower were announced. 4th place went to Daiyu, who cleared the first layer in 20 minutes, rated as ordinary. Daiyu's expression darkened upon hearing this. 3rd place was awarded to Zhu Mo, who also cleared the first layer in 25 minutes, rated as ordinary. 2nd place went to Zhu Bing, who cleared the 4th layer in 1 hour and 35 minutes, rated as exceptional. 1st place, however, was claimed by Qin Yuan, who cleared the 12th layer in 4 hours and 50 minutes, rated as monstrous. As the crowd absorbed this information about Qin Yuan, a profound silence enveloped the area. Chapter 42, The Terrifying Illusion. Monstrous. As the saying goes, a 1,000-year monster. This term refers to an individual of such exceptional talent that they may only emerge once every millennium. While there may be an element of exaggeration, it sufficiently underscores the weight of such prodigious talent. Zhu Bing regarded Qin Yuan with a complex expression, astonished at her crushing defeat. Indeed, there are always greater heights and individuals beyond one's own. Yet, her gaze soon transformed into one of resolve, as if vowing, "I will surpass you." Meanwhile, Zhu Mo, nestled within Zhu Bing's embrace, cast furtive glances at Qin Yuan, his fear palpable, his body trembling more violently. Daiyu stood dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his features. His pride lay shattered by those 2 words. Even in the first trial, Qin Yuan's supreme rating merely ignited a flicker of anger within him. For his heart remained resolutely proud. He believed that, given his esteemed lineage, even the most exceptional talents were ultimately insignificant. After all, those from small towns would never catch up to him. Yet, this was a prodigy. Despite the countless guests cultivated by the Dai family over the years, none had ever reached such a level of genius. Now, at long last, he had witnessed one. The old woman was overwhelmed with delight, her heart exulting. After so many years, a true prodigy had finally emerged. This was a rating that even Lord Zhongqing had never attained. He had only reached the level of supreme. What did this signify? It suggested that they might once again nurture a top-tier powerhouse, perhaps even surpassing Zhongqing. This thought filled her with both joy and anticipation. However, Qin Yuan felt only a mild sense of satisfaction. After all, this was merely one rating, not the overall assessment. Had the total rating been at the level of a prodigy, he would have been exhilarated to the point of insomnia. But in this moment, he felt only indifferent, truly. Just indifferent. "Senior, let us hasten to the 3rd trial." Qin Yuan politely addressed the old woman. "Very well, let us proceed," she replied, her face lighting up with a smile. clearly pleased with Qin Yuan's demeanor, feeling he had not grown arrogant as a result. She silently awarded him another positive mark in her mind. Soon, they arrived at the third trial, aptly named Steadfast Heart. Signifying the simplicity of the task, the shorter the time taken to break the illusion, the higher the rating. The old woman surveyed the group before fixing her gaze upon Qin Yuan, eagerly anticipating his performance. This trial tests how quickly one can dispel the illusion. The passing standard is 15 minutes. Exceeding this limit results in no rating, she announced. A tense silence fell over the crowd. The absence of a rating was unacceptable. Qin Yuan, however, remained calm, confident in his psychological endurance. Subsequently, they entered the luminous circle, the so-called illusion formation. In an instant, the formation activated. A powerful force enveloping them. Qin Yuan felt a fleeting darkness engulf him, and when light returned, he found himself staring in stark disbelief. "Mother?" he exclaimed, incredulous. Had he truly returned to Blue Star? The weary figure bustling in the kitchen turned slowly, revealing a face both aged and gentle. Upon seeing Qin Yuan's fatigued visage, the elder smiled warmly. "Xiao Yuan, you have finally returned. Everyone has been waiting for you. Come, sit down, dinner will be ready shortly." Gazing at the elderly woman before him, Qin Yuan's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. She was not his biological mother, yet she had raised him as if he were her own. Growing up in an orphanage, it was she who had nurtured him through thick and thin. From a young age, he had vowed to repay her kindness, yet as he matured and ventured into the world, he had not returned to the orphanage for a long time. Perhaps it was tied to his own struggles with self-worth, or perhaps it was pride that kept him away, feeling unworthy to face her and the other children. This had become an indelible thorn in his heart. "Why are you standing there? Come, sit down and eat. I've made your favorite, mouth-watering chicken," the elder urged, noticing his dazed expression. Qin Yuan looked at her kind face, one that seemed perpetually devoid of anger. A face that would forgive him regardless of his misdeeds. Yet, he lacked the courage to return to her. He felt he had truly failed her. Tears welled in his eyes. "Mother, I have returned," he said softly. Qin Yuan shared a joyful dinner with the elder and a group of children. Though the meal was modest, it brought him immense joy, marking the happiest he had felt in years. After dinner, he and the elder sat in the courtyard, gazing at the twinkling stars while the children played joyfully around them, their laughter filling the air. A genuine smile crept across Qin Yuan's lips. This was the life he had yearned for, carefree, living alongside the elder and the children. How wonderful it would be to live like this forever, he thought, reclining comfortably in a chair. Hearing his words, the elder beamed with a tender smile. The scene seemed to freeze in time. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the courtyard walls crumbled, engulfing the children. Stunned by this upheaval, Qin Yuan could only stare in shock before rage ignited within him. His eyes ablaze with fury. "No!" he roared. Several burly men leaped from a vehicle, swaggering toward them with an air of arrogance. "Old woman, this could have been avoided had you cooperated from the start. Why force our hand?" The leader sneered, approaching the elder. "You're courting death." Qin Yuan seethed, his voice icy and resonant, akin to a voice from the depths of hell, his crimson eyes fixed on the intruders as if he wished to rend them asunder. "Thinking of playing the hero?" The thug glanced at Qin Yuan dismissively, ignoring his fury. "Agumen, Gabuman, come forth." Qin Yuan commanded fiercely. Yet, his summons seemed futile, nothing materialized. Frowning, he brushed it off, confident in his own strength to handle these thugs. However, just as he prepared to strike, he was horrified to realize that his power had vanished. He was now an ordinary person. "What is happening?" Panic and confusion washed over him. "Ha ha, you think you're putting on a show?" The thugs erupted into laughter. "Boys, take him down." They surged forward, quickly overpowering Qin Yuan and bringing him to the ground. "Stop. Please, don't." The elder cried, tears streaming down her face, her eyes reddened with distress. The sudden turn of events aged her by a decade. "Old woman, I'll ask you one last time. Will you sign?" The thug taunted, swinging his bat menacingly. The elder hesitated, for the orphanage was her lifeblood, her very foundation. Yet, on the other side were the lives of the children. Finally, understanding the situation, Qin Yuan realized these men were here to demolish the orphanage. The elder, tears cascading down her cheeks as she looked at the fallen Qin Yuan, ultimately chose the children over her own roots, nodding sorrowfully. "I'll sign. I will." The thug laughed heartily. "See? That wasn't so hard, was it?" After the elder signed, she anxiously asked, "Can you let the children go now?" The thug, satisfied, merely scoffed and waved dismissively. "Forget them. Bury them." Before either Qin Yuan or the elder could react, a thug struck the elder's head with a heavy blow. She crumpled to the ground like a withered leaf. Qin Yuan, lying on the ground, stared in shock, disbelief etched on his face as tears streamed down like a waterfall. No. Chapter 43, The Rating of the Third Trial. As he gazed at the elder lying in a pool of blood, Qin Yuan's eyes burned with rage, an overwhelming torrent of vengeance surging within him. Oh, I will make you pay. At that moment, Qin Yuan's strength was suddenly restored. Even he was oblivious to it. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to eliminate all those before him. With his regained power, Qin Yuan effortlessly brought several burly men crashing to the ground. Yet, he had no intention of letting them off so easily. An aura of murderous intent enveloped him as he ruthlessly crushed their limbs beneath his feet. The men cried out in agony, wailing and lamenting. Why have you betrayed our trust? We had a deal, yet you resort to such brutality. Qin Yuan retaliated with a butcher's knife in hand, shouting at them in rage as he sliced their flesh away piece by piece. Soon, the men lay breathless, lifeless in their demise. However, what transpired next left Qin Yuan utterly astounded. The corpses of the men swiftly vanished, reappearing moments later, lively and vibrant, not far from him, their mouths erupting with maniacal laughter. Qin Yuan's gaze was fixated on this scene, disbelief etched across his eyes. What was happening? He had clearly slain them all. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He hurriedly looked down. The old man's body lay still in a pool of blood. Qin Yuan's body began to tremble slightly as he slowly turned his head. There, he saw his own lifeless form sprawled on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Qin Yuan's eyes widened in horror, bloodshot with confusion. What in the world was happening? Was he in a daze? He was utterly bewildered. Yet soon, a flood of memories surged into his mind, and Qin Yuan seemed to recall something, his body shaking uncontrollably. He stared vacantly at the unfolding scene, tears streaming down his face as he began to laugh foolishly. Ah, ha, ha. I remember it all. He collapsed to the ground, alternating between madness and tears. Like a lunatic. This was, in essence, the memory of his life before he crossed over. His orphanage had been brutally demolished, completely destroyed. The mother who had raised him was killed by those same marauders. In his quest for vengeance, he had been brutally beaten to death by a group of men. Only then did his soul traverse to the Blue Star. The images of slaughtering the demolition crew were merely figments of his imagination. Suddenly, the illusions surrounding Qin Yuan began to swirl, and after a dizzying spin, he was astonished to find himself back at the very beginning. He looked at the old man, who gazed at him kindly. Little Yuan, you have finally returned. Everyone has been waiting for you. Come, let us eat. This scene was remarkably familiar, echoing the initial moment. Qin Yuan seemed to grasp something. He silently regarded the old man, choosing not to speak. Indeed, the old man paid no heed to Qin Yuan's reaction and continued his previous actions, eating, playing, just as it had been at the outset. Qin Yuan watched this unfolding drama with a stoic expression as clarity dawned upon him regarding the nature of the events. However, when the moment arrived once more for the old man to be struck down, Qin Yuan could not suppress his fury and charged forward to slay the assailants once again. Yet, as before, they vanished without a trace. The old man was still dead, and he too had perished, while the wrongdoers continued their rampant cruelty unscathed. Qin Yuan erupted into a frenzied laughter, tears mingling with his mirth. The scene spun once more, as if trapped in a relentless cycle. Numb, he gazed vacantly at the unfolding events. From initial resentment, anger, and unwillingness to numbness, Qin Yuan embraced his knees, silently observing. The scenes continued to loop, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Finally, after an indeterminate number of cycles, Qin Yuan sighed, his gaze firming with determination as he snapped his fingers and declared, I understand. The surrounding images shattered like glass, fragmenting and cascading away. Ultimately, they dissipated, leaving behind Qin Yuan, softly resolute, murmuring to himself that the past is irrevocably gone and cannot be amended. Given another chance at life, he vowed to protect those most dear to him. With a crack, the illusion shattered, and Qin Yuan awoke from the reverie. He realized he was the last to awaken, with Zhu Bing and Zhu Mo watching him intently. Dai Yu finally managed to smile, believing he had triumphed over Qin Yuan for once. Unbeknownst to him, Dai Yu had begun to treat Qin Yuan as a hypothetical adversary, eager to compete with him in every regard. Qin Yuan quietly rose, ignoring the gazes of others. The old crone observed him with a calm demeanor, showing no sign of disdain for his being the last to awaken. Breaking free from the illusion depended on the individual. Some possessed limited experiences, rendering them less susceptible to its severity. Others, however, were naturally gifted in illusions, a challenging distinction to make. The old crone seemed to perceive something in Qin Yuan's tranquil expression. She remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome of the ratings. Soon, the results of the third round began to be announced. Fourth place, Zhu Mo, with an ordinary horror level, took 9 minutes, rated as ordinary. Third place, Dai Yu, with an ordinary horror level, took 8 minutes and 15 seconds, rated as ordinary. Second place, Qin Yuan, with a nightmare horror level, took 13 minutes and 15 seconds. Rated as a prodigy. First place, Zhu Bing, with a nightmare horror level, took 12 minutes and 5 seconds, rated as a prodigy. Upon the announcement of the third round's ratings, Zhu Bing, Zhu Mo, and Qin Yuan voiced no objections. However, Daiyu could no longer contain his frustration and stepped forward, angrily questioning, "How can I possibly be third? I was the first to break free from the illusion." Faced with Daiyu's inquiry, the old crone's expression grew impatient. Yet she felt compelled to explain, as clarification was typically warranted in such circumstances. Understand this. The level of the illusion is distinct. Different levels yield varying assessments. Daiyu paused, realizing this point, but he remained unsatisfied, questioning, "Then why is mine merely an ordinary level, while theirs are nightmares?" The old crone's voice turned frigid as she reiterated, "I will explain this once more. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I shall not show mercy. Different levels of illusion correspond to varying life experiences. Do you comprehend?" Daiyu understood, yet he remained defiant. However, upon witnessing the old crone's increasingly frigid gaze, which seemed to convey, "Speak another word, and you shall regret it," he swallowed his retort. Seeing that Daiyu had fallen silent, the old crone refrained from exploding, but also chose to disregard the insolent youth. Now, let us proceed to the fourth round. Chapter 44, The Pinnacle of the Forbidden City. The 9,999 Steps. The journey proceeded in silence. Even Daiyu, who seethed with indignation, dared not utter a word. He had discerned that the old crone's anger was nearing its limit. Should he dare to speak again, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, perhaps even severe punishment, such as having his hands and feet broken and being expelled from the academy. Daiyu was reckless, but not foolish. Rather, he adeptly navigated the nuances of social interactions, always attuned to the emotions of those around him. The group swiftly arrived at the fourth checkpoint, and the absence of Daiyu's irritating voice brought a slight improvement to the old woman's demeanor. Without hesitation, she led the others to a formation, stepping confidently inside. Qin Yuan followed suit, his figure vanishing into the array. Zhu Bing, accompanied by Zhu Mo, trailed after them. Daiyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately entered as well. As the group opened their eyes, they were astounded by the sight before them. A celestial ladder soared into the clouds, its end obscured from view. This was the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, the prized treasure of the Forbidden Academy. The old woman spoke with pride, her gaze filled with reverence as she looked upon the pinnacle. The others curiously examined the breathtaking ladder. The pinnacle had existed long before the establishment of the Forbidden Academy, its creator unknown, and was possessed by the first principal, Lord Zhongqing. The pinnacle comprises 999 steps, each one a step toward the heavens. It is said that reaching the summit grants access to extraordinarily precious treasures. Hearing the old woman's introduction, Qin Yuan curiously inquired, "Elder, does your statement imply that no one has ever ascended to the summit of the pinnacle?" The old woman nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Even the strongest in Huagua has failed to reach the peak. It is a regrettable truth. One might as well say that ascending the summit is akin to reaching the heavens. The celestial ladder operates under unique rules. One cannot employ their realm's power or supernatural abilities. It solely relies on personal talent, comprehension, and willpower. The pinnacle possesses 3 types of ladders: gravity, comprehension, and heart demons. Notably, every 999 steps ascended will bestow a mysterious reward from the pinnacle, though the nature of this reward is random. Qin Yuan was astonished, asking, "The ladder can grant rewards?" The old woman, with profound meaning in her voice, replied, "The pinnacle is not a mere inanimate object. It is a treasure that has birthed a spirit. Every word you utter is heard by it." At this revelation, Qin Yuan immediately fell silent. The old woman continued, "Before you ascend the ladder, allow me to show you the pinnacle's leaderboard. This is no ordinary ranking. Those who make it onto the list receive different rewards from the pinnacle each month." The group was taken aback. Qin Yuan felt a mix of anticipation and astonishment. What a wondrous pinnacle it was. He wondered if he could make it onto the leaderboard. Observing the expressions on their faces, the old woman understood their thoughts and said nothing, simply unveiling the leaderboard. In an instant, a massive golden list appeared in the sky, captivating everyone's attention. They gazed upward at the pinnacle's leaderboard. First place, Zhongqing, 8,965 steps. Second place, Sima Liang, 7,656 steps. Third place, Zhao Shui, 7,310 steps. Fourth place, Mo Bufan, 7,005 steps. 100th place, Li Liang, 4,150 steps. The leaderboard recorded only the top 100, and seeing this, the group's fervor dwindled. Their earlier aspirations of making the list had been extinguished. The old woman, noticing their disheartened expressions, chuckled. You wish to make the leaderboard on your first attempt? Such dreams are folly. I have only achieved 56th place after all these years. These are the most outstanding students of the Forbidden Academy. You should not entertain such thoughts just yet. Qin Yuan also dismissed the idea of ranking, realizing it was somewhat unrealistic. He questioned, "Elder, what is the highest record for a first-time ascent over the years?" The old woman answered without hesitation. Perhaps due to the clarity of her memory or the frequency of the question, it was Lord Zhongqing, who managed 990 steps on his first ascent, just 9 steps shy of the first reward from the pinnacle. Qin Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Even the mightiest, Lord Zhongqing, had not reached 999 steps on his first attempt. Did he have any hope? Yet, his mood soon brightened. He resolved to focus solely on climbing with all his might. The old woman cautioned, "Each step becomes exponentially more challenging. Be prepared mentally. More importantly, know your limits. If you cannot proceed, do not force it. There will be future opportunities." The group nodded in agreement and approached the base of the celestial ladder. Upon standing before the pinnacle, they realized it was far grander than they had imagined. It could likely accommodate nearly 100 individuals simultaneously. Daiyu was the first to step onto the first rung, his face flushing as his body began to tremble. After a moment, he adjusted, though his expression remained strained, evidently under great pressure. This must be the gravity ladder. It seems quite formidable, Qin Yuan mused inwardly, preparing himself and stepping forward without hesitation onto the first rung. As he did, an immense gravitational force instantly bore down upon him. What overwhelming gravity! Qin Yuan's muscles tensed, his face reddening slightly as his body quivered under the weight. He estimated the force to be at least double that of normal gravity. Fortunately, after a brief period, he adapted to the double gravity, his body regaining composure and color. His physical constitution proved capable of enduring the twofold force. With heavy feet, he ascended to the second rung, feeling the weight pressing down on him. Although the gravity had increased, it was not significantly so, indicating only a slight increment. This realization brought him relief, thankfully. It was not a case of doubling the gravity with each step, for that would be terrifying. After adjusting once more, Qin Yuan began to quicken his pace, albeit slowly, surpassing the others. By the time he reached the 9th step, he glanced down. Zhu Bing was on the 5th step, Zhu Mo on the 3rd, and Daiyu also on the 3rd. Qin Yuan took a cursory glance and continued his ascent to the 10th step. However, upon reaching it, he suddenly felt the gravity intensify, causing his body to sink downward. His face flushed as he gritted his teeth to withstand the abrupt increase in weight. Internally, he was alarmed. The gravity had doubled, and this sudden escalation could catch one off guard. Were it not for his quick reflexes and robust physique, he might have been overwhelmed. Chapter 45. One by one eliminated, the others watched Qin Yuan's performance. On the 10th step, under triple gravity, Qin Yuan began to acclimatize slowly. In truth, with his physical capabilities, triple gravity was far from his limit. It was merely the initial sudden increase that had taken him by surprise. That moment was incredibly uncomfortable. Anyone with lesser physical strength would have been crushed by that surge. After a brief adjustment, feeling no significant issues with his body, he resumed his climb. Upon reaching the 11th step, he assessed the gravitational force once more, silently noting that, indeed, the increase was minimal, similar to the previous 10 steps. It seemed the 20th step would present another challenge. With this thought, he quickened his pace upward. Meanwhile, Zhu Bing had already reached the 7th step. Her breathing slightly elevated but not fatigued. Like Qin Yuan, double gravity posed no challenge for her. Once her body adapted, ascending remained manageable. Zhu Bing glanced back at Zhu Mo with a twinge of concern, offering silent encouragement before turning her attention back to her ascent. In contrast to Zhu Bing, Zhu Mo lacked such robust physical prowess. Originally, his supernatural ability belonged to the enhancement category, relying on powerful beings to bolster his own strength through possession. It was akin to a transformation, significantly amplifying his inherent power. Consequently, Zhu Mo did not engage in specialized training for his physical attributes, resulting in his overall physical prowess being inferior to that of his peers possessing comparable abilities. At present, he was still grappling with the 4th step. In contrast, Daiyu fared slightly better than Zhu Mo, albeit still falling short of Zhu Bing and Qin Yuan. He had ascended to the 5th step, his complexion pale and forehead glistening with sweat, evidently straining under considerable pressure. Observing Zhu Bing and Qin Yuan, who had far surpassed him, Daiyu gritted his teeth and trudged forward with heavy steps. Turning to Qin Yuan, he had swiftly reached the 19th step. Having learned from previous experiences, Qin Yuan refrained from immediately stepping onto the 20th step. Taking a deep breath, he tensed his muscles, preparing adequately before finally ascending to the 20th step. As anticipated, the moment he placed his foot on the 20th step, a weight far heavier than before descended upon him. Despite being prepared, he still emitted a muffled grunt, his body sinking under the sudden force, knees bending. Fortunately, Qin Yuan had readied himself well enough to withstand it. Nevertheless, his face flushed slightly, and he took several deep breaths to acclimatize. The gravity had quadrupled. Qin Yuan discerned that the weight had indeed doubled compared to before. If this trend continued, one could expect 5 times the gravity at the 30th step, 6 times at the 40th, 7 times at the 50th, and a staggering 35 times at the 330th step. The mere thought sent a shiver down Qin Yuan's spine. Could he endure such a force? Uncertain. He dismissed these thoughts and resolved to ascend step by step. Meanwhile, Zhu Bing had reached the 9th step and, like Qin Yuan, lacked any sense of caution towards the 10th step, stepping onto it without hesitation. Upon doing so, her body suddenly sank, and she found herself kneeling on the celestial staircase. Her once lovely visage now flushed, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The gravity had indeed intensified. Supporting herself with her hands on the staircase, she summoned all her strength to rise. Those familiar with the crushing weight of gravity understand that once one is overwhelmed, the effort to recover is exponentially more challenging than standing upright. Although Zhu Bing had not been completely toppled, merely kneeling, her ability to push herself back up demonstrated the remarkable strength she possessed. After a series of deep breaths, she gradually regained her composure, though the lingering apprehension remained. She had narrowly avoided being crushed. Had that occurred, rising again would have proven exceedingly difficult. The suddenness of it all was indeed treacherous, and Zhu Bing felt a mix of disbelief and frustration. Nevertheless, she refrained from further lamentations and turned her gaze toward Qin Yuan, who was ascending the staircase ahead. She marveled at his strength. Despite her superior's supernatural talent, he had surpassed her, indicating her need for greater effort and determination. Encouraging herself inwardly, Zhu Bing continued her ascent. Below, Zhu Mo had reached the 7th step, while Dai Yu had arrived at the 8th step and was poised to ascend to the 9th. Upon stepping onto the 9th step and observing Zhu Bing only 2 or 3 steps ahead, a smile finally graced Dai Yu's face, prompting him to confidently step onto the 10th step. However, the moment he did, the smile vanished as he was abruptly overwhelmed, his body plummeting. With a thud, he found himself sprawled on the staircase. How could this be? Bewildered, Dai Yu was instantaneously crushed by an even greater gravitational force, having no time to react before being pinned down. As he came to his senses, he realized he was immobilized against the ground, the immense force of 3 times his weight pressing down on every part of his being. Desperately, he struggled to rise, exerting every ounce of strength in his arms and legs, yet found himself utterly unable to move. Panic surged within him, his eyes reddening as he fought with all his might, but still, he could not lift himself. How could this be? Impossible. I cannot fail here. Dai Yu's frustration mounted as he flailed, but no matter how he struggled, he remained unable to rise. The moment he fell was the moment his fate was sealed. He could not turn over. Dai Yu was eliminated, whisked away by a beam of white light, a consequence of the active intervention of the spirit of the purple forbidden enclave. When challengers fail, they are always transported away. Zhu Mo, witnessing Dai Yu's disappearance in a flash of white light, felt an intensifying fear grip him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, seeing his sister's determined efforts ahead, he silently continued his ascent. Soon, he too reached the foot of the 10th step. Despite his timid nature, he was quite intelligent, indeed, a scholar. Learning from Dai Yu's misfortune, Zhu Mo quickly realized that the 10th step was notably different. Was the gravity heightened? He pondered, aware that the terrifying aspect of gravity lies in the instantaneous change that creates overwhelming force. This was precisely why Dai Yu had been so swiftly crushed. If he could withstand that moment of transition, he would prevail. Suddenly, the key to success dawned on him, and a rare smile of confidence appeared on his face, igniting his eagerness. Prepared, Zhu Mo stepped forward. A cry escaped him as he was immediately pressed to the ground. Chapter 46, Breakthrough, 3,000 Vitality Points. Zhu Mo predictably exited without incident. Currently, only Zhu Bing and Qin Yuan continued their ascent. Zhu Bing found herself between the 10th and 20th steps, seemingly having fully adapted to the triple gravity, ascending rapidly, her pace rivaling that of Qin Yuan. Before long, she reached the 19th step. Gazing at the 20th step, which lay tantalizingly close, a serious expression crept onto Zhu Bing's beautiful face as she inhaled deeply. If her instincts were correct, the 20th step would likely present a heightened gravity challenge. The effect would be akin to that of the 10th step, but no, this would be even more daunting. The 20th step would not merely transition from double to triple gravity, but from triple to quadruple. This marked a qualitative shift. With determination, Zhu Bing prepared herself and stepped onto the 20th step. The horrifying quadruple gravity descended upon her in an instant. Even with her preparations, she nearly succumbed to the weight. Clenching her teeth, she managed to remain upright, and as her body stabilized, a hint of a radiant smile broke through her serious demeanor. She had succeeded. Reflexively, she glanced upward, only to be astonished to find Qin Yuan's figure seemed to recede further into the distance. Zhu Bing bit her lip, having hoped to draw nearer, only to discover the gap widening. Was this the measure of their disparity? Frustration welled within her, yet she gritted her teeth and continued her ascent. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan had reached the 45th step, his expression growing ever more relaxed, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He discovered that his body was becoming increasingly vigorous, and despite the gravity escalating to 6 times its normal strength, Qin Yuan felt no pressure. Rather, he seemed to grow more at ease, as if his cells had ignited with newfound vitality. Excitement coursed through him, prompting him to ascend the stairs with greater speed, unknowingly surpassing the monumental threshold of 50 steps. Under the influence of sevenfold gravity, Qin Yuan's body sank slightly, yet he sensed that the cells within him were fervently active, and the weight pressing down on him vanished in an instant. A wave of astonishment washed over Qin Yuan as he contemplated a possibility. Had he achieved a breakthrough? He promptly accessed his attribute panel. Name: Qin Yuan. Realm: Advanced Second Stage. Abilities: S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 2630, 296,240. Spirit: 2795, 235,180. Skills: Butchering Knife Technique, Entry Level. Basic Knife Technique, Entry Level. Annihilation Slash, Comprehensive Understanding. Summoned Beasts: 2. Yaga Beast, Gab Beast. Experience points: 90. Upon observing his attributes, Qin Yuan was astonished to discover that his vitality had indeed increased, albeit modestly, by over 50 points. This was a tangible enhancement. Moreover, his realm remained unchanged, and neither of his summoned beasts had advanced. This indicated that the increase was a result of his arduous ascent. Could it be that his body had strengthened under the relentless force of gravity? Qin Yuan pondered, increasingly convinced of this likelihood, as he could not fathom any other explanation. With this realization, his excitement intensified. He had not anticipated such an unexpected gain. Fueled by newfound determination, he propelled himself upwards, swiftly scaling 3 or 4 more steps under the weight of sevenfold gravity. Zhu Bing, observing Qin Yuan's figure gradually fading from view, realized that he was distancing himself from her. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain undeterred by others and to focus solely on her own journey. After several repetitions of this mantra, her gaze hardened with resolve, and she ascended step by step with unwavering determination. Below, the elderly matron watched the 2 vanishing figures with a smile of anticipation. To her surprise, the academic year had begun with 2 promising talents. It seemed this year's cohort was exceptionally gifted. She wondered if there would be an opportunity to take on a remarkable disciple as her personal apprentice. However, regarding Qin Yuan and Zhu Bing's performance, the matron held modest expectations. She believed they might perform slightly better than the previous 2 cohorts, but the prospect of breaking through the gravity staircase was dim. The matron was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Historically, the best achievements from the past 2 years had only seen participants reach the 280th step, falling short of even touching the threshold of the Enlightenment staircase. As for Lord Zhongqing's record of 990 steps, that was a feat that seemed utterly unattainable. A mere 9 steps shy of breaching the Heart Demon staircase, an unparalleled prodigy who now stood as the foremost powerhouse of Huagua. The matron held no illusions about Qin Yuan and Zhu Bing attaining such heights. The task was exceedingly daunting. As time ticked by, Dai Yu had recovered from his earlier agitation. Zhu Mo remained secluded in a corner, silent, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility, while the matron grew somewhat bored. After a moment's contemplation, she waved her hand, conjuring a luminous screen before her. She wished to see how far the 2 had climbed. The screen first revealed Zhu Bing, who was laboriously ascending, her body weighed down by fatigue and drenched in perspiration, her garments clinging tightly to her form, accentuating her graceful figure. The matron gasped in surprise. She had not anticipated that Zhu Bing had already reached the 86th step. Quite impressive indeed. Dai Yu, drawn by the sound, approached and, upon seeing Zhu Bing's silhouette, felt an inexplicable surge of joy. His heart raced as he admired her elegant form, and when the matron announced that she had climbed to the 86th step, his smile broadened, tinged with pride. Zhu Mo, hearing his sister's name, hesitated momentarily before stepping forward. Seeing his sister at the 86th step filled him with genuine joy. The matron, feeling gratified, waved her hand again, and the image shifted to reveal Qin Yuan. Upon seeing the number of steps Qin Yuan had reached, her expression turned to one of astonishment. He had climbed to 200 steps? So swiftly? This was entirely beyond her expectations. based on previous experiences. Reaching the 200th step typically required at least 3 hours, yet Qin Yuan had achieved this in just over an hour, an astounding feat, double the usual pace. The matron's anticipation grew as she murmured to herself, wondering if Qin Yuan might ascend to the 333rd step. If he could, he would shatter the 3-year record at the Purple Forbidden City. Upon hearing that Qin Yuan had reached the 200th step, Dai Yu's face darkened, and he felt a resurgence of dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhu Mo trembled slightly, for he had caught sight of Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan panted heavily, feeling fatigued, his previous vitality diminished. Under the weight of 22-fold gravity, the once vibrant activity of his cells had waned, falling into a state of dormancy. He had discerned the reason. It seemed his vitality had reached a bottleneck, and to break through it, he needed to push beyond this limit. Name: Qin Yuan. Realm: Advanced Second Stage. Abilities: S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 2999, 296,240. Spirit: 2795, 235,180. Skills: Butchering Knife Technique, Entry Level. Basic Knife Technique, Entry Level. Annihilation / Comprehensive Understanding. Summon Beasts, 2. 2 Yaga Beast, Gab Beast. Experience points, 90. With his vitality at 2,999 points, he found himself unable to increase further. According to his observations, he had ascended over 50 steps without any increment in vitality, not even a single point. The path to surpass this threshold appeared daunting. However, Qin Yuan remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his face. If conventional methods proved ineffective, he would resort to unconventional means. He clicked the plus sign next to his vitality points. Success. 20 experience points allocated. 2,999, 3,000. In an instant, a wave of energy enveloped Qin Yuan, and he felt his vitality surge once more. Chapter 47. Challenges Ahead. Name: Qin Yuan. Realm: Advanced Second Stage. Abilities: S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 3,000, 296,240. Spirit: 2795, 235,180. Skills: Butchering Knife Technique, Entry Level. Basic Knife Technique, Entry Level. Annihilation / Comprehensive Understanding. Summon Beasts, 2. 2 Yaga Beast, Gab Beast. Experience points, 90. His vitality had surpassed the 3,000-point mark, placing him firmly within the threshold of the intermediate third stage, which lies between 3,000 and 4,000 points. With this breakthrough in vitality, Qin Yuan felt a resurgence of strength coursing through him. The 22-fold gravity could no longer constrain his body. The exhilarating sensation was undeniable. Qin Yuan sensed the ceaseless surge of power coursing through his veins. This sensation was immensely exhilarating. It was no wonder that many individuals devote their entire lives to the pursuit of strength, often at any cost, even sacrificing their very souls. He contemplated whether he could ascend the 333 steps in one breath. A confident expression graced Qin Yuan's face as he swiftly embarked on his ascent, his speed surpassing that of previous attempts. At the foot of the Forbidden City, moments earlier, the old woman observed Qin Yuan, whose body appeared burdened, shaking her head in disappointment. It seemed he had surged forward too aggressively and was now fatigued, with little hope remaining. From her vast experience, she recognized this as a common precursor to elimination. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan's performance was commendable, while it did not rival the finest of the past 2 competitions. He certainly ranked among the top contenders, deserving of the title of prodigy. The old woman had already rendered her judgment on Qin Yuan, as she was all too familiar with such scenarios. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, it appeared his journey would conclude here. Beside her, Dai Yu's countenance brightened at the old woman's words, seemingly deriving joy from Qin Yuan's impending downfall. He appeared to have forgotten that his own achievement was a mere 9 steps, and even if Qin Yuan were to falter now, he would still be incomparable to him. Just as the old woman was about to express her regret, the light screen suddenly showcased Qin Yuan ascending the steps at an astonishing pace. The old woman was left utterly astounded. How could this be possible? Qin Yuan's performance shattered the old woman's understanding, built over years of observation. By all previous accounts, he should have been exhausted. Unless the old woman's expression shifted, unless Qin Yuan had experienced yet another breakthrough. Unbeknownst to her, Dai Yu's face darkened once more, starkly contrasting his earlier delight. However, the old woman was too engrossed in her astonishment to pay him any mind. Historically, instances of breakthroughs at the Forbidden City were not uncommon. Even the esteemed Lord Zhongqing had once achieved a breakthrough while ascending. Yet, those who managed to do so were always the elite among the gifted. Ordinary individuals could not hope to replicate such feats. The old woman was taken aback. She had never anticipated Qin Yuan would reach such heights. Yet, Her anticipation grew. Perhaps he might ascend to the 333rd step and shatter the long-standing record that had remained untouched for 3 years. Qin Yuan now resembled a wild stallion, galloping upward with unrestrained vigor. In no time, he reached the 210th step. The gravity intensified once more, now at 23 times its normal force. Yet it had little effect on him. After a brief pause, he continued his ascent. With each rapid step, he noticed that his previously stagnant vitality began to rise once again, fueling his ascent further. He was still far from his limits. 220, 230, 240, 250, 260. Qin Yuan was utterly unstoppable, swiftly surpassing the 280th step and continuing his relentless climb. The old woman, watching closely, was jolted as Qin Yuan broke through the 280th step. Murmuring to herself, she realized he had already eclipsed the highest record of the last 2 competitions. If he could reach the 333rd step, he would shatter the 3-year-old record. Her excitement intensified. Meanwhile, Daiyu's expression grew increasingly dark. While Qin Yuan continued his ascent, Zhu Bing had already returned to the ground, her face marked by fatigue and a hint of reluctance. She had failed to catch up with Qin Yuan, only managing to reach the 119th step, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. The old woman, favoring Zhu Bing, approached her to offer comfort, assuring her that this was merely the beginning, not the end. Her potential surpassed that of Qin Yuan, and her future accomplishments might well eclipse his. Zhu Bing's spirits lifted as she asked, "Elder, how far has Qin Yuan ascended?" Zhu Mo quickly supported her, whispering in her ear, "Sister, Qin Yuan has reached the 280th step and is still climbing." Zhu Bing was momentarily stunned, her expression dazed. Had he truly reached the 280th step? Was the gap so vast? Returning to Qin Yuan, he now stood at the 299th step, facing the daunting 300th step. His earlier success had inflated his confidence, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped onto the 300th step. Suddenly, a weight far beyond 32 times gravity bore down upon him. Caught off guard, he nearly collapsed under the pressure, but managed to brace himself with his hands and feet, preventing a fall. What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to increase by just 1 fold? Why does it feel like 2 or 3 times? Qin Yuan lamented, his heart racing as he struggled to maintain his footing. Catching his breath, he realized the gravity had escalated to 35 times, a 3-fold increase from before. He cursed the treachery of the challenge and quickly adjusted his state, striving to rest as much as possible. After a substantial pause, he resumed his ascent. However, his pace had significantly slowed, and each step felt heavier. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He had yet to reach his limit. With labored steps, he arrived at the 309th step, facing the 310th ahead. Knowing the gravity was about to shift, he prepared himself both physically and mentally before stepping onto the 310th step. Instantly, a force 2 or 3 times stronger than before crashed down upon him. Qin Yuan stifled a groan as his body sank heavily, gritting his teeth to endure the pressure. After a moment, he stood up slowly, drenched in sweat, and assessed the force now weighing upon him. 38 times gravity. Indeed, it had increased yet again. It appeared that the final 33 levels adhered to a pattern of tripling the gravity every 10 steps. The 38 times gravity rendered his progress increasingly arduous. Yet he refused to give up, climbing step by step. Each advance necessitated several minutes of rest before he could continue. Despite the challenges, he persevered, reaching the 319th step. With the 320th step looming ahead, another transformation in gravity awaited him. With no surprises expected, he braced for yet another tripling of the weight. Facing the 320th step, Qin Yuan felt an immense pressure weighing on him, as he recognized he was nearing his limits. Uncertainty loomed over his ability to endure, but having come this far, giving up was not an option. Taking a deep breath, he summoned every muscle in his body, tensing them for the challenge ahead. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the 320th step. In an instant, a terrifying weight descended upon him. The moment he felt this overwhelming force, Qin Yuan's face flushed crimson. In that fleeting moment, he felt the overwhelming force of gravity, which surged to an astonishing 41 times that of normal. Qin Yuan was immediately overwhelmed. Yet he resolutely braced himself with his hands, refusing to be crushed to the ground. He could not allow himself to succumb. Gritting his teeth, he persevered with unwavering determination. His face flushed, veins bulged across his skin, and beads of sweat cascaded down his body like a torrential waterfall, quickly soaking the steps beneath him. Qin Yuan could even hear the sound of his bones creaking under the immense strain. The gravity was undeniably insurmountable, clearly pushing him to his limits. Does Qin Yuan still have a chance to ascend? Zhu Bing inquired, her heart hopeful despite knowing he was stronger than her, secretly wishing for him to reach the 330th step. The old woman shook her head slowly. I cannot say for certain. The final 13 steps transcend the realm of the physical, turning into a contest of sheer willpower. Willpower? Zhu Bing was taken aback. The old woman nodded. It depends on whether Qin Yuan can endure. Rise for me. Qin Yuan bellowed, veins protruding as he summoned every ounce of strength to push himself up. However, the ferocious grip of gravity instantly forced him back down. Quickly, he steadied himself with his hands, preventing another collapse. Breathing heavily, he offered a wry smile, realizing he could not rise again. Yet, surrender was out of the question. Gritting his teeth, he harbored an indomitable spirit. If he could not rise, he would still crawl upward. With painstaking effort, he began to move his hands and feet, inching upward step by step. Qin Yuan is moving, Zhu Bing exclaimed in astonishment. He has held on. The old woman's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Does that mean Qin Yuan has a chance to reach the 333rd step? Zhu Bing asked curiously. The old woman shook her head. The true test has yet to begin. Zhu Bing was taken aback. If this is not the true test, then what is? The old woman's murky gaze sharpened, now fixed intently upon the luminous screen, as Qin Yuan continued to climb, gasping for breath. The burden on his body reached its zenith. His heartbeat thundered within him, as if threatening to burst forth. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Qin Yuan remained resolute. His ascent was painfully slow, nearly faltering several times, but he persisted. After a grueling 3 hours, he finally reached the 329th step. Before him loomed the final trial. Gazing at the 330th step, a smile broke upon his face. In his mind, as long as he could endure the gravitational challenge of the 330th step, he was certain he could step onto the 333rd. The condition was simply that he must hold on. The true test begins now, the old woman suddenly declared. Zhu Bing was momentarily stunned. And then her expression shifted in shock. Are you saying the last 3 steps are the ultimate test? The old woman affirmed, indeed. Each of the final 3 steps will triple the gravity, rendering the challenge far beyond what he has faced thus far. Zhu Bing's face, once cold, now reflected her astonishment. The gravity would triple at every step. The difficulty was akin to scaling the heavens. Qin Yuan had no time for preparation. All he could do now was endure. His body had reached its limit. Without the ability to rise, he had no other recourse. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to ascend the 330th step. As he reached the top, he was immediately crushed by a gravity of 44 times his weight. His body could not withstand it for even a second, and he was forced down. Seeing him collapsed, the old woman's wrinkled face twitched momentarily, yet she maintained a facade of calm. Qin Yuan lay flat against the steps, utterly immobilized. I have not lost, he murmured repeatedly. Is it failure? A hint of regret flickered in Zhu Bing's icy demeanor. So close. Just 3 steps away. Not yet. He is still moving. The old woman suddenly interjected. Zhu Bing blinked in confusion and turned her gaze to the screen, noticing that Qin Yuan remained prone, unable to move. However, upon closer inspection, she saw that he was indeed still in motion, his jaw shifting ever so slightly. And even his hands and feet made the faintest of movements. He resembled a caterpillar, inching forward with painstaking deliberation. Is this the true challenge of pushing one's limits? Zhu Bing murmured to herself. At that moment, she truly felt the stark difference between herself and Qin Yuan. With a feeble yet resolute speed, he continued to advance, refusing to surrender. After an hour of relentless effort, Qin Yuan finally reached the front of the 331st step. Yet another daunting trial awaited him. Merely crawling would not suffice. He needed to utilize his hands and feet to ascend. Struggling mightily, he shifted his palm and slowly placed it upon the step. Using the strength of his elbows, he began to climb again, inch by painstaking inch. When Qin Yuan finally managed to scale the 331st step, just as he was about to smile, a familiar sensation of increasing gravity overwhelmed him once more. He was once again pressed down, this time by a staggering gravity of 47 times. Good heavens! Is it truly that extreme? Can it get any worse? Qin Yuan seethed silently, for he lacked the strength to voice his frustration. He had not anticipated that each subsequent step would bear an increase in gravity. Chapter 49. The 333rd Step. A Grand Reward. The 331st step instilled a sense of despair. The thought of the 2 remaining steps, the 332nd and 333rd, filled him with a sense of helplessness, as though they were tantalizingly close yet infinitely distant. A bitter smile crept across Qin Yuan's face. He felt himself on the verge of collapse. His entire body ached, the pressure on his bones creating a cacophony of creaks and groans, as if he were on the brink of fracture. Under the terrifying weight of 47 times normal gravity, he sensed his muscles beginning to tear. Yet, just 2 steps remained. Only 2. To ask me to give up now. How could I possibly resign myself to such a fate? Qin Yuan's heart roared defiantly. He understood that surrendering would not only severely impact his future endeavors in cultivation, but would also leave a lingering scar upon his spirit. Thus, he resolved to push himself to the brink, to challenge his very limits. Even if he were to fail, what of it? At least he would have fought valiantly. A fierce fire ignited within him. Disregarding the agony coursing through his body, he gritted his teeth and began to wriggle forward. His feet were immobile. No matter. He still had his chin. His hands were unresponsive. No matter. He still had his chin. With an unwavering conviction, Qin Yuan solidified his resolve. Nothing could stand in his way. Zhu Bing beheld the figure of Qin Yuan slowly writhing on the luminous screen, and the coolness of his countenance was illuminated by a smile of surprise. He moved. He truly moved. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Zhu Bing felt an inexplicable joy for Qin Yuan. The elderly matron, upon hearing Zhu Bing's words, paused for a moment before lifting her gaze to the screen. Upon witnessing the gradually shifting figure, her previously despondent eyes glimmered with renewed hope. Just moments ago, she had believed that Qin Yuan had surrendered. As he ascended the 332nd step, even the terrifying gravity of 50 times that of normalcy could not hinder the resolute spirit of Qin Yuan. He painstakingly climbed the 332nd step, inching upward with his chin. The overwhelming weight bore down upon him, and he stifled a grunt as a bone audibly cracked, fracturing under the pressure. Yet, Qin Yuan remained unfazed. His sole focus was on the impending 333rd step. Despite his bones continuously fracturing and his muscles tearing, he harbored no intentions of halting his ascent. His head finally touched the 333rd step, and he let out a raspy yet determined laugh, proclaiming, "This time, no one can stop me." With each laborious movement, Qin Yuan ultimately reached the final step, the 333rd. At that moment, radiant golden light enveloped him, illuminating his form. Zhu Bing, witnessing this spectacle, exhibited a look of astonishment, murmuring, "He truly succeeded." The elderly matron also broke into a long-lost smile, acknowledging that Qin Yuan's indomitable will had triumphed. After 3 years, the long-standing record was finally shattered. He became the first student of the Purple Forbidden Academy to ascend the 333rd step on his first attempt. The 333rd step was unlike its predecessors. The gravity reverted to normal, allowing Qin Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief. The golden light fully embraced him, radiating warmth that felt as if a gentle energy caressed his very being. This golden essence gradually permeated his body, silently mending his injuries. It was an exquisite sensation, akin to returning to his mother's embrace, utterly comforting. Perhaps overwhelmed by the soothing warmth, Qin Yuan's head lolled, and he succumbed to slumber. He was utterly exhausted, having not only surpassed his physical limits, but also transcended the boundaries of his willpower. As he slept, the gentle energy continued to flow into him, rapidly healing his wounds. The previously torn muscles swiftly regenerated, and the fractured bones returned to their rightful state. Even after his injuries were mended, the golden energy did not cease. It continued to be absorbed by Qin Yuan's body. If he were to open his attributes panel at that moment, he would discover a rapid increase in his vitality. This golden energy was enhancing him, transforming his very flesh. This state persisted for a full half-hour before the golden energy began to dissipate. Once it fully vanished, a beam of white light shot down from the heavens, swiftly entering Qin Yuan's mind and disappearing without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, he was subsequently enveloped by the white light, vanishing from the steps. Moments later, Qin Yuan found himself on solid ground. He had been dreaming of reaching the pinnacle of the 9,999 steps, becoming the world's strongest. Just as he was about to bask in the adoration of the masses, a strange voice jolted him awake from his reverie. Dazed and unsteady, Qin Yuan opened his eyes to find the elderly matron's wrinkled face, filled with concern, staring intently at him, startling him. He immediately sprang up, only to realize something felt amiss. How had his injuries healed? Moreover, he felt an immense surge of strength coursing through him. Additionally, there seemed to be something new within his mind. Astonished, Qin Yuan began to explore his own self, pondering what had transpired. The elderly matron, perceiving his thoughts, elucidated, "Your injuries were mended by the spirit of the artifact. This is likely a form of reward, and it surely is not a meager one. You should return and study it thoroughly." Upon hearing her explanation, Qin Yuan recalled the gentle golden energy. So, that was the reward bestowed upon him by the spirit of the Purple Forbidden Summit. Therefore, his newfound strength and the mysterious addition to his mind must also be part of the reward. He decided to investigate further upon returning to the villa. The elderly matron surveyed the 4 individuals and formally announced, "The talent assessments have been concluded. Soon, the spirit of the artifact will reveal everyone's results, and the Academy will bestow various benefits based on individual performances." The group immediately focused, as this would determine their resources for the next 4 years at the academy. After a brief wait, an unfamiliar voice resonated from the sky. Qin Yuan found it oddly familiar, reminiscent of the voice from his dream. Just as he was pondering this, the voice announced, the talent assessment results are as follows. Daiyu, Ability S-Class, Crimson Lotus Flame, rated Ordinary. Illusion Tower, rated Ordinary. Illusion, rated Ordinary. Purple Forbidden Summit, rated Ordinary. Overall rating, Ordinary. Daiyu's complexion turned ashen, and despite having prepared himself, he found it hard to accept. Just as he was about to lash out, he noticed the elderly matron glaring at him with a sharp gaze, causing him to cower immediately. Next was Zhu Mo, Ability S-Class, Possession, rated Ordinary. Illusion Tower, rated Ordinary. Illusion, rated Ordinary. Purple Forbidden Summit, rated Ordinary. Overall rating, Ordinary. Zhu Mo appeared relatively unfazed by his results, displaying a demeanor consistent with his character. Zhu Bing offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Then it was Zhu Bing's turn. She maintained her cool demeanor, though her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. Zhu Bing, Ability SS Class, Extreme Cold Ice, rated Extraordinary. Illusion Tower, rated Outstanding. Illusion, rated Outstanding. Purple Forbidden Summit, rated Outstanding. Overall rating, Outstanding. Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Even the legendary SS Class ability could only achieve an outstanding overall rating. This merely underscored the stringent standards of the Purple Forbidden Academy. After all, it was a competition of the elite among the elite, and without rigorous criteria, it would not hold merit. Upon hearing her results, Zhu Bing felt a pang of disappointment, biting her lip until it turned pale, her eyes filled with unyielding frustration. She believed she could have performed better, lamenting her own inadequacy. Regrettably, it was too late for remorse now. The moment arrived for Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, an S-rank psychic contract master, rated as Extraordinary, a prodigy within the Illusion Tower rankings, a paragon of brilliance atop the Forbidden Purple Peak, with an overall rating of unparalleled excellence. When the results were announced, Qin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Although he did not achieve the pinnacle rating of prodigy, Extraordinary was still impressive, especially after enduring the trials of the 4 major challenges, which he understood to be exceptionally arduous. Even someone as talented as Zhu Bing could only attain the rank of genius. This alone attested to the substantial merit of this talent evaluation. Zhu Bing cast a complex glance at Qin Yuan, filled with both resentment and fierce determination. Sensing her gaze, Qin Yuan turned to see the Ice Maiden staring at him, and immediately returned a radiant smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that shimmered slightly. Startled, Zhu Bing quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing. That smile was overwhelmingly charming. Zhu Mo shot a fearful glance at Qin Yuan before retreating, feeling shy once more. Daiyu's eyes blazed with fury, his dissatisfaction unmistakable. He could no longer contain himself. With a furious voice, he pointed at Qin Yuan and declared, Senior, I refuse to accept this. I challenge him to a duel. Qin Yuan crossed his arms, regarding the man with an amused expression. The elderly woman's countenance darkened. Her gaze like a deathly glare fixed upon him as she coldly asked, Daiyu, what do you intend to do? Though intimidated by her fierce gaze, Daiyu had already spoken, and thus he steeled himself. We are both S-rank psychics. I refuse to accept it. I want to duel him. His words became increasingly incoherent. Zhu Bing did not even glance in his direction, her eyes filled with disdain. Qin Yuan watched him with keen interest, pondering the source of his misplaced confidence. Daiyu provocatively stared at Qin Yuan. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Yuan thought to himself, this fellow seems to be asking for a beating. He did not immediately agree, instead glancing at the elderly woman. This is your personal duel. You may resolve it as you see fit, but do not take lives without cause. Very well. Qin Yuan turned to the audacious Daiyu and nodded. I have no objections. Daiyu was instantly elated, but his joy was short-lived as he heard Qin Yuan add, however, I have little interest in a duel without stakes. Daiyu frowned. What stakes do you want? He had not considered this aspect, merely wishing to prove his superiority over Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan chuckled. Quite simple. If you lose, your benefits belong to me. If I lose, I will give you half of mine. Daiyu's face paled, shocked by the enormity of the stakes. Observing Daiyu's hesitation, Qin Yuan thought it unwise, fearing he might scare him off. It would be rather dull if he did not show up. Thus, he decided to intensify the stakes to entice him further. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. If I lose, my benefits will be yours. Upon hearing this, Daiyu's eyes brightened. Qin Yuan's extraordinary benefits far exceeded his own. He quickly nodded in agreement, eager to finalize the terms before Qin Yuan could backtrack. Backtrack? How could that be? Qin Yuan smirked, then called out loudly. Let the Spirit Master witness my duel with Daiyu. If Daiyu loses, his rated benefits shall be mine. If I lose, my rated benefits shall belong to him. As the purple light flickered atop the forbidden purple peak, two beams shot simultaneously into the bodies of Qin Yuan and Dai Yu. A cold voice resonated from above. Contract established. At that moment, a bond formed between Qin Yuan and Dai Yu, both acutely aware of its presence. Let the games begin. Qin Yuan no longer feigned indifference and coldly remarked, I've long been eager to give you a thrashing, flamboyant boy. Enraged, Dai Yu retorted, How dare you call me flamboyant? In a flash, Qin Yuan vanished from sight. Dai Yu panicked, retreating hastily, but Qin Yuan reappeared before him in an instant. So fast, Dai Yu gasped in shock. Qin Yuan, coldly observing him, unleashed a powerful punch. The heavy blow sent Dai Yu crashing to the ground, feeling as if his very essence had been shattered. You're pathetic, Qin Yuan remarked indifferently, raining down punches upon Dai Yu like raindrops. Dai Yu endured several blows, howling in agony. Damn it, Crimson Lotus Fire. With a single hand, Dai Yu conjured a ring of flames to encircle himself, hoping to deter further attacks from Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan smiled, finding it amusing. Crimson Lotus Fireball. Dai Yu retaliated, launching several massive fireballs at Qin Yuan. However, his uncoordinated attacks posed no threat. Qin Yuan effortlessly dodged them. Dai Yu, realizing the disparity in their levels, exclaimed, Your realm is 2 levels above mine. This is unfair. You must suppress your level to match mine. Qin Yuan paused for a moment, then chuckled, amused by Dai Yu's audacity. You never mentioned that rule at the outset. This hardly seems like a violation. Dai Yu stubbornly insisted, It's a violation. It's unfair. Faced with such shamelessness, Qin Yuan had more than enough methods to deal with him. I could ignore you entirely, but I have a penchant for benevolence. After all, a gentleman should aid others. I agree to your terms. Qin Yuan shamelessly referred to himself as a gentleman. Hearing this, Dai Yu was elated, secretly thinking, This fool. Haha. Now I'm certain to win. True to his word, Qin Yuan suppressed his level to the initial stage of the second tier, matching Dai Yu's rank. Witnessing Qin Yuan's concession, Dai Yu smugly declared, Qin Yuan, you cannot defeat me. Qin Yuan did not even glance at him. Instead, summoning the ancient beast and the gab beast. Addressing the stunned Dai Yu, he commanded, Boys, take him down. Dai Yu was utterly dumbfounded. He had forgotten that Qin Yuan was also an S-rank summoner. Even with his level suppressed to the initial stage of the second tier, he could still summon beasts. The two summoned creatures, one at the intermediate stage of the second tier and one at the initial stage, were both superior to him. Panic-stricken, Dai Yu retreated frantically, shouting audaciously, This is unfair. You cannot use summoned beasts. You must fight me with your own strength. Qin Yuan pointed at Dai Yu, turning to Zhu Bing with a mischievous expression, as if to say, Look at him, blabbering nonsense. Zhu Bing was momentarily taken aback by Qin Yuan's sudden glance. Hastily averting her gaze, her cool demeanor slightly flustered. Dai Yu was mercilessly beaten by the ancient beast and the gab beast, his body bruised and battered, his face resembling that of a pig. This was merely a mercy, as the ancient beasts had not utilized their skills. If they had unleashed their full power, Dai Yu would not have survived. Lying pitifully on the ground, gasping for breath, Dai Yu found no one to attend to him. Oh dear, how unfortunate. Qin Yuan shook his head in mock sympathy, feeling powerless, awaiting the spirit master to bestow Dai Yu's benefits upon him. As if sensing the conclusion of this farce, a cold voice resonated from above. The announcement of the genius welfare resources commenced. First, for the mediocre level geniuses, they would receive an A-grade resource annually. To Qin Yuan's astonishment, there even existed a category for mediocre level individuals. The ordinary level geniuses would be entitled to an S-grade resource each year, enjoy a 50% discount at training facilities, gain eligibility to apprentice under a 7th tier powerhouse, and have access to the Illusion Tower and the Purple Forbidden Peak once a year. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. It appeared that access to vital locations such as the Illusion Tower and the Purple Forbidden Peak was indeed limited. The spirit continued to announce the benefits for the Prodigy level, an annual S-grade resource, a 30% discount at training facilities, eligibility to apprentice under an 8th tier powerhouse, the option to choose a 7th tier powerhouse as a mentor, and 2 opportunities each year to challenge the Illusion Tower and the Purple Forbidden Peak. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow at this. The benefits of the Prodigy level were far more intriguing than those of the ordinary level. Aside from the disparity in resource levels, the advantages in selecting mentors were significantly greater. Notably, they could qualify to apprentice under an 8th tier powerhouse, although whether such a powerhouse would take notice remained uncertain. However, they could freely select a 7th tier powerhouse as a mentor, and typically, 7th tier powerhouses were quite willing to accept prodigies as apprentices. As for the unparalleled level geniuses, they would receive an SS grade resource annually, free access to training facilities, eligibility to apprentice under a 9th tier powerhouse, the option to choose an 8th tier powerhouse as a mentor, and 3 opportunities each year to challenge the Illusion Tower and the Purple Forbidden Peak. Qin Yuan was overjoyed upon hearing this. The benefits of the unparalleled level far surpassed those of the Prodigy level, particularly the chance to be accepted as an apprentice by a 9th-tier powerhouse, which was precisely why he had come to the Purple Forbidden Academy. Whether he could indeed be accepted by a 9th-tier powerhouse remained to be seen. For the monstrous level geniuses, they would receive an SS-grade resource annually, free usage of training facilities, the liberty to choose a 9th-tier powerhouse as a mentor, and 5 opportunities each year to challenge the Illusion Tower and the Purple Forbidden Peak. Upon hearing the benefits of the monstrous level, Qin Yuan nearly drooled. The mere ability to select a 9th-tier powerhouse as a mentor was enough to incite his envy. Alas, achieving the monstrous rating was exceedingly difficult. Of the 4 challenges he faced, only one had been rated as monstrous, and even that was due to a glitch. After the spirit concluded the announcements, it continued, stating that since Daiyu's contract with Qin Yuan had come into effect, Daiyu's welfare resources would now belong to Qin Yuan, resulting in a change to Qin Yuan's benefits, which were as follows: 1 SS-grade resource annually, 1 S-grade resource, free usage of training facilities, eligibility to apprentice under a 9th-tier powerhouse, the option to choose an 8th-tier powerhouse as a mentor, and 4 opportunities each year to challenge the Illusion Tower and the Purple Forbidden Peak. We thank Student Dai for his selfless generosity. Qin Yuan grinned at the nearly lifeless form of Dai on the ground. Upon hearing the spirit's words, Dai spat out a mouthful of blood in fury and fainted entirely. The old woman scoffed, "You reap what you sow." Afterward, she turned to Qin Yuan with a smile, saying, "Your information will reach each teacher tonight. I expect several will wish to select you as an apprentice by tomorrow. Do keep an eye on your personal information." Then, the old woman looked at Zhu Bing and inquired, "Child, would you like to take me as your mentor?" Both Zhu Bing and Qin Yuan were taken aback. A public apprenticeship? This was rather unexpected. Zhu Bing was clearly flustered. "Senior, this." The old woman replied gently, "I apologize for my boldness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Huan, a junior S-grade ice elementalist of the 8th tier, ranked 53rd in the Illusion Tower and 60th at the Purple Forbidden Peak. While I may not be among the top teachers in the academy, my abilities align perfectly with yours, and I can offer you what many cannot. Will you accept me as your mentor?" Finally recovering, Zhu Bing did not hesitate to perform a formal bow, declaring, "Student Zhu Bing pays respects to mentor." "Excellent." Li Huan laughed heartily, having set her sights on Zhu Bing, this exceedingly rare SS-grade ice elementalist. Her wish had come to fruition. Li Huan presented Zhu Bing with a skill book as a token of her mentorship, an A-grade martial technique sufficient for her to cultivate to the 4th tier. "Thank you, mentor." A hint of excitement broke through Zhu Bing's typically composed demeanor. An A-grade martial technique was worth over 10 million on the market, truly a precious gift. Additionally, she handed Zhu Bing a spatial ring capable of holding 5 cubic meters, a relic from her youth that she no longer needed. Li Huan was remarkably generous, bestowing 2 treasures right from the outset. Watching Zhu Bing's joy, Qin Yuan could not help but feel envious. Li Huan turned her gaze to Qin Yuan, still smiling. "Do not be anxious. Your choices are far greater. There are over 20 8th-tier powerhouses publicly acknowledged at the Purple Forbidden Academy, and 3 9th-tier powerhouses as well. While opportunities with 9th-tier powerhouses are scarce, there are many options among the peak 8th-tier powerhouses. Thank you for the guidance, Senior." Qin Yuan expressed his gratitude, harboring his own thoughts. With that, the talent assessment came to an end, and everyone began to disperse. Qin Yuan returned to his villa and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. As for Daiyu, no one cared about his fate. Chapter 52. The coveted Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan enjoyed a long, restful sleep, awakening only the following afternoon. How delightful. He stretched, feeling invigorated. "Shasha, please order some takeout." Right away, following a refreshing shower, he emerged just in time for the meal delivery. The speed was astonishing. He even wondered if it was pre-prepared food. However, upon tasting it, he found the flavors delightful. As Qin Yuan savored his meal, Shasha entertained herself nearby, and he had no idea what she was engaged in. Suddenly, Shasha announced, "Qin Yuan, your resources have arrived." Qin Yuan was taken aback. "So soon?" "Yes. 1 S-grade resource and 1 SS-grade resource." "Shall we take a look?" "All right, let's check the S-grade resource first." 10,000 credits? What? Just 1? No way." Qin Yuan halted his meal in astonishment. "Yes, just 1, 10,000 credits. S-grade resources amount to only 10,000 credits? How stingy." Qin Yuan lamented. "Wait a moment, Qin Yuan, I'll check further." Qin Yuan resumed eating, feeling exasperated. Before long, Shasha returned, exclaiming, "Qin Yuan." Qin Yuan, rolling his eyes, he replied, "Am I not still eating? Hee, I forgot." But Qin Yuan, I've discovered that at the Purple Forbidden Academy, you can use credits to purchase any resource, and even exchange them for federal currency, though that would incur a loss. Qin Yuan paused again, asking, are you saying I can buy whatever I want? How is the purchasing power? Sasha pondered for a moment. Purchasing with credits is far superior to federal currency. And there are many rare resources available at the Purple Forbidden Academy that you won't find elsewhere. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now that sounds more reasonable. What about the SS grade resource? It can't be just credits, right? Sasha opened it and beamed. Qin Yuan, you're quite clever. Qin Yuan rolled his eyes, choosing to remain silent. Sasha merely possesses 50,000 credits in SS resources, which can be exchanged for countless exquisite items. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement, contemplating a leisurely stroll in the afternoon. After finishing his meal, he found himself bored and turned on the television, feeling drowsy from the monotony. He spotted little Sasha joyfully playing alone and suddenly recalled something, asking, Sasha, didn't you mention that arriving at the academy early would yield a surprise? Sasha tilted her head, replying, Isn't being the first to acquire resources a surprise? Qin Yuan was left speechless. This was indeed the truth. The strong always seize every second, and sometimes, a mere second can spell victory. Arriving 20 days early at the academy meant a 20-day advantage over others, a truly delightful surprise. As Qin Yuan's mind wandered aimlessly, he suddenly thought of the changes in his body and the mysterious object in his mind. Thus, he began to delve into his own attributes. He opened his attribute panel first. Name, Qin Yuan. Realm, Advanced Second Stage. Superpower, S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality, 3756, 296,240. Mental Strength, 2795, 235,180. Skills, Pig Slaying Technique, Mastered. Basic Sword Technique, Mastered. Destruction / Integrated. Cultivation Method, Celestial Transformation 13 Changes, Beginner. Summoned Beasts, 2. Agumen, Gabumen. Experience Points, 90. Qin Yuan was astounded by what he beheld. When had his vitality surged from 3,000 to 3,756 points. He suddenly recalled the moment he was restored by the golden energy. Could it be that the spirit of the Purple Forbidden Peak had aided his enhancement? Or was this a reward for ascending the 333rd step? Qin Yuan deemed this highly probable, as there seemed to be no other explanation. However, the sudden increase of over 700 vitality points had catapulted him from the initial stage of the third level almost to the intermediate stage. This brought him a sense of joy. Yet, what truly astonished him was the addition of a new entry in the attribute panel. A cultivation method titled Celestial Transformation 13 Changes. When had this appeared, Qin Yuan pondered deeply, suddenly recalling the enigmatic object in his mind. Could it be that? However, since it had manifested, he decided not to dwell on it too much. Most likely, it was also part of the rewards from the Purple Forbidden Peak. He began to examine this cultivation method. Celestial Transformation 13 Changes. S-Class Body Refinement Technique that automatically absorbs the power of heaven and earth to nourish the physical body, allowing for its evolution. There are a total of 13 transformations, each with an extraordinary change in strength. Upon reading the description of the technique, Qin Yuan was taken aback. An S-Class Body Refinement Technique. Such a rarity. S-Class techniques are practically priceless in the market. Ordinary individuals would never dare to sell them, as they are hoarded by prestigious families and organizations. For an ordinary person to acquire an S-Class technique is akin to scaling a mountain. Yet, here was Qin Yuan, unexpectedly in possession of one, leaving him utterly astounded. He couldn't help but marvel at the mystique of the Purple Forbidden Peak. Every reward seemed to be an S-Class technique. Qin Yuan speculated that the increase in his physical attributes might be somewhat related to this cultivation method's entry. After studying his body, Qin Yuan, feeling utterly bored, decided to venture out into the campus for a leisurely exploration. He aimed to familiarize himself with the surroundings and to discern the true value of these credits. Just as he was changing his clothes in preparation to leave, Sasha suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, Qin Yuan, you have a message. Huh. Qin Yuan was somewhat perplexed. What could possibly surprise this little child? Sasha exclaimed, Qin Yuan, someone sent you an invitation. An 8-stage intermediate powerhouse wishes to take you as a disciple. Take a disciple. This was his utmost concern. Who is it? Who is it? Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled as he hurried closer. Sasha replied, Li Weifeng, an 8-stage intermediate S-Class wind elemental ability user. Qin Yuan noticed there was no photo, just a message. Is there more? No, wait, there is. Ding ding. Another invitation just came in. Xiong an 8-stage advanced S-Class enhancement ability user. The incessant beeping of incoming messages left Sasha flustered. Oh dear, there are so many. I can't keep up. Qin Yuan was astonished. Am I really that popular? Could it be that all the teachers at the school are sending me invitations? He felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. Gazing at the flood of invitations on the screen, he felt a bit dizzy. Gritting his teeth, he instructed Sasha, filter out all invitations from those below 8th stage peak. Seeing this, Qin Yuan had no choice but to resort to the elimination method. He lacked the patience to read through each one individually. Chapter 53, Mu Wanqing. Sasha cheerfully responded, "Hee, that certainly reduces the number." By filtering out those below 8th stage peak, the invitations on the screen dwindled to mere fractions. Qin Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly shook his head. His goal had always been to apprentice under a 9th stage powerhouse. Even if a 9th stage was unattainable, at the very least, it had to be an 8th stage peak. Otherwise, his purpose for coming to the Purple Forbidden Academy would lose its significance. Only 8 invitations remained on the screen. Let us review them from the top. Sasha opened the first one. Li Jingfeng, 8th stage peak fire elemental ability user. Proceed. Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Shenlong, 8th stage peak earth elemental ability user. Qin Yuan remained silent, gesturing for her to continue. Zhongshan, 8th stage peak enhancement ability user. Qin Zhengwo, 8th stage peak. 7 consecutive invitations were all from 8th stage peaks, leaving Qin Yuan feeling increasingly disheartened. Is it truly the case that no 9th stage powerhouse has taken an interest in me? Sasha glanced at Qin Yuan. This is the last one. Qin Yuan took a deep breath. Open it. Wu Shi, 8th stage peak wind elemental ability user. Sigh. Qin Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of profound disappointment. Indeed, there were no 9th stage powerhouses interested in him. Nevertheless, his resolve remained steadfast. Since no 9th stage powerhouse had shown interest, he would self-recommend. Sasha, which one do you like? According to the Extraordinary Genius rating, you can freely choose an 8th stage powerhouse as your mentor. Ordinarily, they cannot unjustly refuse. Qin Yuan shook his head, not selecting just yet. Sasha, please help me find a list of 9th stage powerhouses at the Purple Forbidden Academy. Sasha hesitated for a moment before saying, Qin Yuan, you know, 8th stage peak powerhouses are also quite good. After all, they are only a step away from 9th stage. Qin Yuan shook his head. Breaking through to 9th stage is not so simple. If it were, there would be far more of them. Especially since some 8th stage powerhouses spend their entire lives unable to ascend to 9th stage, and as they age, their vitality wanes, making it even more difficult to break through. Those who manage to reach 9th stage are invariably the pinnacle geniuses of their time. He articulated his thoughts clearly. Not selecting just yet, I want to self-recommend first. If it proves impossible to apprentice under a 9th stage, then I will consider an 8th stage peak. Seeing that her persuasion had fallen on deaf ears, Sasha decided not to press the issue further, as she was merely an artificial intelligence. Let me check. The Purple Forbidden Academy has 3 publicly known 9th stage powerhouses. First, Ding Dingo. Another invitation just came in. Just as Sasha was about to examine the information on the 9th stage powerhouses, an invitation arrived. Let us take a look first. This time, Qin Yuan held little hope. Sasha casually opened the profile of Mu Wanqing, a beginner-level Tier 9 practitioner in the spatial system. Wait, Tier 9? Qin Yuan, a Tier 9 expert has invited you. Sasha's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. What? Let me see. Qin Yuan, more excited than Sasha, pushed her aside, his face gleaming with joy as he leaned in to take a closer look. Mu Wanqing, a beginner-level Tier 9 spatial ability user, currently serving as the vice president of the academy. Wow. Qin Yuan jubilantly cheered, bouncing around like an exuberant child, filled with elation. I've been noticed by a Tier 9 expert. Seeing Qin Yuan's happiness made Sasha equally delighted. Qin Yuan, there's more information to read. I want to see. Qin Yuan eagerly began to read further. The invitation letter stated, Dear student Qin Yuan, your talent rating is exceptionally impressive. Particularly your record-breaking achievement in the Illusion Tower, where you ranked 95th, an unprecedented feat for a newcomer. Moreover, your determination to challenge limits atop the Purple Forbidden Peak has deeply moved me. I hold you in high regard. Would you be willing to become my disciple? If so, please come to the Vice President's office for the apprenticeship ceremony before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Willing. I am willing. Sasha, quickly help me reply. Sasha sent the response while casting a speechless glance at the overly eager Qin Yuan, remarking, Qin Yuan, you are far too impulsive. Qin Yuan, dismissing her, casually replied. That is a Tier 9 expert. Who cares about being composed? You're even more childish than I am. Sasha, please shut down. Qin Yuan promptly canceled his afternoon campus tour. With a Tier 9 expert's invitation at hand, what was the point of wandering about? He spent the entire afternoon researching information about his future mentor, feeling it essential to gain a deeper understanding before the apprenticeship. Mu Wanqing, a beginner-level Tier 9 spatial ability user, currently the youngest Tier 9 expert at the academy, holds the position of vice president at merely 35 years of age. Young and accomplished, Qin Yuan could only marvel at the youth and capability of his future mentor. That night, Qin Yuan went to bed early, hoping to present himself in good spirits for the apprenticeship the following day. Early the next morning, Qin Yuan rose and pondered which outfit to wear for the occasion. It shouldn't be too flashy to avoid appearing frivolous, yet it shouldn't be overly mature, lest he seem aged. The reactivated Sasha pouted with resentment, muttering, "It's not like you're going on a blind date. Why think so much?" Qin Yuan, while selecting his attire, casually retorted, "You know nothing, little brat." After some playful banter with Sasha, he settled on a suitably conventional outfit and headed out. As he inquired for directions, Qin Yuan quickly arrived at the vice president's office. There were 3 offices in total, and he was well aware that Mu Wanqing's office was the first one. He knocked on the door. "Please enter," came a melodious voice from within. Qin Yuan felt as if he were transported back to a job interview from his past. Nerves setting in as he took a deep breath to calm himself. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of a gentle and enchanting woman seated at the desk. Upon seeing her, Qin Yuan felt as though his breath had been stolen. So beautiful. The woman before him possessed a slender figure, with long, smooth black hair cascading down, her complexion as fair as snow. Her features were like art, serene and refined, exuding a warm and gentle smile reminiscent of the soft breezes of Jiangnan. Dressed in a traditional blue and white porcelain qipao, her presence was captivating, revealing a pair of long, fair legs that drew the eye even further. "You must be student Qin Yuan." Mu Wanqing's sweet voice pulled him from his reverie. Qin Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He had become so entranced that he stammered, "Teacher, I am Qin Yuan, here specifically to become your disciple." Mu Wanqing's bright, expressive eyes scrutinized the young boy before her. Noticing his cheeks flushed like an apple, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. This sudden laughter took Qin Yuan by surprise. Her smile was utterly captivating. Realizing her lapse in composure, Mu Wanqing quickly regained her demeanor and said, "Student Qin Yuan, please take a seat. Before we proceed with the apprenticeship, I have a few questions to ask." Chapter 54, The Apprenticeship. Qin Yuan sat upright, his posture reflecting the seriousness of the moment. This individual before him was a Tier 9 expert, among the world's elite practitioners. Despite her gentle demeanor, the aura she exuded imposed a palpable pressure on him. A Tier 9 expert could easily suppress his existence with a mere flick of her finger. Qin Yuan dared not act recklessly. Observing Qin Yuan sitting there like a nervous schoolboy, Mu Wanqing nodded in satisfaction, her initial impression quite favorable. Mu Wanqing, her voice as gentle as flowing water, inquired, "I hear you are an S-class summoner?" Qin Yuan pondered for a moment before deciding to speak truthfully. "Director, I am an S-class summoner, a spirit contract master." Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with interest as she asked, "A spirit contract master? An exceedingly rare ability. I haven't heard of it before. How does it differ from an ordinary summoner?" Qin Yuan considered his response, opting to demonstrate rather than explain. "Come forth." Agumon, Gabuman. Upon witnessing Qin Yuan summon 2 creatures, Mu Wanqing remained unfazed, folding her arms in an elegant pose, her gaze fixed intently on the summoned beings. "Big brother, this human is terrifying." Agumon, usually brimming with bravado, felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Mu Wanqing and recognized the danger she posed. Gabuman also bristled, fixated on her with apprehension. Seeing Agumon trembling while clinging to his leg, Qin Yuan felt a pang of embarrassment. Usually so bold, why was it now acting like a frightened puppy? Director, it's not usually like this. Please forgive us." Qin Yuan awkwardly scratched his head. Mu Wanqing waved her hand, intrigued as she observed Agumon and Gabuman. Is this what distinguishes a spirit contract master from an ordinary summoner? Just an additional summoned creature? Mu Wanqing's implication was clear. Was that all there was to it? Qin Yuan felt slightly underestimated and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to reveal more. "Director, it's not just that. As you can see, I can summon an unlimited number of creatures, provided my mental capacity allows." Mu Wanqing's eyes brightened. Unlimited summoning was indeed impressive. "Not bad," she nodded slightly, sensing her approval. Qin Yuan felt a surge of confidence, but believed he could still showcase more. "Director, being a spirit contract master is not so simple. Let me elaborate." Mu Wanqing, somewhat surprised, had already been quite satisfied. The limitless summoning alone was noteworthy. Qin Yuan continued, "In addition to unlimited summoning, spirit contract masters possess a unique spirit beast space. This space is immensely beneficial, allowing summoned creatures to grow rapidly, recover from injuries, and even resurrect shortly after death, without any decline in their strength." Mu Wanqing, upon hearing this, was genuinely astonished. Such formidable abilities. With just these 2 aspects, she believed that the spirit contract master ability was on par with some SS class abilities. No wonder Qin Yuan had achieved an unparalleled rating in the first challenge. Mu Wanqing harbored a deep appreciation for Qin Yuan's abilities. Although his powers did not reach the SS grade, they were by no means inferior to the typical SS-level abilities. With her beautiful eyes reflecting contemplation, Mu Wanqing inquired, "Could you share your thoughts during the final moments at the Purple Forbidden Peak?" Qin Yuan pondered briefly before responding. At that moment, I had no other thoughts. All I wanted was to climb higher, even if my body was battered and bruised. There was an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, despite my inability to move. It felt as though some force was propelling me forward, though I cannot quite articulate what that force was. Mu Wanqing nodded, feeling quite satisfied with his response. This reflected the qualities of a potential strongman. Eventually, she asked, "I am quite pleased with you. Now for my final question." Qin Yuan held his breath in anticipation. Mu Wanqing revealed a gentle and enchanting smile. "Would you be willing to take me as your mentor?" Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming joy as he hurriedly replied, "I am willing, esteemed Dean." "Still calling me Dean?" Mu Wanqing teased. Qin Yuan quickly glanced around and noticed a tea set on her desk. He poured a cup of tea, performed a gesture of respect, and proclaimed, "Greetings, master. Please enjoy this tea." Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with amusement. Her newly accepted disciple was quite clever. She graciously accepted the tea offered by Qin Yuan, and after sipping it, she said, "Having shared the apprentice tea and performed the respect ritual, our bond as teacher and disciple is now established. However, as this is my first time accepting a disciple, I am not entirely accustomed to it. For now, you may continue to call me teacher." Qin Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover he was Mu Wanqing's first disciple, but he obediently replied, "Understood, teacher." "Very well," Mu Wanqing nodded. "Time is a bit tight, and I have not prepared any gifts, so I shall give you this as a token of apprenticeship." With a flick of her wrist, a spatial ring appeared in her hand, which she presented to Qin Yuan. "This is a spatial ring I crafted in my youth, roughly 20 cubic meters in capacity. It is rather small and no longer of use to me." 20 cubic meters? Qin Yuan was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in astonishment. Such generosity. And it is no longer of use to you? He recalled that his own 1 cubic meter spatial ring had cost him 100 contribution points. How many contribution points would it take to acquire such a treasure? Purchasing it with federal currency was out of the question. There was no market for it. Seeing the bewilderment on Qin Yuan's face, Mu Wanqing assumed he found it insufficient and somewhat regretfully remarked, "It is indeed a bit meager. I apologize for not being prepared. Let me think." After a brief moment of contemplation, her eyes lit up. "I recall a martial technique that I have neglected for quite some time. Perhaps I should bestow that upon you as well. It should suit you well." She produced a skill book, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yuan, anxious that he might deem it inadequate once more. Qin Yuan offered a wry smile, explaining, "Teacher, I do not find it lacking. Rather, I perceive this gift as exceedingly precious." "Precious? Is it?" Mu Wanqing dismissed his sentiment, regarding it as her least impressive offering. Had she not considered that some might be unsuitable for Qin Yuan's current cultivation, she could have provided something of far greater value. "No worries. Just take it and make good use of it," she said kindly. "Thank you, teacher," Qin Yuan replied, still elated as he accepted the gifts. To Mu Wanqing, these items might be trivial, but to him, they were invaluable treasures. Chapter 55, 7-Star Steps. Qin Yuan adorned himself with the 20 cubic meter spatial ring. Now, he possessed 2 spatial rings, one of 20 cubic meters and another of 1 cubic meter, vastly increasing his capacity to store items. He no longer needed to fret about accommodating the corpses of extraordinary beasts. "What is the size of that ring?" Mu Wanqing inquired, referring to Qin Yuan's 1 cubic meter ring. Qin Yuan scratched his head and replied, "This one is only 1 cubic meter." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Wanqing said, "How about this? You give me that ring, and I can enhance its capacity for you. However, I cannot expand it too much, as it is not one I created, and there is a certain level of rejection." "Teacher, there is no need for that trouble. I have enough for now," Qin Yuan said, somewhat flustered by her generosity. Mu Wanqing smiled warmly. "It is no trouble. Consider it a compensation for the apprenticeship gift." "Teacher, this apprenticeship gift seems overly extravagant," Qin Yuan remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Hand it over," Mu Wanqing chuckled. Although her demeanor was gentle as water, it was impossible to refuse. Reluctantly, Qin Yuan presented his 1 cubic meter spatial ring to her. After Mu Wanqing accepted the ring, Qin Yuan then picked up the skill book she had gifted him. 7-Star Steps, B-grade movement technique, stepping upon the 7 stars, when mastered. It allows for the legendary art of shifting shapes and shadows. The description was straightforward, a B-grade movement technique of considerable value. Qin Yuan was in need of a movement skill. "Thank you, teacher." Mu Wanqing nodded slightly. "This movement technique has served me well since my youth. Although it is merely B grade, when cultivated to a profound level, its speed rivals that of A grade techniques. Qin Yuan nodded, retrieving the spatial ring and resolved to practice diligently. Oh, this is a training plan I prepared for you overnight. Based on my personal experience, this is a plan that facilitates rapid improvement. You may refer to it. Mu Wanqing produced another booklet, her expression calm as she spoke. Qin Yuan accepted the planned book, touched by the thoughtfulness of his beautiful teacher, who had even prepared a training regimen in advance. Thank you, teacher, he expressed gratefully. Mu Wanqing nodded and said, that is all for now. You may return to your training, and should you encounter any challenges, feel free to seek my assistance. If you are unable to reach me. She paused, waving her hand to produce a translucent communication jade. This is a communication jade. Should you find yourself in a difficult situation or peril, you can call for me, and I will arrive promptly. Qin Yuan accepted the shimmering communication jade, his heart swelling with excitement. This was not merely a communication tool, it was a lifeline. With that, there was little else to discuss. After exchanging a few words with Mu Wanqing, Qin Yuan exited the dean's office. As he made his way home, Qin Yuan found himself in a state of exhilaration. He had truly become the disciple of a ninth-tier powerhouse. Though their specialties did not entirely align, he could hardly contain his excitement. After all, this was a ninth-tier master. Not only had he received such valuable gifts, but he had also gained a formidable ally. Qin Yuan could barely contain his joy. Upon returning to his villa, he did not engage in any other activities, immediately commencing his practice of the 7-star steps. However, after hours of study, he still could not grasp the technique. This led him to question whether his comprehension was particularly lacking. It was merely a B-grade skill, yet he struggled to understand it. If it were an SSS-grade technique, he might need half a month to even begin to grasp it. However, it soon became evident that he had overestimated himself. At midnight, Qin Yuan still hadn't managed to enter the realm of the 7-star steps. Frustrated, he lay on the ground, unable to find peace. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he felt. How could this be possible? With a sudden burst of determination, he sprang to his feet and called out, Sasha, please help me find the best method to cultivate the 7-star steps. Soon, Sasha appeared before Qin Yuan, dressed in her pajamas and yawning. Irritated, she remarked, do you not realize that disturbing a beautiful woman's slumber is exceedingly rude? It could ruin my complexion. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, oh please, you're still just a child. Oof, you nasty Qin Yuan. Sasha pouted in annoyance. Nevertheless, putting her feelings aside, she diligently procured an article for Qin Yuan detailing the practice of the 7-star step. As Qin Yuan examined it closely, enlightenment dawned upon him. It turned out that the optimal conditions for practicing the 7-star step were beneath the stars. No wonder I made no progress all day. It was my method that was flawed. As he continued reading, he was struck dumb when he saw that the article was authored by Mu Wanqing. In a luxurious villa, Mu Wanqing, clad in alluring sleepwear that accentuated her figure, possessed a striking allure that could inflict a staggering 2,000 points of damage on any male observer. Her long, fair legs reclined on the sofa, exuding temptation. As she lay there engrossed in a book, she suddenly sneezed and wondered aloud. Can someone at the 9th rank still catch a cold? Outside the villa, Qin Yuan gazed at the twinkling stars overhead and began his practice of the 7-star step. With each movement, he felt his steps becoming clearer. Many of his previous uncertainties began to resolve. Overjoyed, he realized the effectiveness of his training. Subsequently, he persevered, repeating the practice tirelessly. After more than 2 hours, he finally grasped the fundamentals of the 7-star step. With this newfound understanding, Qin Yuan felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. He was no longer burdened by the label of having poor comprehension. He checked his attribute panel. Name, Qin Yuan. Realm, Advanced 2nd Stage. Ability, S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality, 3756, 296,240. Mental Strength, 2795, 235,180. Skills, Slaughtering Blade Technique, Proficient. Basic Blade Technique, Proficient. Annihilation / Mastered. 7-star Step, Beginner. Cultivation Method, Celestial Transformation, Beginner. Summon Beasts, 2-2, Yaga Beast, Gab Beast. Experience Points, 70. The following morning, Qin Yuan returned to Mu Wanqing's office. She expressed concern for her first disciple. Did something happen that brought you here today? Upon seeing her gentle and beautiful demeanor, Qin Yuan felt his spirits lift considerably. No wonder people say that gazing upon beautiful women is beneficial for one's health. Upon hearing her inquiry, he shook his head and replied, no, teacher, I merely have an idea I wish to discuss with you. Go ahead, she encouraged. Her tension easing upon learning he had not encountered any troubles. Qin Yuan articulated his desire to venture into the wilderness for training. Chapter 56, Preparations before departure. You intend to go into the wilderness for training now? Mu Wanqing frowned slightly, perplexed. Typically, new students would remain within the school for a while, fully acclimating before opting for external training. Most freshmen do not leave campus during their first year, while those in their third or fourth year might consider it. For newcomers, the dangers of the wild are considerable. What prompted this decision? Instead of outright rejecting him, Mu Wanqing sought to understand his reasoning. Qin Yuan had already prepared his justification. Teacher, my circumstances are rather unique. As a summoner, my summoned beasts require rigorous life and death experiences to grow stronger, and they are more suited to outdoor environments. In truth, he was in dire need of experience points, as they had stagnated for quite some time. His explanation garnered Mu Wanqing's understanding. Summoned beasts indeed thrived in the wild. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "You may go, but I advise you to master the 7-star step before departing. This will significantly reduce your risks." Teacher, I have already grasped the fundamentals of the 7-star step. Oh, you have? Mu Wanqing raised an elegant eyebrow, her exterior calm, but her mind racing. Qin Yuan had mastered the 7-star step in less than a day. This was no ordinary technique. It was classified as B grade. Typically, only those of the 3rd stage or higher could learn it, and most students never even got the chance to encounter it. How long had it taken her to achieve the same? 3 days? 5? She couldn't quite recall, but it had certainly not been within a single day. Could it be that Qin Yuan's comprehension surpassed her own? Mu Wanqing's thoughts were a whirl of surprise and uncertainty. Observing her composed demeanor, Qin Yuan silently acknowledged her strength as a 9th-stage expert. Surely, she had progressed more swiftly than he. With the conversation reaching this point, Mu Wanqing had no choice but to acquiesce to Qin Yuan's request for wilderness training. However, she stipulated that he must return by September 1st for the new student competition. Although Qin Yuan held little interest in the event, he realized the significance it held for his teacher, prompting him to agree to return. Mu Wanqing, satisfied, thought to herself that her student was quite perceptive. This upcoming competition was indeed crucial for her, especially as she had recently ascended to the role of vice dean and required additional support. If Qin Yuan could secure victory, it would bolster her position considerably. With that in mind, she advised, since you are determined to train in the wild, ensure that you prepare the necessary equipment. It may very well save your life at a critical moment. I plan to visit the school's resource exchange to see what quality equipment I can obtain, teacher. Mu Wanqing recalled that Qin Yuan still had a substantial amount of credits. Smiling as she said, "There's no need for that. You can exchange directly through the school's official website. The items will arrive within 2 hours." Qin Yuan's eyes lit up, though he awkwardly replied, "Teacher, could you guide me through the process?" "Simple. Sasha, come forth." Mu Wanqing called out. A young woman resembling Sasha appeared before them. Qin Yuan was astonished. She was the spitting image of Sasha, though her physique differed, one a teenager, the other a young girl. "Master," the grown-up Sasha greeted Mu Wanqing respectfully. Mu Wanqing nodded gently. "Sasha, please display the school's resource exchange page for my student to review." "Understood, Master." Sasha glanced at Qin Yuan and nodded, her expression unfamiliar. Qin Yuan mused to himself that this Sasha did not recognize him, indicating that she was a distinct artificial intelligence from the one he knew. Before long, Sasha projected the official webpage of the resource exchange. The dazzling array of resources left Qin Yuan awestruck, compelling him to focus intently on the offerings. Noticing that Qin Yuan had been pondering for quite some time without making a selection, Mu Wanqing suggested, "I recommend you replace all your equipment, given your current strength. You can definitely utilize a Tier 3 set." Qin Yuan glanced at the Tier 3 set, which required 15,000 credits. He then looked at the weapons. With the cheapest Tier 3 weapon priced at 12,000 credits, Qin Yuan felt somewhat speechless. He had thought his several thousand credits were quite ample. He wondered if it would be enough for him to make 2 purchases. Gritting his teeth, he decided to buy it. You must risk it to gain it. These items were essential. Mu Wanqing continued to advise, just buy some ordinary recovery potions, primarily focus on the Swift Great Recovery Pill and the Swift Energy Pill. She explained that these 2 were miraculous recovery items capable of completely restoring health and mental energy within 10 seconds, without side effects. Though they had a cooldown period, after consuming one, a second could not be taken within 3 hours. However, they shared a common drawback. Qin Yuan looked towards Mu Wanqing. "That would be their exorbitant price," she replied. Sasha, being astute, quickly filtered for the Swift Great Recovery Pill and the Swift Energy Pill. Upon seeing the prices, Qin Yuan was immediately rendered speechless. The Swift Great Recovery Pill was 5,000 credits each, while the Swift Energy Pill was 6,000 credits each. Qin Yuan managed a bitter smile and remarked, "Teacher, are you sure this isn't highway robbery? Generally, potions cost just a few credits." Yet these recovery pills are priced at 5,000 and 6,000 respectively, a thousandfold difference. Mu Wanqing chuckled. It's no joke. You wouldn't believe how popular these are. They can genuinely save your life in critical moments. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and made the purchase. His credits significantly dwindled, leaving him with a mere 38,000 credits. After buying some ordinary potions for 2,000 credits, he was left with a pitiful 20,000 credits. I suggest you buy a berserk pill as well. It truly enhances your speed threefold for 10 minutes, which can be life-saving during crucial moments, Mu Wanqing further advised. Qin Yuan looked at her with a pleading expression. How about you refrain from making suggestions? I'm out of credits. Seeing Qin Yuan's forlorn demeanor, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle, but quickly covered her mouth, realizing her lapse in composure. She looked utterly adorable. Qin Yuan was momentarily entranced, staring at her without blinking. Chapter 57. Wild Area Number 1. Noticing her studentess' unwavering gaze, Mu Wanqing hurriedly composed herself, attempting to maintain her dignity as a teacher. Unfortunately, her forced seriousness only rendered her more endearing. Qin Yuan quickly averted his gaze, reflecting on his audacity. After all, she was a ninth-tier powerhouse. And if she were to become enraged, he could scarcely imagine how he might meet his demise. Fortunately, Mu Wanqing appeared not to be angry, feigning seriousness as she said, "There's nothing to worry about. You may leave now." "Understood, teacher. I'll be on my way," Qin Yuan replied, eager to exit as his heart raced with exhilaration. Once outside the office, he found himself unable to calm down, a thought lingering in his mind. His teacher seemed to have no partner. 2 hours later, the items he had exchanged for were delivered with remarkable speed. Upon receiving them, Qin Yuan immediately donned the Tier 3 set, which enveloped him in a sensation of perfect fit and lightness. He tested it out and was pleasantly surprised by the results. His speed had increased by nearly 20, and his strength had risen by almost 15. Truly, the Tier 3 set was worth its weight in credits. If converted to federal currency, 15,000 credits equated to a staggering 15 million, an exorbitant sum. Qin Yuan realized that even with all his rewards combined, he didn't possess that much wealth. He then picked up the Tier 3 weapon, the Demon Slayer's sword, valued at 12,000 credits. The blade measured 40 centimeters, with a deep red handle intricately engraved with complex patterns. The edge was extraordinarily sharp, glimmering like cold stars, radiating a chilling light. An exceptional sword. With a mere glance, Qin Yuan discerned its extraordinary quality, far surpassing the pig-slaying knife. It seemed the pig-slaying knife was now ready for retirement. He sighed, reminiscing about his fondness for the pig-slaying knife, which had accompanied him through numerous battles during his early days. Regrettably, it was gradually becoming inadequate for his growing strength. Stowing away both the Demon Slayer's sword and the pig-slaying knife, he then turned his attention to the 2 pills that had captured his interest. Qin Yuan scrutinized them closely. "Is this it? They seem rather ordinary, just a bit larger," he muttered. These 2 pills had cost him 11,000 credits, equivalent to 1 million federal currency. It pained him deeply. He fervently hoped they would prove invaluable. Otherwise, he would truly have nowhere to lament. After organizing his belongings, he began to study the strategy for the wild areas. The wilderness around Xihua City differed significantly from that of Shunhua City. There were 5 wild zones in total, numbered 1 to 5. The closest was Wild Area Number 1, which posed a moderate level of danger, with very few instances of beast rampages. Qin Yuan's goal was precisely this Wild Area Number 1. Having prepared all necessary supplies, Qin Yuan entered a state of rest, intending to set off early the next morning. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Qin Yuan donned his gear and set off towards Wild Area Number 1. Upon reaching the gate, he once again encountered the security guard, Old Li. Old Li maintained his usual lethargic demeanor, appearing half alive, leading one to believe he was on the brink of collapse. "Qin Yuan?" Old Li, nearly dozing off, suddenly perked up at the sight of him, transforming into a lively figure, shedding his earlier torpor. Old Li, still lounging about? Qin Yuan greeted him with a smile. "Qin Yuan, you arrived just in time. Come, accompany this old man for a drink. I'm nearly bored to death," Old Li exclaimed, eagerly pulling Qin Yuan towards his small room. Qin Yuan chuckled at the absurdity of it all, responding with a hint of reluctance. "Old Li, I can't join you this time." Old Li paused, his expression shifting to one of discontent. "What's this? Now that you've acquired a prestigious rating, you think yourself above this old security guard? News travels fast," Qin Yuan thought, surprised that even Old Li was aware of it. He quickly clarified. No. Old Li, let me explain. I'm heading out for field training now, but when I return, I'll treat you to a good drink." Old Li's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing this. "Well, at least you know how to speak nicely. But why are you going out for field training so soon? It's unusual for a new student to venture out so early. Too lazy to explain further. Qin Yuan smiled and placed 2 bottles of fine liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes on the table, saying, "I'll join you for a drink when I return." Old Li's eyes lit up at the sight of the good liquor and cigarettes. He immediately lost interest in Qin Yuan, waving him off. "Go on, go on. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back." Qin Yuan chuckled. Old Li was indeed a true connoisseur of fine spirits and cigars, easily swayed by their allure. However, his own supplies were dwindling and needed replenishing. After bidding farewell to Old Li, Qin Yuan exited the gates of the forbidden Purple Academy, re-entering the deep mountain wilderness. The gate behind him disappearing from sight. He marveled at the Academy's impressive illusion array before setting off towards the entrance of Wild Area Number 1. After an hour's drive, Qin Yuan finally arrived at the first wilderness checkpoint. He quickly discerned that this checkpoint was not as expansive as the one in Shenhua City. In comparison, Shenhua City indeed possessed considerable wealth. Nonetheless, the accompanying facilities were quite comparable, offering a plethora of amenities. After strolling around twice and finding little of interest, Qin Yuan proceeded towards the checkpoint, eager to enter the wilds. 6 guards stood watch at the entrance, and after presenting his clearance documents, Qin Yuan was granted access to the wilderness, fulfilling his desire. He inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar scent of the wild. "Come forth, my companions." Qin Yuan promptly released Agumen and Gabumen. Upon seeing the wilderness, Agumen dashed about like a wild stallion. In contrast, Gabumen exhibited a more restrained demeanor. Yet the brightness in its large eyes betrayed its joy. It had been a while since Qin Yuan had examined their attributes. So he opened the panels for the 2 creatures. Agumen Rookie. Class, Sea-level Beast, Evolvable. Level, Intermediate, Tier 2. Health, 1710. Spirit, 1330. Skills, Small Flame, Small Blast. Greymon Champion. Class, B-level Beast, Evolvable. Level, Intermediate, Tier 2. Health, 3160. Spirit, 2550. Signature move. Super Flame unleashes an ultra-high temperature flame from its mouth, inflicting devastating burn damage on a single target, renowned as the breath of fire that incinerates all. Special move. Mega Horn Buster utilizes its massive horn to charge at a single enemy, possessing the ability to bypass a portion of the target's defenses. Gabumen Rookie. Class, Sea-level Beast, Evolvable. Level, Intermediate, Tier 2. Health, 1670. Spirit, 1350. Signature move. Fireball launches a small blue flame from its mouth to scorch foes. Normal move. Crushing Claw possesses a chance to trigger a cooperative attack. Garurumon Champion. Class, B-level Beast, Evolvable. Level, Intermediate, Tier 2. Health, 3040. Spirit, 2460. Signature move. Foxfire releases a high-temperature blue flame from its mouth, demonstrating formidable burning capabilities, inflicting substantial fire damage to adversaries. Sharp Claw employs its razor-sharp claws for physical attacks, dealing base damage while also inflicting a tearing effect, causing ongoing damage to the enemy. Iron Body can convert defensive power into offensive strength, enhancing its survival and output capabilities in battle, especially effective against high-defense foes. Chapter 58. Targeting Tier 3 Beasts. Upon observing the attributes of the 2 creatures, Qin Yuan's eyes lit up, presenting yet another delightful surprise. He had not anticipated Gabumen to have advanced to the intermediate Tier 2 realm, while Garurumon had surpassed the 3,000 health threshold. At the intermediate Tier 2 level, it could rival the beginner Tier 3. This achievement marked a significant leap across a major realm. Agumen's strength had also seen an increase, though modest. It was still a welcome development. "Let us go," Qin Yuan exclaimed, raising his arm as Gabumen evolved into Garurumon. He and Agumen climbed onto its back. Garurumon let out a long howl and sprinted forth with incredible speed. Their sole objective this time was the Tier 3 beasts, located 10 kilometers to the south, an area dominated by such creatures. Qin Yuan activated his smart wrist device to consult the map, directing Garurumon to proceed at full speed. Seated atop Garurumon, Qin Yuan reveled in the sensation of the wind caressing him, his spirits buoyed. He favored riding Garurumon slightly more, primarily for the comfort it provided. Riding on Greymon, while imposing, was rather rigid and uncomfortable. They sped along, encountering numerous Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts along the way, which Qin Yuan ignored. His focus was not on them, but on the Tier 3 beasts. Given Qin Yuan's current strength, the Tier 2 beasts posed little challenge. More importantly, the experience points they offered were minimal. The pinnacle of Tier 2 only yielded 65 experience points. Qin Yuan surmised that breaking through to Tier 2 Advanced would require 3,500 experience points, and to ascend to Tier 3, at least 5,000 experience points as a baseline. This was the minimum expectation. A premonition gripped Qin Yuan. He suspected that 5,000 experience points might be far from sufficient for a breakthrough to Tier 3. If his conjecture proved accurate, then the 65 experience points from advanced Tier 2 beasts would indeed be inadequate. How many beasts would he need to slay to achieve this? He was reluctant to overexert himself. Before long, Garurumon led Qin Yuan and Agumon into the territory of the Tier 3 beasts. 10 kilometers was merely a matter of minutes for Garurumon. The Tier 3 beasts appeared to be fewer in number than their Tier 2 counterparts. After walking for a while, Qin Yuan finally encountered a Tier 3 beast, the Great Bear. Earth Bear, Tier 3 beginner beast. The Great Bear lounged lazily on the ground, seemingly quite comfortable, with what appeared to be an unfinished breakfast, a pig, beside it. Qin Yuan exchanged glances with Agumon, both understanding the unspoken agreement. Let us take it down. Garurumon lunged forward with a powerful leap. Qin Yuan and Agumon followed suit. Qin Yuan drew his Demon Slayer sword, a menacing aura descending from above. Agumon evolved into Greymon, its massive form causing the ground to tremble thrice. Shattering slash. With a mighty swing, Qin Yuan unleashed a tremendous blade of energy towards the Earth Bear. The blade struck the bear's chest, causing a thin line of blood to erupt. Qin Yuan's expression shifted in surprise. What astonishing defensive capabilities! He had expected that this strike would at least severely wound the Great Bear, if not slay it outright. To his astonishment, the bear's defenses were formidable. The shattering slash of a Tier 3 weapon barely managed to breach its defenses. The Earth Bear let out an enraged roar and charged at Qin Yuan. But Greymon seized it, rendering it immobile. Gabumon rushed in, unleashing a foxfire that heavily injured the Earth Bear. Greymon followed up from above with a super flame attack. Immediately, the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. Qin Yuan wasted no time, swiftly severing the bear's head. The encounter concluded seamlessly. Having successfully slain the Tier 3 beginner beast, the Earth Bear, he received 100 experience points. Without hesitation, he stored the Earth Bear's corpse in his spatial ring, a smile gracing his face. The trio had coordinated flawlessly. The Tier 3 beginner beasts posed no resistance whatsoever. It seemed he would need to seek out a Tier 3 intermediate beast next. Without pausing, Qin Yuan pressed onward. Greymon was too conspicuous, so he reverted it back to Agumon. Not long after, they encountered another Tier 3 beginner beast, and, after a fierce battle, swiftly dispatched it. After half a day, Qin Yuan felt somewhat disheartened. Why were there only Tier 3 beginner beasts? Where had all the Tier 3 intermediate ones gone? They had already defeated 6 Tier 3 beginner beasts without encountering a single Tier 3 intermediate. Resolute, Qin Yuan delved deeper into the territory. Initially, he had been hesitant to venture too far, lingering within the realm of the Tier 3 beginner beasts. Yet now, with no other option, he pressed on into the depths. Although the low-tier intermediate beasts of the 3rd rank are numerous, they lack challenge. Riding upon the Garurumon, Qin Yuan ventured deeper into the wilderness, and soon enough, he encountered a mid-tier 3rd rank beast. Elated, he beheld the venomous cobra, a formidable creature. The immense serpent, exceeding 10 meters in length, was adorned with glossy black scales that shimmered ominously. Its elongated, venomous fangs instilled a sense of dread. The venomous cobra flicked its long tongue. Having sensed Qin Yuan and his companions, its cold, slitted eyes fixated upon them. Be cautious, this creature is highly toxic. Do not allow it to bite you. And switch to ranged combat mode, Qin Yuan warned, maintaining his composure amidst the thrill. Garurumon and Tyrannomon nodded in agreement. Agumon, having swiftly evolved into Tyrannomon, unleashed a barrage of attacks. Superfire, Foxfire. Garurumon and Tyrannomon executed their ranged assaults simultaneously. In a flash, the venomous cobra slithered forward with astonishing speed, adopting an S-shaped maneuver towards Tyrannomon. The cobra's velocity was overwhelming. Tyrannomon could not react in time before being ensnared. The massive creature opened its gaping maw, poised to strike at Tyrannomon's neck, a blow that could prove fatal. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan leaped, reaching the level of the cobra's head, and delivered a swift strike towards its maw. The venomous cobra tilted its head, abandoning its assault on Tyrannomon, and instead, its fangs clashed against Qin Yuan's demon-slaying blade. Humph! Qin Yuan scoffed, his grip tightening around the blade, sending one of the cobra's fangs shattering. Sharp claws. Garurumon, unwilling to lag behind, lashed out with its claws, inflicting 3 gory gashes upon the serpent's flesh. The venomous cobra writhed in agony, its cold eyes flashing with fury as it expelled a cloud of black gas from its body. Retreat. Qin Yuan's expression darkened, swiftly retreating. Garurumon reacted with remarkable speed, leaping several meters away in an instant. However, Tyrannomon, ensnared, was not so fortunate. Overcome by the toxic gas, it collapsed, reverting back to Agumon, unconscious and unresponsive. Qin Yuan's countenance soured. He had not anticipated that the venomous cobra possessed the capability to emit toxic gas in addition to its fangs. This was quite absurd. He called out to Garurumon, "Draw its attention. I shall deal the finishing blow." Garurumon understood and began to provoke the venomous cobra. Utilizing its exceptional agility, Garurumon danced around the venomous cobra, drawing its ire. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan seized the opportunity to recall Agumon to the spirit beast space. Upon witnessing Agumon in a weakened state, Qin Yuan felt a surge of anger and heartache. Though they often bickered, he regarded them as dear brothers, especially Agumon, his first contracted beast with whom he shared the strongest bond. Would the spirit beast space be able to neutralize the venom of the cobra? Qin Yuan fretted. However, recalling that the spirit beast space could even revive contracted beasts from death, he felt reassured that it could indeed dispel the toxins. Yet, he was uncertain how long Agumon would require to recover. For now, Qin Yuan resolved to focus on the venomous cobra, as Garurumon was still under pursuit. In terms of sheer strength, Garurumon was no match for the mid-tier venomous cobra. However, it was not alone. It had Qin Yuan. Seizing a moment when the cobra was distracted, Qin Yuan struck at its body. The cobra, sensing the attack, deftly evaded, twisting its form with remarkable speed. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yuan attempted to retreat, but the venomous cobra's speed was superior. Its massive body writhed, attempting to ensnare him, a fate akin to that of Tyrannomon. Qin Yuan's reflexes were not to be compared with those of Tyrannomon. 7-star steps. His movements became erratic yet swift, akin to stepping on 7 stars. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself 4 meters away. Even the venomous cobra appeared momentarily bewildered by this display. Qin Yuan beamed with delight, astonished by the efficacy of the 7-star steps. As Garurumon took advantage of the cobra's momentary confusion, it unleashed its sharp claws, leaving several deep lacerations across the serpent's scales, blood and black scales scattering about. The venomous cobra writhed in pain, expelling more black mist. Garurumon narrowly evaded the toxic cloud. Qin Yuan, however, had an epiphany. Perhaps the cobra only released the toxic gas after being struck? If so, the battle would become significantly easier. Following this realization, he utilized the 7-star steps to continuously harass the venomous cobra. With each attack, it indeed released more black mist, solidifying Qin Yuan's hypothesis. Garurumon and Qin Yuan alternated their strikes against the venomous cobra, driving it to the brink of madness. The creature writhed in frustration, its fury palpable. Suddenly, the venomous cobra began to retreat, gliding swiftly away. Not good. It intends to flee. Qin Yuan discerned its intentions immediately. It sought to escape after realizing it was outmatched. There was no way he would allow that. He had yet to avenge Agumon. Garurumon was the first to pursue, re-engaging the venomous cobra in combat. Seizing the critical moment, Qin Yuan activated the 7-star steps and delivered a decisive blow, sending the venomous cobra to its demise. At last, he had slain the mid-tier 3rd-rank beast, earning 150 experience points in the process. Though his experience points had reached a gratifying total, Qin Yuan felt no joy. He stored the corpse of the venomous cobra within his spatial ring and, feeling fatigued, seated himself upon the ground to recuperate. Garurumon reverted back to Agumon, concern evident as it inquired, "Brother, is Agumon all right?" Qin Yuan reassured him, "He will be fine shortly." Agumon, however, appeared dejected, seemingly worried about Agumon, with whom it shared a close bond. Qin Yuan too was troubled, as it was the first time he had witnessed his contracted beast sustain such severe injuries. His heart felt heavy. He had no desire to continue hunting beasts, opting instead to rest in place. Fortunately, after 2 hours of respite, he sensed that Agumon had fully recovered within the spirit beast space. With joy, Qin Yuan summoned Agumon forth. Upon emerging, Agumon expressed remorse, saying, "Brother, I am so sorry. I feel so useless." Qin Yuan paused for a moment, then affectionately patted Agumon's head. "Do not be foolish. It is I who should apologize. It was my lack of preparation with the opponent's intelligence that led to your injuries." Having learned from this experience, Qin Yuan resolved to prioritize intelligence on any opponent he might encounter in the future. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Having matured, Qin Yuan subsequently achieved unparalleled victories within the realm of intermediate 3rd-tier exotic beasts, succumbing to a fervor of combat. After 10 days, he found himself seated atop a colossal primate-like creature, commencing an assessment of his recent accomplishments. Over this span, he had vanquished a total of 70 intermediate 3rd-tier beasts and 20 initial 3rd-tier beasts, averaging 9 kills per day. He had amassed an impressive 12,500 experience points. This represented the utmost limit for Qin Yuan and his companions, necessitating that he sleep a mere 5 hours each night, leaving his body in a state of extreme fatigue. Just as he contemplated a moment's respite, he realized it was time for his own breakthrough. He opened his attributes panel. Name: Qin Yuan. Realm: Advanced Second Tier. Ability: S-Rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 3756, 296,240. Spirit: 2795, 235,180. Skills: Slaughtering Blade Technique, Entry Level. Basic Sword Technique, Entry Level. Annihilation / Integration, 7-star Step, Entry Level. Cultivation Method: Cosmic 13 Transformations, Entry Level. Summon Beasts, 2 Yaga Beast, Gab Beast. Experience Points, 12590. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yuan prioritized enhancing his realm. With a mere flick of his finger, a powerful aura enveloped him, and before long, he experienced a breakthrough to the initial third-tier realm. Is this truly the third tier? It is indeed a departure from the second. Qin Yuan felt within him a reservoir of strength far more potent than before, his spirits soaring. Following his ascension, significant alterations occurred within his attributes. Name: Qin Yuan. Realm: Initial Third Tier. Ability: S-Rank Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 4756, 296,240. Spirit: 3795, 235,180. Skills: Slaughtering Blade Technique, Entry Level. Basic Sword Technique, Entry Level. Annihilation / Integration, 7-star Step, Entry Level. Cultivation Method: Cosmic 13 Transformations, Entry Level. Summon Beasts, 2 Yaga Beast, Gab Beast. Experience Points, 4590. The breakthrough to the initial third tier consumed a total of 8,000 experience points, resulting in a 1,000-point increase in both vitality and spirit. Remarkably, Qin Yuan's vitality surpassed that of the average intermediate third tier. With a wealth of experience points remaining, he resolved to pursue further breakthroughs. Contemplating his next focus, his gaze swiftly settled upon the Cosmic 13 Transformations. Chapter 60. The Abnormal Cosmic 13 Transformations. This technique was a reward bestowed upon him by the spirit of the Purple Forbidden Peak. Even now, he remained oblivious to its true capabilities, having only grasped its entry level while in a state of unconsciousness. Curiosity welled within him, and without hesitation, he allocated points to the Cosmic 13 Transformations. Cosmic 13 Transformations, Entry Level. Cosmic 13 Transformations, First Transformation. As the technique transcended, Qin Yuan immediately sensed his vitality surging violently within. His complexion flushed crimson, overwhelmed by heat. It felt as though he were ablaze. In truth, his vitality was tumultuously roiling, even his muscles absorbing the essence of his vitality, growing stronger. Thankfully, this tumultuous sensation subsided after a mere 10 minutes. However, in the following moment, Qin Yuan's expression shifted, an intense hunger gripped him. The hunger was so profound it left him dizzy, his limbs trembling. Without hesitation, he seized the gorilla meat being roasted by Gab Beast and devoured it voraciously. Gab Beast, taken aback, wondered why his elder brother had suddenly become so ravenous. Meanwhile, Yaga Beast, with a look of grievance, lamented that it was his meat. As he continued to consume, Qin Yuan instructed Gab Beast to keep roasting. He recognized the signs. His body was in desperate need of energy, requiring substantial replenishment. He feared he might resort to consuming raw meat. Gab Beast obediently resumed roasting while also soothing the distressed Yaga Beast. Qin Yuan managed to quell his hunger with 2 large chunks of meat, but was left in awe of his astonishing absorption capacity. Upon reviewing his system, he discovered that the recent breakthrough had increased his vitality by 200 points, neither excessive nor insufficient. Having spent 300 experience points, he still had over 4,000 remaining. He hesitated, contemplating whether to continue allocating points. After a moment of thought, his gaze hardened with determination. He turned to Gab Beast and commanded, "Keep roasting the meat, do not cease." Although Gab Beast was somewhat perplexed, it complied without question. Observing the famished Yaga Beast, Qin Yuan hesitated momentarily, then addressed it. "As for you, Yaga Beast." Yaga Beast looked up with hopeful eyes. "Brother, may I eat?" Qin Yuan chuckled. "You little glutton, what can I do with you?" Yaga Beast, "You assist in roasting as well." With 2 helper beasts at his side, Qin Yuan felt no reservations. Gritting his teeth, he allocated additional points to the Cosmic 13 Transformations. Experience points swiftly dwindled by 900. Cosmic 13 Transformations, First Transformation. Cosmic 13 Transformations, Second Transformation. In an instant, Qin Yuan's complexion dramatically changed. A surge of vitality, exponentially more potent than before, roiled violently within him. His face flushed a vibrant red, even his eyes turning crimson. It was unbearably hot. He felt as if he were on the verge of combustion. This tumultuous surge of vitality persisted for a full 15 minutes. Yet, it was not over. Shortly thereafter, An even more intense wave of hunger assailed him. Qin Yuan's face paled, nearly succumbing to faintness from hunger. Damn it, I have never been this famished. Quickly, bring it to me. Qin Yuan weakly gestured to Gab Beast. Gab Beast, recognizing something amiss, did not hesitate, promptly presenting 2 large pieces of meat. Qin Yuan lunged at them like a ravenous wolf, tearing into the flesh with fervor. In no time, the 2 hefty portions were consumed. Gab Beast and Yaga Beast stared in astonishment. Brother, you can eat even more than we can. How abnormal. Still not enough? Continue. Qin Yuan felt he was only 5/10 full. Gab Beast hurriedly fetched 3 more large pieces, and Qin Yuan once again devoured them with abandon. After finishing these 3 chunks, he finally felt a modicum of satiety. His stomach remained flat. Sighing in relief, Qin Yuan then examined the changes in his attributes. His vitality had increased by 400 points, reaching 5,356. He had now ascended to the pinnacle of the initial 3rd tier. It was then that he truly grasped the terrifying potential of this technique. This was merely the 2nd transformation, with 13 transformations yet to come. The prospect of reaching the 13th transformation left him in awe. As for experience points, he had expended 900. The cosmic 13 transformations, 2nd transformation, still had points available. Qin Yuan swallowed hard, wavering momentarily, uncertain whether to continue allocating points. After all, the experience was undeniably terrifying. However, Qin Yuan soon regained his resolve. If he could not endure this modicum of suffering, how could he ever aspire to become a formidable force? With no further hesitation, he closed his eyes and activated the transformation. Celestial Transformation 13, 2nd change. Celestial Transformation 13, 3rd change. Boom. The essence within Qin Yuan seemed to explode from within. An excruciating pain radiated throughout his body, causing him to collapse and writhe on the ground. He clenched his mouth shut, enduring the agony without uttering a sound. Gabuman and Aguman watched in stunned silence, their eyes filled with concern. Gabuman was the first to react, swiftly retreating to prepare some meat, calling out to the dazed Aguman to join him before it was too late. Aguman, snapping back to reality, hurried to assist with the cooking. As Qin Yuan continued to roll on the ground, he felt as if his muscles and meridians were being torn apart only to be mended again. It was akin to being ripped open and then stitched back together, a torment beyond measure. Fortunately, this suffering lasted merely 20 minutes, during which he nearly faltered. Once the pain subsided, he turned pale and urged Gabuman, "Hurry, bring it to me." Gabuman swiftly complied, rushing over with 3 large chunks of meat. At that moment, an overwhelming hunger surged within him, more ferocious than before. Almost fainting from hunger, he eagerly began to devour the meat. Qin Yuan ravenously consumed 10 substantial pieces, gnawing through half of 8 enormous simian creatures before the hunger finally abated. He patted his now flat stomach, letting out a sigh of relief as he inspected his attribute changes. His vitality had surged once more, increasing by a staggering 800 points to an astonishing total of 6,156, propelling him into the advanced 3rd tier. From his understanding, the vitality range for the advanced 3rd tier lay roughly between 5,500 and 7,500. Conversely, his experience points had diminished by 1,800. At last, there were no further increments. Qin Yuan exhaled in relief. He truly hesitated to push further. Who knew what variations lay ahead in the next transformation? He resolved to adequately prepare sufficient medicinal elixirs to replenish his vitality before the next breakthrough in Celestial Transformation 13. He had a strong intuition that for the 4th transformation, mere ordinary beast flesh would no longer suffice. Chapter 61. The first encounter with the ability user squad. This intuition was compelling, and Qin Yuan chose to heed it. He ceased further breakthroughs in Celestial Transformation 13, leaving him with 1,590 experience points. Only 7-star steps remained for advancement. He poured all his remaining experience into 7-star steps, barely achieving a breakthrough to the realm of comprehension. Though merely at the stage of comprehension, Qin Yuan now possessed an exceptionally profound understanding of 7-star steps. As if he had years of training experience, he felt that his execution of 7-star steps was significantly swifter than before, with ordinary intermediate 3rd-tier beasts unable to even graze his hem. Now, Qin Yuan's attribute panel had undergone dramatic changes. Name, Qin Yuan. Realm, initial 3rd tier. Ability, S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality, 6156, 296,240. Mentality, 3795, 235,180. Skills, Butchering Blade Technique, Entry, Basic Swordsmanship, Entry, Annihilation / Comprehension, 7-star Steps, Comprehension. Cultivation Method, Celestial Transformation 13, 3rd change. Summoned Beasts, 2, 2. Aguman, Gabuman. Experience points, 190. His vitality had reached a terrifying 6,156 points, nearly double that of his mental fortitude. Qin Yuan stroked his chin, sensing a slight imbalance. He resolved to find ways to elevate his mental power. Although he was still merely at the initial third tier, in terms of physical prowess, he could rival a typical advanced third-tier individual. Strictly speaking, Qin Yuan was now capable of confronting advanced third-tier experts head-on. After all, he had Agumon and Gabuman by his side, both on the verge of breaking into the advanced second tier. Once they evolved, they would likely match the capabilities of ordinary intermediate third-tier beings. At that moment, a group of 4 approached. Qin Yuan scrutinized them warily. They were well-armed and clearly seasoned in the wilderness. This was a squad of ability users with considerable strength. The moment Qin Yuan laid eyes on them, he sensed their formidable presence. Leading the group was a burly man clad in third-tier armor, wielding a massive axe. His demeanor calm, yet piercing as he scrutinized Qin Yuan. He appeared to be the captain of the squad. Behind him was a slender man with dyed yellow hair. Similarly dressed in third-tier armor, equipped with a large bow and a quiver on his back, a clear archer. Unlike the captain, this individual's gaze was fixated on Agumon and Gabuman, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Following the archer was an extraordinarily tall and robust giant, his stature almost exaggerated, standing an estimated 2 meters tall. However, his expression was amiable as he consumed a large piece of meat, ignoring Qin Yuan entirely. The final member of the group was a slender beauty wielding a staff, clad in third-tier mage robes, her alluring visage also directed at Qin Yuan, casting him a flirtatious glance. As the group approached within proximity, Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, maintaining a composed expression while remaining vigilant. In the wilderness, beasts posed significant dangers. But the greatest threat often lay in humanity itself. The human heart is inscrutable. Incidents of humans slaying each other in the wild were scarcely less frequent than those involving beasts. The archer's gaze remained fixated on Agumon and Gabuman. His grip on the bow taut as he whispered to the captain, "Should we make a move?" The captain pondered momentarily before shaking his head. The archer, frustrated, flicked his hand dismissively. The captain clasped his fists towards Qin Yuan, stating, "We're merely passing through, harboring no ill intent." Qin Yuan cast a glance at the archer, a flicker of danger igniting in his eyes. This individual undoubtedly harbored intentions against him. He felt an impulsive urge to draw his demon slayer blade and act preemptively. But he restrained the impulse. He barely returned the captain's gesture of respect. The captain nodded and turned to leave, but the archer continued to glance back. And Qin Yuan nearly lost his composure. Had he not been uncertain of the true strength of this group, he would have already sought to end the archer's life. Watching them retreat into the distance, Qin Yuan finally relaxed. Next, it was time for Agumon and Gabuman to satiate their appetites. The earlier squad, led by the composed Gowling Fang, walked silently at the forefront, while the irritable archer complained incessantly, "Why didn't we strike? He was all alone." "Are you feeling pity for him, Captain?" The only woman in the team, Su Rong, cast a disdainful glance at the grumbling archer, but said nothing. Gowling Fang halted, glaring at him, and replied in a deep voice, "That individual is no simpleton. Even I lack confidence in defeating him." The archer scoffed, "Really, Captain? Him? He looks like a mere child. Probably hasn't he even graduated yet. How could he be a threat?" At this moment, the burly man, Li Dazhuang, chimed in. "His vitality is no less than mine." Su Rong's eyes widened in shock. The yellow-haired youth's expression stiffened in disbelief, astonished that his vitality was not inferior to yours. "How could this be?" Li Dazhuang, savoring the large piece of meat in his hand, nodded silently, choosing not to speak further. Gao Lingfeng interjected, reminding him not to forget their objective. Should they delay the important matter at hand, that esteemed figure would not spare them. The mention of that esteemed figure calmed the yellow-haired youth, though he continued to mutter under his breath about seizing those 2 aberrant beasts once he completed the task assigned by the Lord. Gao Lingfeng shot a glance at the yellow-haired youth, but remained silent, turning his thoughts to the figure of Qin Yuan. This fellow resembled a humanoid beast of prey. "Have you eaten well?" "Yes, big brother." "Good, let us proceed." The next target was set, as they delved deeper into the territory of high-tier third-grade aberrant beasts. Qin Yuan extinguished the fire and mounted his Garuru beast, continuing their expedition. He now perceived that the mid-tier third-grade aberrant beasts posed little challenge, thus shifting his focus to the high-tier third-grade aberrant beasts. Venturing further into the territory of high-tier third-grade aberrant beasts, Qin Yuan's party soon encountered their first adversary, a massive, clumsy bear, perhaps a relative of the previous one. This time, Qin Yuan engaged directly in hand-to-hand combat with the earth bear, relishing the visceral clash of flesh against flesh. However, it became apparent that matching the physical strength of a high-tier third-grade earth bear was somewhat unrealistic. After enjoying the thrill of combat, Qin Yuan drew his demon-slaying blade. And with the assistance of the Tyrannosaurus beast and the Garuru beast, he effortlessly dispatched the Earth Bear. He successfully killed the high-tier third-grade Earth Bear, earning himself 200 experience points. Just as Qin Yuan delightedly began to loot the corpse, a colossal roar echoed from a distance, followed by a flash of yellow light. Recognizing the commotion, Qin Yuan surmised that something valuable had appeared. He hastily gathered his spoils and swiftly mounted his Garuru beast to advance. Upon nearing the scene, he chose to halt just under 100 meters away, having heard the sounds of fierce combat. Stealthily finding a suitable vantage point, he observed a group engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic aberrant beast. His brow furrowed upon recognizing the familiar faces of the group, the very same ones he had nearly clashed with moments ago. Chapter 62. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. One blade to slay the yellow-haired youth. The individuals presently embroiled in battle were indeed the psychic team he had encountered earlier. Observing the familiar yellow-haired youth, a contemplative expression crossed Qin Yuan's face, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing subtly. However, he chose not to act immediately. Opting instead to remain still, he intended to play the role of a yellow sparrow. Opposing the psychic team was a formidable flame lion of high-tier third-grade status. The flame lion appeared to be cautious in its movements, seemingly guarding something of significance. Qin Yuan discerned this detail and, upon closer inspection, noticed a small tree behind the flame lion, bearing several luminescent yellow fruits. Could these fruits be treasures? Was the flame lion merely a guardian of this treasure? If so, then they were the contenders vying for it. Qin Yuan once again turned his gaze to Gao Lingfeng's group. He observed their seamless cooperation as they exchanged blows with the flame lion, seemingly gaining the upper hand. This was likely due to the flame lion's restraint in combat. It was evident that Gao Lingfeng possessed the highest cultivation among them, standing at the pinnacle of mid-tier third grade, just a step away from breaking through to high-tier third grade. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired youth was at mid-tier third grade, lurking behind with a bow, persistently loosing arrows that, though not severely damaging, proved to be a nuisance. Qin Yuan speculated that had the flame lion not been preoccupied with guarding the treasure, it would have likely sought to eliminate the yellow-haired youth first. He was indeed bothersome. The stoutest among them, Li Dazhuang, was at the forefront, engaging the flame lion in a brawl. Remarkably, he held his ground against the high-tier third-grade aberrant beast with his mid-tier third-grade physique. Li Dazhuang demonstrated impressive physical prowess. As for Su Rong, she wielded a staff, similar to the yellow-haired youth, taking cover while launching her own arrows. Surprisingly, her damage output was the highest, as a mid-tier third-grade wind element psychic. Her strikes inflicted considerable harm on the flame lion. While observing, Qin Yuan pondered deeply. This psychic team, all of whom were at mid-tier third grade, displayed commendable synergy, evidently having trained together for some time. The greatest threats to him were not the team leader, Gao Lingfeng, nor the tank, Li Dazhuang, but rather the archer, the yellow-haired youth, and the fire element psychic, Su Rong. Their consistent attacks from the rear were the most vexing. It seemed prudent to prioritize eliminating these two should he decide to act. Unbeknownst to the engrossed yellow-haired youth and Su Rong, they had already been marked for assassination by Qin Yuan. The battlefield had reached a fever pitch, the psychic team completely dominated, and the injuries sustained by the flame lion were mounting. It appeared the flame lion was nearing its breaking point. The flame lion seemed aware of its dire predicament. Disregarding its previous caution, it roared furiously, determined to fight back. "Brace yourselves. This beast is going all out," Gao Lingfeng shouted. Upon hearing this, the others ceased holding back, launching their own desperate assault. It was important to note that a desperate third-grade high-tier aberrant beast was no trivial foe. A single misstep could cost them their lives. However, the psychic team, seasoned in battle, would not make such a rudimentary error. Qin Yuan's gaze sharpened. He could sense the flame lion was faltering. He turned to the Agumon and Garuru beast, whispering instructions for what was to come. They nodded in understanding, readying themselves as Qin Yuan formulated his plan, awaiting the opportune moment. After a brief interval, the flame lion was visibly struggling, while the psychic team also showed signs of exhaustion. As the captain, Gao Lingfeng seized the moment to rally his comrades, urging them to hold on a little longer, to strike with renewed vigor and finish off the beast. The group immediately intensified their firepower, preparing for one final concentrated assault. "Get ready," Qin Yuan commanded in a low voice, his body tense and primed for action. The Garuru beast and Agumon were also on high alert. "Remember to follow my instructions," Qin Yuan reminded them once more. At that moment, the flame lion swayed unsteadily, on the brink of collapse. "Now," Qin Yuan shouted, launching himself forward like an arrow. The distance of 100 meters was covered in mere seconds. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yuan found himself before the yellow-haired youth, who was still caught up in the thrill of the impending kill on the flame lion. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him, and before the yellow-haired youth could utter a word of outrage, the figure spoke a single word: die. With a swift motion, the glimmering demon-slaying blade sliced through the air. The yellow-haired youth felt his vision spin, darkness enveloping him as a foot pressed down over his eyes. Ah! Su Rong screamed in terror. Gao Lingfeng immediately sensed the danger, turning to see a colossal dinosaur, the Tyrannosaurus beast, clutching Su Rong in its claws as she cried out in agony. Su Rong! Gao Lingfeng let out a furious roar. Li Wei, go save Su Rong. However, his thunderous shout elicited no response. In a fit of anger, he turned to see the scene before him, and his pupils instantly contracted. Li Wei lay lifeless in a pool of blood, his head crushed beneath the foot of a man. It's you. Gao Lingfeng recognized Qin Yuan, his eyes ablaze with rage. Why have you turned against us? I never anticipated our paths would cross so soon, Qin Yuan remarked, struggling against the violent churn in his stomach. Look behind you. Startled, Gao Lingfeng whirled around to discover the flaming lion sprawled in a pool of blood, utterly lifeless. Meanwhile, Li Dazhuang was being besieged by a colossal wolf, the very beast that had slain the flaming lion. With a gleam of 200 experience points, Qin Yuan was determined to claim his reward. His plan had unfolded flawlessly. Scoundrel! Gao Lingfeng seethed, intent on rushing to Li Dazhuang's aid. Yet, Qin Yuan's voice resonated ominously behind him. Turn around again. Gao Lingfeng's eyes widened in horror, a chill running down his spine. Without hesitation, he raised his axe to shield his neck. Clang! Surprised that his strike had been parried, Qin Yuan remarked, quick reflexes. But in an instant, he delivered a forceful kick that sent Gao Lingfeng flying. It felt as if he had been struck by a truck. His insides were violently jarred, and he involuntarily spat blood. The force of Qin Yuan's kick was overwhelming. As Gao Lingfeng attempted to rise, Qin Yuan appeared before him like a specter. The sheer speed left Gao Lingfeng's face pale with dread. Qin Yuan extended his hand toward Gao Lingfeng's throat. Refusing to surrender, Gao Lingfeng swung his axe fiercely at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan scoffed, "You cannot hope to block me." Chapter 63, Annihilation, Huang Ling Fruit. Clang! Qin Yuan's demon-slaying blade effortlessly deflected Gao Lingfeng's axe, while he tightened his grip around Gao Lingfeng's neck, lifting him with ease. Gao Lingfeng felt the encroaching specter of death, struggling for breath, his face turning crimson, his limbs thrashing in vain. No matter how he fought, he could not break free. Qin Yuan's strength far surpassed his own. Desperation overtook Gao Lingfeng as he pleaded, "Brother, we harbor no deep-seated vendetta. Why must you pursue total annihilation?" Qin Yuan's cold laughter echoed. "Do you dare claim that you have not plotted against me? As the captain, you must be aware of that little yellow-haired fellow's intentions." Gao Lingfeng's complexion shifted to a sickly green as he gasped for air, desperately retorting, "That was merely his personal opinion. It has nothing to do with us." In truth, Gao Lingfeng had contemplated taking action himself, but the pressing task at hand and a sense of danger posed by Qin Yuan had restrained him. Qin Yuan chuckled mockingly. "Are you jesting? You are a team. It is impossible for it to be unrelated. Have you heard of shared responsibility?" As Qin Yuan's murderous intent surged, his grip tightened further, and Gao Lingfeng exclaimed, "You cannot kill me. I have powerful backing." "Oh, an ally?" Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Do tell." Feeling the pressure around his throat lessen slightly, Gao Lingfeng seized the opportunity to catch his breath and uttered, "We were sent to collect treasures. If that powerful figure discovers you've killed us, you too will face peril." Smack! A resounding slap struck Gao Lingfeng's face. "I asked who your ally is, not for your nonsensical tales of threats." Qin Yuan's murderous aura intensified once more. Gao Lingfeng, terrified, stammered, It's the young master of the Li family." "Which young master of the Li family?" Qin Yuan asked impatiently. "The young master Li Chengfeng of one of the 4 great families of Xihua. You truly cannot kill me. If young master Li finds out, he will also seek you out," Gao Lingfeng implored. Crack! Qin Yuan's expression remained impassive as he exerted force, snapping Gao Lingfeng's neck. The look of disbelief on Gao Lingfeng's face seemed to ask, "How dare you kill me?" Qin Yuan sneered, "You dared to threaten me, yet you still threatened? Is having a powerful ally so impressive?" "Humph, I have one too." After dispatching Gao Lingfeng, the Tyrannosaurus Rex approached Qin Yuan, holding Su Rong in its grasp, and rumbled, "Big brother, how shall we proceed?" Qin Yuan glanced over, exasperated. "The poor girl is on the brink of suffocation. Is there any need to ask? End her suffering," he instructed. With Su Rong also dispatched, only Li Dazhuang remained, desperately struggling. Weighed down by fatigue, he was no match for the swift and powerful Garura beast. Qin Yuan decided to end Li Dazhuang's torment swiftly. Thus, the entire team of supernatural beings had been annihilated by Qin Yuan. As he gazed at the lifeless bodies, the tumult in his stomach became unbearable, and he retched violently. This marked his first act of killing, and his physiological response was unavoidable. After a prolonged bout of vomiting, he stood pale and shaken. "Big brother, are you all right?" Agumon approached with concern. Qin Yuan waved him off. "After a few more times, I'll likely acclimate." Prepared mentally, he remained composed, though his stomach felt unsettled, as if it needed to expel more. "Gather anything of value," Qin Yuan commanded, feeling a sense of discomfort. Agumon and Gebumon began collecting the corpses. When Qin Yuan noticed them returning with several pieces of clothing, his expression darkened. "You stripped them of their garments?" Agumon and Gebumon nodded. These outfits could fetch a considerable sum. Qin Yuan sighed. "That does make sense." Powerless to refute, he stored all the items in his spatial ring. After resting for a moment, feeling slightly better, he approached the flaming lion's side to collect its remains, then made his way to the small tree nearby. Gazing at the vibrant yellow fruits, Qin Yuan was curious. "Are these treasures?" "Sasha," he called out, summoning Sasha. Upon seeing the little tree, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Qin Yuan, you found a treasure." It seemed these fruits were indeed precious. Qin Yuan hastily inquired, "What are they?" Sasha explained, "These are Huangling fruits, a fourth-tier treasure that enhances vitality, valued at a staggering 100 million federal coins on the market, though they are rarely available." "Is that so?" Qin Yuan was taken aback, astonished that such small fruits could command such an exorbitant price. And there were 6 of them. Was that not worth 600 million federal coins? "I've struck it rich." Sasha rolled her eyes. "These are extremely rare and highly sought after for their life-enhancing properties. No one would pass them up." Qin Yuan nodded in agreement, especially considering those who are nearing death would find them invaluable. "How should I preserve them?" he inquired further. Sasha replied, "The best method is to wrap them in ebony wood. If that is unavailable, you could use the leaves of the fruit tree to temporarily preserve them." Qin Yuan nodded, carefully plucking the 6 Huangling fruits and wrapping them in leaves. Suddenly, he remembered something, smacking his forehead. "How did I not think of that?" Upon opening the spatial ring and rummaging through the belongings of the individuals from the High Spirit Peak, Qin Yuan swiftly discovered a box crafted from black wood. It appeared to be a box made of ebony, and there were several more of them, evidently prepared in abundance by them. Such thoughtfulness was commendable. Qin Yuan delightfully placed the Huangling fruit into the ebony box. Done. After completing this task, Qin Yuan was astonished to find that once the fruits were harvested, the fruit tree rapidly withered away. Sasha explained that the Huangling fruit tree would swiftly decay once its fruits were picked, requiring a lengthy period before it could blossom and bear fruit again. "How long?" Qin Yuan inquired curiously. 50 years to bloom, and 100 years to bear fruit." "So long." Qin Yuan mused inwardly. "Well, its rarity is extremely high. Encountering the Huangling fruit is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck," Sasha remarked. Qin Yuan chuckled to himself, realizing that he had not discovered the Huangling fruit. He had merely plucked someone else's bounty. Chapter 64 September 1st marked the beginning of the new students' enrollment. In the wilderness of Shihua No. 1, within a valley of a third-tier advanced beast territory, an intense battle was unfolding. A gigantic centipede, measuring 15 meters in length, was engaged in a fierce struggle against a human, a dinosaur, and a wolf. The human in question was none other than Qin Yuan. The colossal centipede was a pinnacle third-tier beast. The thousand-legged centipede. The term pinnacle third-tier refers not to a distinct realm, but to the peak of the third-tier advanced stage, just a step away from a breakthrough. At that moment, Qin Yuan's visage exhibited a remarkable resolve, his body marred with numerous scars, and even his third-tier armor lay in tatters. This clearly illustrated the brutal battles he had endured over the past days. The Tyrannosaurus had also grown in size, exuding an aura of formidable strength, indicative of its recent breakthrough. The Garuru beast had similarly advanced, its physique elongated and robust, with its lines transforming into a more graceful form. Tyrannosaurus, seize it. Garuru beast. Attack its eyes. 7-star steps. Annihilation slash. Faced with the pinnacle third-tier beast, Qin Yuan and his companions found themselves in a dire struggle. The thousand-legged centipede boasted an incredibly formidable defense, its body appearing as if clad in impenetrable armor. Additionally, its multitude of legs moved with astonishing speed, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Most terrifying of all was the centipede's venom, surpassing even that of the most toxic cobra. A single bite could spell doom for those of lesser strength. Ultimately, it was through the sacrificial valor of the Tyrannosaurus that Qin Yuan successfully vanquished the thousand-legged centipede. 2 hours later, the Agumon revived, full of vitality once more. Qin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the formidable nature of spirit contract masters. No wonder he had achieved an unparalleled rating with an S-level ability. Sitting on the ground to rest, he gazed at the cerulean sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation that nearly lulled him to sleep. "I long for a good night's sleep," It has been ages since I last rested properly. Qin Yuan lamented. Brother, it's been 17 days, Gabuman reminded him from the side. Oh, 17 days, indeed. Wait. Qin Yuan suddenly recalled something and promptly called out to Sha, asking, what date is it today? Sha, feeling somewhat perplexed, replied, it's August 31st. Why do you ask? Qin Yuan was taken aback. Time had flown by. And it was already August 31st. So tomorrow is September 1st? The day for new students' enrollment. It seemed he ought to return. Qin Yuan had not forgotten his promise to the teacher to participate in the new students' competition. With that in mind, he decided to make his way home. Before departing, Qin Yuan conducted a self-assessment. Firstly, his own status. Name, Qin Yuan. Realm, intermediate 3rd tier. Ability, S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality, 81, 546,515. Mental Strength, 58, 503,506. Skills, Pig Slaughtering Technique, Mastery. Basic Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment. Annihilation Slash, Mastery. 7-star Steps, Mastery. Cultivation Method, Celestial Transformation, 3rd Transformation. Summoned Beasts, 2. Agumen, Gabuman. Experience Points, 220. Qin Yuan had undergone significant changes, achieving a breakthrough in Realm to now be at the intermediate 3rd tier. His vitality soared to an impressive 8,181 points, with bonuses from the Tyrannosaurus and Garuru Beast. Strictly speaking, Qin Yuan's vitality had surpassed the 3rd tier threshold. Reaching the early stage of the 4th tier, his mental strength also climbed to 5,889 points, surpassing the advanced 3rd tier stage due to the enhancements from his summoned beasts. Regarding combat skills, the Pig Slaughtering Technique had reached the level of mastery, while the Basic Sword Technique had attained Great Accomplishment. Both the Annihilation Slash and 7-star Steps had also reached the mastery stage. The improvements Qin Yuan had made over the past days were nothing short of remarkable. Next, he assessed Agumen and Gabuman. Agumen, Growth Stage. Rank, C-Class Beast, Evolvable. Level, Early 3rd Tier. Vitality, 3460. Mental Strength, 3030. Skills, Small Flame, Small Explosion. Tyrannosaurus, Mature Stage. Rank, B-Class Beast, Evolvable. Level, Early 3rd Tier. Vitality, 5460. Mental Strength, 5030. Ultimate Technique, Super Flame, unleashes extremely high-temperature flames from its mouth, inflicting devastating burn damage on a single target, renowned as the flame breath that incinerates all. Signature Technique, Giant Horn Charge, utilizes its massive horn to ram into a single enemy, possessing the property of ignoring partial defenses. Gabuman, Growth Stage. Rank, C-Class Beast, Evolvable. Level, Early 3rd Tier. Vitality, 3150. Mental Strength, 3060. Ultimate Technique, Explosive Flame Bullet, expels small blue flames from its mouth to scorch foes. Normal Technique, Crushing Claw, possesses a chance to trigger a cooperative attack. Garuru Beast, Mature Stage. Rank, B-Class Beast, Evolvable. Level, Early 3rd Tier. Vitality, 5150. Mental Strength, 5060. Ultimate Technique, Foxfire. The Garuru Beast's signature move spews forth high-heat blue flames, exhibiting formidable burning capabilities that inflict substantial fire damage on enemies. Sharp Claw employs its sharp claws for physical attacks, dealing base damage while adding a tearing effect that continually harms the foe. Iron Body can convert defensive power into offensive capability, enhancing its survivability and output in combat, especially effective against high-defense foes. The battles over the past days had fostered tremendous growth in Agumen and Gabuman, coupled with their diet consisting of meals from 3rd-tier beasts and above, especially in the last few days, where they feasted solely on meat from advanced 3rd-tier beasts. Their nutrition was profoundly enriched. Both had broken through to the early stage of the 3rd tier, and, upon evolving to maturity, their strength now approached the pinnacle of the intermediate 3rd tier. This was a substantial enhancement in raw power, and the other gains were even more plentiful. In particular, the 6 Huang Ling fruits alone were valued at an astounding 600 million federal coins. Alongside a multitude of beast carcasses, Qin Yuan had struck a veritable gold mine. Having completed his inventory, he set off on his journey home. September 1st. The gates of the Forbidden Academy swung wide open, heralding the arrival of new students today. The scene was bustling with life, a stark contrast to the quietude that enveloped Qin Yuan and his companions upon their arrival. Old Li observed the throng of newcomers with an expression that betrayed a profound ennui. Alas, how tedious this is. Where on earth is that rascal Qin Yuan? If he doesn't return soon, I might just venture into the wilds to find him, Old Li sighed. He glanced at the empty liquor bottle and the last remnants of his cigarette, and once again let out a weary sigh. At that moment, a voice rang out. What are you sighing about, Old Li? He waved dismissively, his tone lacking energy. The new students are checking in up ahead. The voice drew nearer. Are you yearning for a drink? Old Li's eyes widened as he turned to see the approaching figure, his lethargic demeanor transforming into one of delight. You little rascal. You finally returned. Qin Yuan, grinning broadly, held 2 bottles of liquor in his hands. Chapter 65. The Newcomer's Talent Assessment, a fresh experience for Qin Yuan. At the security booth of the Forbidden Academy, an unusual sight unfolded. 2 figures, one elderly and one youthful, squatted on the ground, holding liquor bottles and cigarettes. Leering at the students as they entered. Their faces were adorned with grotesque smiles. This one's not bad. TSK, quite fair-skinned, Oldly remarked. Look at those long legs, oh my. Kid, this one's even better, truly ample and pristine. Old Li and Qin Yuan critiqued the newcomers, who, still curious about their new campus, were startled by the lewd comments of these 2 characters. Old Li, reveling in the girls' bashful reactions, emitted a series of crude chuckles that made the boys uncomfortable and sent the girls fleeing in terror. The boys exchanged bewildered glances at Old Li and Qin Yuan, utterly unprepared for such a bizarre welcome at the academy. Is this really the legendary Forbidden Academy? And could that young man be a student as well? Old Li's smile never faltered. Being with Qin Yuan was evidently a source of amusement for him. He felt a long-lost joy rekindling within him. Just then, 2 figures loomed in front of them, casting a shadow over Old Li and Qin Yuan. Instinctively, Qin Yuan exclaimed, "Oh, this one's quite nice, Old Li. Such fair and long legs. Wait, why are they so close?" As he looked up, he was met with an exceedingly long and fair leg, leading up to a pair of imposing headlights that nearly obscured the face above. Before Qin Yuan stood a somewhat familiar, frosty visage. What a surprise to see her here, he thought, momentarily taken aback. On the other side, Old Li's expression darkened as he grumbled, "Who is this? Her legs are black and wrinkled, blocking my view. Is that so? Are my legs truly black and wrinkled?" A raspy voice laced with fury echoed. Old Li froze, recognizing the voice all too well. When he instinctively looked up, he was met with the furious face of the old matron. His complexion paled, and he immediately sought to flee, only to be caught by the ear. "Li Feng, you better explain to me, are my legs indeed black and wrinkled?" Flustered and anxious, Old Li, despite his pride, retorted, "Li Huan, let go of me this instant. Still feisty, are we? I'll drag you to the principal's office right now. Please, let us discuss this calmly." Old Li pleaded. Li Huan tightened her grip on Old Li's ear, turning her ire toward the snickering Qin Yuan. "And you, come here." Qin Yuan's smile faltered, and he quickly denied, "No, it's not me. I was led astray. You promised we would face troubles together. At the first sign of danger, you both abandoned ship." "Silence," the old matron barked. Both Qin Yuan and Old Li immediately complied, falling silent. To Zhu Bing, the matron commanded, "Binger, watch Qin Yuan closely. Ensure he doesn't escape. Like this." Zhu Bing attempted to grasp Qin Yuan's ear, her icy demeanor softening into a faint, elusive smile. In the principal's office, Qin Yuan and Old Li bowed their heads, enduring a reprimand, particularly Old Li, who was scolded so thoroughly he could barely lift his gaze. Qin Yuan stifled a laugh at the sight of Old Li's crumpled face, managing to restrain himself just in time to avoid dire consequences. He had not anticipated his first encounter with the principal to unfold under such circumstances. When he finally beheld the expressionless Mu Wanqing seated at the head of the table, his heart raced. As Old Li faced a barrage of criticism, Mu Wanqing's melodic voice broke through. "Principal, the talent assessment for the new students is about to commence. Perhaps we should pause this discussion until afterward and deliberate on any penalties then." The principal, a 9th-tier powerhouse with a square jaw and an aura of integrity, nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." He turned to Old Li. "Li Feng, return to your post. Should there be a next time, I won't hesitate to reassign you to janitorial duties." "Please, principal." Old Li's face fell. "Do you think your previous offenses are few? You've been granted ample chances already," the principal replied sternly. Old Li had no retort and bowed his head in defeat. Qin Yuan, astonished, realized that Old Li had quite the history, hinting at untold stories. "And you?" The principal directed his gaze at Qin Yuan. Mu Wanqing's brow furrowed slightly, her gentle eyes betraying a hint of concern, causing Qin Yuan's anxiety to mount. "Return to the talent assessment. We will discuss your punishment afterward." With no words left to say, Qin Yuan exited the principal's office, head bowed in silence. Once everyone had departed, the principal turned to Mu Wanqing. "I hear this student is your new disciple?" "My apologies, principal. It is my oversight in teaching," she replied, her voice laced with regret. The principal pondered. His talent seems commendable. To reach the intermediate 3rd tier upon entering is quite rare among recent students. Mu Wanqing had already discerned Qin Yuan's level. Though astonished by his rapid advancement, she maintained her composure. Actually, when I first took him on as a disciple, he was at the advanced second tier. After a stint in the wilds, he returned as an intermediate third tier. I must admit, I was surprised. The principal's expression mirrored her astonishment. It appears you have acquired a fine disciple. Mu Wanqing nodded in agreement. However, his temperament requires careful guidance. We must prevent him from being led astray by the likes of Li Feng. With a wry smile, Mu Wanqing acknowledged, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her first disciple's crude antics. She silently resolved to keep Qin Yuan away from old Li in the future. After leaving the principal's office, Qin Yuan found himself in a familiar place. The Forbidden Hall was now filled to capacity with students. Nearly 200 newcomers gathered together. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough to accommodate such a crowd. At this moment, the first stage of the talent assessment had commenced, and the old matron had entered work mode. Zhang 1, S-grade fire element ability user, rated as ordinary. From an observer's perspective, Qin Yuan watched with a sense of peculiar excitement. Though still a newcomer himself, he felt akin to a senior enjoying the spectacle. This sensation was quite delightful, causing a smile to bloom on his face. Qin Yuan glanced around and suddenly spotted an old acquaintance, the cold guy. This sighting only intensified the smile on Qin Yuan's face. He found himself curious about the rating cold guy would receive. Chapter 66, New Student Rating Rankings. After a month apart from cold guy Linjun, Qin Yuan observed that he still appeared unchanged, his demeanor exuding an unfathomable coldness, almost provoking. Even amidst the assembly of prodigies at the Zijing Academy, he carried with him an air of confidence and arrogance, seemingly convinced that his talents remained unparalleled. It was unclear whether he was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending ignorance. However, as the talent ratings commenced, Cold Guy began to sense something amiss. Why were there so many S-rank ability users? When did the S-rank become so commonplace? Had it become pedestrian? Cold Guy appeared unaware that he was currently situated in the national hub for geniuses, Zijing Academy. The 200 individuals present could be said to represent 90% of the nation's top talents. Here, S-rank abilities no longer stood as the pinnacle. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Cold Guy's forehead. He realized that nearly everyone present seemed to possess S-rank abilities, with the majority rated as ordinary. While fewer than 10 were recognized as prodigies, and not a single one achieved the coveted supreme rating. What on earth was this talent assessment? Was S-rank truly so unremarkable? Why were so many S-ranks merely rated as ordinary? Was it possible that he too would be among them? Cold Guy's expression darkened. Suddenly, he heard a distinctive voice. By Meng Meng, S-rank spatial ability, dimensional space, rated as supreme. The crowd erupted into a chorus of astonishment. All eyes turned to the figure on the stage, an unassuming girl. Visibly shy, Qin Yuan was equally taken aback, for this was only the second time he had encountered a spatial ability, the first being his teacher, Mu Wanqing. This served to underscore the rarity of such abilities, as one achieving a supreme rating upon emergence was extraordinary. By Meng Meng, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, was overwhelmed with nerves, her limbs uncertain of where to settle. Her fair skin flushed a delicate pink from her bashfulness, rendering her utterly adorable. With her head bowed, she hurriedly descended the stage, her rosy ears peeking out. At last, a supreme rating had emerged in this first round, bringing a sigh of relief from the old matriarch. Had no supreme ratings been achieved, it would have signified a dismally low level of talent for this cohort. However, what transpired next left the old matriarch grinning from ear to ear. Yu Honglei, S-rank lightning ability, rated as a prodigy. Song Jinxiu, S-rank light ability, Angel S Love, rated as supreme. Liang Shiji, S-rank wind ability, rated as a prodigy. Zhong Ning, S-rank earth ability, rated as a prodigy. 6 consecutive prodigies, alongside one supreme, stunned the crowd. The old matriarch was positively elated, having met her key performance indicators. Cold Guy, witnessing this, felt cold sweat trickling down, his limbs growing weak. Once brimming with confidence, he now found himself devoid of any. He could only internally hope to avoid an ordinary rating. Next, Lin Jun. At last, it was Lin Jun's turn. He instinctively shuddered, suppressing his anxiety as he silently ascended the stage. Lin Jun, S-rank lightning ability, Aurora Blue Lightning, rated as a prodigy. Upon hearing the announcement, Cold Guy released a sigh of relief. He swore he had never felt such tension before. A prodigy rating was commendable. Cold Guy wiped the sweat from his brow. And for someone as proud as he was, a prodigy rating was something he could accept. Qin Yuan smiled, thinking, well done, Cold Guy. We still have a chance to become rivals. The subsequent ratings were unremarkable, with no further prodigies emerging. As the first round concluded, the atmosphere varied among the students. Some were indignant, others disheartened, some elated, and others shy. The old matriarch paid them no mind. After all, she had witnessed countless scenarios over the years. She announced that 4 students had completed their talent ratings early, prompting the Spirit Master to initiate the new student rating rankings. The top 10 would receive rewards from the Spirit Master. This proclamation sparked a flurry of discussion among the students. The Spirit Master? Who is that? Humph. I will surely secure my place in the top 10. The reward is mine. Qin Yuan was somewhat astonished. Could he actually receive a reward? This was unexpected. Moreover, his chances of making the top 10 seemed considerable, given his supreme rating overall. If he failed to secure a spot in the top 10, it would only indicate that the current group was exceedingly exceptional. However, it appeared unlikely. The old matriarch disregarded the students' reactions, waving her hand to reveal a massive light screen in the air. New student rating rankings, first round. First place, Zhu Bing, SS rank ice ability, extreme cold ice. Rated as supreme. Oh, as the first name was announced, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This was the legendary SS rank ability, and to see it here was astonishing. How did we not notice this Zhu Bing before? Perhaps they were among those who completed their ratings early. The students buzzed with speculation. The rankings continued. Second place, Qin Yuan, S-rank summoning ability, Spirit Contract Master, rated as supreme. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly upon seeing his name. Below, Cold Guy was utterly shocked. He had not anticipated that Qin Yuan would also be at Zijing Academy. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as he had first-hand experience of Qin Yuan's prowess. Now, with a supreme rating, he had bested him once more. Cold Guy's emotions were complex. In contrast to Cold Guy's turmoil, Qin Yuan's name did not cause much of a stir among the new students. The rankings proceeded. Third place, by Meng Meng, S-rank spatial ability, dimensional space, rated as supreme. Once again, all eyes were drawn to the shy girl. By Meng Meng lowered her head, her delicate ears flushing anew, trembling slightly. It was truly unexpected for such a formidable ability to awaken within a bashful girl. Fourth place, Song Jinxiu, S-rank light ability, Angel S Love, rated as supreme. Song Jinxiu, a tall and beautiful girl, garnered Qin Yuan's attention once more. Fifth place, Yu Honglei, S-rank lightning ability, rated as a prodigy. Sixth place, Lin Jun, S-rank lightning ability, Aurora Blue Lightning, rated as a prodigy. Seventh place, Liang Shiji, S-rank wind ability, rated as a prodigy. Eighth place, Zhong Ning, S-rank earth ability, rated as a prodigy. Ninth place, Gong Xiang, S-rank fire ability, rated as a prodigy. 10th place, Tang Tang, S-rank water ability, rated as a prodigy. With the rankings concluded, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The group then moved on to the second round, the Illusion Tower. Chapter 67, Overall New Student Ratings. The second challenge. The Illusion Tower tested the practical abilities of the participants. Freshmen who had underperformed in the previous round eagerly rolled up their sleeves, ready to showcase their skills. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow. The difficulty of the Illusion Tower left them astounded, with the majority failing to surpass the third level. Only a handful of prodigies managed to reach the fourth level, yet they too could not conquer it. This outcome was a shade worse than Zhu Bing's performance, which caused her previously frosty demeanor to soften slightly. It appeared that Zhu Bing's results were the norm for true geniuses, while Qin Yuan's achievements were the result of extraordinary talent. The freshmen sighed in relief upon witnessing that no one had passed the fourth level, believing that the challenge was simply too formidable. However, when the leaderboard for the Illusion Tower was unveiled, shock rippled through the crowd. The leaderboard for the second challenge. The Illusion Tower revealed. First place, Qin Yuan, having conquered the 12th level, rated as a prodigy. Second place, Zhu Bing, having conquered the 4th level, rated as a genius. Third place, Lin Jun, having conquered the 3rd level, rated as a genius. 10th place, by Meng Meng, having conquered the 3rd level, rated as a genius. As the crowd beheld the leaderboard, their expressions turned to one of astonishment, enveloping the area in a profound silence. The glaring term prodigy shone brightly, leaving everyone awestruck by this remarkable achievement. Who exactly was this Qin Yuan, who managed to clear 12 levels on his first attempt? Such a prodigy was unprecedented. Even Zhu Bing, endowed with SS-level abilities, had only cleared the 4th level. What manner of being was Qin Yuan to surpass the 12th level? The freshmen were left in a state of disbelief. The aloof young man clenched his fists tightly, his once haughty expression replaced with one filled with combativeness. Truly, Qin Yuan was worthy of being my lifelong rival. He was indeed formidable. Zhu Bing maintained her calm demeanor, having already processed the shock of Qin Yuan's performance. Although she felt a twinge of astonishment upon seeing his achievement, it was not as intense as her initial reaction. Qin Yuan stood tall, basking in the satisfaction of the discussions surrounding his performance. The elder, observing the murmurs among the freshmen, cleared her throat. Once the room quieted down, she remarked that Qin Yuan's achievement not only secured him the top spot on the freshman leaderboard, but also positioned him at 95th on the overall leaderboard of the Illusion Tower. She encouraged the others to use this accomplishment as motivation, assuring them that with diligence, they too could reach such heights. The elder's words served to invigorate the spirits of those who may have felt disheartened. Subsequently, they proceeded to the third challenge. This round yielded mediocre results, with both Qin Yuan and Zhu Bing merely receiving the rating of genius. However, to their surprise, one freshman managed to attain the extraordinary rating of unparalleled. Song Jinxiu, having cleared the difficult illusion in just 10 minutes and 5 seconds, left a deep impression on Qin Yuan. It was not merely her beauty and figure that captivated him, but her exceedingly rare light-based abilities that drew his attention. Moreover, her unique talent in illusions was unexpected, making her the only student to achieve the unparalleled rating. The remaining top 10 also received the genius rating, with Qin Yuan barely scraping into 8th place, marking his lowest performance thus far. Eventually, they arrived at the final challenge, the summit of the Forbidden City. As the freshmen beheld the magnificent structure piercing the clouds, they could not suppress their awe. Even Qin Yuan and Zhu Bing were struck by its grandeur once more. After the elder explained the detailed rules of the summit, the freshmen began their ascent. The aloof young man surged ahead, but upon reaching the second step, his expression changed, and his movements grew cumbersome. Like him, all the freshmen found themselves weighed down by an overwhelming gravity. Qin Yuan observed with keen interest. He understood the challenges of the summit, recognizing that mere physical strength did not guarantee an advantage. The true test lay in one's willpower, though physical strength remained significant. As time progressed, several freshmen faced elimination, primarily those whose physical capabilities fell short, relying solely on their abilities. This outdated approach to training had long been discarded. The correct path now lay in the dual cultivation of abilities and physical prowess. After a wave of eliminations, over 100 students remained on the summit. They had all reached the 10th step, only to find the gravity intensified. This sudden increase in weight caused further eliminations, with many unable to withstand the pressure. Those who managed to ascend to the 10th step dwindled to just over 100. Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of irony, as he realized that the ostentatious young man could not even break into the top 100. Truly pathetic. As time wore on, more freshmen were eliminated. Bai Mengmeng fell short as well. Despite her spatial abilities, her physical condition predetermined her lackluster performance in this round. A few outstanding students, however, had nearly reached the 100th step, causing Zhu Bing to feel a twinge of anxiety as they approached her score. Roughly 60 freshmen remained on the summit, continuing their struggle. Lin Zhun was among them, having reached the 79th step, but it was evident from his unsteady form that he was nearing his limits. It was a test of willpower. Those with sufficient strength could push a bit further. An hour passed, and the number of students remaining on the summit dwindled to a mere handful, approximately 10. The best score had reached the 180th step. Zhu Bing's anxious heart finally found solace. She had been surpassed. Yet Lin Zhen persisted, having reached the 125th step. Qin Yuan nodded in approval. The aloof young man displayed commendable willpower. However, he suspected that neither could withstand the challenge for much longer. As anticipated, half an hour later, all students were eliminated. The best score settled at the 219th step, while Lin Zhen achieved the 139th step. Comparatively, this performance was significantly lower than those of previous years. Fortunately, there was still Qin Yuan. The rankings for the fourth challenge were announced. First place, Qin Yuan, 333rd step, rated as unparalleled. Everyone immediately lifted their heads in shock. Once again, it was this Qin Yuan. Having experienced the intensity of the summit, they understood the level of difficulty involved. What did reaching the 333rd step signify? It likely entailed over 40 times the gravity. The thought alone was terrifying, leaving the crowd in awe. They could only exclaim, Qin Yuan, truly formidable. Chapter 68, Rewards. Mu Wanqing takes another disciple. The rankings continued. Second place, Zhong Ming, 189th step, rated as genius. Third place, Liang Shiping, 179th step, rated as genius. Fourth place. Seventh place, Lin Zhun, 139th step, rated as genius. 8th place. 10th place, Zhu Bing, 119th step, rated as genius. The rankings for the pinnacle of the Forbidden City have been fully revealed, with Lin Zhun securing an impressive 7th place, as evidenced by the broad smile adorning his face. Zhu Bing, however, found herself in a disappointing 10th place, marking her lowest achievement to date. Thus far, all talent ratings across various challenges have been finalized, and it is now time for the overall ratings to be disclosed. First place, Qin Yuan, an S-class psychic contract master, rated as unparalleled. In the Illusion Tower, he is classified as a prodigy, and in the realm of illusions, he is hailed as a genius. At the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, he is deemed extraordinary. with an overall rating of unmatched. The moment Qin Yuan's results were announced, gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the crowd. 1 prodigy, 2 unparalleled scores, and 1 genius. His first-place ranking was undeniably well-deserved. The cold-hearted observers' eyes shimmered with intense combat fervor, while Zhu Bing's icy demeanor briefly flickered with determination. Qin Yuan beamed with joy. Indeed, he had claimed the top spot and would enjoy yet another reward, pure bliss. The rankings continued. Second place, Zhu Bing, an SS-class ice elemental. Rated as unparalleled. In the Illusion Tower, she is regarded as a genius, and in the realm of illusions, she is also classified as a genius. At the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, her rating stands as a genius, leading to an overall evaluation of genius. Third place, Song Jinxiu, an S-class light elemental. Known as the Angel's Love, rated as unparalleled. In the Illusion Tower, she is a genius, and in the realm of illusions, her rating is unparalleled. However, at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, her rating is merely ordinary, resulting in an overall classification of genius. Upon the announcement of Song Jinxiu's third-place ranking, the audience erupted into animated discussions. Some argued that she should have secured the second position, given her 2 unparalleled scores compared to Zhu Bing's singular accolade. Others insisted that Zhu Bing's second place was indisputable, as her SS-class ability was exceedingly rare, and her performance was consistently commendable, 1 unparalleled and 3 geniuses. In contrast, Song Jinxiu's unimpressive showing at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, where she received an ordinary rating, raised eyebrows. Qin Yuan observed that the gap between these 2 contenders was minuscule, rendering the distinction between second and third place almost negligible. Indeed, Song Jinxiu's ranking might have suffered due to her lackluster performance in the 4th challenge. Ultimately, the final interpretation rests with the Spirit Master. The 2 participants remained unfazed by the surrounding chatter. 4th place, Zhong Ming, an S-class Earth elemental, rated as a genius. In the Illusion Tower, he is also classified as a genius, and in the realm of illusions, he retains the same status. At the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, his rating is genius, culminating in an overall genius classification. 5th place, Lin Zhun, an S-class lightning elemental known as the Aurora Blue Lightning, rated as a genius. In both the Illusion Tower and the realm of illusions, he is classified as a genius, and at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, his rating is likewise a genius. His overall rating is genius. The top 8 all possess genius ratings, but due to their comparatively lower standings, Lin Zhun finds himself in 8th place. 9th place, by Ming Ming, an S-class space elemental, known for her dimensional prowess, rated as unparalleled. In the Illusion Tower, she is a genius, while in the realm of illusions, her rating is ordinary. At the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, her rating is also ordinary, leading to an overall classification of unparalleled. As the only space elemental this year, Bai Mengming's descent to 10th place is indeed surprising. It is likely that her performance in the final 2 challenges significantly impacted her ranking. Had it not been for her unparalleled rating in the first challenge, she might not have even made it into the top 10. With all results announced, the time for rewards has arrived, and the top 10 will receive a gift from the Spirit Master, as the elderly matron declared. Qin Yuan felt a swell of anticipation. First place receives an S-class resource. The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. The newcomers had learned of the benefits associated with each rating, and for them, an S-class resource was a bountiful reward. Most of their benefits were merely S-class resources. Qin Yuan, however, merely shrugged, considering the 10,000 credits a welcome bonus, albeit not without its drawbacks. Second place receives 5,000 credits. Third place, 4,000 credits. Fourth place, 3,000 credits. Fifth place, 2,000 credits. Sixth place, 1,000 credits. Seventh place, 800 credits. Eighth place, 600 credits. Ninth place, 500 credits. And 10th place, 300 credits. When all rewards were disclosed, the audience was taken aback, not due to the generosity of the rewards, but rather the stark disparity between them. From S-class resources plummeting to a meager 300 credits was striking. Lin Zhun, too, was astonished. He had anticipated a more substantial reward for his 8th position, only to find himself with a mere 600 credits. A stark contrast to Qin Yuan's S-class resource. He struggled to reconcile this outcome. However, seeing the 190 other newcomers who received no rewards at all provided him with a modicum of solace. Thus concluded the talent ratings for the new students, who now awaited the opportunity to choose their mentors or be chosen. A select few students had the privilege of selecting their teachers, while the majority would be subject to selection. Those who remained unchosen would be assigned by the school. Qin Yuan, feeling content, returned home to enjoy a restful slumber. Upon waking, he discovered that his teacher had requested his presence in her office. Hastily preparing himself, he made his way to Mu Wanqing's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by a somewhat familiar silhouette. Mu Wanqing, noticing Qin Yuan's arrival, introduced him to a new student, stating, "This is my newly accepted disciple and your junior sister. As an elder brother, you must take good care of her." Qin Yuan was taken aback. His teacher was already accepting disciples? Wasn't this a tad swift, considering he was still her first? However, upon seeing the student in question, he was momentarily stunned. It was her. No wonder the teacher wished to take her under her wing. She was the only space elemental this year, perfectly suited to the profession. Who else could she choose? Bai Mengmeng, feeling bashful, lowered her gaze, daring not to meet Qin Yuan's eyes, and in a voice barely above a whisper, uttered, "Qin Shixiao." As Qin Yuan observed the shy yet endearing girl before him, an overwhelming sense of protectiveness welled up within him. How could anyone resist such adorable charm? She was also quite beautiful, a combination that was utterly disarming. With a gentle smile revealing his pearly whites, Qin Yuan extended his hand in a gesture of greeting, saying, "Hello, junior sister. Let us strive for progress together." Seeing his hand outstretched, Bai Mengmeng cautiously lifted her head to steal a glance at Qin Yuan. The confident smile he wore caused her cheeks to flush an enchanting shade of red. Noticing the change in her complexion, Qin Yuan paused for a moment before playfully ruffling her hair, akin to how an older brother would tenderly pat his younger sister's head. Bai Mengmeng seemed taken aback by this gesture, her wide eyes and parted lips reflecting her astonishment as she gazed at Qin Yuan, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Chapter 69. The Gift of a Teacher's Treasure, Mu Wanqing's Suggestion. As Qin Yuan observed the dazed Bai Mengmeng, he found her quite intriguing, reminiscent of Zhu Mo, who also possessed a shy disposition. Surely, they would find common ground. But wait, why should he engage in conversation with his junior sister? Qin Yuan instinctively pondered. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. He glanced at Bai Mengmeng, who had curled up like a quail, and hesitated to continue teasing her. Mu Wanqing gently interjected, "Well, you two junior sisters will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Qin Yuan, come here." Although Mu Wanqing maintained her gentle demeanor, Qin Yuan sensed a hint of foreboding. Sure enough, as he stepped forward, Mu Wanqing's demeanor shifted dramatically from her usual warmth to a stern reprimand. It was indeed about the events of the morning. Qin Yuan shrank his neck, refraining from uttering a word. Fully aware that he had erred and could only bow his head in acceptance of the criticism, Mu Wanqing delivered a thorough admonishment and education to Qin Yuan, ultimately warning him sternly not to get too close to Li Feng, as it could easily lead him astray. Intrigued, Qin Yuan wondered about the many tales surrounding the old man Li. Before he could voice his curiosity, Mu Wanqing seemed to read his thoughts and shot him a piercing glare. Qin Yuan recoiled once more. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Wanqing continued. Li Feng was once the closest candidate for the position of vice dean. His strength is formidable, although he hasn't reached the 9th tier. The school had intended to appoint him as vice dean. However, due to some egregious actions he took, the matter fell through, and he subsequently fell from grace, ending up as the school's security guard. Qin Yuan maintained an outwardly calm expression, but internally, his curiosity was ablaze. So, the old man Li was quite impressive. Almost attaining the position of vice dean. What could he have possibly done to cause such a downfall, landing him in the illustrious role of a security guard? Qin Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to seek out the old man Li for clarification, disregarding his teacher's warnings. Mu Wanqing's temper was generally mild, but Qin Yuan's somewhat outrageous behavior had irked her. Now that she had vented her frustrations, her demeanor reverted to that of the gentle Jiangnan girl she truly was. Recognizing that the teacher was no longer upset, Qin Yuan, adept at gauging the mood, swiftly retrieved a black sandalwood box from his spatial ring. With a smile, he said, "Teacher, this is a treasured item that I painstakingly acquired, and I wish to present it to you as a token of gratitude for your guidance and nurturing." Surprised by her earnest disciple's thoughtfulness, Mu Wanqing's face lit up with an unexpected smile, as it was the first time she had received a gift from a student. "You are quite considerate," she remarked as she accepted the box. Bai Mengmeng covertly peered over, her naive expression betraying a contemplative demeanor. Upon opening the black sandalwood box and discovering its contents, Mu Wanqing exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that a Huang Lingua? Do you recognize it, teacher?" Qin Yuan inquired. Mu Wanqing nodded. Though merely a 4th-tier treasure, its remarkable effects render it more precious than many typical 7th-tier treasures. Increasing vitality is exceedingly rare. After a moment of reflection, she added, "However, I may not find it useful, as its effects are quite limited for me." "What? Teacher, you can't use it?" Qin Yuan asked in surprise. Mu Wanqing shot him a bemused glance, saying, "I am merely 35 years old. I am not yet in need of vitality enhancement." Qin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, realizing the truth in her words. Nevertheless, he continued, regardless, I have gifted it to you, so how you choose to handle it is entirely up to you. Amused, Mu Wanqing regarded her sly student, fully aware of his underlying intentions. Feeling a bit guilty under her gaze, Qin Yuan forced a few awkward laughs. Mu Wanqing did not pursue the matter further, contemplating, this fruit is exceptionally valuable. If one can discover the appropriate method, its worth can be maximized. Do you have any good ideas, teacher? Qin Yuan quickly asked. With a knowing look, Mu Wanqing replied, to maximize its value, we must identify the most suitable recipients for its use. Fortunately, our school has quite a number of individuals fitting that description. Suddenly enlightened, Qin Yuan envisioned the figure of the elderly matron. I will notify them to come over. Within half an hour, Mu Wanqing's office was bustling with activity, resembling a lively market filled with a throng of elderly individuals. Qin Yuan and Bai Mengmeng stood by, utterly astonished. An elderly man hurriedly approached the entrance of Mu Wanqing's office, urgently asking, Xiao Wanqing, you mentioned you have a treasure that can enhance vitality. You aren't deceiving this old man, are you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the group of elderly men and women fixed their fervent gazes on Mu Wanqing. Even though she was a formidable ninth-tier expert, Mu Wanqing felt somewhat apprehensive under their scrutiny. These elderly individuals were not ordinary folk, they were the school's long-standing veterans, having spent many years there, and typically remained in the background. Even a ninth-tier expert like her received a modicum of respect. Regaining her composure, Mu Wanqing reassured, Dear seniors, there is no need to rush, allow me to present it. The leading elder, though aged, possessed an extraordinary presence and spoke with great authority, Xiao Wanqing. Hurry and unveil it. Mu Wanqing nodded and produced the black sandalwood box. Upon opening it, a golden-hued fruit was revealed to the crowd. The elderly men and women immediately brightened, exclaiming, Huang Lingua. The elder at the forefront, filled with excitement, soon expressed a hint of regret. What a pity it is not the Da Huang Lingua. Mu Wanqing smiled with a touch of exasperation, explaining, the Da Huang Lingua is a 7th-tier treasure. It's worth rivaling that of 9th-tier treasures, and is not easily found. It has been 10 years since anyone has heard of one being discovered. While the transactions behind the scenes may be unclear, there have been no reports of it in public. However, finding a 4th-tier Huang Lingua is already a stroke of good fortune. The leading elder was well aware of this fact. Though somewhat disappointed, he remained thrilled. He solemnly stated, Xiao Wanqing, as I understand, a Huang Lingua tree typically bears 5 to 6 fruits. To be frank, how many do you have? Mu Wanqing replied calmly, as expected of Din Shun, you are quite knowledgeable. Indeed, I have 5 Huang Lingua. Prior to the elder's arrival, Qin Yuan had already entrusted Mu Wanqing with the 5 Huang Lingua for distribution. In truth, he still possessed one, but chose not to present it all at once, as he had already decided to whom it would be gifted. Despite being somewhat swindled by the old man Li, Qin Yuan resolved to give him one of the fruits. Not for any particular reason, but because he found the old man Li's character quite agreeable. Qin Yuan was eager to inquire about the old man's past glories. There was no helping it. His curiosity was aflame. The leading elder was none other than one of the 3 vice deans, Dean Qinjiangwo. Upon hearing that there were indeed 5 Huang Lingua, he exclaimed with delight, Xiao Wanqing, you have done well. To find such a rare treasure is commendable, especially in such pristine condition. Mu Wanqing smiled faintly, deflecting the praise, and pointed to Qin Yuan, who was cornered, saying, I had no time to search for it. This Huang Lingua tree was discovered by my student, who just informed me of this matter. Din Shun and the other elderly individuals turned their curious gazes toward Qin Yuan. Under the watchful gaze of a gathering of elderly gentlemen and ladies, Qin Yuan, huddled in a corner, managed a sheepish smile, a gesture that served as a tentative greeting. Din Shun appeared to recall something and remarked with a chuckle, So, this is your student? I just heard this morning that he is the most gifted among this year's freshers. Who would have thought he is also a person of great fortune? Zaya Wanqing, you have acquired a remarkable disciple. Mu Wanqing chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of the implication in Din Shen's words. Qin Yuan, scratching his head, felt quite embarrassed. He had not anticipated that his glorious exploits from the previous morning had spread throughout the school, eclipsing even the news of being the most talented newcomer. It was rather disconcerting. However, Din Shun and the others seemed to have little interest in Qin Yuan at the moment, turning their attention to Mu Wanqing. Zaya Wanqing, how do you plan to distribute these 5 Huangling fruits? Mu Wanqing glanced at the number of elderly individuals present and felt somewhat troubled. She had only intended to notify 5 people, and yet the news had circulated widely, resulting in a large gathering. Feeling a bit awkward, she addressed Din Shun, but there are only 5 fruits, and you all her sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear. Dinshin pondered for a moment before turning to the elderly assembly and suggested, "In that case, to avoid any hard feelings, let us choose the highest bidder. What does everyone think?" The elderly men and women considered this briefly before enthusiastically agreeing. "That sounds reasonable. Let us proceed with the highest bidder. It is only fair." With the consensus reached, Dinshin turned to Mu Wanqing and said, "Let us adopt this method. A fair competition, with the highest bidder winning. For the first fruit, I offer 100,000 credits. 100,000 credits." Qin Yuan, hidden in the corner, felt a jolt of shock at the figure. Although 100,000 credits equated to 100 million federal coins, the latter could not be exchanged for credits at such a rate. Credits held far greater importance than federal coins. As Dinshin made his bid, the elderly individuals began to place their own offers. "I bid 110,000 credits. I offer 120,000. Within a mere 30 seconds. The bidding for the first Huang Ling fruit had escalated to 170,000 credits. Qin Yuan was left utterly astounded, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of credits possessed by this assembly of elderly folk. However, as he reflected on it, he realized that over the years, their accumulation of credits must have reached astronomical heights, having exchanged for whatever they needed. Other resources held little significance for them. They merely sought rare treasures like the Huang Ling fruit. The bidding continued, and the first Huang Ling fruit ultimately fetched 250,000 credits. Claimed by Dinshin, the bidding for the second Huang Ling fruit commenced, and the competition grew even fiercer. Qin Yuan could only think one thing. He was about to strike it rich. Bai Mengmeng was equally astonished by the spectacle. Her pink lips agape, and her adorably naive face radiating cuteness. The second Huang Ling fruit was won by one of the elderly gentlemen for 270,000 credits. The bidding for the third fruit was even more intense, with the elderly nearly coming to blows over it. Ultimately, it was secured by an elderly lady for 300,000 credits. As the number of Huang Ling fruits dwindled, the urgency among the elderly escalated, leading to even more fervent bidding. Qin Yuan glanced at the remaining Huang Ling fruit in his spatial ring, contemplating whether he should reconsider giving it to Old Li. After all, the offers were too generous. Nevertheless, he resisted the temptation, reminding himself, "Old Li, you must remember my kindness." The fourth fruit was sold for 330,000 credits to an elderly gentleman. And then came the final Huang Ling fruit. Just as Mu Wanqing began to speak, an elderly gentleman boomed, "I bid 350,000 credits." The room fell silent in awe at his boldness. Dinshin, amused, chuckled, "Old Huang, are you not saving anything for your burial fund?" Old Huang nonchalantly replied, "As long as I can obtain the Huang Ling fruit. Who needs a burial fund?" There was some truth to his words. However, the life extension provided by the Huang Ling fruit was limited to a mere 5 years. Yet, for them, 5 years represented a multitude of opportunities for breakthroughs in their realms. Who knows, they might even ascend to the 9th rank. In that context, 350,000 credits seemed a worthwhile investment. The others soon grasped this reasoning, leading to a frenzy of bidding. "I bid 360,000. I bid 370,000. Don't you dare compete with me. I bid 400,000. Those who had not secured a Huang Ling fruit became frantic, fervently raising their bids. In less than a minute, the bidding soared to 450,000 credits. This was a staggering overvaluation. The true worth of the Huang Ling fruit was only a little over 100 million federal coins, and its credit exchange value was merely around 100,000. Yet here it was, reaching 450,000. This was sheer madness. Old Huang, who had initiated the bidding, suddenly appeared anxious, realizing he may not have sufficient credits. Suddenly, he seemed to recall a valuable item he possessed. "I'll bid a muyu fruit." The once lively atmosphere fell instantly silent as the elderly stared at Old Huang in astonishment. "Muyu fruit? Old Huang, are you really willing to part with that? That is a 6th-tier treasure," they exclaimed. "Have you lost your mind?" The elderly were aghast. Trading a 6th-tier treasure for a 4th-tier one was simply unheard of. While the high bids were merely a reflection of how little the credits meant to them, treasures were a different story. Each one was irreplaceable, and acquiring even one was exceedingly difficult. Mu Wanqing, equally astonished, looked at Old Huang but remained silent, her gaze shifting to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, bewildered, wondered, "Muyu fruit? What is that?" Bai Mengmeng, observing his confusion, leaned in and whispered, "Senior Qin, the muyu fruit is a 6th-tier treasure that significantly enhances one's mental strength. Its value exceeds that of the Huang Ling fruit, worth about 500 million federal coins on the market." Qin Yuan gazed at Bai Mengmeng in astonishment, marveling at how much this adorable junior sister knew. However, he felt a surge of excitement within. Enhancing his mental strength was something he had long desired. Chapter 71, Striking It Rich, the Jinyu Meditation Method. Qin Yuan noticed Mu Wanqing looking at him, her beautiful eyes blinking as if to say, "This is worth the trade." In an instant, he understood. He stepped forward and declared, "Esteemed seniors, this Muyu fruit is of immense value to me. I apologize, but I have decided to make the exchange." Old Huang's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. The other elderly individuals who had not secured a Huangling fruit immediately expressed their disappointment. A few persisted in raising their credit offers, hoping to sway Qin Yuan's decision. Alas, the Muyu fruit held too much significance for him. The enhancement of mental strength was his most pressing need, and he felt that with just a bit more improvement, he would be on the verge of his third summoning. He had eagerly awaited this moment, excited at the prospect of summoning new digital beasts. Soon, the assembly of elderly individuals dispersed, leaving with mixed emotions, some jubilant, others disheartened. Those without Huangling fruits reminded Qin Yuan to inform them the next time he acquired items that could enhance life. Without hesitation, he agreed. It would be foolish not to. Once everyone had departed, Qin Yuan glanced at his account balance, grinning from ear to ear at the seven-figure sum of credits. 150,000 credits. The terrifying quantity of resources at hand is likely something even the second and third-year seniors have never possessed. Qin Yuan has undoubtedly struck gold with this windfall. At this moment, he is already contemplating the procurement of resources that would prove beneficial to him. Equipment. An ensemble of fourth-tier battle attire would be quite reasonable. Weapons. While he cannot yet wield fifth-tier weaponry, a fourth-tier one will suffice. Elixirs. He shall purchase them. As for martial techniques, he must meticulously select a variety of offensive skills. And defensive techniques are equally essential. With this line of thought, Qin Yuan suddenly feels that his academic credits are not as daunting as he initially perceived. Perhaps he has celebrated too soon, he muses. After exiting Mu Wanqing's office, Qin Yuan made his way to the school's resource exchange center, where he exchanged the carcasses of the exotic beasts in his spatial ring, ultimately obtaining 48,500 academic credits, not even reaching 50,000. In his mind, there was no ripple of emotion. For someone with 15 million credits, 50,000 is hardly a cause for excitement. However, in reality, 50,000 credits is quite a substantial sum, translating to a staggering 50 million federal coins. Previously, he would have reveled in such a fortune for quite some time. Upon leaving the Resource Exchange Center, Qin Yuan headed to the security office, only to discover that Old Li was absent. Could it be that he had taken a day off? Qin Yuan silently scoffed. With Old Li unavailable, he would have to return another time. He proceeded towards his villa. Upon returning, Qin Yuan did not immediately consume the Muyu fruit, but instead perused the school's official website for resources. "Shasha, please filter for mental cultivation techniques," he requested. He was well aware that he currently possessed the celestial transformation technique, whose terrifying potency exceeded his expectations, with an alarming augmentation of vitality. It could only be said that the products of the Purple Forbidden Enclave are of exceptional quality. Thus, his current shortcoming lay in mental cultivation techniques. Without such techniques, he could not rapidly enhance his mental prowess, relying solely on breakthroughs in rank and treasured items or elixirs for improvement. Presently, his mental strength lagged significantly behind his vitality, making the enhancement of his mental power an urgent necessity. "Qin Yuan, I have filtered the results for you," Shasha's delightful voice chimed in. Qin Yuan focused his gaze. Hell's Meditation SSS Grade Technique, priced at 9.99 million credits. Moonlight Heart Technique, SSS Grade Technique, priced at 9.99 million credits. Deep Sea Visualization SSS Grade Technique, priced at 9.99 million credits. Only these meager 3 mental techniques were available, and Qin Yuan felt a chill in his heart. All priced at 9.99 million credits. Who could afford such exorbitance? Was the school truly jesting? He had thought his 15 million credits were ample, but in this context, they seemed pathetically insufficient. Shasha, seemingly sensing Qin Yuan's embarrassment, reassured him, SSS techniques can typically be exchanged in tiers. For instance, acquiring the first 2 tiers would only require 100,000 credits. A jolt of realization surged through Qin Yuan. Such a method of exchange existed? He quickly investigated and discovered it was indeed true. Furthermore, Shasha's comments had completely awakened him to a new strategy. If he were to only exchange for the initial 2 tiers, would the subsequent levels of the technique be attainable through point allocation? Even if that were not feasible, he could devise a plan in the future. He firmly resolved to acquire a mental cultivation technique. Thus, gritting his teeth, he exchanged for the first 2 tiers of Hell's Meditation, expending 100,000 credits. Having secured a mental cultivation technique, Qin Yuan felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. He chose a set of 4th-tier battle attire, costing 35,000 credits, as his previous 3rd-tier set had been damaged. For weapons, he selected a 4th-tier Great Sword, Bloodthirsty Blade. As the 3rd-tier Demon Slaying Blade, had barely lasted a month before it could retire gracefully. However, he was in no rush to dispose of it, opting to store it in his spatial ring for potential future use. In terms of martial skills, he selected a sword technique, 3-wave slash, classified as a B-grade technique. In total, these acquisitions consumed more than 200,000 of his credits. Money truly does not last long. It seems that this one, 15 million, will be spent in no time. 2 hours later, all of Qin Yuan's exchanged resources arrived. The delivery efficiency remained as impressively high as ever. He cautiously retrieved the Hell's Meditation, a precious SSS-grade technique, even if it only comprised the first 2 tiers. Qin Yuan immediately began his studies, eager to grasp its fundamentals. However, for hours passed, and he still had not managed to penetrate the first tier of the Hell's Meditation. He did not feel disheartened. After all, it was an SSS-grade technique, not a mere trivial skill. Expecting to master it in 4 hours was unrealistic. He continued his studies, and before he knew it, an entire night had slipped away in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, Qin Yuan snapped his eyes open, a glimmer of light flashing within them. He had finally succeeded in grasping the fundamentals of Hell's Meditation. Upon achieving this milestone, he noticed a significant enhancement in his mental power, and his mind felt remarkably clearer. He hastily checked his status panel. Name: Qin Yuan. Realm: Intermediate Tier 3 Ability. S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality: 8181, 546515. Mental Strength: 6013, 503506. Skills: Slaughtering Blade Technique, Mastered. Basic Blade Technique, Great Accomplishment. Destruction Slash, Mastered. 7-star Steps, Mastered. Techniques: Celestial Transformation Technique, Third Change. Hell's Meditation. Fundamentals: Summoned Beasts, 2, 3. Argamon. Gabuman Experience Points, 220. Having only grasped the fundamentals, he had already enhanced his mental strength by over 100 points, successfully breaking through the 6,000 barrier. This remarkable improvement was indeed astonishing. No wonder it was an SSS-grade technique. Furthermore, Qin Yuan discovered an exhilarating piece of information. He seemed poised to summon a third digital beast. Chapter 72. The Third Summoning, Soul of the Flame Warrior. At last, he could summon a third contracted beast. Qin Yuan's heart soared with joy. He had long awaited this moment. What kind of contracted beast would he summon? Perhaps a member of the Royal Knight's growth stage? Could it be a multiple beast? Ultimate form, Alpha Beast. Or a Jilman. Ultimate form, Crimson Knight. Or perhaps a Hackmon. Ultimate form, Jesman. Qin Yuan's anticipation reached a fever pitch. He could hardly contain himself, and promptly initiated the summoning. Reciting the incantation, the familiar pentagram materialized once more, flooding the villa with radiant light as an overwhelming power surged forth. It's here. Qin Yuan's gaze was fixed intently on the pentagram. Soon, an entity emerged. Adorned in a red-black color scheme, with golden dragon horn-like decorations on its head, encased in sleek armor and fiery patterns adorning its shoulders. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yuan was taken aback. What was this? Where was his contracted beast? Instead, what appeared was a figure resembling a suit of armor. It seemed strangely familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he was utterly astonished. This is it, the soul of the Flame Warrior. By the heavens! Qin Yuan exclaimed. Am I about to evolve into a Digimon? The soul of the Flame Warrior is indeed one of the 10 illustrious souls from the 4th generation, capable of facilitating armed evolution, thereby transforming into a formidable Digimon. The Flame Warrior soul can evolve into the Fire God Beast. After the initial shock, Qin Yuan was filled with ecstatic joy. Evolving into a Digimon is exhilarating. Who could possibly refuse such a transformation into a powerful Digimon? Qin Yuan found it even more irresistible. Furthermore, his admiration for the 4th generation only intensified. Armed evolution shattered the traditional framework of Digimon, enabling a direct evolution into a Digimon. It was a wave of innovation. Had it not been for the relentless difficulty of the 4th generation, where he constantly faced adversity, Qin Yuan would have deemed it the most captivating installment. Particularly, the subsequent appearances of the Flame Dragon Beast, the Fire Dragon Beast, the Caesar Tyrannosaurus, and ultimately, the immensely powerful Metal Greymon were unforgettable. However, it required the collection of all 10 warrior souls to make this possible. Previously, Qin Yuan had doubted the feasibility of gathering them all, but from this moment onward, he became a believer. As long as he continued to enhance his mental strength, he was certain he would have the opportunity to collect all 10 warrior souls. Just as Qin Yuan was reveling in excitement, the Flame Warrior soul inexplicably surged into his body. He was momentarily stunned. Before he could comprehend the situation, a transformation began to unfold across his entire being. Realizing what was happening, Qin Yuan felt an intense surge of anxiety. He was indeed evolving. The Flame Warrior soul was autonomously facilitating his evolution. Was it no longer necessary to call out for armed evolution? Soon, a powerful flame enveloped him, and as the flames dissipated, he found himself transformed into a being adorned in a resplendent red and black ensemble, with golden dragon-like horns embellishing his head, a silver mask covering his face, and glowing orange-red eyes. His torso was encased in sleek armor, with fiery patterns adorning his shoulders, red gauntlets adorning his arms, and leg armor extending to his ankles, embodying a dragon man form, complete with a small fiery cape behind him. This was the fire god beast. Qin Yuan, now evolved into the fire god beast, stood in bewilderment, examining his hands and feet, moving them in disbelief. Had he truly succeeded in evolving? It felt surreal. Who could have anticipated that he would actually transform into a Digimon? However, the power coursing through him was undeniably immense. He sensed that the strength within him was far greater than that of his previous self. He felt as though he could effortlessly obliterate his former self in an instant. Glancing at his attribute panel, he saw name, Qin Yuan, Fire God Beast State. Realm, Intermediate Level 3. Special ability, S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality, 10, 800, 546, 515. Mental Strength, 8, 500, 503, 506. Skills, Butcher S Blade Technique, Masterful. Basic Blade Technique, Accomplished. Annihilation Slash, Masterful. 7-star Step, Masterful. Fire Dragon Flame Fist, Perfected. Techniques, Cosmic 13 Transformations, 3rd Transformation. Prison Meditation Method, Beginner. Summoned Beasts, 3. 3 Agumen, Gabuman, Flame Warrior Soul. Experience Points, 220. Firstly, there had been significant changes to the attribute panel, with the words Fire God Beast State appearing next to Qin Yuan's name. Moreover, his vitality had surged past the 10,000 mark, having evolved into the Fire God Beast. Qin Yuan's vitality now rivaled that of an intermediate level 4. His mental strength had also risen to 8,500 points. In terms of martial skills, he had acquired an additional skill, the Fire Dragon Flame Fist, Perfected. Perfection. Qin Yuan marveled inwardly. The combined power of an evolved psychic and an armed evolution was not merely an addition of 11. Now, Qin Yuan, with an intermediate level 3 realm, could contend with an intermediate level 4, achieving a remarkable leap in his capabilities. Naturally, practical performance would still be influenced by various objective factors. With a thought, Qin Yuan exited his evolved state, returning to his human form. The moment he reverted, he felt a slight dizziness. It seemed his mental strength had been significantly depleted. Clearly, armed evolution consumed a great deal of mental energy, unlike summoning Agumen and Gabuman. Shaking his slightly dazed head, he suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a wood moon fruit from his spatial ring and hesitated for a moment before asking Sasha to look up the optimal way to consume it. Shortly, Sasha reported back, advising him to consume it directly, with the additional note that the wood moon fruit was only effective for those below the 6th realm. Qin Yuan nodded, deeming the reminder unnecessary. Without hesitation, he ingested the wood moon fruit. Its mildly sweet flavor was quite pleasant. Before long, the effects of the wood moon fruit began to take hold. The dizziness that had previously clouded his mind dissipated, and he felt increasingly clear-headed and at ease. Qin Yuan felt so invigorated that he could tackle 10 sets of examination papers. In no time, the effects of the wood moon fruit faded completely. Qin Yuan felt a pang of regret. Was that all? 500 million federal coins gone, just like that. He felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He checked his attributes once more. Name, Qin Yuan. Realm, Intermediate Level 3. Special ability, S-Class Spirit Contract Master. Vitality, 8, 181, 546, 515. Mental Strength, 8, 010, 503, 506. Skills, Butcher S Blade Technique, Masterful. Basic Blade Technique, Accomplished. Annihilation Slash, Masterful. 7-star Step, Masterful. Techniques, Cosmic 13 Transformations, 3rd Transformation. Prison Meditation Method, Beginner. Summoned Beasts, 3. 3 Agumen, Gabuman, Flame Warrior Soul. Experience Points, 220. This was Qin Yuan's status in his ordinary form. Notably, his mental strength had surged by 2,000 points, now nearly equal to his vitality. At this level, should Qin Yuan evolve into the Fire God Beast again, his mental strength could effortlessly breach the 10,000 mark. Chapter 73, Li Family's Young Master Li Chengfeng, New Student Competition. Subsequently, Qin Yuan began to examine the remaining resources. Bloodthirsty Blade is a level 4 weapon, named for its association with slaughter, destined to be accompanied by blood. The description was quite imposing. The blade measures 80 centimeters in length and weighs 40 pounds. Forged from a millennium of cold iron, its edge remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Holding the bloodthirsty blade, Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Both its weight and power were to his liking, perfectly suited for his current realm. The demon-slaying blade could officially retire after a month of service. Wave-splitting triple slash is a B-class blade technique that allows the wielder to unleash 3 massive waves of blade energy in succession when cultivated to a high level. It can even slice through ocean waves. Qin Yuan spent 3 hours mastering the basics of this technique, allocating all remaining 220 experience points to it, successfully advancing to a proficient level. Everything was in order. It was time to wrap up. In Shihua City, at the Li Group building, on the 85th floor, which housed the president's office, a handsome and resolute man was diligently reviewing documents. Suddenly, an AI notification chimed, informing him, "Young master, Lin Yin requests an audience." Without lifting his gaze, the handsome man replied, "Let him in." Before long, a man dressed in black approached the desk, kneeling respectfully as he reported, "Young master, Gao Lingfeng and the others have completely lost contact." Li Chengfeng paused momentarily, then spoke with an indifferent tone, "Whether alive or dead, we must see them." "Understood." Lin Yin responded loudly. After a while, Li Chengfeng seemed to notice that Lin Yin had not yet taken his leave. His brows furrowed slightly, and his voice turned icy as he inquired, "Is there something else?" Lin Yin hesitated for a moment before bravely asking, "Young master, the clan leader's gift." Li Chengfeng halted his writing, finally lifted his gaze, revealing a demeanor of indifferent coldness as he replied curtly, "My father's gift must not be overlooked. Mobilize everyone to continue the search for the treasures that enhance vitality, regardless of the cost." "Understood." Lin Yin responded respectfully once more. As for the situation with Gao Lingfeng, Li Chengfeng began to twirl the pen in his hand, a signature gesture of contemplation. Soon, he commanded, "Investigate. Leave no stone unturned. I wish to see who dares to seize what belongs to the Li family of Shihua." He added sternly, "Remember this. If the adversary's background surpasses ours, abandon the pursuit immediately. Conversely, pursue relentlessly." "Yes." Lin Yin comprehended his mission and departed without delay. Once Lin Yin had left, Li Chengfeng stood alone, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. A hint of sorrow etched upon his brow. Would they truly be able to locate the treasures that bolster vitality? Li Chengfeng, the eldest son of the prestigious Li family in Shihua City, was the cherished offspring of the clan leader, Li Miao, who had long hoped for a son in his later years. From the tender age of 10, he had trailed behind Li Miao, delving into the family business. And by 20, he had already begun to take charge of the colossal Li Group. In Shihua City, Li Chengfeng was a figure of great renown, synonymous with the epithet handsome and wealthy, though he had little fondness for such labels. His exceptional talents and intellect were unparalleled. He possessed an extraordinary S-rank ability and, by the age of 28, had already ascended to the 6th tier. Moreover, Li Chengfeng conducted his affairs with remarkable composure and decisiveness. It was evident that his extraordinary intelligence and strategies enabled him to manage the entire Li Group by the age of 20. The team of ability users dispatched to Gao Lingfeng was one of his initiatives, aimed at uncovering treasures that could enhance vitality, a birthday gift intended for his father. Unfortunately, he received the disheartening news of Gao Lingfeng's team being obliterated, disrupting Li Chengfeng's plans. As a result, he was compelled to revise his strategy, augmenting manpower to continue the search for the treasures while simultaneously investigating the primary cause behind the annihilation of Gao Lingfeng's team. This was of utmost importance, especially since Gao Lingfeng had previously reported a potential discovery of vitality-enhancing treasures, which had now seemingly vanished. In Shihua City, no one dared to seize what belonged to Li Chengfeng. The following day, upon awakening refreshed, Qin Yuan had yet to rouse from his delightful dreams when he received a message from his teacher. "Qin Yuan, do not forget that today marks the freshman competition." Upon hearing the gentle voice emanating from his wrist, Qin Yuan jolted awake. How could he have forgotten that today was the freshman competition? It commenced at 10 o'clock, and it was already 9:30. Thankfully, he still had time. Rushing to wash up, he donned his attire and hurriedly set out. He jogged all the way to the martial arts arena of Zijing Academy. At that moment, the arena was teeming with people. Not only were all the freshmen present, but many teachers also filled the stands. The most attention-grabbing figures were the 4 deans seated at the highest vantage point. In addition to the freshmen, numerous sophomores and juniors had come to observe, with the second-year students being the most numerous. The seniors in their 4th year were notably absent, as they were mostly out in the field gaining experience and rarely remained on campus. Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes scanned the arena, yet she could not find Qin Yuan among the crowd, which caused her to grow anxious. Could it be that Qin Yuan has forgotten about today's competition and overslept? The first-year students were now prepared and began the drawing of lots. This year's freshman competition was divided into 2 stages. The first comprised group matches. With a total of 20 groups, each containing 10 participants, from which the 64 best performers would be selected. The second stage would consist of knockout rounds, commencing with the 64 strongest. The rules were straightforward. Weapons could be used, but the consumption of pills or any other illicit substances was strictly forbidden. Strikes must be controlled, and lethal force was prohibited. Each match in the arena was overseen by 4 referees, each possessing a 6th-tier cultivation level. Any deliberate attempt to inflict fatal harm would lead to immediate disqualification and severe penalties. Qin Yuan arrived just in time for the final draw. Upon seeing him, Mu Wanqing's face finally broke into a smile. This rascal nearly gave me a heart attack. In the arena, Bai Mengmeng also spotted Qin Yuan, and a smile crept onto her previously tense face, as she too had been worried he might have forgotten. Qin Yuan's arrival drew the attention of many. Zhu Bing glanced at Qin Yuan without uttering a word, his demeanor still cold, yet his eyes radiated a fighting spirit, as if he sought to triumph over Qin Yuan in this competition. Lin Zhun was even more overt in his intentions, despite maintaining a frigid and arrogant expression. The fierce battle intent in his eyes was unmistakable. The S-rank Angel of Love, Song Jinxiu, watched Qin Yuan with curiosity, intrigued by how this exceptionally gifted freshman would perform in a practical setting. Qin Yuan exhaled in relief, noticing the many eyes upon him. He remained unfazed and began drawing lots. Ultimately, he was placed in the first group. Chapter 74, A Reunion with the Cold One, Another Brutal Defeat. Qin Yuan found himself in the first group, while Zhu Bing, Song Jinxiu, Lin Zhun, and Bai Mengmeng, all top 10 talents, fortuitously ended up in different groups. Claims of coincidence would have been met with incredulity from Qin Yuan. However, he was unperturbed. For him, the freshman competition was merely a formality. He was confident in his prowess. Given that he now possessed strength comparable to a mid-tier 4th rank, how could any freshman possibly pose a challenge? In fact, Qin Yuan's abilities could rival those of many third-year students, and he doubted that any average third-year student could match him. Thus, he maintained a casual demeanor, idly twisting and turning as if merely spectating. He caught sight of Mu Wanqing on the platform and cheerfully waved. Mu Wanqing, feeling embarrassed, covered her head with her hands. "Oh dear, how can I face so many people?" Ding Chun, standing nearby, teased, "Xiao Wanqing, your disciple is quite the character." Mu Wanqing smiled wryly. "He really has thick skin." Ding Chun chuckled. "It's good for young people to have thick skin. That's how they win over girls." Mu Wanqing was at a loss for words. How could someone of his age still be so frivolous? For some reason, the image of Qin Yuan, wide-eyed and captivated by her, surfaced in her mind, causing 2 blossoms of crimson to bloom on her fair cheeks. The competition commenced. Qin Yuan soon faced his first opponent. Zhu Bing, Song Jinxiu, Lin Zhun, and Mu Wanqing all focused their attention on him. His opponent was a rather unremarkable S-rank fire ability user at the intermediate 2nd tier. Qin Yuan found no interest in such an adversary. Even when he had just entered Zijing Academy, he could have easily defeated someone like this, let alone now. Qin Yuan's nonchalant demeanor incensed his opponent, who was infuriated by the perceived disrespect. "You may be the most talented, but that does not guarantee victory in combat. Today, I will bring you down from that high platform." The opponent unleashed a massive fireball spell, which exploded into a vast inferno. Delighted, the opponent laughed, believing he had executed a formidable move, convinced that Qin Yuan would struggle to evade it. Yet, just as the opponent finished boasting, a languid voice interrupted, "Shut up." The opponent's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, his youthful face was struck with a devastating blow, sending him hurtling out of the arena. As he rose, he discovered a deep crimson handprint emblazoned across his face. The first group momentarily fell silent, only to erupt into laughter upon seeing the mark on his visage. Zhu Bing, expressing her boredom, turned away, losing interest in the spectacle. Qin Yuan shared her sentiment, finding no thrill in such an unworthy adversary. He had already restrained his power to the utmost. Otherwise, a full-force slap would have sent the opponent's head spinning thrice. The group matches proceeded fervently, yet the disparity in strength among the competitors was glaringly apparent. Not only Qin Yuan, but even Zhu Bing and Lin Zhun effortlessly dispatched their opponents. Soon, the group rounds concluded, and the top 64 were announced. As expected, Qin Yuan, Zhu Bing, and the others all advanced, with another draw conducted. The top 10 seed players were again placed at a safe distance from each other, making it unlikely for them to meet until the round of 16. Qin Yuan admired the school's arrangements, though he remained indifferent. The group and elimination rounds posed no challenge for him. He triumphed over his opponents with ease as he advanced from 64 to 32, then from 32 to 16, and finally to the top 8. To his surprise, his junior sister was eliminated. Was the spatial ability truly so feeble? Qin Yuan harbored doubts. In the quarterfinals, he encountered an unexpected opponent, the cold guy. Upon stepping onto the arena, the cold guy became exhilarated, as he was finally able to face Qin Yuan again. He vividly recalled his previous crushing defeat and had vowed to exact revenge. The swift turn of fate allowed him this opportunity, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Their fateful encounter, a destined duel between rivals. Qin Yuan, today you shall be defeated by me, the cold guy proclaimed dramatically upon spotting Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking, this fool must be delusional. Who are you calling a fateful encounter? It's utterly ridiculous. He felt an overwhelming urge to pummel the cold guy once more. With a confident grin, the cold guy declared, I am no longer the person I once was. I have now advanced to the second-tier elite. Defeating me will not be so simple. Qin Yuan paused, noting the rapid advancement to elite status. Yet, gazing upon the cold guy's arrogant demeanor, he could no longer contain himself. He really wanted to deliver a sound thrashing. Lin Jun had already conjured a spear of lightning in his hands, a familiar technique. With a swift motion, he hurled the lightning spear towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan effortlessly dodged, but fell to blur as a figure rushed toward him. It's over, Lin Jun proclaimed with a savage grin. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, his spear striking Qin Yuan's abdomen with force, avoiding any vital organs. Clang! Lin Jun's expression shifted as he sensed he had struck something as hard as steel. How could this be? Qin Yuan effortlessly grasped Lin Jun's hand, preventing his escape, and with a faint smile remarked, nice speed. But the power leaves much to be desired. After all, this was a fourth-tier suit. How could a second-tier opponent breach his defenses? Lin Jun's face darkened as he attempted to retreat, only to find himself ensnared by Qin Yuan's grip, unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. Lightning bombardment. Lin Jun roared, unleashing a torrent of violent electricity that enveloped Qin Yuan's body. Qin Yuan felt a tingling sensation coursing through him. It was rather pleasurable. He gave Lin Jun a thumbs up, complimenting the enjoyable skill. Lin Jun's face turned a shade of liver, and he indignantly shouted, if you have the guts, let me go. I want to fight you to the bitter end. Qin Yuan chuckled lightly and replied, not a chance. After all, I haven't had my fun yet. Lin Jun's expression turned to one of terror. No, please. Qin Yuan unleashed a flurry of rapid punches on Lin Jun, executing a continuous combo that left him unable to land a single blow in return, completely at Qin Yuan's mercy. After an indeterminate number of punches and kicks, Qin Yuan finally relented, exhaling contentedly. Ah, it's you, cold guy, who provides such a delightful experience that no one else can offer. Lin Jun, already dazed, collapsed into unconsciousness upon hearing Qin Yuan's words. Qin Yuan emerged victorious, effortlessly advancing to the top 4. Zhu Bing, witnessing Lin Jun's dismal fate, felt a chill run down her spine. Could she truly defeat Qin Yuan? Chapter 75, Song Jinxiu, the enigmatic light ability. Soon, the top 4 were revealed, Zhu Bing versus Zhong Ming and Qin Yuan versus Song Jinxiu. Upon reaching the semifinals, Qin Yuan felt a slight flicker of interest, particularly regarding the stunning beauty of Song Jinxiu. His curiosity was piqued, particularly about her light abilities, which had nothing to do with her appearance. In the first match, Zhu Bing faced Zhong Ming. With her formidable SS-level ice ability, Zhu Bing decisively overcame Zhong Ming without much risk. Qin Yuan noted that Zhu Bing was merely a step away from breaking through to the 3rd tier. Remarkable, this young lady was advancing at an impressive pace. Were it not for his presence, she could easily be considered the top newcomer, without contest. After vanquishing Zhong Ming, Zhu Bing cast a cold, challenging glance at Qin Yuan. He mused, could she still believe she was at the second-tier elite level, and that she had a chance to win? Should he reveal a glimpse of his own power to her? The thought of Zhu Bing's reaction upon witnessing his true strength brought a smile to his face. In the second match, it was Qin Yuan against Song Jinxiu. This duel captivated the attention of all present, as spectators were eager to see whose practical combat abilities would prove superior, the top talent versus the third. On the platform, Dean Shin chuckled, remarking that this new batch of students was quite impressive. Though their overall strength may not compare to previous years, their elite combat capabilities were notably higher. Dean Shun turned to Mu Wanqing, smiling. Your disciple is quite remarkable. Mu Wanqing humbly responded. Her talent is commendable, but her character still needs much improvement. Dean Shun laughed. Ah, young people, a little exuberance is understandable. I firmly believe Qin Yuan will emerge victorious in this match. Mu Wanqing remained non-committal, acknowledging that the outcome seemed largely predetermined. The disparity between the 3rd and 2nd tiers was simply too vast. Just then, the previously silent Dean Yin interjected, in my opinion, there is still room for suspense. This young girl from the Song family is not to be underestimated. Dean Shun and Mu Wanqing exchanged surprised glances at Dean Yin. As the headmaster, Dean Yan's strength far surpassed that of Dean Shun and Mu Wanqing. They were merely at the initial stage of the 9th tier, while Qin Yuan was above that. His exact level remained unknown, suggesting that his insight surpassed theirs. Could Song Jinxiu truly possess formidable hidden talents? Mu Wanqing's expression grew serious. In the arena, Qin Yuan and Song Jinxiu stood facing each other. As Qin Yuan gazed upon Song Jinxiu's exquisite and beautiful visage, he found himself momentarily entranced. How had he not noticed her beauty before? Could it be that she possesses a beauty that becomes increasingly captivating the more one gazes upon her? How peculiar. And what a figure she boasts, curvaceous in all the right places. Even her mother would commend her for her potential to bear children. Qin Yuan suspected that Song Jinxiu's physique surpassed that of Zhu Bing, though it was slightly inferior to that of his own teacher. Song Jinxiu was acutely aware of Qin Yuan's gaze upon her. She was quite familiar with such scrutiny, and with a cold smile, she asked if she was beautiful. Qin Yuan, still somewhat dazed, nodded absent-mindedly, affirming her beauty. Have you seen enough? She inquired. Not yet, he replied. Then why not come a little closer to take a better look? She suggested. Sure, he responded. Enchanted, Qin Yuan slowly approached Song Jinxiu, drawn ever nearer by her allure. Song Jinxiu couldn't help but smirk. This was one of her supernatural abilities, Angel's Temptation. Once ensnared by its charm, one could only escape in two ways, through overwhelming mental fortitude or by external interference. Qin Yuan appeared to be under her spell. As he stepped closer, Song Jinxiu sneered while conjuring a bow and arrow of pure light energy. This was her second ability, Angelic Transformation. The power of the angel allowed her to morph into any object at will. I have triumphed, she declared, drawing back her bow and aiming for Qin Yuan's abdomen. The pure energy coalesced into a radiant arrow, which then shot forth with a whistling sound. A victorious smile graced Song Jinxiu's exquisite features. Yet, in the next moment, the arrow dissipated into specks of white light upon striking Qin Yuan, leaving him unscathed. How can this be? Song Jinxiu's smile faltered, then gradually vanished. Not bad at all. Quite suitable for performance, Qin Yuan remarked, a faint smile replacing his earlier days. Do not underestimate me, Song Jinxiu retorted, her face flushed with indignation. An unexpected charm radiating from her anger. 3 arrows, simultaneously. This time, 3 arrows of light coalesced at once, and with a flick of her fingers, they launched toward Qin Yuan, targeting his abdomen, chest, and head. Qin Yuan effortlessly caught the arrow aimed at his head, while the one striking his chest and abdomen again vanished into nothingness. With a gentle squeeze, he caused the arrow in his hand to dissolve as well. Performing the feat with even greater flair, Song Jinxiu's expression turned serious. She finally recognized the terrifying strength of Qin Yuan. His power likely far exceeded the second tier. Taking a deep breath, she addressed him. I hadn't anticipated using this move, but your strength has truly taken me by surprise. Thus, allow me to reveal my trump card. Angel, descend. A formidable surge of light energy enveloped her, casting a pure, holy radiance upon her lovely visage. Qin Yuan's pupils constricted slightly as he sensed a power beyond the second tier. Behind Song Jinxiu appeared a celestial figure, the embodiment of a 2-winged angel, pure and serene. Clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with a halo, and with delicate wings unfurling behind her, symbolizing purity and sanctity. In her hand, she held a staff that represented wisdom. The 2-winged angel has descended. Qin Yuan found himself taken aback. A 2-winged angel from the west. Possess, Song Jinxiu commanded. As her words fell, the angelic figure swiftly merged with her. Her entire appearance began to transform, gradually resembling that of the 2-winged angel, staff in hand, with a pair of ethereal white wings sprouting from her back, enhancing her beauty. Song Jinxiu had truly transformed into a 2-winged angel. The audience gasped in astonishment. Mu Wanqing in the stands was equally taken aback, surprised to discover this unexpected evolution of Song Jinxiu's powers. Could this truly be an S-class ability? Qin Yuan, though surprised, recalled that she had indeed attained an exceptional rating for her S-class ability, which could rival his own spirit contractor. However, he still believed his own spirit contractor was slightly stronger. Qin Yuan, you are no match for me. Surrender. Song Jinxiu's voice took on an ethereal quality, soothing to the ears like a gentle lullaby. Qin Yuan merely shrugged, aware that Song Jinxiu had now reached the initial tier of the 3rd stage. But was that truly formidable? He himself was at the intermediate level of the 4th stage. He raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, saying, I recommend you surrender. Otherwise, I may have to resort to drastic measures. Hearing Qin Yuan's obstinate words, the 2-winged angel incarnation of Song Jinxiu felt he was merely putting on a brave front. Sensing the power surging within her, she recognized that she had surpassed the 2nd tier and had reached the initial stage of the 3rd. Her confidence soared. In that case, let me demonstrate the power of an angel. With a flick of her delicate, white hands holding the staff, 12 arrows of light materialized instantaneously. As they emerged, the overwhelming force of the third-tier energy flooded the arena. The audience could scarcely comprehend the magnitude of this power, and the newcomers gasped in astonishment. The teachers in the stands exchanged bewildered glances, with Mu Wanqing unable to mask her anxiety. Bai Mengmeng was so tense, she covered her face with her hands, unable to bear the sight. Qin Yuan was surprised at her ability to unleash such a rapid barrage. Truly impressive. This was a significant leap beyond the Song Jinxiu of before, who had to draw her bow. Now, she could unleash arrows with a mere wave of her hand. No wonder her confidence was soaring. Facing the 12 light arrows, Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his gaze calm as he regarded Song Jinxiu. That tranquil look seemed to convey, "Is this all you've got?" Song Jinxiu's brows furrowed. Irritation began to brew within her. She had initially considered granting Qin Yuan a chance to surrender, but his arrogance was unanticipated. He clearly underestimated her. Resolving to deliver an unforgettable lesson, she inhaled deeply and her expression hardened. With a swift motion, she sent the 12 arrows racing toward Qin Yuan like lightning, their tremendous power creating a piercing sound as they sliced through the air. Qin Yuan drew his demon-slaying sword, opting not to use the bloodthirsty blade, as he deemed it unnecessary. Were it not for the fear of drawing too much attention, he would have preferred to withstand the attack with his bare body. With a reverse flick of his hand, he executed a newly learned move, the three-wave slash. 3 massive waves of sword energy surged forth, effortlessly toppling the 12 arrows and causing them to dissolve into a cascade of white light. How is this possible? Song Jinxiu was left astounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. Before she could process what had just happened, a figure appeared before her with startling swiftness. "I warned you," Qin Yuan said softly. "I can be ruthless." Startled, Song Jinxiu attempted to defend herself, only to feel a sudden, excruciating pain in her abdomen, robbing her of any capacity to resist. In an instant, Qin Yuan delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying out of the arena. Observing Song Jinxiu sprawled outside the competition area, Qin Yuan shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, "I suppose I am too soft-hearted. If it were the cold-hearted Lin Jun, he would undoubtedly deliver a fierce beating." However, should this remark reach Song Jinxiu, she would likely unleash a torrent of sarcastic commentary. Is this what one calls cherishing the fairer sex? What Qin Yuan failed to notice was the peculiar flush adorning Song Jinxiu's face as she lay outside the arena, her gaze fixed on him with an odd intensity. Unfortunately, Qin Yuan had already turned away. The victor is Qin Yuan. The referee declared the winner. Mu Wanqing exhaled in relief, her face once again gracing a gentle smile. Bai Mengmeng lowered her hands, her spirits lifted, though she refrained from cheering aloud. Her cheeks flushed and fists clenched tightly in silent celebration. Zhu Bing let out an inexplicable sigh, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Following this match, Zhu Bing had come to realize that she, at present, was no match for Qin Yuan. Yet, she did not feel disheartened, even in defeat. She would fight with all her might. Next came the finals, which commenced shortly after a brief respite. Qin Yuan versus Zhu Bing. A showdown between the top 2 newcomers with extraordinary talents and SS-level ability. This match promised to be captivating, and the audience buzzed with anticipation, teachers included. The elderly matriarch was particularly anxious, feeling a rare twinge of nervousness after many years, all for her newly accepted disciple. From the stands, Dean Shin chuckled, asking everyone who they believed would emerge victorious. Mu Wanqing smiled but said nothing, naturally supporting her own disciple, who, in truth, was the stronger of the two. Dean Yin interjected, stating that the finals held little suspense. The disparity in their abilities was quite significant. Despite Zhu Bing possessing the legendary SS-level talent, she had yet to truly demonstrate it. Dean Yin shook his head, lamenting that if the two were to battle again in the future, the outcome would be much harder to predict, for the higher the ability, the more formidable it became in later stages. The 3 vice deans nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. While the initial differences might be subtle, the later stages would reveal drastic divergences in SS-level abilities, growing increasingly powerful as time progressed. It was likely that Zhu Bing's true brilliance would emerge only then. The match was about to begin. Qin Yuan and Zhu Bing locked eyes. The Ice Maiden, Zhu Bing, unexpectedly spoke first, stating, "Though I know that with my current strength, I cannot defeat you, I hope you will give it your all and face me in battle." Qin Yuan was taken aback. It was unusual for this Ice Maiden to speak so much. Nevertheless, he nodded in response. While he could not exert his full strength, such a scenario would lack excitement. He was willing to use a fraction of his power. However, to his surprise, Zhu Bing initiated the encounter with a powerful move. Full force ice freeze. A wave of frigid energy instantly enveloped the arena, causing the ground to freeze rapidly and encase Qin Yuan in ice. Gasps erupted from the audience. Zhu Bing's move was indeed unexpected, catching Qin Yuan off guard. Yet, merely a second later, he broke free from the icy grasp. Before he could fully react, Zhu Bing leaped toward him, wielding an ice sword. Qin Yuan retreated swiftly but still felt the sting of her blade. Although it failed to breach his defenses, the ice spread across his battle attire. Zhu Bing did not afford him a moment's respite, thrusting her sword forward once more. To Qin Yuan's astonishment, he found himself unable to evade her strikes. Locked in her relentless assault, such exquisite swordsmanship, he had no choice but to draw his demon-slaying knife in defense. Zhu Bing continued to wield her ice sword with fierce precision, forcing Qin Yuan to retreat in rapid succession. The clashing of blades rang out, igniting sparks of intensity. The audience was treated to a breathtaking duel of swords and blades. Even Dean Shun exclaimed in surprise, recognizing it as Li Huan's shadowless sword technique. Astonished at how swiftly this young girl had mastered it, the elderly matriarch puffed out her chest with pride. As the duel raged on, Qin Yuan struggled to fend off Zhu Bing's relentless onslaught. Her swordsmanship was simply too formidable. It was in this moment that he truly comprehended the essence of true swordplay. He began to ponder whether he too should learn such a powerful technique. Yet, Zhu Bing was gradually succumbing to fatigue. Though unwilling to yield, she realized that Qin Yuan had stealthily maneuvered behind her, freezing her in place. "You are already exhausted," he remarked, and before she could react, a sharp pain coursed through her neck, plunging her into darkness, her expression one of unwillingness as she fell. Soon after, the referee announced Qin Yuan's victory, triumphing in the newcomer competition. Chapter 77. Target Qin Yuan. Eliminate at any cost. Within an unknown underground palace, the atmosphere was brightly lit. Walls adorned with intricate carvings of various mythical beasts. Statues of dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and the four sacred beasts loomed majestically, alongside bizarre and peculiar figures of other creatures. The eerie aura exuded from these sculptures was palpable. Inside the palace, dozens of shadowy figures clad in black robes with golden patterns stood in 2 rows, seemingly awaiting a summons. Above them rested 7 black metal chairs, embellished with noble golden designs. Atop these chairs was a singular, grandiose throne, reminiscent of an emperor's dragon chair from feudal times, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. A profound silence enveloped the scene, with the black-robed figures standing as still as statues. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from deep within the palace. 7 tall figures, adorned in black and gold robes, escorted a solitary individual forward. Each of the 7 donned masks adorned with flowers of varying colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The person in the center wore a robe of pure gold, embellished with a black flower, and a bizarre black flower mask, radiating an even greater sense of enigma. It was evident that this individual possessed a nobility far surpassing that of the others. The 7 took their seats upon the black and gold thrones, while the one in the golden robe and devilish mask ascended to the highest seat. "Welcome, Holy Sun. Welcome, 7 divine messengers." The chorus of black-robed figures erupted in fervent praise, their eyes betraying a sincere and fervent devotion. "Rise," the Holy Sun commanded for the first time, his voice hoarse and deep, defying gender or age. 7 divine messengers, report on the recent month's developments." "You may begin." "Understood." One of the black-robed figures, wearing a red flower mask, stood up. His code name was Shi. He began, "In the past month, our organization has successfully hunted 5 human prodigies, namely S-level wind user Su Wentong, age 25, peak stage 5. S-level fire user Jiang Zihui, age 24, stage 5 intermediate. S-level lightning user Guiziang, age 26, stage 6 beginner. S-level earth user Wang Hui, age 27, peak stage 5. S-level fire user Lin Jiang, age 27, stage 5 intermediate peak. After she finished speaking, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud and said, "Holy Sun, the Hua Kingdom is becoming increasingly vigilant towards us. Many talented individuals have been sheltered by them. After a month of effort, we have only managed to hunt down 5 of these prodigies. I beseech you to impose punishment." The Holy Sun, whose mask was adorned with an enigmatic black flower, turned his gaze towards Shi, revealing no trace of emotion. Under the penetrating stare of the Holy Sun, she was drenched in sweat. After a long pause, the Holy Sun's hoarse and deep voice resonated. "You have obtained their source of abilities, have you not?" Instantly, she felt a tremendous weight lift from him, so much so that he didn't even have time to wipe his sweat. Hastily producing 5 orbs of colorful light and presenting them as an offering, the Holy Sun accepted the orbs and nodded in satisfaction. "Next, Rage, it is your turn." The man with the purple flower mask, codenamed Rage, began his report. Following Rage, the reports came from those codenamed Sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. The 7 emotions corresponded to the titles of the 7 divine messengers. Once all 7 had completed their reports, the Holy Sun spoke again, reiterating, "Our organization, the Flower Society, has but one mission: to hunt down the world's talented ability users, gather their ability sources, and make a modest contribution to the great God. In due time, when the God descends upon this land, he shall not forsake us. Therefore, we must hunt without hesitation and at any cost when necessary. Do you all understand?" "Understood, Holy Sun." Including the 7 divine messengers, the ordinary members responded fervently. The Holy Sun continued in a somber tone, "Now, you all have a crucial task. According to intelligence, a remarkably gifted new student has emerged at the Purple Forbidden Academy, possessing an astonishing 4th-tier strength even during the enrollment phase." At the Holy Sun's words, the 7 divine messengers were taken aback. Could there truly be such a prodigy? To possess 4th-tier strength upon entering school is no ordinary talent. Should he be allowed to grow, he could become a significant threat in the future. With this thought, the 7 divine messengers radiated an overwhelming killing intent. The Holy Sun went on, "This individual is named Qin Yuan, an S-rank summoner, who has demonstrated extraordinary talent within just a month of enrollment. The talent rating at the Purple Forbidden Academy is unparalleled, ranking first among new students, and also the top in the past 3 years. He easily secured first place in the new student competition with overwhelming strength. In merely a month, he has advanced from high 2nd tier to mid 3rd tier, with combat capabilities comparable to mid 4th tier. If such a genius is not dealt with swiftly, he will undoubtedly become a grave concern for our Flower Society in the future." If Qin Yuan were to hear the Holy Sun's words, he would undoubtedly be astonished at how well this person understood him. Even Mu Wanqing had not grasped him so thoroughly. As soon as the Holy Sun finished speaking, rage erupted in fury, shouting, "He must be killed." The other 7 divine messengers echoed that Qin Yuan must die. The Holy Sun's voice turned frigid, and the killing intent surged as he declared, "I hereby announce that Qin Yuan is to be placed on the S-rank kill list. We must eliminate him at all costs." Yes. Meanwhile, in the office of Li Chengfeng at the Li Corporation, Li Nian had finally returned, exuding an air of exhaustion. He reported to Li Chengfeng, "Young master, I have discovered the identity of the one who murdered Gao Lingfeng." "Speak." Li Chengfeng paused momentarily. "It is this person." Li Nian activated the artificial intelligence, projecting an image of Qin Yuan. In the image, Qin Yuan was seen gathering Huangling fruits, with the bodies of Gao Lingfeng and others lying behind him. The evidence was irrefutable. A glint of cold light flickered in Li Chengfeng's eyes as he succinctly stated, "Information." Li Nian, having prepared, responded, "This individual is named Qin Yuan, a new student at the Purple Forbidden Academy, an S-rank summoner with mid 3rd tier strength. His talent has been rated as unparalleled, ranking first among new students and securing first place in the new student competition. He has already been taken as a disciple by Vice President Mu Wanqing." Compared to the Holy Sun's information, it was evident that Li Nian's intelligence was somewhat lacking, particularly regarding Qin Yuan's strength, which was clearly not as accurately assessed as that of the Holy Sun. Li Chengfeng fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Chapter 78, The Ambush. Li Chengfeng was pondering how to resolve this issue perfectly. He was not afraid of Qin Yuan's talent. What he was wary of was Mu Wanqing, the vice president of the Purple Forbidden Academy, a newly ascended 9th-tier powerhouse. Nevertheless, Li Chengfeng remained unfazed. A 9th-tier powerhouse, while formidable, was not enough to intimidate the Li Corporation. What truly concerned Li Chengfeng was the Purple Forbidden Academy. As a former member, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power concealed within it. This was not something the Li Corporation could rival. What mattered to Li Chengfeng was the Purple Forbidden Academy's perception of Qin Yuan. If the Academy placed great importance on Qin Yuan's talent, then Li Chengfeng would need to tread carefully. After a moment of thought, he outlined his plan. First, send someone to establish contact with Qin Yuan to see if he is willing to sell Huangling fruits. If he does not demand an exorbitant price, purchase them immediately. Second, get in touch with my second uncle and inquire about the Academy's stance on Qin Yuan, whether he has been designated as a special genius. These 2 steps should proceed simultaneously. Be sure to follow my lead. Do not entertain any personal ideas, or I shall not spare you. Do you understand? Li Chengfeng fixed a piercing gaze on Li Nian. A shiver ran down Li Nian's spine, and he quickly assented. Go now, and provide me with feedback by tomorrow. At that moment, Qin Yuan was sipping tea in Mu Wanqing's office, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being scrutinized by 2 powerful factions. Observing her disciple sitting comfortably with his legs crossed, Mu Wanqing's gentle face revealed a smile that was both enigmatic and playful. Is it good? Delicious. Qin Yuan instinctively replied, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was amiss. Turning to look, he found Mu Wanqing's beautiful face adorned with a teasing smile directed at him. Qin Yuan quickly adjusted his posture. Mu Wanqing then huffed lightly, thinking to herself that her disciple was becoming increasingly audacious, even appearing somewhat unruly in her presence. She contemplated whether it was time to rein him in. Otherwise, how would she maintain the dignity of a teacher? Qin Yuan sat upright, yet his eyes furtively glanced at Mu Wanqing. Today, she was dressed in a blue and white porcelain qipao, her soft hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her exquisite earlobes. The slit of the qipao showcased her long, fair thighs, and paired with high heels, her already tall stature appeared even more striking. Qin Yuan was momentarily entranced. Qin Yuan, do you have time later? Mu Wanqing's sudden question jolted him from his reverie. Huh, white so white. Qin Yuan completely missed what she said, responding instinctively. What? Mu Wanqing furrowed her beautiful brows. I was asking if you have time later. Oh, that. I'm free. What is up? Qin Yuan sighed with relief internally, glad he hadn't been caught. That's good. I'll take you and your junior sister out for a stroll later and buy a couple of outfits, Mu Wanqing said. Qin Yuan glanced at Bai Mingming, who was slightly bowing her head with rosy cheeks, realizing that she had been wearing the same outfit for several days. Qin Yuan frowned and quietly asked Mu Wanqing, Teacher, is Mingming's family in a difficult situation? Mu Wanqing glanced at Bai Mingming and responded softly. Her family situation is quite complex. It's hard to say. However, one thing is certain, this girl is not living well at home. Qin Yuan nodded, beginning to understand why Bai Mingming's personality was so introverted. He chose not to press further and turned to Bai Mingming, saying, I'll take you out to have some fun later. Thank you, senior brother. Bai Mingming whispered her gratitude softly. After bidding farewell to Mu Wanqing, Qin Yuan escorted Bai Mingming out of the Zijing Academy. This marked his second departure from the school gates, while it was Bai Mingming's very first. Both were enveloped in a veil of uncertainty. However, this posed no challenge for Qin Yuan. Summoning Xia, he instructed her to assist in selecting the most entertaining spots nearby. Xia promptly provided a list of delightful venues. Qin Yuan chose a bustling amusement park and hailed a taxi. Bai Mingming timidly inquired, Senior brother, aren't we supposed to go shopping for clothes? Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, stating that they could discuss shopping later, as he intended to take her to a place of immense fun that would surely delight her. Bai Mingming's expression turned anxious as she hurriedly replied, But I have no money. Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asked, Mingming, given your talents, you should have earned a considerable amount of prize money. How could you be without funds? After the martial arts examination, Qin Yuan had indeed amassed a fair sum. Though the exact amount eluded him, he was not wealthy, yet it seemed implausible that she could not afford a simple outfit. His words appeared to strike a chord of pain within Bai Mingming, causing her complexion to pale, her eyes to redden, and her head to lower. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. He gently patted her head and smiled, opting not to press further. Soon, they arrived at a vibrant amusement park bustling with activity, teeming with people. Bai Mingming seemed reluctant, unwilling to partake in the festivities. Despite Qin Yuan's persistent encouragement, she remained steadfast in her refusal, much to his chagrin. Finally, he raised his fist, adopting a mock-threatening demeanor. If you don't play, believe it or not, I'll give you a beating and one tea feed you. Bai Mingming was so startled that her little pearls of fear nearly tumbled from her eyes, wide in terror as she gazed at Qin Yuan. He flashed a grin, revealing his pearly whites, and shook his raised fist playfully. Under Qin Yuan's playful intimidation, Bai Mingming reluctantly acquiesced to join in the fun. Seeing her finally agree to play, Qin Yuan chuckled, thinking to himself, see, I knew I could win you over. Subsequently, he guided her through the myriad attractions of the amusement park. From her initial reticence to her eventual jubilant screams, Bai Mingming's genuine smile began to blossom, her head lifting in joy. Noticing Qin Yuan's amused gaze upon her, she bashfully lowered her head, fully aware of his sincere intentions. Upon exiting the amusement park, Qin Yuan led Bai Mingming on a shopping spree, meandering from one shop to another. Throughout the excursion, she remained silent, not expressing her preferences. Qin Yuan, being quite cunning, seized any opportunity whereby Mingming lingered by an item, purchasing it without inquiry, all the while keeping her blissfully unaware of his actions. After their shopping escapade, Qin Yuan intended to treat Bai Mingming to a grand seafood feast. Just as they approached the restaurant, an overwhelming sense of dread surged through him, raising every hair on his body. Without a moment to explain, he abruptly pushed her aside, exclaiming, Run! As he turned, the corner of his eye caught sight of a menacing arrow hurtling towards them. The arrow magnified within his vision. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground. Qin Yuan found himself pinned to the earth by a lethal arrow.